51 to 130. Nighttime. In the rented apartment, the shop had been closed earlier than usual. Lin Fan was lying on his bed, scrolling through Weibo. Weibo fan count, 1.3 million. Compared to a superstar, it was still miles away, but compared to an ordinary person, it was a remarkable achievement. Wow, looks like the sun has risen from the west. This chief internet troll is helping me to clean up. How scary. Then, Lin Fan sent a message to Autumn Swordfish Killer. If you know that you were wrong and truly repent, I'll be magnanimous and forgive you for the past. Autumn Swordfish Killer was busy playing his game, and when he saw the private message, he was furious and he replied with just 2 words, get lost. Just like him, Yang Xiaoliang's name had lit up on the internet. The bad news flooded the headlines and there was no way he could hide it. Many people also used the saga to worsen the situation with more juicy news. My secret with Yang Xiaoliang. Yang Xiaoliang made me spend a night with him and then gave me $50,000. Lin Fan knew that it was almost impossible for Yang Xiaoliang to clear his name. It would already be lucky if he didn't get blocked. Lin Fan's Weibo had a sea of comments, but most of them were passing comments as they just wanted to watch the show. However, there were some who had unquestioning belief, saying that they had already left for Shanghai and would arrive the next day. On the other hand, there were also quite a number of people criticizing Lin Fan on his Weibo. They thought it was just superstition and tried to convince everyone to not believe him. At the same time, they believed that the reason Lin Fan could predict everything was that he was manipulating things behind the scenes. As for that, Lin Fan did not bother about them at all. He had already achieved his goals anyway. He had 2 big goals in life. The first was to earn money and the second was unlock more knowledge. The next day, Lin Fan woke up and took a rinse at 8 a.m. Then, he left the house early. The neighboring elder Wang was exercising in his garden, and when he saw Lin Fan, his face changed to one of displeasure. After having earned a sum of money in this period of time, Lin Fan was prepared to change locations. He would have been a fool to not enjoy himself, using the money that he had earned. Cloud Street. Lin Fan made a turn and went towards his shop. Then, he noticed that Fraud Tian was hiding at the corner. He went up to him and patted him on his shoulder. What's going on? Fraud Tian jumped in shock. Then, he pointed to the front and said, look there. Lin Fan looked in that direction and was stunned by what he saw. The entrance of the shop was filled with people. There were reporters and townsfolk. The townsfolk were holding onto their phones and knocking on the door. It was a lively atmosphere, and it also attracted the attention of the other business owners nearby, as they did not know what was happening. Yang Xiaoliang's scandals had been exposed, but the reporters were not concerned about it. Their main focus was Master Lin. The reporters began to interview the owners of other shops. The shop beside Lin Fan's was one that sold apparel and clothing. The fat lady boss was dressed in her oversized red dress as she excitedly stood in front of the cameras. Oh, this shop has such lousy business. There aren't many customers, the lady boss said as she adjusted her posture, attempting to make herself look prettier in front of the cameras. The interviewers held their urge to curse at her and asked, did anything weird happen recently? Anything weird? Yeah, a few days ago, a man driving a luxurious car came to this shop with some people. He wanted to give the owner $1 million. The owner did not want his money and they ended up fighting. Even the police got involved. Don't you think this man is crazy for rejecting $1 million? The reporters were happy with the piece of news. They did not want to hear her nag anymore, as she did not have any more interesting news. So, they switched off the cameras. Hey, I'm not done yet. The reporters didn't bother to reply. The owners of the surrounding shops started to discuss the matter with their employees. What's with this shop? Why are there so many people? Even the reporters are here. I heard this shop recently got really famous on Weibo. The owner predicted many events. When the Weibo community found out about the location, they rushed over. How awesome. I didn't expect this fortune-telling shop to become so popular in such a short time. It didn't even have many customers. Yeah, I would have gone for a session of fortune-telling if I had known. Now that there are so many people in the queue, I doubt I can still go for it. What should we do? Fraud Tian was nervous as he looked at the shop. Are you stupid? Of course, we have to open our shop for business. What do we do for a living? What are these people here for? Don't you understand? Lin Fan said. Fraud Tian slapped himself on his thigh and said, oh right, we're fortune tellers. These people must be here for us to help them. Sigh, I'm so stupid for hiding here. I thought they were here to cause trouble. He's the boss of this shop. When Lin Fan had arrived on the streets, the owner of the adjacent store shouted. All the reporters turned to look before surrounding him. Hi, Master Lin, could I ask you a few questions? I'm not Master Lin, it's him, Fraud Tian said with an angry look on his face. You must be blind. Can't you see that Master Lin is walking in front? Fraud Tian was a little happy at the fact that everyone thought he was Master Lin despite his average looks. Lin Fan felt a little helpless at that sight. It wasn't the first time that people had failed to recognize him. It seemed that he was really too young. Then, the reporters rushed towards him and surrounded him. They asked him a whole lot of questions. Lin Fan was familiar with situations like this. In front of these reporters, how could he look excited? Relax, please keep quiet. Let me open the door first, Lin Fan said calmly as he waved his hands. Then, he took out his keys and opened the door. The way Lin Fan acted really showed that he had the air of a great master. Many of the netizens who had come took several photos when they saw Master Lin in person. Then, they posted the pictures on Weibo. Finally met Master Lin in person. He has the demeanor of a great master indeed. He wasn't even nervous in front of such a large crowd of people. Shortly afterward, many netizens commented on Weibo. DMN, he's so young. I thought he would be in his 50s or even 60s. This Master Lin doesn't even look special. The poster really traveled all the way to meet him. How stupid. To the poster, please give us real-time updates on the situation. In the shop, Lin Fan sat on the chair calmly and said, everyone, please don't squeeze or push around. My shop is rather small. Fraud Tian had not witnessed such a situation before and was rather excited. He took out several plastic cups, poured tea and moved the chairs around. Then, he stayed around Master Lin, hoping to appear on tape. Hi, Master Lin, I am a reporter from Fan Entertainment. May I know if the predictions online were indeed made by you? A female reporter asked. Lin Fan took a sip of his tea, raised his head and said, "This pretty lady, you just broke up with your boyfriend yesterday and today, you're at work. How professional." The surrounding reporters and crowd were all stunned. Why did this Master Lin change the topic? They wanted to hear some breaking news. But the female reporter was dumbfounded as her mouth widened in awe. When the other people saw her reactions, they were also stunned. DMN, could that really be true? Master, how did you know? The female reporter asked. She swore that it was her first time meeting Master Lin. Moreover, it had been a long-distance relationship that she had with her ex. Lin Fan furrowed his brows and pointed outside. What does it say on my door? The female reporter was stunned and speechless. The crowd and the surrounding laughed as they replied, Master Lin. At the same time, they were all shocked at how powerful Master Lin was. Just one look at the reporter and he could tell about her boyfriend. It was unbelievable. Master Lin, your predictions on Weibo all came true. Did you predict them a long time ago? Another reporter asked. Yes, of course, Lin Fan replied confidently. Master Lin, Wen Chan said that you stole his information and wanted to sue you. Regarding this, do you have anything to say? Another reporter asked. He's in the Beijing and I'm in Shanghai. How would I have been able to steal his information? Moreover, he has only a wife and no children. How could I have obtained it? Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan really wasn't bothered about Wen Chan and there was a hidden meaning in his reply. To the more experienced reporters, they obviously understood. If it wasn't Wen Chan, then it had to be his wife. Lin Fan was full of confidence when dealing with those reporters as he made the predictions based on true ability. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. Master, have you made a wrong prediction before? A reporter asked. I've never been wrong before, Lin Fan replied confidently. The reporters were all stunned by how confident Lin Fan was. Then, the reporter thought of all the news that had been going around and asked, Master Lin, the #1 master in the country, Wu Tianhe, is the president of the Metaphysics Society. He said that in metaphysics, only 3 out of 10 predictions are legitimate. What do you think of this? The other reporters were all eager to find out as it was a potential eye-catching headline. Lin Fan looked at the reporter and smiled as if he knew that the reporter was trying to imply something. Although Fraud Tian was a little dumb, he made eye contact with Lin Fan, hinting at him to not speak about that matter. Wu Tianhe was a formidable force in the metaphysics world and had many connections. If Lin Fan was to offend him, it would be disastrous. But Lin Fan was fearless. He didn't care who it was. As long as the person said something wrong, he had to correct it. This Master Wu Tianhe is quite capable. At the same time, he is a kind master. He knows that his skills are not that great and he doesn't want to deceive others. But for me, all my predictions are accurate, Lin Fan said as he smiled. It's over, Fraud Tian was dumbfounded. This kid is looking for trouble again. Meanwhile, the reporters recorded it down excitedly. The others in the crowd obviously didn't know who Wu Tianhe was. They were there just to look for Master Lin for him to read their fortunes. Are these reporters done? We are still waiting for Master Lin, for our fortunes to be read, the impatient crowd complained. Lin Fan looked at the crowd intently. They didn't just represent money, they were potentially capable of helping him increase his reputation. For him to give accurate predictions and become the well-respected Master Lin wasn't for sure yet. Ladies and gentlemen, the Q&A is over. They've flown a long way over here and are waiting for me to read their fortunes, Lin Fan said. Yeah, you guys should move since you're done with your questions. Master Lin, read mine first, please. The reporters felt that they had made a worthwhile trip as they had obtained several pieces of potential top headlines, especially the last part about the great master, Wu Tianhe. Perhaps it wouldn't have a great impact on ordinary people who didn't know who Wu Tianhe was. But for those who were interested in metaphysics, it would definitely be impactful. Finally, it was the moment the crowd had been waiting for. The reporters stood at the side, waiting to see if there were going to be any more interesting information. Lin Fan felt a little helpless with the situation. The questions that the townsfolk were asking were weird, but he didn't find any major problems with them. Lin Fan had fully understood the rules in the encyclopedia. They were all rules to ensure that he wouldn't tell the people the facts directly. As long as he followed that rule of thumb, he wouldn't be struck by lightning. For example, you will get badly beaten up by someone wearing a full black outfit tomorrow. He would get struck by lightning if he said it so directly. But if he just told the person that he would get beaten up the next day, the encyclopedia wouldn't fault him for that. Sometimes, Lin Fan wondered what exactly was the difference since it was so minute. But to the encyclopedia, it was a huge difference. The fortune-telling lasted for the whole day. Finally, Lin Fan sighed in relief as he sent the last customer out of the shop at night. I'm too exhausted. My lips are completely dry. Lin Fan lay motionlessly on the chair and complained. Fraud Tian was also exhausted, but the fact that the business was booming made Fraud Tian jump in excitement. However, he was still a little worried. Bro, you shouldn't have answered that reporter's question. You'll offend people like that. Lin Fan just rolled his eyes. Why should I be afraid? I just spoke the truth. You haven't reached my level yet. Once you're here, you'll understand, Lin Fan said proudly with a fearless look on his face. If he just followed what others were saying, then he wouldn't be able to express his own opinions. Furthermore, what he said was nothing but the truth. Why should he be afraid? Fraud Tian looked at Lin Fan and said, "You're FC King awesome, you're good. Just wait till you get beaten up by all of them, then you'll face the consequences." Haha, I'm not afraid. Let's talk about something else. If things go on like this, I will die here someday. For the sake of my life, we will have to set new rules tomorrow, Lin Fan said as he didn't want to be the first fortune teller to die on his table. Ah, but this is earning us money, Fraud Tian said sadly. Even if you have money, you wouldn't be able to spend it if you're dead. Why don't you try it? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at Fraud Tian. This fraud only thinks about money. I'm not as capable as you. Fraud Tian gave in to Lin Fan. The more they interacted, the more Fraud Tian had to give in to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, at a certain university, Lu Angxing returned to the hostel. She saw Xu Haojia drinking beer alone and had a bad feeling in her heart. Today's interview, I failed. Xu Haojia was extremely depressed. He had prepared for it for so long and he still failed it. It had dealt a heavy blow to him. It's okay, you will find a better company, Lu Angxing tried to console him. At the same time, her trust in Master Lin increased. Master Lin had already said that Xu Haojia would have the same bad luck as Lu Angxing for those 2 days. Lu Angxing believed in his words, and the fact that she had fallen down a few times today for no reason confirmed that it was indeed true. The next day, Lin Fan told Fraud Tian to open the stall slightly earlier. From the look of the current situation, if they did not implement something to control the crowd, they might really die in their shop. While there were no customers yet, they discussed for a while and came up with a solution. They decided to limit the number of customers daily, and the customers would be able to make appointments with the shop prior to visiting. Lin Fan instructed Fraud Tian to print a poster and paste it on the door. Please note, only a maximum of 20 customers daily. You may make an appointment before coming. We will not be open on Saturdays and Sundays. Fraud Tian was heartbroken when he was pasting the poster on the door. They were saying goodbye to a lot of money. The lady boss of the apparel shop located beside Lin Fan's shop saw the poster and flirtatiously said, "This is the first time I've seen such a rule. Fraud Tian, you can come have a seat in my stall when you're free." Fraud Tian was grossed out when he saw that the fat lady boss was trying to flirt with him. He quickly waved his hands and rejected her. You must be kidding. I, Tian, am of indomitable spirit. How can I be tempted by such a fcked up figure? If so, at least give me someone that looks better. Fraud Tian, I think this lady boss has a thing for you. You're single anyway, why not try it out? Lin Fan laughed and said. FCK off, I know I'm handsome but I am not so casual when it comes to these things. Fraud Tian replied. Just as they were chatting, a customer entered the shop. Master Lin, there will be a limit on customers in future. A surprised middle-aged lady asked as she saw the poster. Lin Fan replied calmly, yes. It's really tiring for me to read the fortunes of so many people. You're the first customer today. What would you like to find out? Recently, I keep dreaming of my husband having an affair. I would like you to have a look, said the middle-aged lady. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at the customer and said, it was already kind of explained in the dream. To dream of your husband having an affair, it means that you care a lot about him and it shows that you have a strong relationship with him. There's no problem at all. Oh, the middle-aged lady sighed in relief after hearing what the master had said. But you have to be more cautious for now. I'd advise your husband to not go overseas. He will likely encounter loss of wealth but it won't be life-threatening. Lin Fan added on. Master, could you be a little more specific? The middle-aged lady panicked and said. Lin Fan waved his hands and replied, the mysteries of heaven must not be revealed. You must remember to remind him to not go anywhere far away during these 2 days, but even if he decides to go, it'll just be a loss of wealth for him. If not for the encyclopedia's stupid rules, Lin Fan really wanted to tell her the truth. But that was all he could have said, which was not much different from telling her everything. The middle-aged lady believed in Lin Fan. She was an active member of Weibo, and when she had found out that Shanghai had such a great master, she naturally had to come for a session of fortune-telling. Then, she paid and left the shop. Just a few words in a few minutes and he had earned a few $100s. Where else would you earn such an amount in just a few minutes? Lin Fan happily put the money away in the drawer. Then, he noticed that Fraud Tian looked at him suspiciously. He asked, Fraud, why are you looking at me like that? Fraud Tian mumbled a weird noise and said, sometimes I just gotta give you all my respect. Guess I'd only get angry if I compare myself to you. You're absolutely right, Lin Fan laughed and said. Fraud Tian rolled his eyes. This guy just loves to tease others. Weibo. The reporters who had previously interviewed Lin Fan were all excited when they found out that the lottery winner had actually won because of Master Lin's prediction. However, the reporters were still quite doubtful of Master Lin, as it was still difficult for them to believe everything. In recent times, there were many great masters, but with the persistence and curiosity of the reporters, their tricks and lies had all been exposed. Therefore, Master Lin attracted the attention of many reporters as they wanted to expose him too, thinking that he was a liar. On Weibo, a post surfaced and it became increasingly popular. It even became a trending topic. Shanghai's Master Lin is always accurate with his words. He discredited the president of the National Metaphysics Society, Wu Tianhe. The Metaphysics Society president, Wu Tianhe, wasn't as popular as the superstars, but those in the same trade all respected him. Lin Fan was very popular on Weibo recently, and that article had attracted the attention of many netizens. What a big claim. Wu Tianhe is a top fortune teller in the country and has helped many wealthy and influential people in terms of fortune telling. This Master Lin is getting a little cocky. Just a few accurate predictions and he really thinks that he's a god. Master Lin all the way. Who is this Wu Tianhe? How can he compare to our great Master Lin? To the guy above, go search him up. Even the chief of Weibo has sought help from Wu Tianhe before. DMN, I just took a look. How formidable, he must be an expert. The incident on Weibo caused many people to discuss it. Those who studied metaphysics all doubted Lin Fan. They criticized him as they felt that Lin Fan just wanted all the attention and had no talent. Who was Wu Tianhe? That's the #1 metaphysician in the nation. How could this young and inexperienced chap doubt him? But these people didn't even have a Weibo fanbase that was comparable to Lin Fan's. Naturally, they didn't have the capability to influence anything. But some of those influential people who had sought Wu Tianhe's help before came forward and made some statements. They were loyal believers of Wu Tianhe. How could they let this young and new fortune teller criticize him? At a luxurious villa in Lianzhou, the interior of the villa was designed with a vintage theme in mind and was even filled with vintage furniture, which was extremely expensive. Wu Tianhe was a 7th-generation metaphysician. In the trade of metaphysics, he had attained many achievements. He had given advice to countless people and many of them were influential and wealthy men. He was a prestigious master within Lianzhou and even across the country. As such, he was well respected by the influential and rich. A young and beautiful lady was lying on the luxurious sofa, scrolling through Weibo on her phone. When she saw the news on Weibo, she jumped in anger. This guy is too much. Yulan, please refrain from speaking like that. What is it this time? An elderly man reminded gently as he overheard her daughter when he came out of the study room. The elderly man was Wu Tianhe, the nation's top metaphysician. Also, he was considered to be the top metaphysician in all 7 generations. There was a rumor about Wu Tianhe's younger years. His whole family had been hiding from oppression and they went to hide in the forests when they saw a female corpse at the riverside. Wu Tianhe helped to bury the female corpse and dreamt of the girl on the same night. The girl wanted to return the favor and gave Wu Tianhe 2 choices, to be rich or to lead a peaceful life. He chose the former and then he realized that his achievements in metaphysics improved tremendously. When Wu Tianhe had reached his middle age, he was already successful and famous. However, he had read the fortunes of too many people and had revealed the mysteries of heaven. As a result, his future generations were destined to lead tough lives. Especially when he had a daughter but lost his wife due to a difficult childbirth. Furthermore, his daughter was fated to live a terrible. She lacked 2 things in the 8 characters of birth. Hence, she was named as Yulan, to make up for the loss in the earth and water aspects. But it was in her fate. Wu Tianhe couldn't do anything to change it. Dad, look at this Weibo. This guy actually said your skills are lousy. How infuriating, Wu Yulan said angrily. Wu Tianhe was a benevolent man. He wasn't bothered by it at all and replied, stay calm, do not be easily angered. Dad, look, he actually said that something bad would happen to me today and asked me to be cautious. I'm so angry, I am so angry, Wu Yulan said and typed furiously on her phone, scolding the other party. Wu Tianhe shook his head and said, don't be bothered by these things. Dad has already read your fortune. You will be safe today, nothing will happen to you. That's for sure, Dad's already said I'll be safe and this guy still tried to scare me. Who does he think he is? I don't have to bother about him. Those uncles were also furious with this chap. Wu Yulan put down her phone and embraced Wu Tianhe from the back. Dad, I'm going out now. I will bring some delicious food home for you. Wu Tianhe lovingly looked at his beloved daughter and replied, be home earlier and stay safe. Don't worry, I know, Wu Yulan packed her bag and left the house. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Bloody youngster, you actually dare to talk about me like that. You must have a death wish. Lin Fan was scrolling through Weibo when suddenly, a chick spammed him via private message. This infuriated him and of course, he had to do something about it. But this girl was beautiful. She was even prettier than those supermodels on TV. Lin Fan couldn't let her go just like that and so he read her fortune for free. After waiting for a while, the girl did not reply him. Lin Fan was bored as he thought he had found a chick to chat with but the other party actually disappeared. From Lin Fan's view, the girl was destined to have a tough life. Lin Fan had ignored the comments on Weibo. He couldn't have restricted the freedom to discuss on his Weibo. However, Lin Fan was still happy with his Weibo, which consisted of mostly compliments with a small number of negative comments. But Lin Fan realized that Autumn Swordfish Killer had started to flame him again. He had just helped to fend off his haters yesterday. Had he gone crazy? Why was he flaming Lin Fan again? What a shitty Master Lin. Such careless predictions. Who does he think he is? Everyone has their responsibilities when it comes to speaking about mysteries and prophecies. We should be responsible for our words. Wu Tianhe is the president of the Metaphysics Society. Do you think you have the rights to criticize him? Lin Fan then scrolled through his Weibo again and realized that his compliments were slowly disappearing and he felt really lost. Autumn Swordfish Killer had become really arrogant. Haha, this guy really thought I was on his side. I was just being realistic and cracking down on the scum of society. Today, I will officially start to put you down. Autumn Swordfish Killer looked at his Weibo and let out an evil laughter. All 10 of his fat and plump fingers continued to type rapidly. Human, with the threat of Autumn Swordfish Killer, the death of your Weibo is under my control. If you sincerely repent, then I might consider letting you off. Autumn Swordfish Killer spoke arrogantly as he treated Lin Fan with absolutely zero respect. He was the chief of the internet trolls and their one and only god. Ding ding, as Autumn Swordfish Killer was prepared to continue with his threats against Lin Fan, suddenly, his QQ notification rang. Autumn Swordfish Killer was really excited when he saw the message from a cute girl. It was the girl that Autumn Swordfish Killer had always been trying to contact. Whenever he felt lonely, it was this girl who had accompanied him. In his heart, she was someone that couldn't be replaced. Then, he opened the chat and saw a picture of a cute girl with tiger-like claws. There were 2 words beside the girl, which said, super fearsome. She's teasing me so much, I have to send a message back. Autumn Swordfish Killer felt aroused. Then, he found the same emoji and sent her the same message, adding in 2 more words. Super fearsome, extremely fearsome. But what Autumn Swordfish Killer didn't know was that the person who had sent him such a message was actually a fat man. He was picking his toes and had mucus flowing from his nose into his mouth. If he was to start laughing, he would have eaten his own mucus. This is so amusing that I feel like dying. In Autumn Swordfish Killer's eyes, the cute girl that he chatted with was his only reliable friend. The moment she had texted him, he didn't even care about the internet war with Lin Fan. Autumn Swordfish Killer was aroused by the exchange of texts with a girl. His plump body was trembling and he was laughing really happily, like a little child. Affectionate person, Autumn Sword Brother, please help me to become a VIP on QQ. I love you so much. Autumn Swordfish Killer said, no problem baby, I will help you right now. He looked at the 3-figure price on the webpage and he couldn't quite bear to pay it. But in order to make his affectionate baby happy, this small amount of money didn't count as much, so he just did it. Hey, where did this chief internet troll go? Why did he stop arguing with me? Lin Fan said curiously. At that moment, a customer came in and Lin Fan immediately kept his phone. There was a stream of people outside the door, those who had found out about his shop via Weibo. Some of them were doubtful of him and decided to visit him to find out more even if they had to pay a little bit of money. Meanwhile there were also some who had unwavering faith in him and decided to visit him even though they had to travel a long distance. At the entrance, the group of people saw the poster. Ah, there's a customer limit now. Of course there has to be a limit. I heard from others that for a true fortune teller to look at people and fortune tell for them, it takes a lot of effort and uses up a lot of energy. Haha, he really thinks he's a true master. He even set a limit on his customers. Who cares? A fashionably dressed youngster said. If you don't care then get lost, don't take up a slot for nothing. There was a large crowd outside his shop. It was as if they had all discussed and arranged for a meet-up. We're already in such a modern era and people still believe in these feudalistic things. If it was in the past, people would have started a war over it, the youngster unhappily said as he took out his phone to video record the crowd. It's your own problem if you do not believe in Master Lin. He's godly. My neighbor heeded Master Lin's advice and cancelled his family trip. If not, a disaster would have happened to him, a middle-aged woman said. I know about that incident. I was there too, the family of 3 even came to thank Master Lin personally. Look at the board over there, it was a token given by them. Yes, it was because of that incident that caused me to believe in Master Lin's powers. Sigh, looks like it'll be even more difficult to look for Master Lin for fortune-telling in future. Look, there are so many people outside. We're losing so much money. Fraud Tian sighed regretfully. Time to work, please organize them into groups, Lin Fan said. If they had not set any rules, they would have been shocked to death after seeing so many people. However, with the ground rules set, they wouldn't have to work till they're exhausted. Fraud Tian stood outside the door and took out a box of number tags. Excuse me, everyone, please queue up in an orderly manner, Fraud Tian shouted. Most of these people who had come for a fortune-telling session with Lin Fan were believers of Master Lin. Although the customer limit that the shop had set was a pain in the bastards, they still decided to follow the rules in order to let Master Lin have a look at them. But some of these youngsters took out their phones and took pictures of the scene. They felt that it was a really strange scene. Even though Master Lin's Weibo was so popular, it was still impossible for people to believe in Master Lin so much because such things were illogical. The bosses and employees in the surrounding shops were all envious of how good Lin Fan's business was. Just how much money is he going to earn? First, they gave out 100 number tags. All the number tags were quickly taken up by the crowd. Then, 20 people were chosen out of this group of 100 to meet Master Lin. Those who weren't chosen felt really regretful while the 20 people who got chosen were all extremely excited. Most of them believed in Master Lin a lot. However, there were some who were there just for fun and did not believe in fortune-telling. The daily limit was 20 customers and that lightened Lin Fan's workload by a mile. If the situation from a few days ago had continued, Lin Fan would probably have died of exhaustion. Thank you, Master, Lin Fan just nodded and shouted, last person, number 35. Number 35, Fraud Tian shouted as he stood at the door. Fraud Tian had noticed that every one of Master Lin's customers would give him $200 or $300 which was more than his daily earnings at the overhead bridge. Hey, where's number 35? Fraud Tian shouted. Lin Fan sipped on his tea and said to Fraud Tian, if the person's not here, then consider it forfeited. Then, we can end it here. Those people who did not obtain the tag to meet Master Lin were all furious at the person who had forfeited his place. They had waited for so long but did not even get to meet him and the lucky one actually disappeared. How infuriating. I'm coming, then, a fashionable youngster walked over to the stall from a distance. Didn't expect to be chosen since I'm only here for a try. It's going to be interesting, the younger mumbled to himself as he was walking over with a can of cola in his hand. Zhao Zhongyang did not believe in Master Lin at all. He had received prestigious education and had always found these superstitious things to be a joke. So you're Master Lin, I absolutely have no belief in you but since I've been chosen, just conduct a fortune-telling session for me, Zhao Zhongyang said condescendingly. Then, he took out his phone and opened a live streaming app. Didn't expect you to be a broadcaster, Lin Fan said. Of course I am. I am a famous broadcaster on the Douyu Broadcasting Company with a fan base of a few 100,000 people, Zhao Zhongyang laughed and said. When he started to broadcast, the number of viewers slowly increased to over 60,000 people. On Douyu, he was considered AFC King Awesome Being. Master Lin, right, please hold on, let me speak to my fans. Zhao Zhongyang immediately brushed Lin Fan aside and spoke to his phone. Brothers, do you know what I'm doing now? Let me tell you, I am actually consulting the famous Master Lin from Weibo. This time, I'm here to show everyone how capable he is. Zhao Zhongyang said as he switched his phone to bullet screen mode, allowing people to comment on his stream. No way, is that really the famous Master Lin from Weibo? I am the fortune-telling god, Master Lin. I speak for myself. Host, please expose this Shiti master. My grandma used to help me fortune-tell when I was young. She followed the advice of a master and made my childhood years miserable. He's so young, he's just a fraud and he still claims to be a godly fortune-teller. Master Lin, look, my fans don't believe in you at all, Zhao Zhongyang laughed and said. He was a broadcaster and naturally liked to mess things up to attract the attention of more viewers. The surrounding crowd also observed the situation in the shop. Looks like this youngster is here to look for trouble. Master Lin is extremely capable but the youngsters nowadays do not believe in these things anymore. Zhao Zhongyang straightened his posture, gulped down his cola and said, just have a casual look at me. This Zhao Zhongyang was simply too much but Lin Fan wasn't angry at all. He looked at Zhao Zhongyang's facial features and said, I advise you to not drink any more cola. Go to the hospital and have a check. Oh, Zhao Zhongyang started to laugh. He then waited to see if Lin Fan would say anything else, but to his surprise, Lin Fan remained silent. That's all, Zhao Zhongyang asked. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. What the, just like that? Can't you say something else since you're a master? For example, my wealth, love life and, master, I am live streaming, can't you be a little more cooperative? Zhao Zhongyang laughed at Lin Fan and thought everything was a joke. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed, why not look at your health instead? All good luck can only be built on a good foundation, which is your health. In the broadcast room, 6666, what AFC King Awesome Master? Haha, it's the first time I've seen a master with such few words. Brother Yang must be fuming in anger. He's already told Master Lin that he's broadcasting, can't he be a little more cooperative? Brother Yang must be furious, what's his plan? Comma. Just one sentence and you claim to be a master. How meaningless, this is just too meaningless. How much is it? Zhao Zhongyang shook his head and said. Just follow your heart, Lin Fan said calmly. Zhao Zhongyang took out a coin from his pocket and placed it on the table. Then, he said, I feel that this session was only worth this much money. That's all. Thank you, let me tell you something before you leave. For your safety, please go to the hospital for a checkup, Lin Fan said with a straight face. Zhao Zhongyang shrugged his shoulders, took his can of cola and walked outside. He ranted to his phone screen, Master, indeed. I am only 22 years old and I'm healthy. 6666, Brother Yang revealed his age. Brother Yang, quick go for a checkup. You might even be pregnant. Initially, the crowd was furious at Zhao Zhongyang for only giving $1. But then they soon simmered down because they saw that Master Lin wasn't angry at him at all. Then, some kind-hearted women started to talk. Youngster, Master Lin is very accurate. You should really go to the hospital for a checkup. Yeah, regardless whether it's accurate or not, going for a checkup isn't a bad thing. Zhao Zhongyang thanked the crowd for their good intentions and said, thank you for your concern. I don't believe in fortune-telling and as for my health, I know myself better than any of you. Fraud Tian was infuriated when he saw that the youngster had only given $1. He thought he was there just to look for trouble. But Lin Fan just smiled like he didn't bother much about what had happened. The crowd and Fraud Tian were furious when they saw how Master Lin was humiliated by this youngster, but at the same time, they were also impressed by his character. What they didn't know was that Lin Fan was furious on the inside. If not for the second mission, he would have kicked Zhao Zhongyang and cursed, do you think I'm AFC King Beggar? Zhao Zhongyang was walking on the streets, talking trash to his fans as he continued with his broadcast. Let Brother Yang educate you. This fortune teller is a scammer, don't believe him. Did you see how I just gave him $1? He's just a street performer and wanted to cheat my money. He can dream on. Thank you, everyone, for your support and rockets. Brother Yang, I'll donate more rockets to you. Why don't you go for a checkup and prove these people wrong? Yes, Brother Yang, please make them eat their own words. Take the medical report and smack them in their faces. +1, +2, Zhao Zhongyang depended on broadcasts to make a living. The requests made by his fans were important to him. Furthermore, to receive such a generous donation of 10 rockets by a single fan meant that he had to fulfill his request. Alright, I'll head to the hospital now and use the results to hit them in their faces tomorrow. Lian Zhou, Wu Tian. He was a man who didn't leave his house often, he usually just drank tea at home, read books and meditated. He hoped to accumulate some good karma for his daughter in the last phase of his life. When he had been young, regardless of who came to him for fortune telling, as long as they paid, he would give his best advice to them. He had to do it for the fame and power. As such, he had sometimes had to take the side of the evildoers. But in the eyes of the powerful and influential now, Wu Tian, he was considered a living god in Lian Zhou. People who wanted advice from him were willing to pay lots of money. Wu Tian, he had already stopped fortune telling for many years, and even if he read fortunes, he was extremely selective. He did not read fortunes for the evil, the heartless and those who wanted his advice just to become wealthy. Ring ring. His mobile phone rang. As he looked at the number, he smiled. Looks like the little girl wants to buy some clothes for his old man again. Uncle Wu, I am Yulan's friend. She just got into an accident and is in the hospital now. Clatter. Wu Tian, he was in shock. His face turned pale and he quickly asked, which hospital? The First Citizens Hospital, 6th level. After he hung up, he didn't even bother to pack his stuff and just quickly left the house. How had this happened? In order to keep his daughter safe, he had spent a lot of time and effort every day to read his daughter's fortune. How had it turned out like this? At First Citizens Hospital, although Wu Tian, he was over 60 years old, he was still healthy and fit. He arrived at the ward in no time. As he opened the door, he sighed in relief when he saw that his daughter was laughing and chatting. Dad, why are you here? Wu Yulan asked as she saw her dad. Then she looked at her friends and said, didn't I say I'm fine? Why did you still call my dad? Yulan, are you okay? What happened? What did the doctor say? Wu Tian, he asked anxiously. One of her friends replied, Uncle Wu, while we were shopping today, a flower pot fell onto Yulan's head. The doctor has already examined her. She fainted earlier but she's fine now. Thank you, it's good that she's alright, Wu Tian, he said in relief. But what worried Wu Tian, he was that the accident occurred so suddenly and he had not predicted it despite already reading her fortune. It scared me. I never thought that the guy would really get it correct. How despicable, Wu Yulan said as she massaged her head, which was still hurting. Upon hearing what his daughter said, he took her phone and looked at Master Lin's Weibo. Dad, this youngster is an arrogant jerk. Wu Tian, he remained speechless. He waved his hand and continued to look specifically at every line of Master Lin's Weibo. He also looked at the news he had predicted, and after reading through Master Lin's Weibo, he looked a little more interested. As they were in the same trade, he could tell if a person was good or not. Especially since Lin Fan was so young, it shocked Wu Tian. He. Yulan, rest well. Don't think too much, Wu Tian, he said. He had already devised a plan. Alright, Dad, comma. Then, Wu Tian, he walked to the lobby of the hospital and called someone. He said, hi, sorry to trouble you, I am looking for someone's number. Comma, 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Fraud, wanna go eat kebabs tonight? Lin Fan asked. Are you treating? Fraud Tian asked. Aren't you stating the obvious? Lin Fan said. Wow, looks like we're quite close to each other now, Fraud Tian smiled and replied. Just then, a luxurious car stopped in front of the stall. Even though it was a luxurious car, it wasn't a rare sight in Shanghai. But the person who came out of the car attracted Lin Fan's attention. Ah, Millionaire Wang is here. Fraud Tian lit up when he saw who it was. He quickly went forward to welcome him and said, Chief Wang, it's an honor to have you here. Wang Mingyang just smiled to Fraud Tian and looked at a Lin Fan who was lying down with his nostrils facing the ceiling. He said, his friend is here and he didn't bother to even greet me. Ah, look who's here. It's Chief Wang. Come, have a seat. You're a rare and special guest. Fraud, pour a glass of tap water for Chief Wang. He's an honored guest. We have to give him our best water, said Lin Fan. Hey, you're really looking for trouble, aren't you? Wang Mingyang said. Haha, you're right. Let me tell you, I have an expert here. Lin Fan was fearless as Fraud Tian was so good at fighting that he could probably take out 20 people without a problem. I didn't come to argue with you. I'll treat you guys to a meal tonight. Are you going to give me face? Wang Mingyang asked. Fraud, time to close the shop. Lin Fan sat up and said. Are you coming? Wang Mingyang asked. If I'm not coming, why would I close the shop? Lin Fan asked as Wang Mingyang remained silent. In the luxurious sports car. Wow, this car is nice, it's so comfortable. Fraud Tian said as he enviously touched the car's interior. What would you like to eat? Wang Mingyang smiled and asked. You're the boss here, you make the decision. Lin Fan was rather envious as he saw the luxurious interior of the car. He swore in his heart to make as much money as possible so that he could buy one for himself and even one for Fraud Tian. How's the car? It's good, right? Wang Mingyang asked. Yeah, it's pretty good, Lin Fan replied. If you want it, I'll give it to you, Wang Mingyang said, but he knew that Lin Fan wouldn't accept it as a gift. Sure, no problem, I'll take it, Lin Fan said. Since Wang Mingyang was giving it to him, he should just accept it. He couldn't take the $1 million previously because of the strict rules in the encyclopedia. But now, he could finally get what he deserved. Wang Mingyang was a little shocked. Then, he smiled. He didn't bother much about a car. He felt that this friend of his had a weird personality. When we're done, I'll transfer the car over to your name, Wang Mingyang said. You don't have to do that. I'll just drive this car casually and return it to you when I'm sick of it. Lin Fan said. He had obtained his license back when he was in university but hadn't been able to afford a car. Now that he had one, he was rather excited. I think you have great capabilities. If you want to earn more, I can recommend some of my friends to you. They're generous. Perhaps you could buy a few cars with just a session of fortune-telling. Wang Mingyang trusted Lin Fan a lot and his wealthy friends also believed in fortune-telling. A fortune-telling session for $1 million was common for the wealthy people. No need for that, I'm coping fine now. Lin Fan didn't want to be a fortune-teller for the rest of his life and didn't know what the next page of the encyclopedia entailed for him. It could be a change in his fate to help him live a good life. After a while, they had arrived at their destination. This place is luxurious, Lin Fan said in awe as he alighted from the car. Wealthy people sure know how to enjoy themselves, Fraud Tian said. Let's go, you can eat anything you want today, Wang Mingyang said. As they entered the door, a bunch of pretty ladies greeted them. Lin Fan remained calm while Fraud Tian got a little excited at the sight of them. Wang Mingyang was a regular customer there. Even the manager had personally come to welcome him. A bottle of expensive wine was presented to them. Waiter, give me a bottle of Sprite, Fraud Tian shouted. The waiters were stunned. Sprite, is this a joke? To the waiters, Wang Mingyang was a big customer. Naturally, they fulfilled his request. Even if they didn't have Sprite, they would have to think of a way to get it for him. Sprite mixed with this wine will taste amazing. Fraud Tian poured a glass for Lin Fan and mixed in some Sprite. Fraud Tian happily said, this is how you're supposed to drink it. Lin Fan downed it in one go and nodded. You really know how to drink, Fraud. Fraud Tian was delighted. Of course. Wang Mingyang smiled and shook his head. A bottle of wine that cost over $10,000 just got destroyed by Sprite. But he wasn't bothered as he treated them like his friends and thought it was funny. Give me a glass too, Wang Mingyang said. Fraud Tian looked at Wang Mingyang and shook his head. Then, he said, sigh, you wealthy people don't even know how to drink it this way. Looking at Wang Mingyang and the rest, the manager and waiters were all dumbfounded by what Fraud Tian said. Where did these people come from? Help me read someone's fortune later, Wang Mingyang said. What shall I focus on? Lin Fan said, stardom. Sure, no problem, I've taken his car and eaten a free meal from him. Fortune telling for someone shouldn't be a problem. As for Wang Mingyang, Lin Fan recognized that he had a great personality, he was loyal and had a sense of brotherhood. Furthermore, he was humble in front of them. If he was an arrogant and egoistic man, Lin Fan would not have bothered spending so much time with him. Chief Wang, you've been spending so much today, sending the car and paying for the food. I feel a little embarrassed. Even though Lin Fan was saying this, his hands didn't stop. He continued eating and drinking. To be with this kind of boss, he had to seize the opportunity and spend as much as he could. You better do a proper reading for me later. A $300 million investment. If it doesn't work out, I'll lose everything, said Wang Mingyang. Clattering sounds. When Fraud Tian heard $300 million, he dropped his fork onto his plate. What, $300 million just to boost one person's popularity? How much is he worth? Why not boost me? I can fight. $30,000 no, $300,000 would be enough. Fraud Tian promoted himself. Stand aside. No one wants to boost your popularity. If anything, it would have to at least be a young man like me, Lin Fan said. She's here, Wang Yangming gestured towards the door. Wow, a beautiful lady. When Fraud Tian turned his head, he was seduced with one look. He started to drool uncontrollably, without a thought for his own image. Lin Fan despised the look on Fraud Tian's face, but when he looked over to the door, his heart skipped a beat. She was really that beautiful. She was at least 1.75 meters tall, and her legs were long and slender. Her perfect S-shaped body was even more attractive, especially those two mountains. They were large and plentiful things made by the heavens. When she walked, they bounced up and down. However, she looked a little unripe and inexperienced. If she looked more mature, not many men would be able to restrain themselves before her. Chief Wang, when the beautiful lady arrived, she caught the whole restaurant's attention. Even those men who came with their girlfriends and wives couldn't help but glance over at her occasionally. Yes, sit. Wang Mingyang nodded, and when saw Lin Fan faking an expression of indifference, he laughed to himself. Wu Huanyu started to get nervous. She was an art student. Other girls from her school always said that if you wanted to stand out, you either had to have someone to back you or have some kind of asset. She didn't have anyone backing her, but according to her schoolmates, she had the assets, and as long as she opened herself up and made some sacrifices, it wouldn't be hard for her to have a spot in the entertainment circle. Afterwards, when the film companies came to the school to scout for talents, she met all their criteria perfectly, hence she got selected and signed with a film company. That day, she was told by Chief Wang that she had to be somewhere that night. He told her to dress up and come. This made Wu Huanyuan very anxious as she didn't know what to expect. At this moment, Wu Huanyuan secretly glanced at the two people by Chief Wang's side. The middle-aged man sitting opposite her had an uncouth appearance, and he was still drooling. The man next to her was very young and was quite handsome. However, the way he occasionally peered at her scared her a bit. Could it be that these two men were important people? Did Chief Wang call her over tonight to decide her fate? Wu Huanyu was against making such sacrifices and she felt extremely uneasy. This is Wu Huanyu. Huanyu, this is my friend Master Lin. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about him on Weibo. And this is his assistant, Tian. Wang Mingyang had no idea what Fraud Tian's name was, and stuttered for a moment. Fraud, said Lin Fan. Right, Fraud Tian, said Wang Mingyang. Laughing sound. Wu Huanyu couldn't hold back her laughter. Afterwards, she felt like she had done something wrong and apologized immediately. She would never have thought that the man next to him was Master Lin who had been trending on Weibo. This surprised her as she would occasionally talk about this Master Lin in their conversations, and now he was just next to her in person. You're a little nervous, lady. Lin Fan finally opened his mouth. Don't be. We're all friendly people. It probably would have been better if Lin Fan had kept quiet because once he spoke, Wu Huanyu became even more nervous. Wang Mingyang laughed. All right, enough teasing. She just graduated from university, and today I want you to help to see how's her future as a star. Wu Huanyu was shocked. She never thought that Chief Wang called her here just to have Master Lin read her fortune. Lin Fan stared at Wu Huanyu. Her cheeks turned red and she lowered her head embarrassedly. Raise your head, let me see more closely, said Lin Fan firmly. Wu Huanyu raised her head, and her eyes met with Lin Fan's. It felt strange to her as if she was being spied on. Wow, I never would have thought that you were from my hometown. The central region produces beautiful ladies. That saying is definitely true, said Lin Fan, laughing. Ah, Wu Huanyu's tiny mouth gaped open. The master was able to tell where she came from with one look. Master, you're from the central region too. Yep, nodded Lin Fan. I've finished my assessment. Chief, how do you want to promote her? Wu Huanyu could already tell that Master Lin's words would likely influence her future. And the contents of the upcoming conversation was likely to be confidential, therefore she wanted to excuse herself to go to the washroom. You should listen too, said Wang Mingyang. He then proceeded to explain his plan to Lin Fan. I want to invest $300 million to produce a movie and make her famous. You may not know this, but I don't only own a property company, I also own an entertainment company. The star who was made famous by us recently left us and decided to work on her own. Now, our company lacks a superstar that can support it, hence we desperately need one. When Wang Mingyuan talked about the star who ran away, he started to get angry, but he didn't dwell on the thought. Lin Fan became a little more serious as he realized that they were talking about proper matters. She isn't suited to be an actor at this early stage. $300 million to put her in a film would be a bad investment, said Lin Fan. Wang Mingyang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this kind of result. However, he believed in Lin Fan's words. Wu Huanyu was disappointed and upset, but she continued to listen. Finally, Lin Fan had said the words that she had been waiting to hear. However, you can let her be a singer. Things would go smoothly and she would gain fame. Afterwards, when she goes back to film, she would be successful as well. Chief Wang, do you believe me? Lin Fan smiled gently. Haha, of course I believe you. That's enough, let's talk about something else. Wang Mingyang was firm about his decision. If he didn't believe Lin Fan, he wouldn't have asked him to read her fortune. Huanyu, you should give Master Lin a proper thank you. If he says you can become famous, then you can definitely become famous, said Wang Mingyang. Thank you, Master Lin. Wu Huanyu thanked him, but she didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Wang Mingyang's words. Lin Fan waved his hand. This was just a simple task for him. In the middle of their conversation, Wu Huanyu excused herself to the washroom. Wang Mingyang banged the table, roared with laughter. How about that? Do you want me to hook you up? Nah, I'm just a poor man. I can't afford her. Besides, if someone steals her from me, who would I cry to? Said Lin Fan as he chuckled. If anyone dares to steal from my friend's girlfriend, I will make sure he suffers. Declared Wang Mingyang. Alright, based on your words, I'll recognize your friendship. Said Lin Fan as he banged the table. Let's have a toast. Wang Mingyang raised his cup. What about me? Fraud Tian felt like he was being left out and was upset. Join us, so do you really not want me to hook you up? Asked Wang Mingyang again. Let's talk about this another time, replied Lin Fan. Wang Mingyang, you have to seize the moment. Lin Fan. Their thirsts were quenched and hunger was satisfied. Outside, Huanyu, send Master Lin back. Wang Mingyang embraced Lin Fan. Hee, the rest is up to you. There's no need for that. I can drive myself back. Lin Fan was slightly tipsy but still had a clear mind. Don't drink and drive. I don't want to have to retrieve you from the police station, Wang Mingyang said with a smile. He then pulled Fraud Tian along with him and walked away. Ah, I want to take the car too. Fraud Tian couldn't bear to leave such a beautiful lady in such a luxurious car. Follow me, I'll bring you to have some more fun, said Wang Mingyang. Master Lin, let me send you back. Wu Huanyu gently held onto Lin Fan. I'll send you back. Lin Fan didn't need her support, and pulled his hand away, but while doing so, he accidentally touched her somewhere that he wasn't supposed to touch. It was soft and tender. Lin Fan's drowsiness suddenly wore off. He had become more awake and clear-headed. Wu Huanyu blushed. She opened the door for Lin Fan and pretended like it was an accident. In the end, nothing much happened between them, just as Lin Fan had expected. However, they did exchange WeChats. The next day, in the shop, tell me honestly, did nothing really happen last night? Fraud Tian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Fraud Tian, I know why you can't find a wife now. Your mind is full of perverted thoughts, said Lin Fan. Fraud Tian rolled his eyes, then sighed, ah, it's good to be young. Ladies all like young men. If only I was 20 years younger, that lady wouldn't even go for you. Even if you were 30 years younger, it wouldn't make a difference, said Lin Fan. Fraud Tian, fuck, the customers are here, go and entertain them. Lin Fan's shop was still the busiest shop on that street. Once it opened, the shop would be packed with customers. Master Lin's business has been really going so well. A shoe shop owner looked at the snaking queue outside, Master Lin, and remarked enviously. What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and give out the flyers. Pull some customers in, the owner ordered his staff. Many people were drawn to the shop by its reputation. They heard that the predictions from this fortune teller were very accurate, and decided to give it a go. However, when they saw the rules, some of them felt that it was ridiculous and that it was a waste of their time. Do you guys think this shop is just overhyped? It feels a bit stupid for us to just wait idly here. Don't say that, this shop's predictions are very accurate. My 7th aunt's son came here to get his fortune read and it was really accurate. I didn't get chosen yesterday. Today, I have to get chosen, a man said. Lin Fan looked at the crowd outside and laughed cheerfully. It wasn't a bad day at all. 20 readings a day would earn him a substantial amount of income. Master Lin, Master Lin. At this moment, a joyful voice echoed through the area. The people queuing for a number outside gazed at the youngster. They had no idea what he was doing there. When this youngster came here the last time, he asked about his career. Judging by that look on his face, something good must have happened. What could possibly have happened to his career? You would be surprised to hear this, but Master Lin said that his luck was bad the past 2 days, so he shouldn't go for his interview yet, until the day after that. How could it be? An interview depends on one's luck. Lin Fan heard the youngster's voice and peered over at him. A wide smile appeared on his face. The youngster was indeed lucky that day. Lu Angxing was ecstatic. He passed his interview successfully, without any problems. He answered all the questions impressively and easily as if the gods were helping him. The interviewer asked him to report to work the very next day. He didn't even have to wait for the result. Judging from your expression, I'm guessing you passed, inquired Lin Fan. Yep, I passed, thank you, Master Lin. If it wasn't for you I might not have made it, Lu Angxing said sincerely. Kid, you managed to pass the interview through your own ability, said the townsfolk in the queue. Lu Angxing shook his head. No, it was really all thanks to Master Lin. This kid is too gullible. Some things cannot be done by relying on fortune telling. An interview is a tangible thing. If you don't have the ability, even if you beg the gods and deities, it would be useless, a chubby man said. Lu Angxin was already convinced that the reason he was able to pass the interview was Master Lin's advice. If it wasn't for Master Lin's advice, I would be in the same situation as my roommate, he thought. I have a roommate who is much more capable than me. Master Lin told us that our luck was bad for the past 2 days and that it was best for us to do the interview today. My roommate didn't believe him and went to take the interview on the first day. In the end, he got rejected, Lu Angxing explained. When the queuing townsfolk heard this, they were lost for words. Could this be true? Ahem, Fraud Tian cleared his throat. When your luck is bad, you can even choke on water. That's why if you choose a day when your luck is good, whatever you do will get done much more smoothly and successfully. Some of the townsfolk felt that he made a lot of sense. Lu Angxing thanked Lin Fan several more times, and Lin Fan graciously accepted his thanks. As Lu Angxing left the place with a heart full of gratitude, the surrounding crowd started chattering. Those people who believed in Master Lin from the start believed him even more, while those that were suspicious towards him also started to develop some belief. The first number is, number 6, Lin Fan yelled. The one chosen was a middle-aged woman. Her face lit up with excitement, while those who didn't get chosen continued to wait anxiously. At a certain hospital's entrance. Zhao Zhongyang was holding his phone and he started a live video. Within seconds, the number of viewers had reached 120,000 people. Look, today is when the results of the checkup will be released. When I receive it, let me know what you guys think I should do. Zhao Zhongyang didn't think much about the checkup. He was a young man. How could he have any diseases? The fans who were watching the live feed were very concerned. Naturally, Zhao Zhongyang had to clear their doubts. The fans were everything to him and he had to satisfy them. Brother Yang, 6666. When you receive the results, you must go to the master's place and show it to him. Hope that Brother Yang is healthy so he will give us a live feed daily from now on. In the past, Zhao Zhongyang did live streams for the money. Now, the fans were everything to him. Without them, he wouldn't know what to do. Viewers, do not be fooled. Today, I'll bring you with me live, to show you just how strong and healthy my body is. Would any of my brothers like to come and test me? 6666, reported for erotic broadcasting. Hello, 110. There's a broadcaster doing something illegal on his live stream. Inside the doctor's room at the hospital. Good morning, doctor. I'm the one who came to do a checkup 2 days ago. The results should be out by now, right? Zhao Zhongyang said with a smile. The doctor looked at Zhao Zhongyang and nodded. It's out. Are any of your family members here? Hey, it's just a checkup. Why would I need my family to come? Now, where's the results? Demanded Zhao Zhongyang. The fans watching the live broadcast felt that something was strange about the doctor's tone and behavior. They had a bad feeling about it. The doctor retrieved a sheet of paper. Without even looking at it, Zhao Zhongyang placed it in front of his phone. Everyone, look carefully and tell me, how's the data on this sheet of paper? Zhao Zhongyang said, full of confidence. However, what made him suspicious was that the comments on the broadcast suddenly ceased, as if there was no one watching. A moment later, comments flooded his phone. It's terrible. Stay strong, brother Yang, don't give up. Be strong, brother Yang, we'll support you. My brother Yang, what's going on? These comments left Zhao Zhongyang dumbfounded. He then looked at the results sheet. He didn't understand the data printed on top and went straight to the checkup conclusion below. Pathology diagnosis, stomach adenocarcinoma. When he saw those words, Zhao Zhongyang's fingers trembled. He felt like something was stuck in his throat, and couldn't speak without stuttering. Doctor, what do these words mean? The checkup concluded that you may have stomach cancer, but we still need to. Thud. Before the doctor finished his sentence, Zhao Zhongyang had collapsed onto the floor in shock. At this moment, all hell broke loose in the comments section. Brother Yang, you can't back down, you gotta stay strong. Brother Yang, we're all fans of you. You have to be strong and not be afraid of sickness. You have to stay strong and see yourself through it. Brother Yang, you gotta settle your heart down so that you can experience the happiness you deserve. I'm only just slightly older than 20. How can I accept my fate like that? The fans in the broadcast were all shocked. They hadn't expected the results to be like this. Zhao Zhongyang looked spiritless as if he had lost his will to live. His hand trembled as he held onto the phone and he started to cry. How can it be like this? I'm still so young. The two words, stomach cancer, already caused him to have a breakdown. The main cause of people's deaths due to medical conditions wasn't illness itself. They die because of fear and trauma. If not for counseling, Zhao Zhongyang might have really died from the scare. Then, a line of text appeared on the broadcasting screen which caused Zhao Zhongyang to feel like he had found a reason to live. That Master Lin is indeed a god. He knew that there was something wrong with Brother Yang just by looking at him. Zhao Zhongyang was shocked beyond words. As he saw the text, he thought of Master Lin. Yes, he must be able to save me. The doctors were all used to seeing cancer patients and tried to console him. Youngster, don't be anxious. This is just a preliminary check. It's not confirmed yet, perhaps. The doctor wanted to console the youngster but he immediately snatched the medical report over and stormed out of the room. Youngster, don't be anxious, hey, the doctor said as he helplessly shook his head. Youngsters these days had no willpower. For Zhao Zhongyang, his last hope was Master Lin. He was so young, how did he contract such an illness? He didn't do evil deeds regularly and often helped the elderly cross the road. Although he didn't do many noble and kind deeds, he frequently did these small kind actions to help other people. He didn't have a wife or children. To think that he'd miss out on all of that. Crying sound. The more Zhao Zhongyang thought about it, the more fearful he became. He started to cry and that attracted the attention of the passers-by. They thought he had lost his girlfriend. Cloud Street. Lin Fan had already seen 60 customers who had only minor problems and no major ones. With Lin Fan's current capability, he could just read fortunes for his whole life but he wanted to do it for only 1 or 2 years. Although one's life is already decided by the heavens, it is complicated and can change any minute. For instance, if you were someone living in poverty and you had been told that you would become rich in future, you might become lazy as you would have already found out your fate from fortune telling. The laziness would cause your destiny to change because you wouldn't work hard. When Lin Fan was fortune telling for people, he saw the main lifeline that stretched to the end point. But this line had many other lines branching out from it. All these were potential changes in one's life. Master, how's my wealth looking this year? A man wearing a suit with a white tie said. No great fortunes, just small ones. Do not be greedy or you might face a bad outcome. Lin Fan smiled and said. The middle-aged man wasn't a fool, he understood what Lin Fan said and took out $100 bills for Lin Fan. Thank you, Master, for your advice. This middle-aged man was a trader working in an international finance corporation. He was a rather average worker but he was considered to be doing pretty well in Shanghai. Indeed, he had frequent small fortunes, just like what Master Lin had said. Recently, an event had caused the middle-aged man to be in a dilemma. He had been thinking of investing all his life savings into a project to earn a large sum of profit but he was worried. After he had heard that there was a brilliant fortune teller along Cloud Street, he decided to come and have a look. Initially, he didn't believe it. But when Master Lin listed his career achievements and events, he believed in him completely. Therefore, he understood what the master meant to not be greedy. Next, number 66. Lin Fan said, it's me, I've waited for ages to be called by you, Master. A middle-aged woman laughed. Just as she was about to enter the shop, someone rushed into the store and bumped into her shoulder. Ouch, don't you have eyes to see where you're going? The middle-aged woman scolded. She had wanted to scold him further but she was stunned by what happened next. It wasn't just her who was stunned, everyone in the queue was also stunned. Master, please save me. Zhao Zhongyang rushed into the shop and collapsed onto the ground, hugging Lin Fan's thighs as he screamed. The surrounding crowd started to have a commotion after witnessing this scene. Who is this chap? What happened? Why is he so afraid? I don't know, could it be an act? Hey, I saw him 2 days ago. He's the one who gave Master Lin a $1 coin. Tell us then, what's happening? 2 days ago, this chap came to look for Master Lin to ask about his love life and wealth and some other stuff. Master Lin immediately told him to first go to the hospital for a checkup as everything had to be built on his health. This guy wasn't happy with it and argued with Master Lin. Then, he gave $1 and left. Looks like Master Lin guessed correctly. Guessed correctly? I think you meant he predicted it accurately. Let's enter and look at what this guy found out about himself. The people in the crowd that thought that queuing for fortune telling was stupid had wanted to leave. But after they heard what the rest were discussing, they got interested and were doubting if it was really true. You're Zhao Zhongyang, right? Lin Fan felt helpless as he asked. He had already reminded him to see a doctor 2 days ago and now that he's found out that he had an illness, why did he look for Lin Fan and not a doctor? But as Lin Fan saw how badly Zhongyang was sobbing, he tried to console him. Master, yes it's me, I'm Zhao Zhongyang, he exclaimed as he hugged Master Lin's legs tightly. For Zhao Zhongyang, Master Lin was his only hope to survive. Youngster, let go of Master's legs first. We can talk things over slowly, Fraud Tian said. No, I'm not letting go. If Master Lin doesn't want to save me, I'm never letting go. Zhao Zhongyang said. Lin Fan didn't know what to do with him. This youngster had been so arrogant just a few days ago. What did you find out at the hospital? Lin Fan asked curiously as he didn't know what illness he had contracted. He had merely asked him to see a doctor as he had seen that his health was in a bad state. Master, this is the medical report. You have to save me. I'm still so young, I don't want to die. If I am to die, what would happen to my parents? I'm their only son, Zhao Zhongyang cried. All of this was being recorded in his live stream. In the live stream, all the fans became silent. They were all fans of Zhao Zhongyang and they were heartbroken at the sight of him in such a state. Brother Yang used to bring them joy and fun and they had always remembered that. But now that Brother Yang has met something like that, how could they be happy again? Especially when there were some idiots who were celebrating in the comments section, the fans became furious and scolded them before kicking them out of the live stream. These idiots were inhumane. Lin Fan read the medical report while the crowd slowly surrounded him. When they saw what was written in the report, they all felt sorry for the sobbing Zhao Zhongyang who had collapsed onto the ground. How miserable. This is stomach cancer, someone casually said and that sentence made Zhao Zhongyang cry even harder. Master, please save me. Sobbing sound Zhao Zhongyang's cries filled the room and everyone felt sorry for him. I'm a fortune teller, not a doctor. You need to consult a doctor for your condition, Lin Fan helplessly said. The surrounding crowd tried to explain to him so as to console him. Youngster, go look for a doctor. Master is a fortune teller. What you did 2 days ago was wrong. Master reminded you out of goodwill and you only gave him $1. Yeah, this type of illness can't be detected until the mid to late stages. Furthermore, you can't feel it even if you have it. You should really thank Master. Those that knew what had happened 2 days ago believed in Master Lin even more. When Zhao Zhongyang heard everything, he finally understood. It must have been his actions that had infuriated Master Lin. He quickly took out all the cash he had on him, even his credit cards. Master, I was wrong 2 days ago. Don't be angry, I'll give you all my money. Please just save me. Zhao Zhongyang only believed in Master Lin and nothing else. Lin Fan was lost for words. These people were just there to watch the show. Master, I only have $2,000 with me now. This card has about $600,000 which I've earned from my live streams. Zhao Zhongyang saw that Master Lin didn't say a word or do anything. He thought that Master Lin wanted more money and so he told him how much there was in his card. The crowd was shocked at how much money there was in his card. He was so young but had saved so much money. That's enough money, find a reputable hospital and remove the tumor. Recover well and you should be fine, that was all Lin Fan could have said. He looked at Zhao Zhongyang and saw that he didn't have a short lifespan and he would probably overcome this illness. Master, I have stomach cancer. I know it, stomach cancer will kill me, Zhao Zhongyang said in fear. You have early stage cancer. Zhao Zhongyang was stunned. Then, he cried fearfully and said, even if it's in the early stage, it's dangerous. My chances of survival aren't high. Master, you have to save me. The crowd was all relieved by what Master Lin said. Early stage cancer can be easily treated with early treatment and proper recovery, a middle-aged woman said. Youngster, don't be afraid. I got stomach cancer when I was young too. Luckily I found out about it early and look where I am now, a 60-year-old man said. The crowd tried various ways to console him but to no avail. He was still fearful. Do you believe me? Lin Fan looked at him sternly and said. I do. Besides you, I don't believe in anyone else now. Zhao Zhongyang nodded and said as he looked at Master Lin. That's good, let me tell you, you have a long way to go. You will have a beautiful wife and have several investment banks. You will also live a longer life than others. As for how many banks you will own or how long you will live, I can't tell you the exact numbers. Lin Fan had no choice but to tell him everything. Master, you said I'll be fine. You're not lying, right? Zhao Zhongyang raised his head and looked at Master Lin with earnest expectation. Nope, I'm not lying, Lin Fan said. He felt that the world had become really weird. He was a fortune teller but had to act as a psychiatrist as well. As Zhao Zhongyang didn't believe in anyone else but Master Lin, he became calmer after hearing what he had said. But Master, I didn't specialize in finance or investment when I was in school. Furthermore, I'm not so rich. How would I own 2 or 3 banks in future? Zhao Zhongyang asked. FCK, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. The old lady beside him laughed and said, young chap, Master Lin is saying that you'll have 2 or 3 daughters in future. Zhao Zhongyang hadn't expected it and asked Master Lin, Master, you're really not lying, right? Do you really believe me? Lin Fan asked. Yes, Zhao Zhongyang nodded. That's good then, take your money and find a reputable hospital. I assure you that you'll be fine, Lin Fan said calmly. Master, will I have a son in future then? Zhao Zhongyang asked. Then, he thought of something else and asked again, Master, how does my wife look like and where is she now? Also, Master, how long can I live? Till I'm 80 years old. Master, will my daughters look like me? Lin Fan just blinked as he watched Zhao Zhongyang's performance. The crowd was shocked. Had this youngster gone crazy? Stop, I can only tell you that you'll be fine and you'll be happier than anyone else. You can leave now. Call your parents and find a hospital to do a thorough checkup before you go for your surgery. Lin Fan said. He had never met such an amusing person before. Then, just as Lin Fan stretched out his hand, Zhao Zhongyang quickly grabbed his hand, looked at him sadly and asked, Master, am I really going to be fine? Yes, Lin Fan reassured him. If this youngster was to repeat himself again, Lin Fan might end up kicking and punching him. Master, I know I am very annoying. I believe you a lot and therefore, could you tell me that I'll be fine once more? Zhao Zhongyang asked. Lin Fan took a deep breath and sighed. I swear to the heavens that if something bad happens to you, I will remain single for the rest of my life, okay? Master, I believe you. If you say that I'll be fine, then I will be fine. I'm going now. Zhao Zhongyang finally relaxed. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. He hadn't expected fortune-telling to turn out like that. The crowd stared at Zhao Zhongyang as he left the shop. Then, he suddenly turned back and walked towards Lin Fan. "DMN it," Lin Fan shouted. He didn't even wait for Zhao Zhongyang to say anything before he waved his hand and said, "Believe me, you'll really be fine. No problem at all. Master, I was wrong 2 days ago. Please accept these $2,000. Wait till I recover and I'll come back to thank you again." Zhao Zhongyang placed the $2,000 on the table and left with his phone. Then, he exclaimed to the fans on his live stream, "Even Master Lin said I'll be fine, what else could happen to me? It's just early-stage stomach cancer. Why should I, Brother Yang, be afraid? I will have several investment banks in future. Who wants to be part of my family? Quickly send me your wedding gifts." Brother Yang, 6666. Brother Yang finally has some fighting spirit. "To my father-in-law, please accept my gift of a single rocket." The crowd was stunned. This amusing chap was indeed extremely happy. Lin Fan helplessly shook his head. "Just keep up that attitude. If something else comes up, I'll eat shit on livestream." It was night time. Lin Fan closed his shop. Lin Fan drove around the district with his free car and went home. The car was a match made in heaven for Lin Fan. As for the place he was living in, he had to find a more comfortable home. As he stopped his sports car in his front yard, his neighbors surrounded him. Elder Wang was very envious of him. They wondered what the hell had happened. How could Lin Fan afford such a car? Lin Fan took a shower and lay on his bed. He took out his phone and looked at his WeChat. It was Huo Han who had spammed him with over 100 messages. She was crazy, but at least she had a commendable spirit. "Little boss, please reply quickly. If not, I'll kill you. I'm starving. I'm really going to starve to death if I don't get to eat scallion pancakes. Please, tell me where you are." Those were pretty much what the messages on WeChat were about. Lin Fan was lazy to reply her. He thought of himself as an unfriendly person. How could he reply to her so easily? But as he thought of scallion pancakes, he realized that he was actually craving for them. The taste was so heavenly. Also, there was another WeChat message from Chen Xinyi. She sent him pictures of herself wearing traditional clothing and she looked stunning. SpongeBob Kawaii Pants. "Master, I am on the filming team with my childhood best friend. These are some pictures from the film. Aren't they nice?" Lin Fan looked at all the pictures and sent a simple message, "Yeah, they're pretty good." Chen Xinyi was excited when she saw Lin Fan's reply and immediately replied, "If you like them, I can send you more in future." But Master Lin didn't reply to the message. His WeChat was adjusted to silent mode and he was already looking at Weibo. So many things had happened recently, he wondered how many more fans he had gained. When he opened Weibo, Lin Fan was ecstatic. It had actually increased by 60,000 people, which was a remarkable improvement. However, he was no longer on the trending news. The list changed frequently. One day, you could be famous and the next day you could end up becoming a nobody. So many private messages. Lin Fan stared at his private inbox which had 999 messages. He opened it and saw that there were various questions. Some wanted him to read their fortunes, some asked if he had a girlfriend while some said he was a fraud. There were so many different topics covered. Lin Fan didn't bother about those questions. He was already considered a famous person. But in order to attract more customers, he sent a message on Weibo. "I don't read fortunes via Weibo. If you have any queries, please come to Shanghai Cloud Street Block 8861 Master Lin." When Lin Fan sent out the text, many people commented it. One of the comments received several thousand likes in an instant. It was obviously programmed by bots. Looking at the username that made that comment, Lin Fan gave in. "Autumn Swordfish Killer. Everyone has their part to play if we want to expose his lies. Fraud, please get out of Weibo. Like 6,785 times. What is with Autumn Swordfish Killer? I haven't done anything to offend him but this man keeps flaming me on the internet. Could it be that he's addicted to it?" Lin Fan did a search on the internet and actually found his webpage. Autumn Sword Internet Army. Services. Online promotion service, online trolling service and marketing service. For service inquiries, QQ, 137XXX325. At the side, there was a picture of a retarded-looking 300-pounds man. Lin Fan looked at it closely and went to add this QQ account. Lin Fan wanted to speak to him for flaming him every day. Even if Autumn Swordfish Killer wasn't tired of it, Lin Fan was tired of being the victim. Lin Fan, Autumn Swordfish Killer. After a short while, there was a reply. "Autumn Swordfish Killer, may I know what you're looking for? If you want promotion services, press 1. For internet trolling, press 2. For marketing, press 3. If you want to chat, I charge $1 for a word. If you do not have money, please swipe left." At that moment, in a certain house, Autumn Swordfish Killer had prepared himself to leave the house. A girl had contacted him to ask him for a meet-up. Furthermore, she had sent him a picture of herself and she looked pretty good, which made him a little excited. Although he felt sorry for Meng Meng for meeting the girl, he thought that if Meng Meng didn't know about it, it would be okay. He's received a message on QQ. "I am Master Lin." He became silent after reading the message. Then, he laughed. His fat body vibrated vigorously and his sausage-like fingers began to tap on his screen. "Autumn Swordfish Killer. Haha, what is it? Are you afraid? If I don't manage to suppress your Weibo, I, Autumn Sword, will leave the world of the internet trolls." Lin Fan had wanted to have a nice chat with him but since he had replied in such a way, Lin Fan just replied, "Let me give you a free fortune-telling session. You're going to have an unlucky day. Autumn Sword, get lost. You're the unlucky one. This guy doesn't explain himself and even tries to scare me. Doesn't he know how long I, Autumn Sword, have been thriving on the internet?" Then, Autumn Swordfish Killer packed his things and smiled confidently at himself in the mirror. He felt that he was really good looking and was smitten by himself. Lin Fan was speechless. Autumn Swordfish Killer must have been killed by him in his previous life and wanted to take revenge in this life. "Don't let me see you in real life. Otherwise, I will beat you up until you look like a 400-pounds fat bastards," Lin Fan said angrily. Lin Fan's Weibo was supposed to be peaceful and have a flawless record of compliments. But it had been ruined by this man. Now, it was filled with quite a number of negative comments. After looking through Weibo, he immediately fell asleep. At a certain hotel, Autumn Swordfish Killer had finally met the girl. They both finished their meal and were chatting happily. When the girl talked about him, she didn't even despise him because of his size. Also, she even said that fatter guys were nicer to hug. This made Autumn Swordfish Killer very happy. He had finally met a girl who appreciated him. Although it might have just been a one-night stand. As a fake virgin, Autumn Swordfish Killer would definitely never forget this girl he was dating. He would remember it for life. In the bathroom, Autumn Swordfish Killer took a quick shower. The girl was interesting. She said she wanted to change into her seductive underwear first, and so she asked him to shower first. Although Autumn Swordfish Killer was showering with cold water, his heart burned with desire and passion. He hummed a song and quickly finished the shower. He didn't even bother to wear his underwear and just walked out of the bathroom in his bathrobe. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be in seductive underwear?" Autumn Sword asked. "I forgot to bring my bra," the girl said seductively. "It's okay if you forgot to bring it. I'm a little nervous, today's my first time. You gotta guide me." Autumn Swordfish Killer had done it many times, but he pretended to be shy and inexperienced. Then, Autumn Sword swallowed his saliva forcefully as he slowly removed the girl's clothes. Just after he removed her outerwear, the door suddenly slammed open. A group of old men rushed into the room. Autumn Swordfish Killer was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" One of the rugged-looking men punched Autumn Swordfish Killer as he collapsed onto the bed. "Dog, how dare you take advantage of my wife? Are you tired of living?" "Husband, he wanted to rape me," the girl cried. Autumn Swordfish Killer was shocked. He had obviously been tricked into a badger game, but as he looked at these rugged-looking men, he was afraid. The 300-pound slab of meat lay motionlessly on the bed like a clump of mud. Editor, Sparrow Translations. It was morning and the air was fresh. Lin Fan took a rinse and did some stretching. He had slept very well the last night. As he left the door, he saw a few children surrounding his car. They were touching his car in amazement. The group of middle-aged women told their kids to be careful not to damage the car. When Lin Fan came out of his house, the surrounding neighbors walked towards him and said, "Lil Fan, you must have a fortune, this is such an impressive car." "No, it's given by a friend," Lin Fan smiled and said. The neighbors didn't believe him. Who would be so generous to give him a car as a gift? If there was really someone like that, they wanted to befriend him too. Elder Wong was envious. He said, "I wonder who's your sugar mummy." "Friend, indeed, haha." The car was really impressive and it was comfortable to drive. Lin Fan didn't bother to argue with Elder Wong as he knew that he was just jealous. He swaggered to his car as if he was trying to make him even more jealous. In the shop, there was no one yet and Lin Fan was furious when he saw what was happening on Weibo. Autumn Swordfish Killer must have gone crazy. He actually sent over 100,000 bad comments in just one night. "Liar, big liar, he is a fraud, everyone, please don't believe him. Incorrigible fraud, he cheated me of several tens of thousands." On the previous night, Lin Fan had predicted that Autumn Swordfish Killer was going to lose a lot of money. Judging what was happening, what happened the night before had really dealt him a big blow. Lin Fan had already known this was going to happen. The consequences were too devastating for Autumn Swordfish Killer to handle. It was supposed to be a simple date, but it unexpectedly turned out to be a blackmail scam. He lost $30,000 in just one night. Autumn Swordfish Killer put all the blame on Lin Fan. He spent the entire night flaming Lin Fan on Weibo. Sigh, this kid is hopeless. What could Lin Fan have done? He allowed him to continue his rant. He might just explode if he had continued to hold it in. Fraud Tien just sat there in boredom and watched Lin Fan as he mumbled to himself. He was a little taken aback, but he was already used to it. Meanwhile, Lin Fan started to study the encyclopedia. It had many different types and classifications of knowledge. There were minor classes of knowledge and major classes of knowledge. As of then, he only had 13 encyclopedic points. He wanted to persevere till he could unlock the next page, but he was running out of fuel. Then, Lin Fan had an idea. Some of the major classes of knowledge could be further branched into several minor classes of knowledge. That was quite interesting. For example, for languages, it was a major classification of knowledge, but it was further classified into other subclasses. Chinese, English, German, Japanese, Korean. Within these subclasses, there were different numbers and symbols. If he wanted to unlock a particular language, he would require 20 encyclopedic points. Then, he opened the medicine classification, which further branched out to Chinese and Western medicine. He expanded the Chinese medicine class and there were countless subcategories which included pharmacology, acupuncture, tuina massage, a form of Chinese manual therapy, and many others. The subcategories in Chinese medicine required more encyclopedic points to unlock. They cost 100 encyclopedic points each. Lin Fan was enjoying himself as he looked through the encyclopedia's various classifications. But as he opened the one for Shenxia knowledge, the vast amount of encyclopedic points needed was insane. Even he did not dare to look through it. "Little boss," a random voice attracted his attention as he was deep in thought. He had not heard anyone call him little boss in a long time. It's really little boss. A girl who had a youthful outfit was actually shopping on the streets outside of his shop. But when she looked into his shop, she was drawn by who was in it. The young person sitting on the chair in the shop was the little boss whom she had been looking for. Huo Han ran into the shop and placed her hands on the table. Her breasts bounced right in front of Lin Fan. "Little boss, I finally found you. Why didn't you reply me?" Huo Han was a little angry and she looked like a cat which had gone mad. "Do you even have a conscience? You have my heart and yet you still heartlessly abandoned me. Are you even a man?" Huo Han grumbled. When Fraud Tien heard what she said, he was heartbroken. She was such a beautiful woman. By what she had said, it looked like she was really attracted to Lin Fan. Lin Fan stared at Huo Han in shock as he hadn't expected to run into such a fierce woman like her again. "Stop, so what do you want?" Lin Fan asked. "I want to eat scallion pancakes," Huo Han said without any hesitation. Lin Fan waved her away and said, "Look, I'm a changed man now. I no longer sell scallion pancakes. Do you want to have a session of fortune telling?" "Little boss, you have such great skills. Why did you change your career path?" Why don't you make a scallion pancake for me and I'll have a session of fortune-telling with you, Huohan replied. She had been tortured by the days without scallion pancakes. She felt that her life was empty without them. Babe, I've really changed my career already, Lin Fan firmly replied. Little boss, what do you want from me in exchange for the scallion pancakes? Huohan asked. Since she had finally found him, she swore to never leave his shop without getting some scallion pancakes from him. Lin Fan was speechless. She was indeed fierce. At that moment, he felt really helpless. Then, a group of people came to his shop. Fraud Tian immediately went out to control the crowd and give out the number tags. Master Lin, we are here. We must be chosen today no matter what. To whoever gets chosen later, I am willing to buy your place for $300. Haha, just $300. You're belittling Master Lin's standard. Babe, look, I'm busy. I really can't make any more scallion pancakes, Lin Fan said as he pointed to his shop entrance. Huohan was shocked at the sight of so many people. She felt that everything was fake. So many people are queuing up just for a session of fortune-telling. Huohan became silent and as she left the shop, she turned back to look at Little Boss. Lin Fan sighed in relief. She was finally gone, but what Lin Fan didn't know was, that was just the beginning. Despicable Little Boss, I will definitely make you continue selling scallion pancakes. Although you probably can't find a girlfriend by being a scallion pancake seller, if you can satisfy my appetite, I might give you a chance to woo me. Then, Huohan returned to her company and opened a chat group on her phone. Group name, look for Little Boss. Members, 200 people. Huohan, I've finally found Little Boss. The group had been silent for quite some time, but suddenly, it became lively again. Person 1, where did Little Boss go to set up his stall? Person 2, it's so difficult to locate Little Boss. He has vanished since that day. Person 3, to the pretty group creator, where exactly is Little Boss? I haven't eaten his scallion pancakes in such a long time. I can't control myself any longer. Huohan, I saw him on Cloud Street but he has already changed his career. He's now a fortune teller. I pleaded him to sell me some scallion pancakes but he refused. Person 4, did Little Boss really become a fortune teller? How could it be? I have to make Little Boss return to the right path of life. How could he ruin his future like that? Person 5, I suggest all of us together and pull Little Boss back. Huohan, I agree, we will be stronger in numbers. For the sake of our scallion pancakes, we must take the initiative. Let's group together and split up the work. No problem, we will follow your instructions. For the scallion pancakes, we will give our all. We must capture Little Boss alive and make him return to his right path of life. Let's do our best. This mission shall be called, Capturing Little Boss Alive. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was enjoying his tea and didn't know that something major was going to happen soon. Master, you're so godlike, a convinced old man said. As long as you maintain your usual attitude and outlook on things, the difficult things will not be too difficult. Calm your son down and there will be a positive change in the near future, Lin Fan smiled and said. I understand now, thank you, master. The old man placed a few $100 bills and left the shop, full of satisfaction. When he went out of the shop, he gave a thumbs up to the people outside. Master Lin is indeed a master. He knew what I was going to say even before I asked anything. You're in luck, the crowd said enviously as they were queuing up to enter the shop. They became even more confident in Master Lin's standards. Everyone had said that Master Lin was really accurate and nobody said he was a fraud. Lin Fan sipped on his tea with a carefree look on his face. Next, number 33. With a limited number of customers daily, it allowed Lin Fan to have more time for himself and he was less tired. He even felt that he could continue with this job for the rest of his life. But this thinking only lasted for a while. Number 33, that's me. I've been chosen, one of the youngsters in the queue exclaimed. This youngster had tried to interview for many companies but failed all of them and he had lost all his confidence. After hearing how good Master Lin was, he went to queue for a place for 3 consecutive days. Youngster, sell me your place, I will give you $1,000 for it, said a rich but rude man. I'm not selling, the youngster said as he held onto the number tag tightly. It concerned his future, he'd be dreaming if he were to sell it for just $1,000. This time, he wanted to find out about his career. When Lin Fan was about to start speaking, suddenly, it became very noisy outside his shop. There were sounds of drums and shouting. What happened? Lin Fan was a little curious. Fraud, what's the situation outside? Did a new shop just open? No, it seems like they're coming for us. Fraud Tian took several glances and said in shock. Charging towards us. Lin Fan thought about it for a while and didn't think of anything major that had happened recently. He hadn't offended anyone as either. Why was it so noisy? At that moment, a voice shocked Lin Fan. Little Boss is here. Each time he heard, Little Boss, he knew what was happening. Master, can you still read my fortune for me? The youngster asked nervously. Hold on, there might be something that's about to happen, Lin Fan said as he turned and stood at the entrance. When he saw the group of people that was charging towards him, he was stunned. The owners of the surrounding shops all gathered at their entrances. What's happening? Why is it that Cloud Street has been so lively recently? The owner of the shoe shop asked. Looks like they're charging towards Master Lin, said the boss of the milk tea shop. Where did this Master Lin come from? How did he create such a stir? The crowd was confused. They had already given in to Master Lin completely. It hadn't even been half a month since the shop had opened, yet, he could create such a ruckus. How awesome was Master Lin exactly? Fraud Tian was shocked by the situation and asked, Kid, what did you do this time? What could I have done? Lin Fan asked. Then, Fraud Tian said as he pointed to the incoming crowd and he couldn't even finish his sentence. Little Boss, you've been so hard to find, a middle-aged man said. Little Boss, did you know we've been living such painful lives ever since you left? The other scallion pancake vendor is chic compared to you. My husband kept nagging about Little Boss's scallion pancakes. The crowd kept talking among themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was really taken aback. How could such a thing happen in this world? It was just scallion pancakes, did they have to mobilize so many people to corner him? Look, there's even a card for scallion pancakes. Where did they even get it from? What Lin Fan didn't know was that there were some loyal scallion pancake customers that had pooled some money to buy the card from the other vendor just so that they could eat scallion pancakes on that day. If he had known, he would have vomited blood. It was just scallion pancakes after all. But if there was someone to blame, it would have to be Lin Fan, who didn't bother much about the power of these scallion pancakes. The knowledge in the encyclopedia wasn't such a simple thing. These scallion pancakes could be said to be the most delicious food on earth. One bite and you'd remember it for life. Huo Han was standing amongst the crowd and that was all she could have done. She hoped to use everyone's determination to move Little Boss and make him return to selling pancakes. Everyone, please settle down, Lin Fan said helplessly. Those that were waiting for Master Lin for fortune-telling were all shocked. Isn't Master Lin a fortune-teller? Since when did he become a scallion pancake seller? Also, did these people run to the wrong place? It's just scallion pancakes. Is there a need for this? I have already changed my career. I no longer sell scallion pancakes anymore. Please understand that, Lin Fan explained. When those that were waiting for the scallion pancakes heard what he said, they obviously couldn't agree. Little boss, the scallion pancakes were so good. Even if you increase the price to $100 each, we would still buy them. Yeah, what future would you have from fortune-telling? Selling scallion pancakes would be a more stable job. Little boss, don't ruin your own future. The scallion pancake business is your main profession. How could you just quit like that? The scallion pancake crowd tried their best to convince Lin Fan, but as for those waiting for him to read their fortunes, they were all furious. What are you doing? Master Lin is a legitimate master. If you want to have scallion pancakes, can't you buy them from somewhere else? Yeah, what future can you have from selling scallion pancakes? Master Lin is now a great fortune teller. Please leave, we want to have our fortunes read. Master Lin's already said that he's not going to make any pancakes. Why are you still making things difficult for him? These New Year goodies can be eaten all year round. I've never seen people like you before. Those that wanted to have their fortunes read were all unhappy. What future could one have by selling pancakes? Looking at Master Lin now, he had become a household name. There were so many people that were trying to have him read their fortunes for them. Some young and fashionable teenagers were shopping along Cloud Street and when they saw what was happening, they became curious and took out their phones to record it. These weird happenings are not uncommon. But what are the chances of a fortune teller being linked to a scallion pancake vendor? Said a youngster that didn't believe in fortune telling. Hey, look, the actors today are so creative. Let's record this and upload it to the internet. Lin Fan felt helpless. Kid, I think we gotta think of something quickly. Something's about to go down, Fraud Tien whispered to Lin Fan. I can already see it coming, Lin Fan replied. If he didn't settle this properly, it was likely that the two sides would clash. How can you say such a thing? Little boss is so young and he's being disturbed by superstitious people like you. What if he sinks too deep into this quicksand? How are you going to answer to little boss? A big-sized man shouted. He was a loyal customer of the scallion pancake stall. After eating Lin Fan's scallion pancakes, he couldn't bear to eat other scallion pancakes anymore, often spitting out everything after just one bite. He felt that other scallion pancakes were rubbish compared to the taste of Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. How can one have a bright future from selling scallion pancakes? Master Lin is a cultured man, his predictions are all on point. Where did you guys come from? Get lost. Do not disturb Master Lin's fortune-telling, a person said while queuing for a fortune-telling session. You guys should be the ones leaving. Have you eaten Little Boss's scallion pancakes before? If you haven't, then shut up. It has the potential to be an international delicacy. International delicacy? Who are you lying to? There are so many vendors that sell scallion pancakes. Did they make it to the international stage? You don't believe it, right? Yeah, I don't. Something was about to break out. Not to mention Fraud Tien, even Lin Fan felt that the world had gone crazy. If they didn't stop the situation from worsening, a fight could break out anytime between these two parties. Things would become ugly if it ended up like that. As for the news headline, that would be simple. He had even thought of a suitable headline already. Intense debate about the importance of scallion pancakes versus fortune-telling results in a fight. Lin Fan was a little emotional. Sometimes, it's a bad thing for someone to become so good at something. Everyone, please settle down, Huo Han said sternly even though she was a petite woman. With just one sentence, the people queuing for scallion pancakes became silent. The leader had spoken, how could they not listen to her? Little boss, please, we are all your loyal fans. Can you continue with your scallion pancake business? Huo Han said coquettishly as she tried to make Lin Fan change his mind. The group of scallion pancake fans all started laughing. Perhaps everything could be done since the leader has already spoken. The leader was a beautiful lady. This young little boss would definitely melt at her words. No, there's no future in making scallion pancakes. Master, you must not listen to her, someone from the fortune-telling team said. She was also a beautiful lady. Although she wasn't as pretty as Huo Han, she had a better figure and a classy look. As for the people supportive of the scallion pancake business, they wondered if Huo Han could suppress the representative sent by the opposing fortune-telling team. Both parties had sent out respectable representatives. Fraud Tien looked at both of them and swallowed his saliva forcefully as he admired their looks. Meanwhile, Lin Fan didn't know what to do. You're so young, how can you believe in these? Your scallion pancakes are heaven on earth, little boss. Did you know that you could become a well-respected gourmet in future? Huo Han said as she placed her hands on her hips. An argument had broken out. Hey, Master is a divine fortune teller. Did you know that? After listening to his words, you'll feel like you have a new purpose in life, the other beautiful lady said. The surrounding crowd was stunned. The situation seemed a little suspicious. How could a fortune teller be related to a scallion pancake vendor? But the owners of the nearby shops were filled with admiration. A true master indeed. How awesome. Everyone, please shut up. Lin Fan stood in between both groups of people and said. If he didn't resolve the problem, who knew what would happen next? Let me think through this carefully, he added. For this matter, Lin Fan had to think of a flawless strategy. He hadn't completed the fortune-telling task yet. He couldn't just give up on it. But the power of the scallion pancakes was remarkable, it actually caused such an argument to happen. Have you ever seen a group of hundreds of people gathering together just to persuade someone to change his profession to a scallion pancake vendor? It was something that nobody had ever seen. If it was seen by foreigners, they'd probably end up in shock and exclaim, "What an intriguing nation." Then, Lin Fan thought of a brilliant plan. Hold on. The crowd didn't know what Little Boss wanted. They looked at him as he went into a printing shop. After about 10 minutes, he came out of it with a giant poster. Lin Fan had thought through everything. Since they wanted to eat scallion pancakes, then they had to understand the knowledge that went into making scallion pancakes. If he could make use of them to gain encyclopedic points, that would be awesome. Lin Fan passed the poster to Fraud Tien for him to stick it onto the wall. I can't give up on fortune telling. But since everyone is so passionate, I can't stand here and not do anything. This is a poster about making scallion pancakes. If you can understand it, you will be rewarded with a scallion pancake. It's limited and everyone will have only one chance. In future, there will only be 10 pieces daily. You will have to ballot for it. I can only compromise so much. If you are not agreeable to it, then I can't help you, Lin Fan said. Just 10, although it's very few, at least it's better than none. What is this about understanding the poster? It's so weird. Little Boss, you're so good to us. Huo Han was so emotional that she almost hugged Lin Fan. To Huo Han, it was like a form of victory. They had finally managed to convince Little Boss. Although there were limited quantities, as long as they could have a chance to enjoy such delicious pancakes, they were happy. Then, Lin Fan continued with his fortune-telling while those that were waiting for the scallion pancakes began to read the poster. Some of them furrowed their brows as they didn't really understand. Those that hadn't been chosen to meet Lin Fan for fortune-telling were also curious and they began to look at the poster as well. They wanted to find out what was so special about these pancakes that made everyone crazy for them. Encyclopedic points +1. Encyclopedic points +1. Quote, comma, quote. Suddenly, he gained 10 encyclopedic points. Now, he had 23 encyclopedic points. Indeed, by using this method, it forced these people to be more willing to read and understand such knowledge. But there were so many people and he only gained 10 encyclopedic points. Perhaps there were people who didn't try hard enough. His fortune-telling sessions with 20 people were almost completed. Lin Fan then stood at the scallion pancake cart that they had brought along. You, and you, altogether, there are 10 of you. You have understood the contents of this poster. You will be able to have the scallion pancakes, Lin Fan said. I finally succeeded. Huo Han was one of the chosen few. She was extremely excited. She was actually really confused about what the poster was saying. But she focused and kept trying to understand what it was saying so that she could finally eat the delicious scallion pancakes. Little Boss, how do you know that they have understood it? An unchosen person said in disappointment. Lin Fan smiled and pointed at the door of his shop which said, Master Ellen. The person was speechless. Huo Han took the first scallion pancake and couldn't wait to taste it, but she took out her phone and took some pictures. I finally got to eat Little Boss's pancakes again. Huo Han smiled and felt that she was so blessed. The lady that argued with her previously said, just one scallion pancake and you're already so happy. Come, have a bite. I don't mind your saliva on it. Huo Han couldn't bear to part with it but she thought of a great plan. She would let the lady try it and find out how good Little Boss was. Then, when the lady started to crave for it, she wouldn't be able to have it. That's when the show would begin. Haha, alright, the lady said in disdain as she showed an unwilling expression on her face. But when she took a bite of the scallion pancake, she immediately lit up. Huo Han quickly took the scallion pancake back from her as she smiled sweetly. Suddenly, the condescending lady felt like she was in heaven. It was an indescribable taste and feeling. She felt nothing but happiness. It was like she was being tossed around on a giant piece of crispy scallion pancake skin. It was an unforgettable feeling. In an instant, the lady widened her eyes and was in shock. This taste, this flavor, and this feeling. Irresistible, it is truly irresistible. Heaven on earth, it's heaven on earth indeed. Give me one more bite, the lady said as she gulped her saliva as if she had forgotten her words earlier on. Huo Han took a big bite of the scallion pancake and the lady just stared at it like a work of art. That feeling was unbearable. Not going to give it to you, Huo Han said as she ate it. Then, Huo Han turned and left. No, I need to queue up. I want to eat the pancakes. It's too delicious. The lady couldn't handle it anymore. Those that hadn't been chosen for a session of fortune-telling with Lin Fan were all stunned when they saw the behavior of the lady. Is that even real? Her expressions were so exaggerated. What shocked them further was that the people that had been queuing behind also had the same exaggerated expression after they ate the scallion pancakes. Delicious. This is simply too delicious. I've waited for so long. I finally get to eat the scallion pancakes of my dreams. If I don't get to eat it in future, what else would I live for? There were even some who teared up after eating the scallion pancakes. The surrounding crowd was cursing in their hearts. Did they have to exaggerate so much? A Weibo post reached the trending page. The person who wrote the post was a young person who didn't have many followers on Weibo. However, it attracted a lot of attention when he mentioned Master Lin in the title. The demonic scallion pancakes came from Master Lin, and the audience's reactions deserve an Oscar. A small, insignificant post had over 700,000 comments in just a day, almost hitting 800,000. Steven 0625, what in the name of heaven? A fortune teller that sells scallion pancakes. How much did he pay the people to react? Their reactions looked almost real. Windbridge Night Anchor, Master Lin is all hype. Once the hype dies down, he'll find new ways to promote himself. This is absurd. Sha Mao, I was with the crowd when they saw Master Lin. Their acting ability was phenomenal. I certainly couldn't have acted like that. I wonder where they hired the actors from. Most of the Weibo users took this as a joke, and whoever believed it was seen as an idiot. Helpless without love. This whole thing has been exaggerated. It's just a scallion pancake. He must be trying to attract attention again. The netizens thought of the situation as a joke. Pro Fisher, garlic paste, you guys shouldn't be in disbelief. Master Lin is actually very accurate at fortune telling. I ate his scallions pancake today and I must say it was absolutely delicious. You'll regret it if you don't try it. I'm already addicted to it, and I'm gonna queue up for it first thing tomorrow morning. Windbridge Night Anchor in response to Pro Fisher, garlic paste, I know you're getting paid to say this. You should stop doing it, otherwise, I'll wreck you and your taste buds. King Clown A, you guys should believe Pro Fisher, garlic paste. Master Lin is really that awesome and his fortune telling is very accurate. Although I have never eaten his scallion pancakes before, I was passing by and the fragrance was out of this world. Not long after, a heated argument started in the Weibo comments. A third of the people believed that it was real while another third didn't believe in it. The remaining third was neutral about the situation. Lin Fan was at home scrolling through his Weibo page. When he saw himself in the headlines, his reaction was neutral, as if nothing happened. A number of netizens were discussing the issue on their own Weibo pages, talking about all the possible conspiracy theories. Over the past few days, Lin Fan had experienced how sweet success felt. And in these few short days, his salary skyrocketed to $70,000. The old Lin Fan could have never imagined this. Ever since after he obtained the encyclopedia, everything in his life had changed for the better. It was rather satisfying to continue selling scallion pancakes. His encyclopedic points had also increased quite a lot too. In the past, when he sold scallion pancakes, the townsfolk didn't really pay attention to him. Now, they had to understand the scallion pancake knowledge before he would sell them the scallion pancakes. After selling enough scallion pancakes, he would be able to unlock different types of knowledge classes. When that happens, it will be unimaginable. At that moment, Lin Fan posted something on Weibo. My main business is fortune telling and my side business is selling scallion pancakes. If you want to taste the world's most delicious scallion pancakes, come down now to Cloud Street, block number 8861. It immediately got a few comments after Lin Fan pressed enter. The most eye-catching comment was by Autumn Swordfish Killer. He burst out, aggressively flaming Lin Fan. Seeing his comment, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head feeling disappointed. I'll just let him continue in his madness. Lin Fan had a few private messages in his inbox, and one of them caught his eye. The name sounded like a celebrity that he knew. Lin Fan initially thought it was a fake account, but after scanning through the profile, he realized that it was the real person. Master Lin, can I ask you to read my fortune? Seeing its content, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, if you want a reading you'll have to come to my doorstep, I don't accept Weibo fortune telling requests anymore. Just as Lin Fan was about to close his Weibo page, the celebrity replied him. Do you know who I am? I'm Wang Hua, the celebrity. It's not appropriate for me to show up in public. Lin Fan was overjoyed, and immediately replied, do you know who I am? I'm Master Lin, and it's not appropriate for me to read anyone's fortune on Weibo. If you want to get your fortune read, come down to my shop and get a queue number. But there is no guarantee that you'll be selected. The celebrity replied, Lin Fan was wary every time he saw, being used. It could have been used sarcastically to scold people. How could these celebrities, who were always on top of the trends, not know what the two words mean? Lin Fan couldn't take it. He immediately replied, I bought a watch last year at one. Celebrity, what do you mean by that? How can you scold people like that? Lin Fan, I really bought a watch last year. Celebrity. Lin Fan didn't feel like talking to the celebrity. He was only a hyped up celebrity with no substance. He was just looking for trouble. Not long after, Lin Fan found himself tagged in a post by the celebrity. So this is the legendary Master Lin. He really does have substance. The celebrity posted a screenshot of their chat along with the post. It attracted a lot of attention from Weibo users. At first, Lin Fan wanted to ignore it and let it slide, but the celebrity had made the issue personal and didn't resolve it amicably. A certain celebrity who is way past his prime should take note. Don't think that you can pull your status with me just because I got on the headlines. I treat everyone equally. At worst celebrity on earth. Lin Fan immediately received a barrage of comments after sending out that post. 6666, the worst celebrity on earth is the legendary general, Wang Hua. That's right, these celebrities really are shameless. They decide to cause a ruckus just because Master Lin got onto the headlines. This Wang Hua, I absolutely detest him. He is a terrible hypocrite. Recently, his career has been going down in the slumps. No wonder he went to Master to read his fortune, thinking that he will receive a good reading. Master Lin is a man of principle. Sitting in his grand mansion, Wang Hua was absolutely furious. FC King Master Lin, just you wait. Lin Fan sat in front of his computer and he was extremely bored. Defending himself was a very natural thing to do, no matter against a celebrity or not. His phone rang. As he glanced at the caller ID, it was someone very familiar, his mother. Yes, Mum, what's up? Before obtaining the encyclopedia, Lin Fan had found life to be hopeless and he always thought of going home. How's everything out there? Mother Lin asked. Rest assured, I'm doing fine. I'll pop by home in October, Lin Fan said gleefully. Don't overwork yourself. If you can't handle things out there, there's always a place for you to rest at home, Mother Lin said. Mum, you're underestimating me. Rest assured, I'll give you a big surprise when I come back home in October, Lin Fan said cheerfully. What kind of surprise? Can't you say it now? Is it that you finally have a girlfriend? Mother Lin chuckled. Don't ask too much, you'll see it when I come visit you guys. Okay, I won't ask too much. Please sleep well and eat more. I can imagine that you're really malnourished right now. Oh, when you get back I'll cook a feast for you. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Fan put down the phone and charged it before turning in for the night. This is a phrase used by netizens to curse others. In Chinese, it sounds similar to another phrase meaning, FCK your mom. The next day, Lin Fan hummed a tune as he drove his car. Although he was only a fortune teller with a side job of selling scallion pancakes, he was able to afford a car. Lin Fan thought the car wasn't too flashy, but in his eyes, the car was a beauty, worth a few $100,000. But if Wang Mingyang knew that Lin Fan drove such a car, he would vomit blood. A car worth a few $100,000 was as good as trash to him. The hour was still early. Lin Fan took a long detour to get to his shop, enjoying the breeze against his scalp. At Cloud Street. Fraud Tian was up especially early today and opened the shop early. Lin Fan got a shock when he reached his shop front. There was already a crowd of people waiting outside his shop. This was unexpected. The neighboring shop owner greeted Lin Fan. Master Lin, your business is doing really well. It's doing okay. Lin Fan chuckled humbly as he shook his hands. However, his heart burst with a tinge of pride. His business was doing so well, the surrounding shop owners were all envious. The boss has arrived. The crowd started roared with excitement when they saw Lin Fan. In the eyes of the townsfolk, Lin Fan was their idol. Morning everyone. Lin Fan let out a huge grin as he greeted the crowd. Boss, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you to come. Your scallion pancakes are out of this world. I couldn't stop thinking about them last night. The neighboring shop owners were all teeming with envy as they saw the crowd adore Master Lin, and they knew that they would never experience it. One needed a lot of talent and ability to pull it off. You're finally here. A riot would have started if you were a little later, Fraud Tian chuckled. He had never seen this kind of crowd when they just operated a fortune-telling business. Have you given out the queue numbers? Lin Fan asked. I've done it an hour ago. We're all just waiting for you to arrive, Fraud Tian said. Now that's efficient. Lin Fan laughed as he stood behind the pancake counter grasping his spatula. Don't rush. Please queue up and wait for your turn. Number 1, number 18, number 26, yes, I've been selected. A youngster exclaimed as he grasped the queue ticket, excitedly rushing to collect his scallion pancake. I've also been selected. I can finally eat Master Lin's scallion pancakes. The flavor of the scallion pancake I ate yesterday was absolutely divine. Master Lin isn't only just good at fortune telling, he makes absolutely delicious scallion pancakes. He could just make a living by selling scallion pancakes alone, said a lady who had her fortune read the day before. The people thought that Master Lin's scallion pancakes were the best in town. A person who was queuing up for pancakes laughed when he heard the lady. Hey sister, didn't you say the same thing yesterday? The lady blushed awkwardly, before waving her hands. Well, I can't help it. The morning crowd who were headed to work looked at Lin Fan's shop suspiciously. Isn't that a fortune-telling shop? How come he's also selling scallion pancakes? A small scallion pancake counter with so many people lining up. This can't be real. Can't be real. This is the famous Master Lin. Didn't you see your Weibo last night? Master Lin started selling scallion pancakes. I heard that the taste was pretty good. A few of the morning working crowd also followed the people queuing up to see what was the pancakes all about. However, they didn't know how the queue system worked. A youngster saw a lady in front of him clenching a queue number. He asked, Auntie, what is that piece of paper for? You've got to get a queue number for the scallion pancakes, and you'll get it only if you get selected, the lady said. Haha, there are rules to buy scallion pancakes. The youngster shook his head and left. He wanted to see how the scallion pancakes tasted, but after seeing that there were rules, even if it was for the best scallion pancakes in the world, he wouldn't queue up for it. Lin Fan stood in front of the counter. 10 servings of scallion pancakes came out of the oven. The fragrance wafted throughout the whole of Cloud Street, and many people smelt it. What's that aroma? I can't take it. It smells so good. Lin Fan clapped his hands. The daily limit of 10 portions has been completed. Everyone can take a look at the poster pinned on the wall. The people who went up were all regular customers. They gathered around, looking at the contents of the poster. While they were reading the poster, those who were selected ate the scallion pancakes immediately. Some of the loyal customers there were rich and had a lot of money to spend. Hey, bro, can you sell me one scallion pancake? The price is up to you to decide, the middle-aged man said. He was the manager of a company and had quite a fair bit of money. Ever since he ate Lin Fan's scallion pancakes, he kept on longing for it. He was lucky to have gotten selected yesterday. After he ate it, he kept on thinking of wanting more. Not selling, Lin Fan immediately rejected him. I'll pay 1,000 for half a pancake, the middle-aged man said desperately. The people who walked past were stunned as they looked at the scene. This can't be real, half a scallion pancake going for $1,000. Okay fine, Lin Fan considered for a while, he couldn't turn down the prospect of easy money. He made another half pancake for the middle-aged man. One hand receiving the money, one hand handing out the goods. It was a profitable business. Lin Fan reclined in his chair and rested. Fraud Tian turned around and faced him. This scallion pancake business is actually more profitable than fortune-telling. Even if you sold a pancake at 500, there'll still be takers. Ever since Fraud Tian worked for Lin Fan, Fraud Tian became busier than ever. Half a scallion pancake going at $1,000. He wouldn't have believed it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Lin Fan chuckled as he sipped his tea. Lin Fan felt a pang of pride as he saw how exaggerated the reactions of the people were. Cloud Street resounded with sounds of joy. Wow, this is too good, it really is tasty. This taste, this flavor is out of this world. Their faces lit up in delight as they bit into the scallion pancake. A stocky-looking person sporting dragon tattoos and a gold chain lifted his head and closed his eyes. A tear rolled down his cheek. He shook with happiness and said, this brings me back to my youth when it was without worry. If I can't eat this next time, I won't know what to do with me. The people walking past were stunned when they saw a group of people who looked as if they've been drugged. Why were they reacting like that? It was only a scallion pancake. Master Lin, can you just sell scallion pancakes from now on? The townsfolk all exclaimed. Yay, you can put the fortune-telling aside. The flavor of the scallion pancakes is absolutely divine. Lin Fan gave a chuckle. How could he ever do that? Encyclopedic points +1. Encyclopedic points +1, comma. The encyclopedia continually increased in points. In total, it increased by 8 points. Lin Fan had a total of 31 encyclopedic points. It was a huge improvement in the number of points that he had. At that moment, Lin Fan's stomach rumbled. Then, he stood up. Give me a moment guys, my stomach is kinda painful, I've gotta use the toilet, Lin Fan said as he clenched his abdomen. Master, please hurry, this place isn't good, there isn't a toilet around. He needs to go to the toilet in the shopping mall. There wasn't a single toilet around. Lin Fan was getting urgent. Lin Fan forced a laugh and handed over the shop to Fraud Tien. His stomachache wasn't a good sign. The shopping center, first floor, the men's bathroom. Ah, that feels good. Lin Fan's legs were getting a little numb. He had been squatting for at least 20 minutes. His thighs felt like they were on fire. He had to get up soon. This shopping center was a good location. Lin Fan had thought of opening his fortune-telling shop here once, but he didn't have the finances to do so. At that moment, someone called out Lin Fan's name. Young Fan. Lin Fan was startled. Who was it? The nickname, Young Fan, was his nickname in high school. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised as he turned around. Big Tree. The man in front of him was tall, dark and handsome. He never thought that he would meet one of his better friends from high school in the shopping mall. Ah, Young Fan, it really is you. I didn't recognize you at first. Yan Shuren excitedly said. He couldn't believe that it was his good friend from high school. Both of them were good friends in high school, but after they went on to university, they weren't as close as they used to be. Although they didn't contact each other often, they would still meet up every school holiday at Lin Fan's house. Big Tree, you should have told me that you were coming over to Shanghai. I would have brought you around. Lin Fan laughed as he said, turning to look at the two girls and one guy behind him. And who are these three? Lin Fan asked. Young Fan, this is my girlfriend Chen Mei Tong. The other girl is her best friend and this dude is her boyfriend. All looking good, Lin Fan said. Hey, fill me up. What are you doing in Shanghai? Yan Shuren laughed as he asked. Nothing much, just opened a shop over at Cloud Street passing my days. You're here on vacation? Lin Fan asked cheerily. You can say that. Yan Shuren congratulated Lin Fan. I didn't do very well in my exams, so I'm here to look for a job. Just so happens that my girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend is quite familiar with the city. Lin Fan found the situation rather interesting. Xiao Yan, we should get going. Zhang Guoyong said annoyed, as he stood there. He sized up Lin Fan and gave him a death stare. Lin Fan didn't want anything to do with that guy. Wang Xiaoyan and Chen Mei Tong were best friends. She managed to find a boyfriend with a car and an apartment. She followed him everywhere he went. Not wanting to anger him, she pulled on Chen Mei Tong's sleeve, motioning her to leave. Big Tree, if you have anything to attend to, please go and do so. I'll leave you my number and if anything hit me up, Lin Fan said. Alright, we should meet up once I've settled down here. Yan Shuren was annoyed that he had to leave after such a short time of meeting his old friend. What was the hurry? Yan Shuren passed his phone number to Lin Fan. Young Fan, I'll take my leave. Yan Shuren said as he waved back. Lin Fan grinned at him. Lin Fan walked back to his shop after Big Tree left. Big Tree, who's your friend? Chen Mei Tong asked him softly. She met him at university. She didn't have any self-interest in Lin Fan. She just wanted to know her boyfriend's friends a little better. She looked for her best friend to help Yan Shuren. Chen Mei Tong didn't think much of it at first, but then she started to feel a little uncomfortable. Wang Xiaoyan's boyfriend kept on pressuring Chen Mei Tong's boyfriend. He seemed to look down on him. Although she was her best friend, Chen Mei Tong started feeling like Wang Xiaoyan forcefully dragged her along. It made her feel uncomfortable. Didn't he say just now? He opened a shop at Cloud Street. Yan Shuren replied. Chen Mei Tong didn't ask anymore. Big Tree, although you're a university grad, Shanghai is a whole new ball game. I'll bring you around, soak it all in, Zhang Guoyong said proudly. Yan Shuren laughed awkwardly. Chen Mei Tong wasn't looking too good. Wang Xiaoyan beamed at her boyfriend with an air of pride. The city folk were anxiously waiting for Lin Fan. If he hadn't come back soon enough, they would probably have gone to the shopping mall to haul him back. After tending to all of them, the city folk made their way. Lin Fan stood in front of the counter, tidying things up a little as he prepared to rest. A black Cadillac rolled down Cloud Street. Wang Xiaoyan pointed at the shop front. Hey Big Tree, take a look. Isn't that your classmate? He's selling scallion pancakes. Ha, this guy really knows how to blow his trumpet. Just a pancake seller and he claims to have opened his own shop. Zhang Guoyong said arrogantly as he drove his car down the street. The atmosphere in the car was a little oppressive. After Wang Xiaoyan's vanity complex was satisfied, things eased up a little. Meidan, you and your boyfriend should treat Guoyong and me to a nice meal. That UV shop looks pretty good. Alright, Chen Mei Tong's mood wasn't right. She blindly agreed without knowing what a UV shop was. Nighttime. It was another uneventful day at work. Lin Fan didn't know what to do about the city folk who just wanted to eat his scallion pancakes. My fortune-telling abilities are the best, yet you guys only know how to eat. What a heartbreaker, Lin Fan thought. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yan Shuren. What's up Big Tree? Lin Fan said cheerily. Young Fan, let me treat you to a meal. Yan Shuren said. Oh you don't have to. Let me treat you instead. Lin Fan replied. You can do that next time. Meet me at a diner called UV. It's located at Middle Mountain Road. I'm on my way now, although I don't exactly know where it is. Just come here first, I'll call you later. Oh, UV Diner, I know where it is. I'll be there. Lin Fan faintly remembered that restaurant. You don't have to worry about me. I just closed shop, we'll be there soon. Click, Fraud Tien, I'll be off first. Can you help me to lock up? Lin Fan asked. Have fun with your friend. I'll just go home, alone, and eat my porridge while you dine like a king. Fraud Tien eavesdropped on his phone conversation with Shu Ren. He wished Lin Fan would bring him along as well. At least you understand that this is a special occasion. At least you aren't stupid. I'm gonna go off first, please remember to lock the door. Lin Fan took his car keys and walked over to his car before driving off. The red wine and Sprite cocktail there was not too bad. But he didn't think it was anything special the last time he drank it. This time his friend was treating him, so he'd better moderate his spending a little. The sky was getting darker. This place wasn't too unfamiliar. He had come here once before. He didn't notice at first, but after he parked his car, he realized that the car park was full of high-end cars. Lin Fan glanced at his car and took a look at the other cars around him. His car was of a similar grade compared to the rest. Not too shabby. Lin Fan's classmate was too courteous. Although they haven't met for years, they still were really good friends. Lin Fan was sentimental as he looked back on his high school days. He heaved a sigh. There were so many girls who flirted with Lin Fan back then. In the end, however, Lin Fan made a mistake, and as he thought about it he felt a pang of regret. Lin Fan was humming a tune. At that moment, his phone rang. "Young Fan, have you reached?" Yan Shuren asked. "I'm here," Lin Fan said cheerily, but why did he feel something was amiss? Big Tree's voice was a little shaky. "Come in then." "All right." After hanging up, Lin Fan walked 10 meters or so, opening the door. He glanced around looking for Big Tree's table. "Mr. Lin, sir." The manager saw Lin Fan from the bar counter. He immediately went up and welcomed him. Wang Mingyang was a regular customer at this restaurant. The manager would have been familiar with him. CEO Wang regularly did his business deals here. The manager was also as familiar with Lin Fan. It was that time when CEO Wang and Mr. Lin came here to dine. CEO Wang's expression was completely different from when he did his business deals. "Sir, are you waiting for someone or do you have a table reserved?" The manager asked politely. "My friend is inside," Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan felt a sense of authority when the manager called him sir, as if his status had been elevated. It was a pleasant feeling. "Mr. Lin, following your previous feedback, our restaurant has placed orders for Sprite to be specially air flown in. When mixed with red wine, it will give a better flavor. Would you like to try it?" the manager asked. "Sure," Lin Fan replied. The Sprite was imported by air. Lin Fan was impressed. "Mr. Lin, just wait a while, I'll go over to the kitchen and place a special order for you." The manager took his leave and walked into the kitchen. Yan Shuren didn't feel conformable at all. Chen Meitong also had the same feeling of distress. As they walked into the restaurant, they knew that this place wasn't any ordinary restaurant. She didn't think Wang Xiaoyan's recommendation of UV restaurant would be this kind of place. As she searched up for this place, she found out that the average spending per person at this place was around $6,000. A normal meal would cost more than $10,000. Furthermore, the price wasn't listed. The people who came here paid what the final bill wrote without asking. "Big Tree," Lin Fan slapped his shoulders as a friendly gesture. Yan Shuren was startled in the midst of his worrying. As he saw Lin Fan, he calmed himself down and put on a stable front, forcing a smile. Zhang Guoyong sat there, face full of arrogance. Zhang Guoyong didn't look at Lin Fan twice, as if he wasn't there at all. Wang Xiaoyan said gleefully, "I've come here with Guoyong a few times. The food here is really good." "What's wrong, Meidan? When I suggested this place, I casually mentioned it. I didn't actually think you'd agree to it. What about Guoyong and I treat instead? Since Big Tree hasn't gotten a job yet, you guys should save up a little more. I know that you guys probably won't be able to foot the bill, you don't have to force it." "No, it's fine, we'll treat," Yan Shuren said. "Superb." Wang Xiaoyan gave him a thumbs up as she smiled. Her eyes, however, told a different story altogether. "Please, keep on feigning more than your ability to treat." Chen Meitong smiled. "We should treat. After all, it was Guoyong who so selflessly agreed to help us." Lin Fan batted his eyes as he saw what was unfolding in front of him. He understood what was going on. He patted Big Tree's shoulders with one hand and with the other on his hands. "Yes, naturally, Big Tree should treat. It's only a meal, right?" Lin Fan took his credit card and stealthily slid it into Big Tree's hands as he talked. Big Tree was stunned. He looked at Lin Fan. "Big Tree, if you don't mind, I'll order more." "That's all right with you, right?" Lin Fan said gleefully, patting Big Tree's hand which held his credit card. Big Tree was touched. He looked at Lin Fan with gratitude. He knew that Lin Fan was trying to help him so he wouldn't lose face in front of the others. "What a true friend. No problem, I have enough money to treat this one. Order as much as you like." Big Tree relaxed himself a bit, his face also looked visibly brighter. Chen Meitong sat at Big Tree's side. She caught a glimpse of Lin Fan's credit card in his hands. She also let loose a little. She didn't think that Big Tree would have such genuine friends. Zhang Guoyong laughed coldly in his heart, face still full of arrogance. He had the feeling of being better than everyone sitting at the table. The atmosphere at the table was rather gloomy. Wang Xiaoyan and Chen Meitong were gossiping, talking about bags and makeup. Every now and then, Wang Xiaoyan would exclaim out loud. "Meidan, you're still using that cheap brand." "Big Tree, how was your interview with Lu Xiaohan this afternoon?" Lu Xiaohan was the manager of 4S shop. "I'll undergo training for 3 months, and the salary for that period is 2,000. After the 3 months, there will be a test. After I'm qualified, the salary will be $3,500 excluding year-end bonus." "Ah, the salary is so low," Wang Xiaoyan commented. Zhang Guoyong looked at Wang Xiaoyan, grinning. "For someone who just started working, it isn't too bad already. How is it even enough? It can't even compare to yours." Wang Xiaoyan sneered. No one knew if she did it purposely or not. At that moment, the food came. We didn't order the Sprite." Wang Xiaoyan saw the well-presented drink in front of her. She looked surprised. "I ordered that." Lin Fan grinned as he carried the Sprite towards him. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Lin Fan with despise, glaring at him. "Such a high-class restaurant and you order Sprite." Wang Xiaoyan looked on in disgust as Lin Fan mixed his Sprite with red wine. "Uncultured swine." Big Tree, if I recall correctly, you majored in finance, right? Why don't you look for a job in the bank? Lin Fan was oblivious to the stares of Wang Xiaoyan and Zhang Guoyong. As long as he was contented. Yan Shuren was about to speak when Zhang Guoyong butted in. "Haha, the competition in the Shanghai banking industry is so tough. With his qualification, it's definitely not enough. The employers won't even take a second glance, Zhang Guoyang said. Yan Shuren laughed awkwardly. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Guoyang. Oh, it seems like your educational background must be stellar. Lin Fan felt like he needed to do something to stand up for Big Tree. Once or twice, he could look past it. But Guoyang was literally addicted to belittling others. Ah, my Guoyang is more than capable. He graduated from an overseas university with a much better reputation than the ones in this country. Wang Xiaoyan said proudly. Guoyang, what university was it? Wang Xiaoyan asked, but she noticed his gaze was fixed on something else. She looked in his direction. What was there to see? Guoyang, what's up? Wang Xiaoyan asked. Zhang Guoyang pointed at the person in front of him. Do you know who that person is? Lin Fan turned around and was stunned for a moment. Who is he? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head as she asked. Big Tree and Chen Meitong didn't recognize the person. That's Wang Mingyang, Shanghai's leading entrepreneur, with a personal wealth of over $1 billion. What's even more impressive is that he's still only 20 plus years old. Zhang Guoyang said proudly. What plebeians, you guys don't even know who Wang Mingyang was. Wang Xiaoyan looked over in awe. A self-made billionaire at 20 plus. What in the world? Guoyang, you recognize him? Wang Xiaoyan asked. She also took a glance at Chen Meitong, as if to say that her boyfriend was so amazing. I wish, I've only ever seen him at a dinner event once, Zhang Guoyang said. To see him in person is already a good thing. Chen Meitong and Yan Shuren were looked down, distraught. He was worlds apart from them. Is he that amazing? Lin Fan's heart lit up with glee. He turned to Big Tree, looking very serious. Zhang Guoyang stared at Lin Fan. His most recent investment was over $3 billion. He has a lot of companies under his wing. What a talent, he isn't normal. Zhang Guoyang talked enthusiastically. Although he was talking about Wang Mingyang, it seemed like he was talking about himself. Oh, that's impressive. If Big Tree were to work for him in his finance department, that would be great. Lin Fan laughed as he said. Haha, Zhang Guoyang snorted. Don't even dream of it. Even professors who applied for a job in his company got rejected. I think you stand a better chance in 4S shop. Big Tree, would you like to work for him? Lin Fan asked calmly. Young Fan, don't kid around with me. I don't have that kind of ability, Yan Shuren said awkwardly. Even if he had the talent, he doesn't have the contacts to get in. Stop dreaming, and I think you should stop kidding around with him, it's starting to look bad. Zhang Guoyang said. Wang Xiaoyan also laughed as she saw how awkward Chen Meitong looked. Big Tree's friend is such a joker. Chen Meitong let out an awkward laugh. This was a bad situation. She wanted to leave so badly. Haha, Lin Fan laughed confidently. He turned around and shouted, Wang Mingyang. You're crazy, Zhang Guoyang was stunned. His expression changed. At that moment, the unexpected happened. Wang Mingyang turned around. As he saw Lin Fan, his dignified appearance became a friendly one. Oh shit, I didn't know you were here bro. Zhang Guoyang looked confused. Bro, and you didn't even invite me, Lin Fan retorted. I forgot bro. Wang Mingyang casually took a chair and sat next to Lin Fan. Zhang Guoyang couldn't believe what he was seeing. He sat there dumbfounded. The Guoyang who was originally arrogant suddenly became meek and reserved. Yan Shuren and Chen Meitong kept their heads low. Although they didn't know Wang Mingyang personally, Guoyang's explanation of him was good enough to make them feel like they were nothing in front of such a person. You're really something. You just dragged the bench here and sat down. Now you're trying to eat our food. And I'll gladly do it. Wang Mingyang patted Lin Fan on his shoulder and smiled. Where is your female companion? You left her all alone. How ungentlemanly of you. Lin Fan turned his head. Wang Mingyang's girlfriend was sitting there all alone. She didn't know who Wang Mingyang's friend was that he would leave her all alone. She's beautiful, Lin Fan commented. Wang Mingyang nodded his head. She was indeed a catch. She's okay. Should I ask her to come over? Wang Mingyang said with a grin. Sure, Lin Fan nodded his head. Zhang Guoyang's heart was pounding. Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang were the only ones talking at the table. Although the conversation was lighthearted, Zhang Guoyang was anxious and still was in disbelief. A successful entrepreneur asking for Lin Fan's opinion on his girlfriend. Zhang Guoyang wanted nothing more than to leave the table even if it meant losing face, but his legs felt like lead. He couldn't move. Hey babe, why don't you come over? Wang Mingyang gestured. The lady let out a grin. She took up her bag and walked over, before sitting beside Wang Mingyang. Lin Fan and the lady looked at each other. Although her face was smiley, she had her suspicions. The people around the table all had their heads low and one of them had an awkward look on his face. Zila, this is my brother Lin Fan. You can call him Brother Lin, Wang Mingyang said. Brother Lin, Zila let out a sweet smile. So what do you think? Wang Mingyang asked. Lin Fan grinned. No hurry, I can tell you later. Alright, I'll trust you. Wang Mingyang laughed as he said it. His tone of voice suggested that if Lin Fan thought that she wasn't good for him, he definitely wouldn't have argued with him. Shu Zila looked at Lin Fan with astonishment. She could read between the lines and understood what they were trying to say. She didn't think that Wang Mingyang would hold this young man in such high regard. This guy is Yan Shuren. He's my good friend and my high school classmate, and this is Chen Meitong, his girlfriend. Lin Fan introduced the both of them. He was too lazy to introduce the other two. Chief, how are you doing? Yan Shuren nervously stood up and extended his hands. Wang Mingyang let out a laugh and shook his hands. You don't have to be that formal. Any friend of Lin Fan is a friend of mine. Just call me Brother Wang. Brother Wang. Yan Shuren nodded his head immediately. Wang Mingyang had an air of authority around him. Big Tree was a fresh graduate. He was absolutely nervous. Brother Wang, Chen Meitong said meekly. Her brain was in overdrive. As she turned to look at Shu Xinle, she got another shock. You acted in The Rich Family, is the daughter right? She loved to watch TV series. She thought she had seen Shu Xinle's face somewhere before. After she learned her name, she was sure that she was an actor. She was a huge celebrity. Shu Xinle let out a laugh. Yes, I did play that role before. Lin Fan motioned to Wang Mingyang with his eyes, sensing that the atmosphere around the table wasn't right. Wang Mingyang understood his gesture. Shall we talk about something else? I'll pay for your meal. It's a sin not to eat like a king over here. Manager. The manager rushed over. Clear the table. We'll order the best that this fine restaurant has to offer. Sure thing, Chief Wang, the manager nodded. Zhang Guoyang couldn't sit in peace. His palms were all sweaty. Wang Xiaoyan felt the same way as him. She never thought that the boyfriend of her best friend would have a friend with contacts in high places. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it even if someone tortured her to death. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Guoyang, smiling at the corners of his mouth. The message was clear, you can continue with what you were doing just now. Zhang Guoyang couldn't bring himself to do so in this situation. He sat there like a deflated balloon. Lin Fan nudged Big Tree on his shoulders as he eased himself into his chair. Mingyang, does your company have a job opening? Lin Fan asked cheerily. Yan Shuren was stunned when he heard what Lin Fan asked. He simply couldn't believe what was transpiring in front of him. Chen Meitong immediately looked up as her eyes lit up. She'd never imagined one of Big Tree's friends introducing him for a job. Chen Meitong thought that Big Tree's educational qualifications were decent, but it wouldn't be enough to work at a big company. I don't think there are any job positions available, but since it's you who's asking, I can open a job position. What do you think? Wang Mingyang said gleefully. For someone who had attended countless dinners and social events, this was one of the gloomiest ones that Wang Mingyang had ever been to. That was definitely a problem. When Wang Mingyang said the first line, Chen Meitong looked inextricably disappointed. But as he continued with his second line of answer, it was as if someone had pulled her soul out from hell. Zhang Guoyang laughed coldly in his heart when he heard the first line of his answer. Even if Wang Mingyang had the means of opening a job position, you would still need the ability to take up the position. Wang Mingyang's second line of answer was like a blow to his face. What kind of relationship did this B** star have with Wang Mingyang? Even if they were friends, one still had to be serious when it came to matters of business. Especially with such a successful company. Were there hiring standards that slipshod? Haha, my brother here just graduated from university. He didn't even tell me that he was coming to Shanghai to look for a job, and when he did, it was some salesperson at some 4S shop. The salary there is only 2,000. It's such a huge waste of talent. So if your company is looking to hire, don't mind if you could do me this favor. I'll owe you big time. Big Tree, introduce yourself to President Wang. Tell him where you graduated and what you majored in. Lin Fan nudged Yan Shuren. Oh, yes. Yan Shuren looked visibly stunned ever since Lin Fan put out his request. He immediately snapped out of it and stood up and extended his hand outward, looking nervous as ever. Wang Mingyang laughed as he saw how he reacted. He shook his hand, letting Yan Shuren sit down. Bros don't owe each other anything. If you ask for a favor, how could I possibly refuse? If I didn't agree with you, I don't think I could ever live it down. But frankly speaking, educational qualifications aren't really that important. All that you really do is spend some money and go overseas to have fun and come back with a degree. What's the use of that? I only graduated from junior high school, and I've gotten offers from more than 10 universities. I don't know where I've thrown all those acceptance letters to, Wang Mingyang said, not in the least bit concerned. Lin Fan laughed out as he heard what he said. He turned and fixed his gaze on Zhang Guoyang. Zhang Guoyang felt like digging a hole in the ground to bury himself. I've only ever gotten one placing. He felt like he had been ruthlessly destroyed. However, I have quite a lot of listed companies. What is your field of specialization? Asked Wang Mingyang. Brother Wang, I studied finance, Yan Shuren replied swiftly. There's no problem, is there? Lin Fan asked. What problem could there be? This is a small matter. Here's my name card. My number is on it. Once you've settled down, give me a call and I'll make arrangements for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Mingyang smiled. Thank you, Brother Wang. Big Tree felt like he was on cloud 9. It was an indescribable feeling, almost as if he would float up if he started walking. If it wasn't for the name card that felt so real in his hands, he would think he was dreaming. I'll have someone to mentor you in the company. Learn from him. When the time is right, I'll promote you. I won't get into the details, but I guarantee you an annual salary of at least $1 million. This was Lin Fan's friend. Wang Mingyang couldn't let him just rot in the company. He had to groom him up and make him a main force for the company. However, all this depended on his own hard work too. Lin Fan nodded and patted Big Tree on his shoulder. Big Tree, you have to work hard. You're carrying my name now. Let's set a little goal. A year from now, attain an annual salary of $1 million. Yan Shuren's face turned red with emotion. He didn't even dare to imagine having an annual salary of $1 million but nodded his head anyway. Don't worry, Lin Fan, I definitely won't let you down. At this moment, Wang Mingyang looked at Lin Fan and saw a mysterious look in his eyes. Somehow, when Wang Mingyang looked into Lin Fan's eyes, he could tell what Lin Fan wanted to say. Right now, Lin Fan's eyes were telling Wang Mingyang that he should leave quickly. If he stayed any longer, the atmosphere would become depressing. Wang Mingyang understood what those eyes meant, and he complained in his heart. We're all so cheerful now, what was there to be depressed about? However, Wang Mingyang did feel that the atmosphere was starting to get slightly depressing. Besides Lin Fan who was able to maintain his usual state, the other people were all too tense. Eventually, Wang Mingyang nodded. We'll be leaving now, it's time to have some private time for the two of us, said Wang Mingyang as he stood up. Alright, go ahead, we'll keep in touch through our phones, said Lin Fan. I'm leaving, and you don't even try to urge me to stay. What kind of brother are you? Wang Mingyang grumbled. There's no need to be so formal, Lin Fan chuckled. As Wang Mingyang stood up, Yan Shuren and Chen Meitong prepared to send him off. There's no need to send me off, continue with your conversation. Wang Mingyang waved his hand and left the place with his girlfriend. And then, there were 5 people remaining at the table and the atmosphere became livelier again. Previously, it was Zhang Guoyang and Wang Xiaoyan's merciless gloating that embarrassed Big Tree, but the tables had turned. Zhang Guoyang and Wang Xiaoyan were silent. They both had embarrassed and uneasy expressions on their faces. Zhang Guoyang, in particular, didn't know what to feel. His thoughts were in a mess. Who would have thought that this scallion pancake seller knew Wang Mingyang? Moreover, their relationship seemed unusual. From the way they spoke to each other, you could tell that they were not just ordinary friends. Insufficient academic credentials, too much workplace competition. 2,000 plus salary, overseas university certificate. Zhang Guoyang didn't know how many times he'd been slapped in the face. Even though his face wasn't really hurt, his heart was aching very much. Lin Fan, you're the best. I don't know how to thank you enough. First, let's just have a toast. The one who was the most moved was not Yan Shuren, but his girlfriend. Chen Meitong had always believed that Big Tree was a capable man. Even though he didn't do well early in his life, she always believed that he would succeed eventually. Despite this, in reality, especially when her close friends bragged to her about their boyfriends, she felt upset. However, as of that moment, things had changed. Chen Meitong was so happy that she didn't know how to react. There's no need to thank me. Don't drink yet, this red wine has to be mixed with Sprite. That way it has a more interesting taste. Lin Fan mixed the Sprite with the red wine for Yan Shuren, then looked over to Zhang Guoyang, how about a taste as well? If this was before, Zhang Guoyang would have looked down on Lin Fan, thinking he was an uncivilized man, but now, his attitude had changed. I'll help myself. Zhang Guoyang instantly stood up and took the Sprite. He poured a cup for Lin Fan first, then one each for Wang Xiaoyan and himself. This courteous behavior was worlds apart from his previous behavior. Big Tree and Chen Meitong made eye contact. Both their eyes gleamed with joy and were full of hope for the future. Brothers, I'm sorry about this situation regarding Big Tree. I also have to trouble you to let that 4S friend know that his job offer is rejected. After all, that 4S shop cannot match Big Tree's ability, don't you think so? Lin Fan laughed as he talked. You're right, let me make the call now. Big Tree is great, his academic credentials are plenty, and he's capable too. This 2,000 plus salary really doesn't suit him. Zhang Guoyang smiled politely. However, this smile exposed his embarrassment. His sense of superiority from before had completely faded. If he still showed his sense of superiority in this kind of situation, he had to be an idiot. This man in front of him chatted and laughed with Wang Mingyang as if they were best friends. Big Tree, from now on, you're a great emperor of finance. Don't forget about me, Lin Fan joked. Lin Fan, you're teasing me again. Big Tree let out a big, sincere smile. The day's events had impacted him much too greatly. After everything was over, he had to report the good news to his parents. Lin Fan, I pay my respects to you. Thank you very much. Chen Meitong stood up, raised her cup and said. She was really extremely grateful towards Lin Fan. At the same time, she felt fortunate that Big Tree had a friend like him. She also realized that the greater a person, the more humble they would be. And the more arrogant and cocky a person, the worse they were. When she first saw this schoolmate of Big Tree's, she honestly looked down on him a little as well. However, she now understood that that was what a great person should be like. Come, I'll pay my respects to the two of you. Hopefully, in the next few years, Big Tree will be able to build his own empire, Lin Fan stood up and declared. Thank you, Lin Fan. Big Tree was close to tears. He then downed his cup in one go. Zhang Guoyang and Wang Xiaoyan sat there awkwardly, as their faces turned red. Everybody had drank and eaten to their heart's content. Lin Fan didn't drink too much. Moreover, after mixing in the Sprite, the alcohol didn't have much effect. Waiter, bill please. Big Tree shouted. I'll pay, I'll pay. Zhang Guoyang stood up immediately and declared he was paying the bill. It was as if he would get angry if they didn't let him pay. As of that day, Zhang Guoyang could no longer be ostentatious in front of Big Tree. After joining the listed company, everything would be different. Big Tree had boundless prospects. Even though Zhang Guoyang acted obnoxiously towards him, causing Big Tree to be annoyed, he now hoped that he could still salvage their relationship. At this moment, the manager approached Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, your total bill is $68,000. Chief Wang already paid when he was leaving, the manager explained courteously. Oh, it's paid already. Alright, let's go then, Lin Fan stood up and said. Zhang Guoyang stared blankly. He was appalled. What kind of relationship did this guy have with Wang Mingyang? He asked Wang Mingyang for a favor, and Wang Mingyang still paid for the bill. This Lin Fan's influence on Wang Mingyang was terrifying. When Yan Shuren and Chen Meitong heard the price, they were stunned as well. How expensive. Big Tree then looked over at Lin Fan. The emotion in his heart grew heavier and heavier, until tears started to form at the corner of his eyes. Today, these brothers of mine have fought for my honor. This grace isn't something that I can repay through superficial means. This is a lifetime of grace. Outside the entrance. Big Tree, where do you stay? I'll send you back. He had his own car now, and could offer to send others back. I haven't found a place yet. I'm planning to stay at a nearby hotel for now. Big Tree hadn't been in Shanghai for long, so naturally, he hadn't found a place to stay yet. The place that Lin Fan stayed in then was not presentable too, so he couldn't offer to let Big Tree stay. Zhang Guoyang and Wang Xiaoyan stood at the side with their heads lowered. In the day, they were cocky and showy, but now that it was nighttime, it was as if they were being tormented. Today, they had been taught a lesson in life. Wait for me, I'll go start the car, said Lin Fan, as he walked towards the basement car park. Xiaoyan, what about you two? Chen Meitong was now completely relaxed. I'll go roam around a bit with Guoyang, said Wang Xiaoyan awkwardly. Zhang Guoyang had a car, and it wasn't considered cheap either. It cost several tens of thousands, but at that moment, he felt that it was better to stay quiet, because who knew what kind of car Lin Fan was driving. If the events from before didn't occur, Zhang Guoyang would undoubtedly have flaunted his car, but now he thought it was better not to. A black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of them. Lin Fan rolled down the windows, get on. Yan Shuren stared blankly at the car, then opened the door, amazing. This car is not cheap. It's decent, Lin Fan laughed. Chen Meitong exchanged a few words with Wang Xiaoyan, bid her goodbye, then got in the car. Wang Xiaoyan nodded her head slowly. The day's happenings have had a pretty large impact on her. After the car drove off, Zhang Guoyan finally lets out a breath of air. Xiaoyan, from now on, don't brag in front of Chen Meitong anymore. Yeah, I know, was that car just now very expensive? She didn't know much about cars, but that car just now was sleek and beautiful. With one look, she could tell it wasn't cheap. Zhang Guoyang stared at the car's dazzling taillights from afar and mumbled, it cost 6 or 7 times of mine. Wang Xiaoyan's mouth gaped open and her face turned pale. She would never have thought that Chen Meitong's boyfriend would have a friend like that and that someone like that would have a friend like Chen Meitong's boyfriend. Just by doing a simple comparison, you would find nothing in common between them. Zhang Guoyang was relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to flaunt his car, otherwise, it would have backfired. In the car, Yan Shuren placed his credit card aside. Lin Fan, thank you. No problem, we're brothers, there's no need for thanks. Moreover, those two love to brag and flaunt. Do you think I could just let them brag in front of you? Lin Fan chuckled, then his eyes suddenly widened. Big Tree, what are you crying for? Yan Shuren twitched, then wiped the tears from his eyes. It's nothing. I'm just too moved. With one hand on the steering wheel, Lin Fan grabbed a few pieces of tissue paper and said with a laugh, don't worry about it. I'll remember this. You owe me a big meal. Of course, I'll treat you to as many meals as you want. Yan Shuren laughed as he rubbed his eyes. As Chen Meitong watched the two brothers from aside, her heart was filled with warmth. At a chain hotel, Lin Fan stopped his car and chatted with Big Tree for a moment. Rest early and find an apartment tomorrow. After that, you can report for work. Yan Shuren got off the car and leaned towards the window. Lin Fan, you be careful on the road. When I'm not as busy, let's meet again. Alright, no problem, Lin Fan waved, and then drove off. Yan Shuren and Chen Meitong watched as Lin Fan's car disappeared from their view. Meitong, for you, I'll definitely work hard, said Big Tree. After going through today's events, he learned that as a man, he had to work hard. Otherwise, not only would he be looked down on, but so would his girlfriend. Big Tree, I've always believed in you. You're fortunate to have this kind of brother, you have to repay him properly in future, said Chen Meitong. Yan Shuren nodded seriously. He would remember this favor for a lifetime. Below a residential building, inside a luxurious sports car. Wang Mingyang and Xu Zila kissed passionately, then they separated. Aren't you afraid of reporters seeing us together if I send you home? Wang Mingyang asked, smiling. Wang Mingyang had known Xu Zila for years, but they've only dated for days. It felt good, but whether she was the one, he really didn't know yet. Wang Mingyang had money and was young. He was every girl's ideal man, especially to those female celebrities. However, this Xu Zila was not bad either. She didn't have ridiculous demands, which made Wang Mingyang feel comfortable. Although he had wealth, he didn't like to spend so much on a relationship. Mingyang, I'm not afraid of being seen by reporters. If we could be together from now on, I'm willing to just be a good wife and mother at home, said Xu Zila. Wang Mingyang chuckled, I have a good feeling about you, but I'm waiting for a certain someone to say something. Xu Zila was puzzled, she didn't understand what Wang Mingyang was saying. Seeing that puzzled look on Xu Zili's face, Wang Mingyang laughed, you'll know what I mean soon. The phone rang. Don't say anything, Wang Mingyang answered the phone, how is it? How is what? On the other side of the call, Lin Fan replied. Wang Mingyang laughed, I'm talking about my girlfriend. Xu Zila quietly listened by his side. Her expression slowly changed. She never thought that this was what Mingyang meant when he said he was waiting for a certain someone to say something. Hearing that voice on the phone, she knew that it was that youngster from before. She didn't know what kind of relationship Wang Mingyang had with that youngster. Xu Zila was dumbfounded. Whether she and Mingyang could be together depended on this person. At that moment, Lin Fan was lying in his Mercedes-Benz while on the phone. He understood what Wang Mingyang meant. He never thought that Wang Mingyang would trust him to this extent. Lin Fan felt extremely stressed because of that. Even a loyal fan might not trust him to this extent. Lin Fan finally opened his mouth. How do you feel about her? She's alright, she's not annoying, nor is she troublesome, said Wang Mingyang. A woman like Xu Zila who was kind and also had status would have made a normal man fall head over heels for her. However, that was truly what Wang Mingyang felt about her. Lin Fan held his phone by his ear, and then he slowly read out their fortune. Brings fortune to her husband. Able to give birth. Dutiful and knows her place. Has a good career. This is all I'll say to you. For something like this, if I tell you everything now, it wouldn't be meaningful. If it wasn't for your help today, I really wouldn't have revealed this to you, said Lin Fan. Wang Mingyang smiled. Even if I hadn't helped you, you'd still have to have revealed this to me. We're brothers after all. Alright, I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, Mingyang. Xu Zila wanted to clarify things, and Wang Mingyang already knew what she would ask, so he answered her spontaneously. My friend is a fortune teller, and he's very accurate. I trust him very much. Xu Zila stared blankly at Wang Mingyang. Then would you have broken up with me if he said I wasn't good for you? Wang Mingyang gave a nervous laugh. He didn't say anything, but his answer was clear. Mingyang, what if one day he says I'm no good when we're already married? Would you divorce me? Women get jealous easily, especially if the men they like were to trust other men like that. Wang Mingyang stroked Xu Zili's head. That's why I'm letting you know the result. And don't worry, even if that happens in the future, I won't leave you. Why? Women always had tens of thousands of wives to ask. Without asking, they wouldn't be content. Because you'll be my girl from now on. Even if you bring me bad luck, I'll suffer together with you. However, that won't happen, because he is your friend too, and he will help you, replied Wang Mingyang. When Xu Zila heard this, she felt extremely blessed. However, that last sentence bothered her. You really trust him so much? asked Xu Zila. Wang Mingyang lighted his cigarette. Men sometimes have a very accurate sixth sense, and I wouldn't have obtained my wealth if not for my sixth sense. Right now, I know that he will be an important person to me in the future. But it's been you helping him all this time. You gave him the car and you helped his friend get a job, Xu Zila said. Wang Mingyang laughed mysteriously, then wagged his finger. No, he's already helping me. How so? Xu Zila didn't understand. Do you know Wu Yungang? Wang Mingyang blew out smoke. I know him. Why? Xu Zila was a celebrity, and her standing was pretty high too. Naturally, she knew the tycoon Wu Yungang. He's in a great deal of trouble now. Xu Zila was not a business person, so naturally, she didn't understand what was going on. However, to Wang Mingyang, the situation was terrifying. You know about the 365 project? Asked Wang Mingyang. A little bit, Xu Zila nodded. Wang Mingyang opened the car windows. A while ago, Wu Yungang wanted to invest in a long-term project. He knew about my fortune reading activities and thought it would be a good idea to get a good reading too. However, that friend of mine already knew that something bad was heading his way and called Wu Yungang to come visit him personally. Of course, Wu Yungang couldn't afford the time to visit him. In the end, he never got his fortune read. My friend said that Wu Yungang would regret not visiting him. From then, I already knew that problems would arise in the project, so I told my investment company to sell all shares it had in the project. Guess what happened after that? Wang Mingyang smiled mysteriously. He was glad that he had completely trusted in Lin Fan. At that time, if he had even doubted Lin Fan for a bit, perhaps he would have suffered the same tragic fate as Wu Yungang. Xu Zila had a look of astonishment. He suffered losses. Wang Mingyang laughed. If it was just losses, he could still forget it and move on. No, he was scammed. No one had expected that something like this would happen. How? Xu Zila was shocked. Wu Yungang was a tycoon. How could he have been scammed? There's nothing much that's not possible in this world. Even a bank, where there are countless precautions taken, could be scammed $1 billion, much less a single person. Wang Mingyang was really glad that he hadn't been involved. This time, it wasn't a small number, but tens of billions that were involved. A transnational scam that targeted countless wealthy people all across the globe. Wu Yungang was scammed of $6 billion. He took a hard hit. He lost ownership of all of his listed companies and circulating capital. Even the bank is pressing him for money. These days haven't been easy for him. In a few days, he'll be coming to Shanghai. Then you'll understand what kind of shape he's in. I trusted my friend and withdrew from the project immediately. No matter how many people called me, I never wavered. Everyone else had already believed in the project. It promised returns of 100 to 200%. Because I trusted my friend, I gained $3 billion, said Wang Mingyang. Huh, wasn't it a scam? How could you have gained? Asked Xu Zila, surprised. Wang Mingyang chuckled. Silly girl, if I hadn't withdrawn, this money would have been lost. So I gained this $3 billion by withdrawing. Even though Xu Zila was a celebrity, at this moment, these events made her scared stiff. Just because of a word, he managed to avoid a disaster. That was truly horrifying. So now you know why he's important to me, said Wang Mingyang. Xu Zila nodded. Now I know. Alright, let's go. I'll walk you upstairs, Wang Mingyang said. After the two of them got off the car, they were stopped by reporters all the way. Xu Zila, who had strong anti-reporter abilities, detected the reporters hiding in the bushes. Mingyang, reporters are here. Xu Zila was getting slightly anxious. She knew that Wang Mingyang didn't like reporters, nor did he like having his privacy exposed in public. Just as Xu Zila didn't know what to do, she felt an arm wrap around her waist. Let them be, it doesn't matter. Wang Mingyang smiled gently towards the bushes as if posing for the reporters. The reporters who were hiding in the bushes were all stunned. After years of working in this field, this was the first time they encountered someone so cooperative. Click, click, comma. Back at home, he took a shower. It was cool and refreshing. What a comfortable day. He lay on his bed, took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. Lin Fan's Weibo was now bustling. Autumn Swordfish Killer was one of the highlights. It didn't matter if it was someone who just stumbled upon Master Lin's Weibo or a longtime fan. Everyone knew that there was a huge flamer on his Weibo, and his name was Autumn Swordfish Killer. Some fans replied under Autumn Swordfish Killer's comments. Perhaps Autumn Swordfish Killer had nothing better to do, so he started a flame war with the fans. This war eventually amounted to 100,000 comments. Autumn Swordfish Killer single-handedly fought in all the battles. He suppressed tens of thousands of fans by himself, and some of the netizens on Weibo gave him the title, Flame War Emperor. When he saw the comments, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head. This Autumn Swordfish Killer really had too much time on his hands. Lin Fan then made a post. I met an old schoolmate today. I'm in a pretty good mood. Once the post was uploaded, countless people commented on it. Lin Fan could be considered an internet celebrity now and he had a pretty large fanbase too. However, without any happenings from Lin Fan recently, his fanbase had slowly stagnated. He scrolled through his Weibo and scanned through his private messages. There was nothing much worth noticing. At this moment, a call came. It was an anonymous number. Lin Fan raised his brows. Who could it be, calling so late? Could it be that person? His thoughts got messy, and he pressed the phone to reject the call. Just a few seconds later, the phone rang again. Reject. The phone rang once more. He is still trying. Lin Fan answered the call. Hello, who's this? Asked Lin Fan. Wu Tianhe had been trying to call this number all this time. Now that it finally got through, he was relieved. Hello, is this Master Lin? Asked Wu Tianhe. Lin Fan was puzzled. Who could it be? Not many people knew his number. I am, and who are you? My surname is Wu. There's something that I would like to consult Master Lin about, said Wu Tianhe. Lin Fan already wanted to sleep. This guy whose surname was Wu wasn't someone he knew either. If this is regarding fortune-telling, you have to come to my shop. I don't accept fortune-telling requests through the phone. I'm hanging up. Wu Tianhe panicked. Master Lin, please wait a moment. I don't need you to read my fortune, I just want to ask you about a certain matter. Lin Fan considered for a moment, what matter? Wu Tianhe, who was far away in Lianzhou, organized his words, Master Lin, this is the situation. I've done many unspeakable and immoral things, from which I attained my wealth. And now, my daughter has a terrible fortune. So, I want to ask you, Master, how I can solve this problem. If her fortune isn't good, then just find someone with a good fortune to balance it out. You can even find the answer to this question just by doing a search on Baidu. Lin Fan had thought it was something actually important. If this kind of problem could be solved with a quick search on Baidu, what was the point of asking Lin Fan? Although many answers on Baidu weren't true, some of the theories behind the answers had a solid basis. Master Lin, I know that, but I can't find someone with a good enough fortune to balance out my daughters, said Wu Tianhe. Wu Tianhe was well versed in the study of fortune, so he naturally knew these things. That can't be true, my fortune is unparalleled, it's the best in the world. I can balance out any fortune. That's enough, I'm hanging up. This problem was caused by yourself, even if you have to kneel down, just endure the consequences. Lin Fan hung up. Beep beep, as Wu Tianhe heard the beeping sounds, his expression turned grave. At the same time, Lin Fan was laughing. This had to be a joke. Committing sins and enjoying a luxurious life as a youth, then asking for a solution when his daughter has to suffer for his sins. It can't be that easy. The next day, at a certain hospital, Zhao Zhongyang was scared stiff after he found out about his illness, but after a few words from Master Lin, he was filled with hope again. What was stomach cancer? It wasn't anything serious. The master already said that he had much longer to live. What was there to be scared of? However, his parents didn't share the same thoughts. When they found out that their son had symptoms of stomach cancer, it didn't matter whether it was in its early or late stages. They were both so frightened that they couldn't eat or rest in peace, and they cried for days straight. Mother Zhao's eyes were red and puffy. Doctor, my son will be fine, right? Father Zhao remained silent by the side. He had an ugly expression on his face too, and his heart was heavy with worry. He only had one son. If anything happened, he wouldn't know what to do. The doctor said, it's fortunate that we discovered it early, so the success rate of treatment is high. However, it all depends on how we follow up with the treatment. Zhao Zhongyang was already warded, but because the hospital was too boring, he continued to broadcast. He even changed the title of his broadcast room, Fight Stomach Cancer with Brother Yang. Zhao Zhongyang was chatting happily with his fans when he turned his head. Mom, it's nothing serious, there's no need to worry. Doctor, please carry out the operation as soon as possible. I have lots of things to do. Zhao Zhongyang's attitude was so twisted that it made new viewers shocked. 666, the broadcaster's attitude is crazy. If it was me who found out I had stomach cancer, I'd have been scared to death. Hee, you must be a newcomer. You must not have seen anything like our Brother Yang's dominant attitude. Wishing Brother Yang a speedy recovery. Douyu Operations Center. An employee stared at the Douyu room. Brother Li, look at this big broadcaster. He's broadcasting his fight with stomach cancer. Brother Li, the leader of the operations center, looked at the broadcast. Yeah, not bad. That's Brother Yang's broadcast room. It averages 10,000 viewers and can hit up to 200,000 viewers at its peak, so you could say he's a big broadcaster. Moreover, his broadcasts are very positive. Hasn't our country been advocating a culture of positivity lately? Give him a homepage promotion. Employee, alright, by then, even the hospital's doctors had given in. This young kid could face something so terrifying like cancer calmly and fearlessly. They couldn't help but admire him. Mother Zhao wiped the corners of her eye. Yang, how could I not worry about this? Zhao Zhongyang chuckled. Relax, Mom. Master Lin has already seen it all already. I'll have a happy family in the future. You'll even have a few granddaughters and I'll live a long life. Don't doubt him, he's the reason why I found out about this illness early. Right now, he only trusted 3 people in his life. Apart from his parents, the only other person was Master Lin. Master Lin's word was more effective and useful than whatever miracle pill or treatment. Who's Master Lin? Mother Zhao didn't understand. Zhao Zhongyang laughed as he opened the internet browser on his computer and searched, Master Lin. In just a moment, a large number of results popped up. Thanks to Master Lin's advice, a family of 3 cancelled a vacation and avoided a disaster. Master Lin tells a secondary school teacher to buy a lottery ticket, and he wins the grand prize. Master Lin gives celebrities predictions, and each one comes true. The number of articles related to Master Lin amounted to over 100,000. As Mother Zhao saw all these articles, she became fascinated. This time, Zhao Zhongyang had successfully promoted Master Lin's name. At Cloud Street, Master Lin, the name, Master Lin, had been spreading further and wider. Everyone who lived in nearby areas knew about this master from Cloud Street, whose predictions were godly, but the most critical thing about him was still his absurdly delicious scallion pancakes. Lin Fan came to the shop early in the day, but what he saw shocked him. Little boss, you're here. We've been waiting all this time. We were starting to get anxious. Everyone has queued properly. If it was anywhere else I wouldn't care, but at Little Boss Place, I'd scold anyone who doesn't queue properly. In front of the Master Ellen shop, everyone was orderly. There was no pushing, no cutting of queues, everything was done in a fair and organized manner. Lin Fan blinked a few times. Something wasn't right. Fraud, what's going on? There's no one queuing for fortune-telling, asked Lin Fan. Fraud Tian was puzzled as well. I don't know. It's been like that since I opened the shop in the morning. Everyone was queuing for the scallion pancakes. Everyone, don't be in such a hurry. Let me drink some tea first. Without knowing when Lin Fan has started to enjoy drinking tea. A cup of tea each morning, to cleanse his body and to lift his spirit. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, but inside, he was anxious too. Things weren't looking good. He had to complete his second task. If he focused on selling scallion pancakes, he would take forever to complete it. What Lin Fan didn't know was that his scallion pancake customers and his fortune-telling customers had reached an agreement. They even created a group on WeChat. The group's title was, Work Hand in Hand to Build a Better Tomorrow. The goal of this group was to have everyone queue together. For those who didn't want to eat the scallion pancakes, they would still queue and then get paid for the scallion pancakes afterward. When it was time for fortune telling, even the scallion pancake group would queue. If they were chosen, they would sell their queue numbers to the fortune telling group. This was a win-win situation. When the strategy emerged, both sides agreed to work together. After his cup of tea, Lin Fan got up and checked again. Was there really no one queuing for fortune telling? It turns out Fraud Tian had already given out the queue numbers long ago. Lin Fan drew out the numbers. Those who were chosen were overjoyed, but those who weren't chosen weren't depressed either because they still had a chance. 9 o'clock, Cloud Street was almost at its liveliest. Kong Wei Fan was at a shoe shop, looking at shoes. He was 1.8 meters tall, wore glasses and he had a cultured and refined feeling about him. What is that shop opposite from here? There are so many people queuing, Kong Wei Fan asked curiously. The employee giggled, that's Master Lin, a fortune-telling shop, but recently, it started selling scallion pancakes and the queues have gotten especially long. Kong Wei Fan got interested instantly, are the scallion pancakes very tasty? I've tried queuing a few times, but never got to the front of the queue, but I heard they're really good, said the employee. You're just 10 meters away from this shop, how could you not have tried it before? Kong Wei Fan chuckled, he couldn't quite believe her. Kong Wei Fan was the sponsor of a gourmet food program. At the same time, he was also a gourmet himself. There were 3 generations of chefs before him, but he decided to get into the business of gourmet food tasting and critiquing. He owned a food magazine publishing firm, which was quite well known in the gourmet food scene. The magazines published by them were regarded by foodies as gourmet treasures. Many foodies would open up the magazines during the weekends, and then look up delicious food from a certain city. They would then embark on a food adventure to that city. The employee could tell that this man wasn't from around, so she asked, Sir, you don't really understand. This Master Lin has many rules. He limits his clients to fortune telling, and even for the scallion pancakes, they have to queue for numbers. This limits the number of orders. There are so many rules. Kong Wei Fan was getting even more interested. Yeah, those who eat his scallion pancakes all let out a ridiculous expression. How does one describe it? Do you know about Chuka Ichiban, the cartoon? The employee was young, she was a 90s baby, and Chuka Ichiban was part of her childhood. Kong Wei Fan laughed, that cartoon where delicious food shine right. Right, that one. These scallion pancakes may not shine, but when people eat it, their expressions are just like those in the cartoon, as if they've taken some kind of drugs. Kong Wei Fan glanced at the shop. Real gourmet foods make your whole body go limp, they pleasure your taste buds and this ridiculous expression. Before he could finish his sentence, a teenager, with a scallion pancake in his hand, took a bite of it. He then let out an expression that even Kong Wei Fan thought was ridiculous. The employee pointed to the teenager, look, that's the expression. Kong Wei Fan shook his head. He thought that it was a little too exaggerated. Give me this pair of shoes. Kong Wei Fan was dumbfounded, but at the same time, he was skeptical. Even the most delicious food on the planet wouldn't cause someone to make this kind of crazy expression. Perhaps only the hosts of gourmet food television programs would make this kind of expression, but that was just acting. That's strange. Lin Fan was skillfully making scallion pancakes and didn't think much. Whatever happens, happens. The quota of 10 servings of scallion pancakes were all sold. Every one of the townsfolk who ate the scallion pancakes gave a ridiculous expression. However, that wasn't surprising. Godly level scallion pancakes were just that impressive. But those who had already tried the scallion pancakes wouldn't give any more encyclopedic points. And those who were familiar with Lin Fan's rules were mostly people who lived in the vicinity. When other people who happened to pass by saw that there were so many rules and that all of them are so absurd, they wouldn't bother to waste so much time just for a scallion pancake. This time, the encyclopedic points didn't increase by much, just a few. Lin Fan now had 40 encyclopedic points. It was much, but neither was it little. At least it was enough to exchange for a few small classifications knowledge. However, Lin Fan didn't exchange it as he wouldn't have any use for those classifications. Fraud Tian stood by Lin Fan's side and said, the situation today is really strange. I saw those people queuing for fortune-telling leave with a mysterious smile on their faces. Lin Fan shrugged, don't worry. It's still early, there's no need to be anxious. He still went to take a look. What on earth were the townsfolk doing? It seemed like there was some conspiracy behind this. There wasn't anyone, so Lin Fan just sat there and scrolled through Weibo, looking at the latest updates. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that the girl, whom Wang Mingyang had chosen and was prepared to devote himself to, sent a message to Lin Fan of her own accord. Wu Huan Yu, Master Lin, I joined, the new voice, and I'm already through to the Shanghai regional selections. Ever since they parted ways that day, Lin Fan didn't contact this girl, nor did she come looking for Lin Fan. When he received this message today, Lin Fan was surprised. However, since she shared this joyous news with him, Lin Fan felt that he should congratulate her. He decided to send her a red packet. Initially, he had put $66.66 inside, but then he thought that it was a bit much, so he put $6.66 instead. The red packet was sent out. Lin Fan, keep it up. In a backstage resting room, Wu Huanyu rested her snow-white, long and slender legs on the sofa. As she played with her phone, an occasional smile would appear on her face. She had gotten through the selections. Her first reaction was to share the good news with her parents. After that, she thought of that Master Lin whom she had only had the opportunity to come in contact with one. The other contestants who were resting sneakily stole glances at Wu Huanyu. The men forcefully swallowed their saliva as they felt their hormone levels rising. As for the female contestants, they were filled with envy. An irresistible beauty, coupled with an amazing and unique voice. She was a very strong competitor. Even the judges were captivated when they say, Wu Huanyu. Before she even started to sing, she had already gained points. But as for trying to ask her for favors, they could forget about it. She was with Wang Yongming, so these guys couldn't even touch her. Ding, the sound rang out from her phone. Wu Huanyu replied with her own red packet, thank you, master. It was a $66.66 red packet. Lin Fan was delighted. He had earned back 10 times of what he gave. It seemed that this trade was profitable, so he sent another red packet. This time, Lin Fan was generous and he sent $88.88. Woohoo on you, thank you for the red packets, master. The staff is calling for me, I have to go. What, comma, Lin Fan was stunned, he felt like he had been cheated. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Boss, give me a serving of your scallion pancake. Kong Wei Fan had wandered around the area and bought some stuff. He had also tried some of the food in the area. He found that it was mediocre, and was slightly disappointed. He was a gourmet and he loved the sort of pleasure that food could give him. Some foods are nostalgic. When they go in your mouth, a sense of nostalgia would linger in your mouth. Parma ham was the most indescribably delicious and satisfying food that Wei Kong Fan had ever tasted. Parma ham required over a year to prepare and it had an unforgettable taste. Even during its preparation, it would already be reserved by the most famous restaurants and wealthy people in the world. Its demand far exceeded its supply. Fraud Tian smiled and said, sorry, we've reached our quota for scallion pancakes. If you want to eat it, please read through the sheet of paper on the wall at the side. Cases like these happened frequently and were mostly taken care of by Fraud Tian. Kong Wei Fan surveyed the room, then looked over at the sheet of paper on the wall. A very basic description of a scallion pancake. To a gourmet, understanding this was not a problem at all. Ding, encyclopedic points +1. Lin Fan raised his head, then stood up. Who would have thought this middle-aged man would be able to grasp it so quickly? Kong Wei Fan was surprised. You're the boss. Lin Fan nodded. Yep. Your scallion pancake will be ready soon, please wait a moment. The sound of encyclopedic points increasing made Lin Fan very happy. If it was this kind of customer, he wouldn't mind having more of them. Kong Wei Fan felt that this shop was strange. Initially, he didn't have much interest in it, but when he thought about it again, he decided to give it a try. Lin Fan came to the front of the store. Kong Wei Fan grabbed a bit of dough and felt it in his hands, then he placed it into his mouth. This is cake flour. It's used to make pastries and cook dishes. It's not too suitable for making scallion pancakes. Due to its low gluten level and its relative softness, it's hard to knead. He was an expert. He didn't only taste the food, but he could also tell the good and bad in a food. Scallion pancakes originated from Taiwan and could be considered a delicacy. Kong Wei Fan was gazing at Lin Fan. Boss, your technique is common, but the oil you're using looks like vegetable oil. It's very different from the oil required in scallion pancakes. The taste it produces will be strange. Kong Wei Fan shook his head. He was disappointed. He had thought that a stall that was so popular, and had so many rules, must be outstanding, but after seeing the ingredients, Kong Wei Fan had lost all hope. In a real gourmet food, ingredients were crucial, skill and technique were bonuses. Even the same dish could taste worlds apart. This was common knowledge in the gourmet world. Perhaps ordinary people wouldn't be able to feel it, but to an expert gourmet like Kong Wei Fan, the taste was important, and even a slight difference in taste could be felt. When Lin Fan grabbed some coriander and pork floss, Kong Wei Fan started talking once again. This coriander is dehydrated, and its ability to add fragrance is greatly reduced. It might even give a bitter taste. This pork floss. Kong Wei Fan picked up a strand of pork floss and held it in his hand as he rubbed and felt it. It felt powdery. This is low-grade pork floss. There's added soy powder and cooking oil, which affects the texture. Fraud Tian looked at Kong Wei Fan, with his mouth gaping and eyes wide open. This was an expert. However, Fraud Tian suddenly burst out laughing. No matter who tried the scallion pancakes, they would all have an expression of amazement on their faces. Lin Fan didn't utter a word the whole time. Alright, please have a taste. Kong Wei Fan took a whiff, and an overpowering fragrance entered through his nose. His face changed. This smell, when his senses return, don't forget to collect the money. Lin Fan put down the equipment, walked back into the shop, then continued lying down. Fraud Tian nodded. I understand. Lin Fan knew that he was a gourmet but really didn't want to say anything. Lin Fan admitted that he was impressive but no matter what, he should try the scallion pancakes first. Kong Wei Fan stood there, with the scallion pancake in his hand. He sniffed it a few times. This is the fragrance of scallions, and the scent of coriander, but how could it be? That coriander was obviously too dry, how could it still release this fragrance? He talked to himself. Despite not having taken a bite yet, he savored the fragrance and everything encompassed within it. Kong Wei Fan looked puzzled. This fragrance scores full marks. Is this even a fragrance that can come from just a mere scallion pancake? He studied its appearance. It looked magnificent, layers and layers piled upon each other, and the golden outer layer was extremely crisp. This is a masterpiece. He was at a loss for words to describe the scallion pancake in his hands. Fraud Tian looked at Kong Wei Fan and thought that he was weird. Other people would instantly devour the scallion pancake upon receiving it, but this guy was just standing there, talking to himself. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair as he looked outside at Kong Wei Fan. Kong Wei Fan took a deep breath, then gradually put the scallion pancake into his mouth. This appearance, this smell, they all score full marks, but how's the taste? Perhaps it would just be average. Any food, without good ingredients, would not taste good. No matter how good the chef is, the rule cannot be broken. He lowered his head and took a bite. Crack! A crisp and clear sound exploded from Kong Wei Fan's mouth. Fraud Tian's jaw dropped as he stared unblinkingly at Kong Wei Fan's facial expression. To him, the face made by the customers when they ate the scallion pancakes was an art form. At this moment, Kong Wei Fan's pupils dilated, his eyes wide until they were like a bull's. In his mouth, a taste that he had never experienced before overwhelmed his taste buds. It was as if time had stopped. Everything around him became silent. The fragrance of the scallion, the strength of the dough and all the different flavors were like a bomb that exploded inside his mouth. Kong Wei Fan looked up at the heavens. He felt as if he was at the edge of a volcano. Its scorching hot air spread throughout his body, and his heart was burning. This was the flavor of the onions and chili. Suddenly, Kong Wei Fan trembled. He felt as if icy cold rainwater was falling upon his body, extinguishing the flames from before. This was the fragrance of coriander, which brought with it a refreshing feeling. The coolness and the heat clashed. The contrast was extremely pleasurable to the taste buds. This was the pinnacle of gourmet food. Fra Tien stared blankly at him. God d*mn, this guy's expression is even more exaggerated than any of the other townsfolk. Kong Wei Fan didn't say a word, but his expression said all. He was filled with excitement and a sense of freedom. His head lowered. Eat, eat, eat. He wouldn't leave even a single morsel of food. If he could, he would gladly eat even the plastic bag which had been tainted with the scallion pancake's flavor. Kong Wei Fan closed his eyes. His tongue swirled around his mouth. The aftertaste lingered in his mouth. Fra Tien was stunned. He's crying. Even though Kong Wei Fan's eyes were shut, tears flowed from the corner of his eyes, which glistened under the sunlight. This was the peak of the flavor, and it had an immense impact on him. He was a gourmet and his biggest wish in life was to experience food that could move his heart. Unfortunately, he had never been able to experience it, but this time, his wish was fulfilled. Lin Fan glanced over at him but didn't really care. This much was expected. He took another sip of tea and continued to lean back in his chair. This scallion pancake isn't something that's possible in the human world. I've tasted the original scallion pancakes from Taiwan, and it can't even compare to this. This is really, really too delicious. Kong Wei Fan opened his eyes, as he said in astonishment. At that moment, he understood why the townsfolk were giving that ridiculous expression. No, it wasn't ridiculous at all. That kind of expression was to be expected. Fra Tien scratched his head. Sir, that would be $50. Can you pay now? Kong Wei Fan reached for his money immediately. This deliciousness can't be fully paid for in cash, but it must have a price. To experience such delicious food, I would be willing to pay any price. Fra Tien's eyes gleamed with delight when he saw the $100 bill in front of him. This was a rich guy. Lin Fan then leisurely spoke. The price is already stated. Just pay what is stated. Fra Tien had no choice but to give him $50 change. Kong Wei Fan took the change, then immediately went in front of Lin Fan. Boss, please give me one more serving. Any price is fine. Lin Fan raised his head and declined instantly. Rules are rules. If you want, you can come and queue again tomorrow. Kong Wei Fan was refused just like that. He wasn't satisfied. For a food this tasty, one serving was far from enough. However, judging by the boss's attitude, he wasn't going to break the rule. He was a gourmet. Every place around the globe had its own rules. He understood that rules were rules and they wouldn't be changed just for one person. However, after tasting this delicious scallion pancake, he realized that all the best foods around the world, when compared to this scallion pancake, were simply a pile of sheet. That's right, sheet was the only way to describe it. Boss, how exactly did you make these scallion pancakes? This flavor is enough to move a person's heart, but those ingredients were clearly average ingredients, maybe even low-grade ingredients. Kong Wei Fan was confused. Everything he had known about food had been thrown out the window. Lin Fan was starting to find him annoying. It was just a scallion pancake, why must he ask so many questions? How did he make them? With his hands, obviously. What else could it be? With his bastards. However, just to make this guy leave, Lin Fan laughed and then pointed to his chest. He said coolly, with my heart. Kong Wei Fan was stunned. Heart. With a serious face, Lin Fan nodded. A masterful painting is painted when the artist pours his heart into it. It's the same with this scallion pancake. The ingredients are common, but when I pour my heart into it, the taste that is produced is anything but common. It was the first time Kong Wei Fan had heard such an explanation. Then suddenly, it hit him. I understand now. Lin Fan was relieved. If you must, come and queue again tomorrow. Fraud, send our customer off. Kong Wei Fan still wanted to chat with Lin Fan, but Fra Tien stepped forward immediately. Sir, here's your change. Kong Wei Fan took one more glance at Lin Fan and etched this memory into his heart. He made a decision that such delicious food shouldn't only be known by himself. After he left, Fra Tien asked, this is really made with your heart? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Hard my bastards, that was just bullshit. Fra Tien, why was this scallion pancake so delicious? That question can only be answered by the encyclopedia. Even Lin Fan was confused at times. The ingredients were clearly inferior, but the food it made was amazing. How mysterious. Lin Fan was earning an insane amount of money daily. He was in the high-income tier of Shanghai. He flipped through the house rental catalog. As he didn't want to move too far away, a particular house caught his eye. 3 bedrooms with 1 living room and it was just about 1 kilometer away from Cloud Street. The monthly rental was $6,000 and he had to deposit a month's rent and pay 3 months in advance. The environment was pretty good and there were no agents involved in the deal. Lin Fan made a call. Hi, is this house still available for rental? Alright, I'll go take a look now. He hung up the phone. Then, he left the shop as he said, Fraud, please look after the shop. I'm going to look at a house. Fra Tien agreed and went back to playing with his mobile phone. Recently, he had made a Weibo account. Lin Fan helped him to boost his popularity and he had a fanbase of over 6,000 people now. At Chongwei Park, it was a high-rise building with a pretty good interior. The apartment that Lin Fan was looking at was on the 8th floor. It was ready for him to move in. Hence, it was very convenient. Lin Fan stood at the door and waited for the owner to be back. After a while, a middle-aged man drove over and met Lin Fan. They had some small talk and went into the building. The owner was 43 years old. Because of work, he had to go overseas for a few years and it was a waste to leave the house just like that. Hence, he decided to rent it out. They took the lift, went to the 8th level and into the house. Lin Fan nodded his head as he was satisfied with what he saw. The interior decoration is pretty good and the environment is nice. The owner said, I spent over $200,000 on the renovation works, it's considered quite cheap. That's why the rent is pretty low. I have a request though, to keep the interior decoration just as it is. He was charging only $6,000 a month, which was really cheap. If there was an agent involved, it would have increased to more than $7,000 per month. In Shanghai, to get a unit with 3 bedrooms and a living room for just a few thousand was considered really cheap already. Furthermore, it was close to Cloud Street, which was sort of a business district. He felt a little heartache when he realized that he would have to fork out a year's worth of earnings and it was going to cost him a bomb. But he had to move into a new environment. The place he was living in was not really in a good shape. Lin Fan signed the contract and left his number. Everything was settled perfectly. When Lin Fan received the keys, he went to the shops nearby to buy a blanket and some daily necessities. There was nothing much to bring over from his previous home, just some clothes. A few days later, Lin Fan was living in the new house and he had withdrawn the rental fees for the previous house. Some of the neighbors couldn't bear to see Lin Fan leave. Elder Wang, who lived beside Lin Fan, bought some firecrackers to celebrate but ended up injuring his hand. Lin Fan also saw through the collaboration plans between the Scallion Pancake fans and the fans of his fortune-telling abilities. He was impressed by how intelligent they were to think of such plans. In the shop, Lin Fan sat there in boredom. After he set new ground rules, he wasn't as busy anymore. He was full of energy and life. He scrolled through Weibo and looked at the news. Hey, a particular article talking about a gourmet show had caught his attention. Gourmet Kong Wei Fan recommends the heavenly taste of scallion pancakes. The show was quite popular. It was known as China's Best Foods, which was well received by many. Lin Fan went to turn on his TV. Kong Wei Fan was being interviewed by a reporter and he was talking non-stop. Today, I want to recommend a delicious food to everyone. The best of the best comes from this stall based in Shanghai. It has such a wonderful flavor. After you eat it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life. You might even find it difficult to eat other delicious foods after you eat this, and the food I'm talking about is none other than scallion pancakes. Lin Fan was laughing. Kong Wei Fan was actually advertising for him in the show. Then, Lin Fan's expression changed a little. If that was to happen, wouldn't things become very troublesome? He would become extremely busy again in future. But as he thought about it, he realized that it was still beneficial to him after all. In future, the encyclopedic points would increase by a lot. He looked at some of the comments and saw mixed opinions. Some were not so friendly while others gave good reviews. Divine scallion pancakes. Simply ridiculous. I believe in Teacher Kong. His recommendations are never wrong. This show had been out for a few days and the impact was quite good. It wasn't too great but wasn't too small either. Lin Fan opened his Weibo app and saw that it was being flooded with comments. Bad Ice. Master Lin's scallion pancakes are on the culinary delicacy program. Gourmet Kong is advertising Master Lin's scallion pancakes. Best Pine Tree. Are the scallion pancakes made by Master Lin really that delicious? Will I regret it for the rest of my life if I don't eat them? Disciple of the Noble Gate. To the one above, I've eaten the scallion pancakes. The feeling was simply indescribable. If you don't taste it, you'll never understand how it feels. However, some of the comments left Lin Fan helpless. Autumn Swordfish Killer was a maniac. Lin Fan scrolled through as he furrowed his brows. In the end, he just sighed. Autumn Swordfish Killer. Heavenly scallion pancakes. Autumn Swordfish Killer. Divine Master Lin. Autumn Swordfish Killer. He's a big liar, a fraud. Bad Ice. Guys, run. The Flame War Emperor is back. Egg Pocketer. The Flame War Emperor has already invaded Master Lin's Weibo. We are in deep shit. Someone, please save us. In a certain dark house, Autumn Swordfish Killer thought that Master Lin was a liar and when he saw a gourmet strongly recommending his scallion pancakes, he was infuriated. He didn't even understand the why he always wanted to flame Master Lin. It was as if Master Lin had done something horrendous to him in their past lives. No matter how he looked at him, he just became angry. Autumn Swordfish Killer felt like it was just him against the world. But he wasn't afraid because he had something to rely on. Mang Mang, Brother Autumn Sword, you're my biggest hero. Mang Mang, Brother Autumn Sword, I love you so much. He read these conversations and every time he looked at them, he felt invigorated. It was his motivation to carry on. Autumn Sword's 10 fat fingers typed on the keyboard, with a face full of eagerness and excitement. Cutie, Brother Autumn Sword wants to see you. A video call came. Autumn Swordfish Killer was exhilarated. He quickly opened it. In the video, he saw the cutie. On the computer screen, a young girl was looking at him. She was wearing cute clothes and had a sweet smile. Brother Autumn Sword, why is your screen black? Cutie, my camera is spoiled. Autumn Sword explained. On the other end, the person behind, Mang Mang, had used a voice changer to make it sound like he was a cute girl. With that visual image of a cute girl, it was sufficient to make Autumn Sword believe in everything. Autumn Swordfish Killer felt so relieved when he saw the girl on the screen and heard her voice. Autumn Sword didn't say anything. He listened to her voice closely and stuck his fat face onto the computer screen as he smiled happily. He was so close to the girl. To Autumn Swordfish Killer, the girl was like an irreplaceable angel. Autumn Swordfish Killer pouted his lips and wanted to kiss the screen. Suddenly, his face changed. The girl on the screen had disappeared and was replaced by a fat man picking at his toes. There was mucus flowing down from his nose as he began to talk to the camera. Brother Autumn Sword, I love you so much. The sudden change frightened Autumn Swordfish Killer so much that he became pale. Then, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. His fat body collapsed heavily onto the ground as he leaned backward. The 300 pounds weight shook the earth. Autumn Swordfish Killer was panting heavily and his chest in pain. He couldn't catch his breath. The scene that he had just witnessed was too much to handle. Obviously, the virtual girl behind the screen didn't realize that something was wrong as he still continued to speak sweetly. Then, the voice changer got deactivated. The rough, unpleasant and lecherous voice of the man could be heard. Autumn Swordfish Killer felt like his heart was entangled. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Autumn Sword sobbed miserably. Just as he was about to faint, he heard some voices. His heart is tightening. He requires immediate attention. Please send some help. This patient is too heavy. Autumn Swordfish Killer had been saved by a bunch of paramedics and he had woken up. But after waking up, he stared at the ceiling of the ward like an idiot. The incident had scarred him. The next day, Lin Fan was looking at the news in his shop and a news headline caught his eye. A man got a heart attack from being shocked by his friend online. Beside these words, there was a picture which showed a 300 pounds fat man. To save a life is more sacred than building a 7-story pagoda. Chief of internet trolls, I hope you will turn over a new leaf. Just then, a bunch of fashionable youngsters came to his shop. They were each carrying a culinary delicacy magazine. They checked the information on each other's magazines and confirmed that this was the shop they had come to see. Teacher Kong recommended this shop, a teenage girl said excitedly. Chu, could the details on the magazine be fake? This shop doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's only a cart outside the shop. Could it really be as delicious as what the magazine says? They started to discuss in disbelief. We'll know when we try it. Huang Chuyu smiled and looked into the shop. Boss, 1 scallion pancake please. Lin Fan was lying down in his chair and he didn't move as he was taking a break. Fra Tian raised his head and said, we're already sold out. If you want to eat some, you have to try to understand the poster. This is what Teacher Kong mentioned. Huang Chuyu said excitedly. She was a foodie and she had always paid close attention to Kong Wei Fan's recommendations. This time, he had recommended scallion pancakes. Furthermore, the shop was located in Shanghai. She could bring her friends along during the holiday season. Huang Chuyu looked at the poster on the wall and firmly said, I'm done reading it. Fra Tian looked at Lin Fan and shook his head. You haven't understood it fully. Fra Tian was a little curious about Lin Fan's rules. How could he know whether a person had fully understood the poster? Huang Chuyu was shocked and asked, how could it be? Wang Da furrowed his brows slightly and said, Boss, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? They all nodded in agreement and thought it was the boss who was trying to make things difficult for Huang Chuyu. How would he know if the content of the poster was fully understood? This is a rule, I would know if you fully understood it. Lin Fan said. It's such a weird rule. Chuyu, let's not buy it. It's just a scallion pancake. How good can it be? Understood it. I want to find out the meaning of his understanding. Then, she started to look at it more closely together with her friends. Ding, encyclopedic points +1. Once there was an increment in points, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Then, he stood up and walked towards the cart. He pointed at one of them and said, you've understood it. Wang Da pointed at himself and asked, me. Lin Fan remained silent and started to set up the equipment. Then, a fragrant aroma filled the air. They gathered in front of the cart and stared as the scallion pancake slowly took its shape. Alright, Lin Fan said as he passed the scallion pancake to him. Then, he turned and went back into the shop. Fra Tian was the one in charge of taking the money. Wang Da handed the scallion pancake over to Huang Chuyu as he didn't really want to eat it. The others weren't exactly excited about it. It looked like a normal scallion pancake. How delicious could it be? Can I have a look at the magazine? Lin Fan asked. The group of youngsters did not decline his request. Lin Fan flipped through the magazine and realized that Kong Wei Fan was really good at promoting his shop. Heavyweight recommendation, Master Lin's scallion pancakes. Taste, indescribable deliciousness. Note, serious recommendation, a must try. Method of preparation, normal, yet not normal. Price, $50. Location, Shanghai Cloud Street, Block 8861, Master Lin. Special note, you have to depend on your luck and follow the rules if you want to buy the scallion pancakes. Lin Fan was elated, he hadn't expected himself to appear in a magazine. It was such a good feeling. Just when he was happily thinking about it, a lewd voice could be heard. Huang Chuyu screamed and closed her legs together. Her face was red, it was as if she just had an orgasm. He friends felt very awkward upon seeing her like that. Simply delicious, Huang Chuyu said. She opened her eyes without knowing that she had made a weird expression earlier. The lady boss of the shop next door wasn't surprised at what had happened. Another customer that had been mesmerized by Master Lin's scallion pancakes. Wang Da was still in shock. He commented, Chuyu, your expressions are so exaggerated. Huang Chuyu shook her head and said, it's just too delicious. Teacher Kong was right. If you don't taste it personally, you will never know how delicious is it. Give me a bite, the other girl said. When she took a bite, she revealed an expression that was even more exaggerated than Huang Chuyu's. Fra Tian sighed. Ever since he had been with Lin Fan, he had had to see such expressions at least 10 times per day. He was already used to it. These scallion pancakes are 2D***MN awesome. In his heart, Lin Fan was cursing the encyclopedia. It was so perverse. It must have given his hands some sort of demonic power. If not, how could he have made such delicious pancakes? Even a top chef would never be able to learn such a skill. At the airport, Wang Mingyong was there to welcome someone. A haggard-looking man walked out of the departure hall and went into a car. In the car, Brother Wu, how are things? Wang Mingyong looked at Wu Yungang in disbelief. He hadn't expected him to look so haggard. Wu Yungang regretfully shook his head and said, sigh, such heavy losses. Brother Wang, you were lucky to have sold the stocks quickly. I'm suffering right now. Wang Mingyong patted Wu Yunggang's shoulder and said, I told you about it previously and you didn't believe me. If you did, maybe this wouldn't have happened. It's pointless to say that now. This time, I'm here to meet Master Lin, Wu Yungang said. Brother, you gotta help me. Wang Mingyong nodded and said, don't worry. Although Wu Yungang was a wealthy man in Beijing, this time, he had suffered such huge losses. If he didn't manage to tide over such a difficult period, it would bring even more trouble. That group of cheaters had already left the country a long time ago. It was nearly impossible to find them anymore. At Cloud Street, the black car stopped somewhere near Lin Fan's shop. Wang Mingyong pointed forward and said, that shop belongs to Master Lin. Brother, let me remind you, please keep a low profile. Wu Yungang half smiled and said, how could I still be stubborn with my current circumstances? Fra Tian sighed in relief. He had finally sent away the group of youngsters. Just when he turned around, he saw a familiar figure. Millionaire Wang is here, Fra Tian shouted into the shop. Lin Fan opened his eyes and was a little taken aback. Why is he looking for me? Could it be that something bad has happened again? But when he saw the person beside Wang Mingyong, he understood what was going on. It was as if this person had a dark cloud forming above his head. He was really unlucky, and he was also a friend of Wang Mingyang. Besides him, who else could it be? Brother, I am here. Wang Mingyang just walked into the shop, took a chair and sat down. Lin Fan just smiled, an honorable guest indeed. What brings you here today? Fra Tian quickly poured a few cups of tea and placed them on the table. Wu Yungang entered the shop and looked around. He realized that it had nothing special. At the same time, he saw that the Master Lin that Brother Wang had been talking about was actually a young chap. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have believed him. But now, he did. Hello, Master Lin. Wu Yungang was an arrogant man, but he was polite to Lin Fan. Technically, Lin Fan had not helped him before, but Lin Fan had given him an indirect warning before. He could only blame himself for not listening. Lin Fan looked at Wu Yungang and nodded, please have a seat. Wang Mingyang had brought Wu Yungang just to see if it was even possible to save him, even though they had to be a little shameless about it. Wu Yungang sat beside Wang Mingyang. Nobody would have thought that this small shop would be visited by two multi-billionaires. If they were robbed and kidnapped, the robbers would have become filthy rich. This time, I brought Brother Wu here to let you have a look to see if there's any way that we could help him, Wang Mingyang said. He was a sincere and loyal friend. He would help his friends no matter how impossible the situation may seem. Lin Fan just smiled and said, you should know my rules here. Wang Mingyang smiled awkwardly and said, of course I know your rules. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. I personally brought him here to see if we could talk something out. He knew Lin Fan's rules and knew how he was like. It wouldn't be easy to convince him to change the rules. But since these rules were man-made, he just had to try his luck. Master, what rule is it? If it's impossible to change them, I can follow the rules. Initially, Wu Yungang hadn't believed in fortune-telling. He had worked so hard for his whole life and all he depended on was his guts and hard work. He resented those who cheated their way through fortune-telling just to make money. But after this incident, he knew that this person recommended by Wang Mingyang was a remarkable man. To put it in their own terms, Lin Fan was their noble savior. Lin Fan looked at Wang Mingyang and at the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry about it. He was such a rich man, and when he decided to be shameless, it was really quite scary. You're not a bad person, you're just too arrogant. Since these rules are set by me, we won't follow them today, but you can't tell anyone. Lin Fan said. Wang Mingyang smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I like that spirit. Lin Fan shook his head and said, never again. Don't worry, just this time. Next time, even if it is me, I will follow the rules and queue up. Wang Mingyang said. Wu Yungang realized that Master Lin was looking closely at his face. He also studied his palms. You're destined to have great fortune, Lin Fan said calmly. He wanted to show that he was serious about it. Wu Yungang smiled bitterly. Master, how am I lucky? I am so unfortunate all the time, he said. A loss of over a few billion made him feel extremely down. He couldn't even cry even though he was depressed. Lin Fan raised his head and said, believe it or not, you'd never be able to get a smooth and successful life all the way. This was a huge loss for you, but it's the only big problem that you'll face in your life. Wang Mingyang listened attentively as he sat beside him. Then he interrupted, you mean he will overcome this setback and be successful again in future? Lin Fan just smiled and didn't say much. If he was to say even more, he would be at risk of being struck by lightning. Chief Wu, you have a 28-year-old lover, right? Lin Fan asked. Wu Yungang was stunned. He hadn't expected Master Lin to know that. He hadn't even told anyone about it. Wang Mingyang saw how Wu Yungang accepted it with silence and was shocked. He said, brother, if your wife finds out about this, things would be out of control. Sigh, I'm just a man. Sometimes, it's hard to control. A master indeed, he even knows about this. Lin Fan blinked several times and said, I didn't say it to expose you. Wu Yungang furrowed his brows and was confused. He asked, Master, what do you mean by that? Your motive of coming here today was to get a solution, but I'm telling you whatever that's happening now is related to her. Your lover took the initiative to get together with you, right? Lin Fan asked. Wu Yungang nodded and said, yeah, I met her at a wine reception 2 years ago. This investment project was also by her. Then, Wu Yungang abruptly raised his head in disbelief. Master, it can't be, can it? She also lost everything in this project. Wu Yungang said in shock. Wang Mingyang was a little confused and he asked, brother, what's her name? Wang Meihong, Wu Yungang said, DMN, it's her after all. She tried to convince me to join this project too. Wang Mingyang said angrily. Then, he slapped his thigh and cursed, FCK. Brother, you should have told me you had a lover. Then, this might not have happened. I knew it was an investment project for the Beijing. Why would she even look for me? Wang Mingyang said. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and took a sip of his tea. He didn't bother to explain further since they all understood what had happened. Then, Lin Fan took out his phone and opened an app. 2 hours later, there will be a flight to the Beijing. Do you want to go back first? Wu Yungang was dumbfounded. Just a reminder by Lin Fan and he was awakened. Yes, I have to rush back. It's no wonder that she has been behaving strangely recently. She said she was in debt and had to use these funds to pay them back. I think she just wanted to run away. Wu Yungang held onto Lin Fan's hands tightly and sincerely said, Master, thank you. Thank you so much. I will remember this and I'll come back again once everything is settled. Then, Wu Yungang just took out a credit card from his pocket and said, Master, this does not represent my respect and admiration for you. I won't say any more, I have to rush back. Lin Fan just kept the card as he felt that he deserved it for helping him. Wang Mingyang stood up, patted Lin Fan on his shoulders and said, Brother, I'm impressed. I will send him to the airport and come back for a chat with you. Whatever you decide to do, you must not hurt her, Lin Fan reminded him. Wu Yungang just nodded and left. After they left, Lin Fan looked at the credit card that he had left behind. Fra Tian came over and asked, how much is there inside it? Do you want to know? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Yeah, Fra Tian immediately nodded and said. Lin Fan then opened the banking app and keyed in the details to check the account balance. When Fraud Tian saw how much money there was, he was shocked beyond words. Haha, Lin Fan just smiled. How awesome. At a certain restaurant. Sister Huang, what do you think of her? 24 years old, a primary school teacher, an employee of a matchmaking company placed a stack of documents on the table. She's quite decent, I have to see others first. A short and fat middle-aged woman looked through the documents closely. She was Huang Hongrong. They had avoided a flight disaster upon heeding the advice of Master Lin. After the incident, she felt that she had to be the one in charge of her son's biggest event of his life. She wanted to find someone who was good enough for him, so she contacted a pretty good matchmaking company. I think she's good, our son will like her, Li Zhongyang said while holding a picture. He was the husband of Huang Hongrong. The matchmaking company employee, Xiao Song, said, she is 28 years old. She works in the bank and has a permanent role there. She's considered one of the best choices here. Huang Hongrong looked and nodded, she is indeed pretty good. Although she's a little old, at least she will be sensible enough and won't bring too much trouble. Then, Xiao Song took out more documents about her particulars and said, Sister Huang and Brother Li, look at these. If you're satisfied, you can let me know. He knew that the client was a top tier one. He had a car and a house in Shanghai and he had above average qualifications. His intent was probably to find a stable and an appropriate match. Huang Hongrong shortlisted a few of them and piled them together into another stack. Give these to me first. I want to look for Master Lin and ask him for advice. We will choose the one he picks. Xiao Song was a little taken aback. He curiously asked, Sister Huang, you have to look for a fortune teller to find a wife for your son. I thought it would be better for you to pick one yourself. Of course, I have to be sure of it. Master Lin is really accurate, I can only rest assured when he recommends one for me. Xiao Song awkwardly smiled. It was the first time that he had witnessed such a thing. Li Zhongyang explained, my family didn't believe in these things previously, but your sister Huang went to him for fortune telling and heeded his advice. That's how we prevented a disaster from happening to our family. Xiao Song was in shock and asked, is that true? Yeep, right now, Huang Hongrong only believed in Master Lin and nobody else. May I ask if the Master Lin you are referring to is the one from Cloud Street? An old man asked. Huang Hongrong smiled and asked, Elder, you have been advised by Master Lin before. Wu Tianhe had arrived in Shanghai from Lianzhou and was having a meal with his daughter. When he heard the people behind him discussing Master Lin, he got curious and asked. Not yet, I'm about to visit him today. Wu Tianhe smiled and said. Huang Hongrong's judgment of people was pretty accurate. She knew that the person in front of her was definitely a rich man. He had a special look to him. Then you've made the right decision. Master Lin is godlike when it comes to predictions. Everything he says will come true. Huang Hongrong had nothing but praises for Master Lin. She was a loyal fan. But they didn't know who this person was. If they were from Lianzhou, they would have known Wu Tianhe, the great master of Lianzhou. As long as the name was mentioned, every elderly person in Lianzhou would have known who he was. But in Shanghai, not many knew of him. In Lianzhou, Wu Tianhe was a household name. Many people wanted to look for him for fortune telling but didn't have the capabilities to do so. Wu Tianhe hadn't met Master Lin before but he was curious. He pulled a chair towards Huang Hongrong and sat down. Then, he took a close look at Huang Hongrong's face. Mister, is there something wrong with me? Huang Hongrong asked. Wu Tianhe was a little confused and said, that's weird. Huang Hongrong was shocked. She asked, Mister, what's weird? Wu Tianhe couldn't understand what happened and he asked, you said Master Lin helped you to avoid a disaster previously, do you remember his exact words? Regarding that incident, Huang Hongrong would remember it for life. Sometimes, when she was with her family and friends, she would happily tell everyone everything in exact details. She was always very excited to tell the incident to anyone who was interested but it caused Wu Tianhe to be panic-stricken. It was violating the laws of nature, a change in one's fate would result in horrible consequences. If she had approached him for help, he wouldn't have helped her because her face showed certain death but she was now still alive and kicking. Master Lin must have been out of his mind to use his life in exchange for hers. Otherwise, how could he have revealed the truth? Mister, are you okay? Huang Hongrong asked. Wu Tianhe waved his hands and said, it's nothing, it's nothing. I won't disturb you further. When Wu Tianhe returned to his table, Huang Hongrong made eye contact with her husband, they didn't understand what the old man wanted. There was nothing major that happened but his facial expression became so weird. Then, Huang Hongrong continued her discussion with Xiao Song regarding her son's matters. She wanted to choose the best match for his son as soon as possible. At another table, Wu Tianhe sat down and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was still in shock. He had a lot of achievements and experience in metaphysics but it was the first time that he had seen such a thing. Dad, why do you look so pale? Wu Yulan asked while she ate and used her phone. Wu Tianhe just waved his hands and said, no problem, nothing's wrong. He was actually feeling very conflicted, he had to see Master Lin personally. When he had looked at Huang Hongrong's face, the wrinkles and vein patterns had shown that her life was meant to be ended but now that she was alive, it meant that the calamity had been overcome. Her life was being reset. It was an unbelievable occurrence. Wu Yulan placed her phone on the table and said, Dad, why don't we go to the hospital? You're incredibly pale, it's scary. It's alright, I was just thinking of something. Wu Tianhe replied, he had made a trip down to Shanghai just to meet with Master Lin. He couldn't let his own daughter live in pain for the next half of her life. If the heavens were to give him one more chance, he would choose to have peace instead of wealth. Not everything can be explained by science. Especially when it comes to metaphysics, there were already many fate-changing masters in the past. Yuan Tian Gang, Li Chunfeng, Li Ji, etc. Those were the great masters back in the days. Despite how powerful they were, they wouldn't have dared to violate the rules of the heavens. In the late Tang dynasty, the palace had a rumor about the throne being taken over by a woman. Emperor Taizong had commanded Li Chunfeng to point out the person who had spread the rumor. Li Chunfeng did not dare to decline his request, but he was even more afraid of defying the rules of the heavens. Li Chunfeng just said there were too many people and he was afraid of picking the wrong person. Then, Emperor Taizong grouped the people in the palace into teams of 100 people each. He instructed Li Chunfeng to shortlist a few groups to simplify the selection process. In the end, the group of suspects was narrowed down to 50. After that, the emperor told Li Chunfeng to narrow the group down further, but Li Chunfeng did not dare to do so. It was a secret that was not to be revealed. So, Emperor Taizong was prepared to behead all 50 of them. Just as he was about to do so, a scapegoat appeared. She was Li Junxian. Her nickname was Fifth Wife. This allowed Wu Zetian to avoid being killed. From this incident, it showed that no matter how powerful a master was, he wouldn't dare to mess with the will of the heavens. However, Lin Fan was messing around as he liked. After all, he had the encyclopedia. As long as he didn't violate the stupid rules of the encyclopedia, he would be fine. What a valiant life, indeed. Master Lin, in the shop. Lin Fan was lying there. He had finally sent his customers away. He made scallion pancakes in the morning and the afternoons were reserved for fortune-telling. He was satisfied with the life that he was leading. Fra Tian stretched for a bit and did some shadow boxing, then he said, there seems to be resellers. Lin Fan wasn't even surprised. He asked, what's wrong with that? We're too high in demand. These resellers took this opportunity and hired people to queue for them. The others are complaining about it. Fra Tian was full of admiration for Lin Fan. As the business had expanded and became more popular, even international customers came to queue up for their services. Although the foreigners were complaining, they still queued up properly. Fra Tian was envious of the resellers. These resellers are selling the tickets for high prices ranging from $500 to even $1,000. Lin Fan just yawned and said, looks like this problem is getting serious. Fra Tian nodded and said, yeah, it's really quite serious. We gotta revamp it again. Lin Fan sat upright on the chair and thought about it for a while, then he had a strange expression. Fra Tian was a little shocked at his facial expression and he asked, what is it? You look so shocked. Lin Fan behaved mysteriously and said, I sense a calamity coming towards us, it's quite serious. Fra Tian was afraid and he quickly said, should we close the door and hide? Lin Fan shook his head and said, it's too late, it's here. Then, Fra Tian looked in the same direction as Lin Fan. There were two people standing at the door. Fra Tian wasn't interested in the old man but he was fixated on the pretty girl beside the man. She was really pretty and had long and slender legs. Ever since he had started following Lin Fan, Fra Tian felt that his life was blessed as he got to see so many pretty ladies. Although he had not touched any of them before, he was satisfied to see them. An exaggerated expression could be seen on Lin Fan's face. What a strong aura of bad luck. Wu Tian he stood at the door with his daughter and looked at the signboard which said, Master Ellen. That's right, they were at the right place. Wu Yulan felt that the place was a little familiar. Just when she thought of it, a voice could be heard from the shop. Bad luck, who said bad luck? Wu Tian he looked at Fra Tian and confirmed that he wasn't the great master. Then, he looked at Lin Fan who had a different expression from before, he wasn't as calm as he had been. Lin Fan looked at Wu Tian he suspiciously. Both of them made eye contact and it was like they were martial art experts using their eyes to battle each other. Wu Yulan wanted to speak but she remained silent as she realized that the atmosphere was getting a little tense. Although she didn't study metaphysics, it was the first time that she saw her dad with such an expression. Fra Tian looked left and right and wondered what was going on. They were looking at each other so seriously. Then, Fra Tian realized that the old man was familiar and exclaimed, you are Wu Tianhe from Lianzhou. When he had still been a fortune teller under the bridge, he had paid attention to Wu Tianhe. He was really envious of him but did not worship him. Sometimes, comparing oneself to another would really drive one crazy. A long while later, Wu Tianhe shook his head and said, I can't see through you. Lin Fan replied, Wu Abing. Fra Tian was confused, what did that mean? But then again, how would he know what it meant? The eye contact that they had made earlier was already a bloodless battle. Wu Tianhe then entered the shop and said, Master Lin. Lin Fan just smiled and when he saw Wu Yulan trying to enter the shop, he quickly stopped her and said, you, stand at the door and don't come in. Wu Yulan froze, with a leg raised in the air. Yulan, wait for me outside, I need to speak to Master Lin. Wu Tianhe said. Wu Yulan suddenly remembered that Master Lin was the one that made the prediction about her on Weibo. Then, she angrily stomped her feet and said, who would want to go in? HMPH, Wu Yulan said. Fra Tian took a small stool and went towards Wu Yulan. She's a beautiful woman, that kid's behavior was inappropriate. Wu Yulan just sat there angrily. She wanted to find out what could have caused her father to value this meeting so much. Master Lin, Wu Tianhe tried to continue his words but he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hands and said, listen to me speak about metaphysics first. Wu Tianhe was taken aback but he nodded and said, I'd be glad to hear it. Then, Lin Fan started to rattle on about it. After becoming a fortune teller, he had tried to explain it to Fra Tian to gain an encyclopedic point. Now, it was Wu Tianhe's turn. After he was done, encyclopedic point +1, what a great feeling. On the other hand, Wu Tianhe was shocked beyond words. He said, Master Lin's views on metaphysics are unique and deep. Lin Fan didn't know shit about metaphysics, he had merely read it all from the encyclopedia. It wasn't to converse with him, he just wanted to gain the encyclopedic point. Now that he had gotten the point, he was satisfied. What issues are you facing? Lin Fan asked as he sipped his tea. Wu Tianhe finally understood. Lin Fan was a young and capable master. As for Master Lin's life, he couldn't see through it at all. But Master Lin had recited the names of his first-generation ancestors. This meant that Master Lin had seen through all his 18 generations of ancestors. That amount of power was enough for him to be recognized as the best master of metaphysics. Then, Wu Tianhe pleaded, I just need you to help my daughter, Master Lin. Lin Fan waved his hands and said, you've committed too many sins. Your daughter is basically hopeless. It's fated. Wu Tianhe was not going to resign to his fate just like that. He said, Master Lin, don't mind me saying this. I heard about you helping someone to escape death but nothing happened to you. May I know how you did it? Lin Fan pointed at the door and asked, what did you see earlier on? Master Lin, Wu Tian he replied. That's right, I am Master Lin, I'm not a normal fortune teller, Lin Fan said. Wu Tian he didn't say anything and stood up. Lin Fan was a little taken aback, he quickly swung his arms and said, sit down, we can just talk about it. You don't have to stand up or move around. Now that the internet is so powerful, I might get roasted to death for making you move. That woman outside the door had terrible fortune. Once Wu Tian he dies, she would definitely suffer a horrific fate. It would be an unimaginable consequence. Wu Tian he sincerely pleaded, Master Lin, I really need your help. I'm willing to give up anything for it. I have only one daughter. I will bear the consequences of my past sins, but I can't let my next generation be affected by it. If this conversation was made known to those wealthy businessmen in Lianzhou, they would definitely be in disbelief. Lianzhou's divine fortune teller, Wu Tian he was actually pleading a youngster for help in a small shop in Shanghai. Who would believe it? When Wu Yulan heard his words, she was shocked. She was born into a family that specialized in metaphysics, and although she didn't take over his business, she believed in it more than anyone else. She knew that her life was going to be horrific in the near future and she wanted to focus on living happily from now on. Lin Fan didn't reply and just looked at Wu Yulan outside the door. She has a big bastards, which means that she can give birth easily. She has big breasts too, which means that she can provide more nutrition to her kids. Ah, what the FCK am I thinking? Then, he looked at the girl sincerely with pity. Wu Tian he had never been nervous about anything before, but this time, he was looking at Lin Fan anxiously. In his heart, Lin Fan sighed. The heavens had given him good morals after all. Facing a teenage girl that was about to lose her footing in life, how could he just leave her without helping? Wu Tian he wasn't exactly a bad person. When he had been young, he had a wealth of knowledge in metaphysics and he became extremely arrogant after the wealthy people praised and trusted him. It was rare to find someone like him who was so capable and low profile. Wu Tian he looked at Master Lin eagerly, hoping that he could help to save his daughter. He knew that Master Lin was considering it. It was a special scenario. It wasn't just a simple change of fate, it required the usage of his birth chart to suppress and change hers. If his birth chart wasn't stable enough, his life would be affected by hers. Finally, Lin Fan started to talk. You should know that this isn't a simple matter, Lin Fan said. Wu Tian he nodded and said, Master Lin, I know it's not simple. Lin Fan replied, your daughter's birth chart is extremely unfavorable. This is even more difficult than changing someone's fortune. I know all these. It's really difficult. Wu Tian he nodded and tried his luck again, hoping that it would convince Lin Fan. Furthermore, I am not related to you in any way. You understand that, right? Lin Fan was in a dilemma, but he was trying to devise a plan to tempt Wu Tian he into doing something. Wu Tian he sighed, nodded and remained silent. He knew it was an outrageous request to ask someone that's unrelated to you to help you resolve such a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Wu Yulan looked really depressed. She finally knew the reason why her dad had come to Shanghai. Her birth chart stated that she would lead a difficult life in the second half of her life. Actually, she thought of just creating wonderful memories before committing suicide during the second half of her life. But she was afraid of death and she couldn't bear to leave this world. Fraud Tian finally understood what was going on. He looked at the beautiful lady and felt sorry for her for having such a sad fate. Wu Yulan hadn't met Lin Fan before, she had only scolded him once on Weibo before, as she had thought that Lin Fan was an arrogant person. But she finally understood his powers. If not, her father wouldn't have been so polite to him, not to mention seek his help. Dad, this is my fate. Forget it, let's not make things difficult for Master Lin, Wu Yulan said. Lin Fan had wanted to continue with his show, but was interrupted by Wu Yulan. Then, he looked at her and said, I told you to remain silent and stand at the door. Please do not say anything. Wu Tian he looked at his daughter and said, listen to the master. Wu Yulan had just settled down and wasn't being emotional anymore, but upon hearing that, she just sulked and sat there. Master, I am willing to use my entire fortune in exchange for happiness in the next half of my daughter's life. Wu Tian he said seriously. Lin Fan waved his arms and said, why would I want your money and assets? This isn't something that can be easily resolved by money. You should understand that. Wu Tian he was a little embarrassed and he said, I understand that. In his mind, he knew that it was a hopeless situation. Master Lin had already spoken, how could he still not understand what he was saying? He had studied metaphysics for his whole life and he had attained so much, but was still helpless when it came to trying to save his daughter. In the end, everything that he had learned was useless. How sorrowful and miserable. Then, Wu Tian he lit up when he heard the following words from Master Lin. Master Lin took a sip of his tea and spoke slowly, but after all, the heavens are still good. She's still so young and she still has so much ahead of her. How could they make her pay for the sins that were committed by the previous generations? Don't you agree? Wu Tian he nodded repeatedly and said, yes, they shouldn't hold her responsible for those sins. Lin Fan then asked, would it be a problem for you to live in Shanghai? No, would it be a problem for you to work here for me? Lin Fan asked. No problem, Wu Tian he shook his head and said. Lin Fan was satisfied with his answers. Then, he asked, 9 to 5 daily with no breaks. No problem, right? No problem, regardless of what you say, it's fine with me. Upon hearing so many questions, Wu Tian he wanted to stand up and kick Lin Fan in the ass. No pay, no insurance, no welfare benefits, and whatever a typical employee has, you won't have it. You really have no problem with that? Lin Fan asked again to confirm. It was such a good deal for Lin Fan. Wu Tian he had real abilities, and if he was to take over Lin Fan to read fortunes, that would be awesome. In future, he would be able to rest whenever he wanted unless he ran into something that needed to be resolved urgently. Wu Tian he anxiously said, Master Lin, I really have no problem with all of that. Thank you so much. Master Lin just wanted to give Wu Tian he hope. As long as Master Lin could help to change his daughter's life, he would agree to anything that Master Lin requested. Lin Fan looked towards Wu Yulan and said, you can speak now. Just like your dad, you have to work in the shop and help me to pour tea and sweep the floor. You shouldn't have any problem either, right? Wu Tianhe didn't even wait for his daughter to reply, he immediately replied on her behalf, Master Lin, no problem. No problem at all. This has to be answered by your daughter, Lin Fan said. Wu Yulan stood outside the door and she didn't know what to say. She looked at her father's expression and saw the glimmer of hope in his eyes. At the same time, she also wanted to change her fate so that she could enjoy her life. I have no problem with that, Wu Yulan replied. Fraud Tian was extremely happy. In future, the shop wouldn't be so boring anymore. If he were to tell this to others, they would all be envious of him for having such company in a small shop like this. He was excited to have such a pretty colleague. Furthermore, the best fortune teller in Lianzhou, Wu Tianhe would also be his colleague. His reputation and status would definitely be on the rise. This kid didn't lie to me after all. Life is definitely better working for him. Lin Fan was in a good mood as he was about to enjoy his life in future. He wouldn't be so busy anymore. Then, he said, it's settled then. You can go back to Lianzhou to pack up first before coming here in 3 days' time. Wu Tianhe stood up and bowed to Lin Fan out of respect. Master Lin, thank you so much. I, Wu Tianhe, mean what I say and I won't go back on my words. Lin Fan just nodded his head. All of a sudden, something happened unexpectedly. The second task has been completed. Encyclopedic points plus 20. How awesome, he could finally start on the third task since the second one had been completed. To become a renowned fortune teller, Master Lin, that task wasn't that difficult after all. It looked like the last thing he had to do was to obtain Wu Tianhe's trust and admiration. Wu Tianhe was the best fortune teller in Lianzhou, the best in metaphysics. It was a great achievement to be recognized by someone like him. Lin Fan was ecstatic and Wu Tianhe saw his expressions. Lin Fan had to hold his happiness in and wave goodbye to Wu Tianhe and his daughter. You should go back to Lianzhou and return soon. Wu Tianhe wasn't any less excited than Lin Fan. He nodded and left with his daughter. After they had left, Lin Fan lied down on a bench and was looking forward to the next task. How awesome, next time when I go out, I can boast to people around me. Fraud Tian said excitedly. Lin Fan smiled and then his expression suddenly changed. He thought of how stupid the encyclopedia was as it liked to expand on the specialties of people around him. If it had something to do with Fraud Tian again, he would be able to do anything to change it. Fraud, you. When Lin Fan wanted to ask Fraud Tian to go take a break outside, the encyclopedia flipped to the third page. The second page was flipped with a tremendous amount of force, as if it was signifying that the second task had been done and dusted. Unlocking the third page of knowledge. For it is. Lin Fan was dumbfounded when he heard the familiar voice of the encyclopedia. For it is again, can't it use any other vocabulary? Unlocking the third page of knowledge. For it's the third page of knowledge, a specialty of someone near the host will be chosen. Tian Hanming worships the host greatly. Hence, the subclass of Chinese martial arts will be unlocked, Bagua Zhang. Task, as usual, become the famous Master Lin. Reward, encyclopedic points plus 20 and the ability to unlock the fourth page of knowledge. Note, since it is a small class of knowledge, there is no need to be involved in the profession. Lin Fan was speechless. Fraud Tian was a little nervous when he realized that Lin Fan looked like he wanted to slaughter him. What do you want? Fraud Tian asked weakly as he felt something was wrong. Lin Fan just lowered his head helplessly. He wondered why he had to meet someone like Fraud Tian. The first two missions already had something to do with him and it was already unbearable. Tell me honestly, besides Bagua Zhang, what else do you know? Lin Fan asked sternly as it involved his future. Fraud Tian took a while to process his question. He just smiled and said, you scared me. I thought you wanted to do something to me but you actually just wanted to ask this question. Besides Bagua Zhang, I am good at cooking too. Wait, just tell me what careers have you been in before? Lin Fan asked anxiously. Oh, then that's a long list. I've been a locksmith for half a year, a road cleaner for a year, a chef for 2 months, promoter, a masseuse. Fraud Tian went on to list more than 10 different careers. Lin Fan almost fainted when he heard the list of careers. It was really unbearable. If the fourth mission also had something to do with Fraud Tian, wouldn't he be finished? Lin Fan had the urge to beat the sheet out of Fraud Tian but he decided not to. A subclassification of martial arts, Bagua Zhang. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? In order to become a renowned master, he had to really make it to the fighting arena or even start a clan of martial artists. It didn't seem too difficult to master Bagua Zhang, which was a subclassification of martial arts. But in such an era, the ability was practically useless. Then, Lin Fan looked at his encyclopedic points and realized that he already had 67 points. Not bad, but he had to continue working hard. Forget it, Bagua Zhang was not too bad. It allowed him become a martial arts expert in such a short time. In future, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the gangsters anymore. If the previous incident was to happen again, he could at least fight for himself. Nighttime, he closed the shop and went home. On the Shanghai Culinary Delicacy discussion page, an active user of the forum wrote an article about Lin Fan's pancakes. Single quote. The world's best scallion pancakes. You'll never know what you've been missing out on unless you try them personally. Egg tosser. That scared me. I thought this was written by some unreputable person. Ultimate killer. What a joke. How can a scallion pancake be so delicious? How much did the vendor pay the management team for this advertisement? Cool man, we're on Earth and we're not playing a role-playing game. We don't have magical ingredients here, but I'll give you credit for that expression. Sleepy fool, I didn't expect the management team to have tasted them personally. These scallion pancakes are indeed delicious and it can't be easily described. You'll remember the taste for life. I've only eaten them once and I haven't been chosen ever since. Ultimate killer, sleepy fool, I'll give you $1 for you to shut up. Sleepy fool replied, Ultimate killer, you haven't tried them yourself. You think it's bullshit. Look at the pictures. It's the magic of Master Lin's scallion pancakes. Everyone had the same reactions after eating them. Another picture surfaced. It was an aerial view of the extremely long queue outside the shop. It was simply unbelievable. Did you see that? Master Lin only sells 10 scallion pancakes daily and it's by balloting, but there are so many people that want to eat the scallion pancakes, Sleepy Fool replied. Horizon's immortal soul, is that even real? How could they be so delicious? I live pretty near the shop. Looks like I'll have to try my luck tomorrow. Sleepy Fool replied to Horizon's immortal soul, of course it's real. Good luck to you, I haven't been able to eat them for 7 days in a row. I've saved up some money to buy them from the resellers. 666, hey, didn't expect the management team to recommend Master Lin's scallion pancakes. His scallion pancakes have nothing but compliments. It's heaven on earth indeed. Lin Fan didn't know that his scallion pancakes had created such a mess in the Shanghai culinary delicacy forums. His reputation looked to be improving again. If Lin Fan knew about it, he probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry about it. The scallion pancake business was just a side business. At the underground car park, after Lin Fan parked his car, he hummed happily and walked towards the lift. Then, a series of honks could be heard which alerted Lin Fan. He quickly jumped backward. Then, a black car went past his face. Are you crazy? Are you rushing off to reincarnation? Lin Fan scolded. It was an underground car park and that driver still drove so quickly. The car didn't even stop. It just made a turn and parked. Lin Fan was extremely unhappy at the driver's arrogance. Then, he walked over to the car and slammed on the car boot. What's up? 3 muscular men came out of the car. They were at least 1.8 meters tall and they were wearing black short-sleeved t-shirts, which revealed their gigantic muscles. They looked terrifying. Why did you drive so quickly in an underground car park like this? Do you know that you almost hit me? Lin Fan asked. The bald man arrogantly replied, aren't you standing here without a problem? Get lost. Lin Fan furrowed his brows unhappily and said, how could you still be so arrogant? Beastard, you must be asking for trouble. The bald man raised his hand as if he wanted to slap Lin Fan. Then, Lin Fan felt like his body was conditioned to have quick reflexes. He raised his hand as quick as a bolt of lightning and immediately slapped the man's face. Thud. The man collapsed onto the ground. The left side of his face was swollen. Lin Fan was shocked at how powerful he had become. The other 2 men went ahead as well, but Lin Fan felt like he had gotten some superpowers. With 2 slaps, the 2 men collapsed onto the ground as well. Lin Fan was in disbelief. In the past, his hands had no strength at all, but they had become so powerful now. Lin Fan was feeling a little more courageous. Now that he was an expert, why should he be afraid? Bagua Zhang seemed to be really powerful. However, he didn't know if he was as good as Fraud Tian. The 3 men fearfully apologized. Sorry. Lin Fan told them off, you better drive more carefully next time. You're fortunate that it was me today. If it was someone else, you might not even survive. Yes, we will definitely drive carefully in future. Lin Fan didn't bother to argue with these 3 men. He was more interested in the sub-classification of the encyclopedia. It seemed that he had unintentionally become powerful. At home, Lin Fan lied down on his sofa and he was feeling extremely happy. Look at the house compared to the old one, this one's more suitable for a human to live in. There's a sofa, a TV, and a personal bathroom. What the hell did I live in before? Just a few square meters and it didn't even have a toilet. Its space only sufficed for a few steps. I didn't even have enough space to do his own things. He was finally able to turn his life around and he was slowly feeling the power of a petite bourgeois. On the TV, the host was reading a piece of news. China's top MMA artist, Han Lu, had a tough fight with the master of the Bagua Zhang, Master Lei Lei. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was studying the encyclopedia. Host, Lin Fan. Occupation, Scallion Pancake Master, Fortune Teller, Master of Bagua Zhang. Mission, to become a renowned Master Lin incomplete. Reward, Encyclopedic Points plus 20. Current Encyclopedic Points, 67. He was shocked at what was written on the 3rd page of the encyclopedia. How could he explain such knowledge to others? Furthermore, even if he did try to explain, only a handful of people would understand him. Weibo. Lin Fan realized that there was something wrong with Weibo. The number of people that were discussing the Han Lu and Lei Lei fight was increasing at a rapid rate. Orange crop. This Han Lu is too amazing. He KO'd Lei Lei in just 11 seconds. The poor with no privilege. This guy is 2D *MN arrogant. Lei Lei has already said on his Weibo that he had no intention of harming the other party's life. Hence, he didn't use his inner power. If he had used it, he would definitely have thrashed Han Lu. Cabbage CC. Stop with your blind talk. Han Lu is an awesome fighter who's beaten so many people. These people are no match for him. His Weibo suddenly became a discussion page for these people. Lin Fan was curious as to what was happening. Then, he did a search and saw a video. After which, he could only think of one thing. It was too cruel and violent. Han Lu KO'd Lei Lei so quickly and easily. If he was the one who was fighting Han Lu, he would definitely be slaughtered too. At first, when he had read the article, he had still been full of confidence. The 3rd page of encyclopedic knowledge was Bagua Zhang. He thought that he could probably beat Han Lu with ease. However, after watching the video, he didn't even think of fighting Han Lu anymore. The punches would land directly onto his body and it would be extremely painful. It would probably be better to not do anything about it. Then, Lin Fan sent out a Weibo message to update his followers. He said, actually, I'm also a master of Bagua Zhang. In just a short moment, there was a reply. Examen novice, master, you should stick to fortune telling. We shouldn't be involved with such barbaric people. Uncertain fate, stop bragging. I admire you so much, Master Lin. Master, I recently went to my friend's salon to perm my hair and he colored my hair green. Is he telling me something by doing that? 666, your friend must be a true friend that's expressing his love for you. Lin Fan felt really helpless from looking at these comments. The 3rd task was to become a renowned Master Lin. How would he go about doing that? Forget it. He thought that he shouldn't be worrying about things like this. Everything will be alright in the end. He wanted to just forget about fighting with others as he was afraid of pain. Just when Lin Fan wanted to switch off his phone to sleep, Autumn Swordfish Killer made a sudden appearance. Autumn Swordfish Killer, you're a master of Bagua Zhong. How shameless. Autumn Swordfish Killer, just one punch from Han Lu is sufficient to break your face. Everyone, prepare your melon seeds and water to watch the fight started by the reappearance of the Flame War Emperor. The Flame War Emperor with limitless saliva, who could destroy him? This fight will surely excite the ignorant commoners. Autumn Swordfish Killer, sigh, forget it. Let life be as beautiful as summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. I did not lose to you, I just lost to harsh reality. 666, the chief of internet trolls loves to write idioms when an argument breaks out. Not everyone can have such a stinky attitude. The Flame War Emperor has an undeserved reputation. We should all clap to compliment him instead. Autumn Swordfish Killer had become well known on Lin Fan's Weibo. He had already been arguing with Lin Fan since the time when he only had less than 100 followers. Each battle was ruthless and unforgiving. Lin Fan felt that the comments made by the chief of internet trolls were weird and it looked as if he couldn't care any less. Lin Fan was hesitant but in the end, he sighed and just sent out a private message to him. Autumn Sword, you're a good guy. Let me read your fortune for you. The nurse that's always been taking care of you is fated to be your wife. Please confess your love for her tonight at 9 p.m. sharp. Believe me, your life will be changed instantly. Autumn Swordfish Killer was still lying on his bed in the ward as he stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking about the Meng Meng incident which left him heartbroken. When he saw the message, his eyes lit up. He knew that Master Lin really had powers but after all, he was Chief Autumn Sword. He had never done something that made him regret in his life. He would never back down to things like that. If he decided to roast someone forever, he wouldn't change his mind just because the person does something for him. Autumn Sword just replied, get lost. Just these two words were enough to show Autumn Swordfish Killer's attitude towards Lin Fan. He looked at the time on his phone and it was 8:30. Autumn Swordfish Killer didn't bother about Weibo anymore. He opened up his Baidu search engine and looked for love confessions. After reading tons of such confessions, he was truly moved. Fraud, if my confession is a success today, I will flame you less in future. Autumn Swordfish Killer had been well taken care of by a nurse in the hospital for the past few days. She was young, pretty and gentle. Her soft voice melted his heart whenever she spoke to him. At 9 p.m. sharp, the nurse helped Autumn Sword with his drip and smiled sweetly before leaving the room. When she left, Autumn Swordfish Killer removed the needle. Although he was unhappy with Master Lin, based on past observations, he really was a capable fortune teller. From the looks of it, it looked like Master Lin really wanted to talk things over with him. Since he said that his life would be changed at 9 p.m., he wanted to take the opportunity and not miss it. As he thought of betting with her in future, Autumn Sword was a little excited. He opened the door and walked to the aisle of the wards. The bulky hospital attire did not stop him from what he had wanted to do. Jing Jing, stay there. Autumn Swordfish Killer shouted at the door. Then, the quiet walkway became even quieter. Some of the nurses looked at him curiously. Jing Jing turned and looked at Autumn Swordfish Killer. Clattering sounds. Autumn Swordfish Killer went down on one knee and said, Jing Jing, if you were the sky, I'd be the wind. The weather may change but my love for you will never change. I love you, Jing Jing. Will you be my girlfriend? Sounds of people vomiting and screaming for help. Upon hearing that, Jing Jing's face turned pale and she ran away without even looking back. Autumn Swordfish Killer just stood there speechless, with his eyes and mouth opened wide. Then, he angrily went into his room and texted Lin Fan privately. FCK your mum, fraud. Autumn Swordfish Killer will do nothing else but make life hell for you. Lin Fan was preparing to sleep and when he received the message, he replied instantly, if you can regain the powers of being the unbeatable Flame War Emperor, I will be gladly waiting. Autumn Swordfish Killer replied, you're AFC King Dog, just you wait. I will lead my army and crumble your Weibo. Autumn Swordfish Killer was filled with determination and rage. He simply couldn't tolerate it anymore. But Lin Fan just laughed it off and thought that if he could help an aimless sheep like Autumn Sword to find his determination again, it would be worth it. If he didn't end up in hell, who else would? Regardless of whether he would end up in hell, he still had to sleep. Then, he switched off his phone and went to bed. The next day, Cloud Street. It was the start of a new day and everyone was feeling energized. Master Lin is here, Master Lin is here. A group of people surrounded Fraud Tian and shouted as they pointed at Master Lin. What's going on? Lin Fan was confused as to what was happening. It was early in the morning and everyone was behaving weirdly. A group of young men and women surrounded Lin Fan and said, Master, quick, quick. I am running late for work. I have already gotten the number tag. I will carry him into the shop. Master Lin is walking too slowly. Fraud Tian finally sighed in relief. Master Lin had arrived too late. The number tags had all been given out and everyone was on brink of collapsing after waiting for so long. You're so slow, it's already 9:30. Fraud Tian complained. As Lin Fan was late, Fraud Tian had been surrounded by these people and he had to explain things to them nicely. Fraud Tian was on the brink of falling apart and if Lin Fan had come any later, perhaps he would really have collapsed to the ground. Lin Fan was taken aback and replied, no way, I woke up at 8 a.m. and it's only 8:30 a.m. now. Fraud Tian rolled his eyes and said, look at the time, it's already 9:30 a.m. Lin Fan took out his phone and showed everyone, look, it's really only 8:30 a.m. The crowd was anxious. They took out their phones and waved them in front of Lin Fan and shouted together, Master, look, it's already 9:30. Then my phone's time must be wrong. Lin Fan was still in disbelief. He went to open his shop and prepare to entertain these customers. Guys, I'm sorry, I'll be done soon. With his well-trained technique, the scallion pancakes were ready in no time. When he witnessed how happy these people were after eating his pancakes, he had a great sense of accomplishment. Those that didn't get a chance to buy the pancakes were disappointed, but they were still determined to get them and wanted to come back the next day. Lin Fan washed his hands. Then, he sat there and drank tea while using his phone. Come have a look at this video. Can you beat this guy? Lin Fan showed the viral video to Fraud Tian. Fraud Tian looked at the video with great interest and then he furrowed his brows several times. I can knock him down with one slap, Fraud Tian said it confidently after watching the video. If Lin Fan didn't know how Fraud Tian was like, he might have really believed him. Tell me the truth, Lin Fan said. Fraud Tian looked at Lin Fan, shook his head and said, it's hard to say. This guy has strength and speed. His punches are rapid and his lower body is stable. If I was 10 years younger, I would be at least 80% confident of beating him. But now, it's just a 50-50 chance. But this Master Lei is a little too embarrassing, he got KO'd in just 11 seconds. Why are you interested in this? This guy practices the real combat style and an average martial arts master can't match up to him. Lin Fan was a little curious. Is there really a difference? You mean a martial arts master really has no way to defeat him? Fraud Tian just laughed and said, this is definitely different but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. If this were to happen 100 or 200 years ago, okay, I mean perhaps 70 or 80 years ago, this guy would probably be beaten up. Why is it impossible now then? Lin Fan asked. It's not totally impossible. Look at the era we are living in right now. Martial arts has one of the simplest sequences of movements. If you practice a particular art, you can only say you have memorized it and not mastered it. If you really want to practice perfect martial arts, then you have to fight countless battles for the experience. But if you were to go fight with others now, you would probably end up in jail. That's the reason why it's difficult to be truly good at this. Fraud Tian said. Lin Fan laughed and said, looks like you've experienced countless fights. Fraud Tian raised his eyebrows and said, of course. I used to have 600 to 700 fights in a year. Even if you didn't know any martial arts, you would probably have come up with your own set of skills. Lin Fan was getting a little afraid so he decided that it was better to just be honest and not think about challenging these people just to gain popularity. Now that it was all said and done, how was he going to complete the third task? It was getting a little frustrating. Then, he opened up Baidu and asked a question. I practice some martial arts and I want to become a well-respected master. What should I do? In such an advanced age, Baidu was the way to go to answer any doubts and queries. As long as you had a question, Baidu would be able to give you a satisfactory answer. After he posted the question, Lin Fan opened up WeChat and just looked through it. Then, he received a message. Wu Huan Yu, Master, are you there? Lin Fan replied, yes I am. After a short while, there was a reply again. Master, are you free the day after tomorrow? Excited emoji. Could it be that this girl wants to go on a date? I haven't gone out to relax in a while. Lin Fan, yes I'm free, what's up? Wu Huan Yu, there's the new voice, 24-person preliminary competition. If you have time, I would like you to come and have a look. Embarrassed emoji. Awesome, Lin Fan hadn't really been paying attention to this but he hadn't expected the competition to be so soon. Sure, no problem, I have to support you since you're a fellow townsman. What time is it? It starts at 7 p.m. Sure, I'll be there on time. After chatting, he went online to look up on the event. It was quite remarkable, the girl was getting pretty famous and had accumulated a number of fans already. Wang Mingyang's team had also been pushing her on behind the scenes. However, things weren't at the climax yet. Perhaps it would only erupt when Wu Huanyu won the first prize of the New Voice competition. Lin Fan believed that there would not be any hidden details or tricks since the four judges were all rather popular and famous in the music industry. Mr. Qi Ming, in particular, was a strong activist against corruption. There was a particular music program which had invited Mr. Qi Ming to be the judge. When he realized that there was corruption happening behind the scenes, he went to blow things up on Weibo during the grand finals. He flamed the program until every single hidden detail was exposed. The music program suffered extremely heavy losses. After that incident, any music program which invited Mr. Qi Ming had to be genuine, with no corruption at all. As to why Mr. Qi Ming was so fearless, it was out of the question. He had armed bodyguards beside him at all times. No one dared to touch him or even speak ill of him. Lin Fan switched on the TV and lied down with his eyes closed as he just listened to the program. Good day to all judges, I am Wu Huanyu from Chengzhou. Lin Fan nodded at her unique voice which sounded pretty good as well. It was logical that Wang Mingyang wanted to lend her a helping hand. She was pretty and sweet and she had a beautiful voice. She was a really capable person and although she wasn't that popular yet, she would definitely be famous in future. Fraud Tian sat there and just nodded at the sound produced by the phone. He said, this girl sings really well. Lin Fan said, shut up. Fraud Tian just rolled his eyes but he really thought that she had a beautiful voice. Then, afternoon came, Lin Fan was starting to get busy again as fortune-telling sessions had commenced. Lin Fan was still thinking about Wu Tianhe as he wondered when he would return again. If he could be there earlier, Lin Fan would be able to relax more. The next day, in the afternoon, Lin Fan wanted to buy a mobile phone as he was getting wealthier and he'd be a fool to not use the money. His old Apple iPhone was already outdated. Each time he used it, it would attract the attention of people. As a youngster, he had to take note of his clothing and phone. He didn't have a choice in the past, he had no money. He could only afford to spend $200 to $300 on that old iPhone. Anyway, it was still an Apple product. At Xiaomi's authorized retailer, babe, how much is this phone? Lin Fan looked over the counter to view the phones. He was looking at one model which had a pretty good look and specifications. The girl smiled and said, sir, this is the Xiaomi 6, 128 gigabytes. Selling price is $3,999 and it comes with $300 worth of free talking time. Alright, I'll take this one then. Give me the black model. Lin Fan replied. Now that he had a bit more money, he was more willing to spend it on things that he liked. Furthermore, he hadn't used the card that Wu Yungang gave yet. In any case, he didn't lack money, so he just used it on the phone. Sir, I'll delete some of the files on your phone as these are binding software files which take up a lot of space. What apps do you frequently use? I'll help you download them, the girl passionately said. That's good, I would like Weibo, WeChat, and QQ. Lin Fan smiled as he replied. Alright, the girl nodded and proceeded to download the apps. Then, she transferred the SIM card from the old phone to the new phone. This Xiaomi shop had high standards and the customer service was good. After a while, he held the new phone in his hands. It had a good shape for a comfortable grip, which was better than his old iPhone. He paid for the phone and took the receipt before leaving the shop. After he casually shopped around the streets, he realized that there was a commotion and a large group of people was there. If one were to stand outside of the crowd and look inwards, he would probably not be able to see what's going on inside. Suddenly, the people started to move backward. It was a mess. Then, the group of people dispersed. Lin Fan saw that the old man in front of him had a bloody nose. He looked anxious but he was charging towards Lin Fan. Don't run. A sound emerged from behind the old man. Lin Fan was a little confused as to what was happening. The old man with the bloody nose ran past Lin Fan. Then, a muscular man behind the old man saw Lin Fan and shouted, "Move away." Lin Fan was a little shocked as the situation looked pretty violent. But this time, he felt that he shouldn't move aside. It was broad daylight and it looked like a fight was going to break out. Furthermore, it looked like he was going to beat up an old man. A normal man with a sense of justice wouldn't move aside and let that happen. As he witnessed what was about to happen, he slowly positioned his body and his left leg moved a step backward with his left palm closed. He pressed against the man's abdomen with his left hand and his right immediately struck the man on his collarbone. He dealt a heavy blow and moved his right leg back a little. His movements were light and collected as he moved a few steps backward. It was so natural and smooth and that frightened the man who wanted to beat up the old man. He was sweating profusely as he did a half kneel. It was extremely painful. Lin Fan hadn't expected himself to be so good at it. Then, he was about to say a few words to reprimand the man but he realized that there was a group of silhouettes that seemed to be charging towards him. It was a gang fight. Lin Fan did not hesitate and he quickly fled the place. "Mate, that's the best I can do to help you." But when Lin Fan fled the scene, the group of people came out with cameras. "Where is he? Where's the man who was fighting earlier on?" a big-bellied man said loudly. "I think he ran away." Who was that guy? He actually dared to mess with Han Lu. Did you guys manage to record everything on video? How could we have been able to record it? Han Lu chased him all the way just to beat him up. We weren't able to run that fast. Then, the man who had a bloody nose saw what was happening and quickly went forward as he was satisfied. "Kid, you're too arrogant. I had already used my inner powers to hurt you when you were pressing on me just now. That caused you to have internal injuries. You thought I ran out to escape from you. I was using my inner powers to waste your energy. Look at the man earlier, he just pushed you so simply and you couldn't take it. It's proof that your energy had been used up by my inner power." Master Shinjen, a master of Bagua Zhang explained calmly. He was shamelessly bragging, which left the crowd bewildered. He's bragging so much. I saw what was happening earlier. The young man was really good. He was familiar with his sequence of movements and didn't even pause. A step back, a push, a heavy blow and a jump. I can't possibly learn all these techniques. The man who was carrying the camera was feeling a little helpless for not capturing everything on film. It was potentially a piece of breaking news. They tried hard to obtain interesting news and hoped to be able to report big news, but in their hearts, they wanted to help the national culture of Chinese martial arts attain a proper title. There were 4 main essences of Chinese culture: martial arts, Chinese medicine, Beijing opera, and calligraphy. Chinese medicine had become unreliable in the eyes of many people. If the ancestors were to know about this, they would probably jump out from their graves and beat some people up. They had spent their entire lives studying it, and after all their hard work and time spent, they didn't even dare to call themselves masters. As for the current age, people deemed themselves as masters after less than 10 years of experience. Furthermore, they were causing a ruckus everywhere they went. Weren't they just blind and foolish? Who managed to record it? The leader with the big belly shouted at the crowd. The people were all stunned. Who would have recorded it? "I managed to do it," a young man with colorfully dyed hair said. "Let me see," the big-bellied leader said as he went forward. Look, the young man played the video for him to see. The crowd also came over to look as they hadn't managed to see clearly earlier. In the video, Han Lu rushed out and shouted, "Move away." The young man just stood there and suddenly dealt a blow to Han Lu, which made him collapse onto the ground. The big-bellied leader was secretly elated upon watching the video. Then, he grabbed the youngster and said, "Please send the video to me." "I want $1,000, the youngster said. "Sure, no problem." It was going to be breaking news. They hadn't captured it on video, but the passerby had managed to. He would have agreed to the price even if it was $10,000 instead of $1,000. But they were wondering why the youngster in the video ran away. Also, it was just a random stranger, so it would be difficult to find him. Han Lu just sat on the floor with an unbearable pain in his collarbone. At the same time, he was also stunned. With his capabilities, even if the young man had struck his core, he shouldn't have been able to hurt. But he hadn't expected the outcome to be like this. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already run miles away. When he realized that no one was chasing him, he sighed in relief. People are really violent nowadays. Just a dispute can start a gang fight so easily. Although I have mastered a martial art, I wouldn't have been able to beat so many people. What's more, they have weapons with them and even a huge video recorder. If they hit me with that, my head would definitely be split open. In front of the Master Ellen shop. "You bought a new phone." Fraud Tian sat there and looked at Lin Fan's phone with envy. "Yeah, it's pretty good." Lin Fan smiled and said. Fraud Tian had also wanted a new phone, but the money that he had saved was set aside for his funeral fund. Then, he just sighed, "Sigh, it's so good to have money. You can change your phone anytime you want." Lin Fan placed the phone down, smiled and said, "The way you're talking feels like you're hinting at me for something. Don't complain about me treating you badly. Go get one for yourself and pass me the receipt. I'll pay for you." After hearing his words, Fraud Tian was both surprised and happy. "Are you for real? If you don't believe me then forget it. I've already said my piece," Lin Fan said as he lowered his head to play with his phone again. Fraud Tian was extremely excited. "You're such a good boss. I'll go buy a new model now." "No, just go at night instead. If you leave now, I won't be able to handle it if there are customers," Lin Fan said. "Sure," Fraud Tian said as he nodded. On WeChat. "Huohan, little boss, if you still don't reply me, you're going to lose me completely." Lin Fan smiled at her message and just replied with a blank emoji. Huo Han replied, we're already so close to each other. Do I still have to queue up for the scallion pancakes? I'm overseas now and I'll be back in a few days. So this girl had gone overseas, no wonder there hadn't been even a sight of her these days. But Lin Fan was firm on his rules. How could he let a girl break the rules just like that? Lin Fan replied, if you want to eat the scallion pancakes, please queue up. Huo Han was speechless. The next day, a video went viral on the internet. China's best MMA artist, Han Lu, got defeated by a mysterious youngster yesterday afternoon. Who exactly is this mysterious youngster? How could he be so powerful? There's a pro amongst us. This mysterious youngster taught Han Lu a lesson about humility. Han Lu claims that he wasn't prepared and the man secretly attacked him and caught him off guard. Master Shenzhen used his internal powers to drain Han Lu of his strength. This was advantageous to the mysterious youngster. Meanwhile, on Weibo's forums, the best national MMA artist, Han Lu, vowed to fight the false claims against him during the fight with Master Shenzhen, which only lasted for 11 seconds. It was actually a good thing to clear the air about the claims made against him, but it was regarding Master Shenzhen, who was an important figure in the nation's culture. Furthermore, Han Lu was arrogant and he even wanted to challenge the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. The president was already an old man, and if they really were to have a fight, who knew if he would be able to make it out alive? He was an old and frail man. Even if he really had the capabilities, he wouldn't be able to defeat the tall and muscular Han Lu. Perhaps he would even die in the arena. But the Chinese netizens all supported Chinese martial arts and believed that it was really existent. But until now, nobody had been able to stand out and defeat Han Lu, which made them a little uncomfortable. But today's video made them extremely excited about the prospects of a fight. Meteor Garden, that felt good. It felt so good to see Han Lu get beaten. I have watched this video for more than 20 times. This brother has true capabilities, and although it was rather simple, he did it so smoothly and easily. There weren't any unnecessary movements, especially when he pressed his hand against Han Lu's stomach. It takes a special kind of skill to do that. It's not something that anyone can do. Happy strawberries. To the one above, you're so good at praising the youngster. Now he sounds like a god. Huang Guoli said, Meteor Garden is right. I am still pretty fit, but when my son charges towards me, I can't possibly stop him with just a finger. The force is strong enough to push me a few steps backward. The force that is produced by a trained and skilled person like Han Lu should be even greater, and it'd be harder to withstand. To the person above, that makes sense. That was pretty eye-opening. This is getting intense. Han Lu is extremely dissatisfied and he keeps thinking that it was because he wasn't ready. Master Shenzhen has spoken about it. It was because he had drained Han Lu's inner energy, so this youngster got it easy. That might not be true. Did you guys even watch the video? Master Shenzhen got beaten up until his face started to swell and bleed. How could it be? On Han Lu's Weibo, I hope this person can contact me. I would like to have a fair battle with him. I can accept any rules. The netizens were all discussing as well. Does any one of you know who this man is? The video was quite clear, but if we are to try and find a person in such a large country, it would be nearly impossible. He just left after beating Han Lu up. How exciting. DMNU, just a random youngster can beat you up like that and you claim to be a pro. Master Shenzhen was feeling great. Although he had been badly beaten up by Han Lu, he felt like he was part of the reason why Han Lu had been beaten. On Master Shenzhen's Weibo, this youngster has some skills indeed. But everything was built on my powers. If I hadn't drained his inner power, the youngster wouldn't have been able to beat him so easily. 666, I admire you so much for talking bullshit so openly as if you were the one who beat him up. Master Shenzhen is a master of Bagua Zhang, but his Bagua Zhang is not as good as his ability to spout nonsense. I've seen the video of the fight between Han Lu and you. Even Master Lei could do better than you. You were already on the floor after 3 seconds. You rolled around like a carp and then you ran away. Please do not humiliate Master Shenzhen, his abilities are not to be doubted. At the Chinese Martial Arts Association, most of the people were afraid of challenging Han Lu, but they had become less worried. Everyone in the office was jumping for joy. Good, that was a good hit. This youngster is really something. This Han Lu is too arrogant. He thinks he's capable enough and actually wanted to challenge our president. Who does he think he is? Do any one of you know this youngster? He's got real potential. We should recruit him. We don't even know who he is. How do we recruit him? Although he only used a few moves, his technique was amazing. It's not something that can be easily achieved even with 20 years of experience. An elder in the association started to speak. We have to find him no matter what. Our association is lacking talented new blood just like him. In a Douyu broadcast room, Zhao Zhongyang had just had his operation and he was recovering on his bed as he did a live stream. Brother Yang, did you see how Han Lu got KO'd by a mysterious man yesterday? What are your thoughts? This video has become really viral. It's the most searched on the internet. Who the hell said our Chinese martial arts have no use? Stop trying to bring that up. Han Lu already said that it was a fake battle. Fake, my bastards. You actually believed in his words. He wants to challenge the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. What if he beats the president? Wouldn't it be saying that Chinese martial arts are a hoax? He's using this to push himself up the social ladder. That scheming B** starred. That's logical too. Everyone's searching for the man in the video, but we don't even know if they've found the person or not. Zhao Zhongyang just lied on his bed in the ward and did his live stream. After which, he did a search out of curiosity, and when he saw the man in the video, he was shocked beyond words. DMN, I know who this person is. Zhao Zhongyang exclaimed. The fans listened more attentively to his broadcast and asked, who is it, Brother Yang? Yeah, Brother Yang, just tell us who it is. I've donated a rocket, please tell us. Zhao Zhongyang looked more closely and said, he is Master Lin. The broadcast room was in an uproar. How could it be Master Lin? He looks so weak and fragile. There's no way he could be so strong. Brother Yang, did you get it wrong? Who is this Master Lin? You're clearly new here, to not even know who Master Lin is. Master Lin is our brother Yang's savior. I don't believe it. You're telling me that this fortune teller is a martial arts expert. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Cloud Street. Lin Fan was lying down leisurely, without any idea of what was going on the internet. The phone rang. It was a call from Big Tree. He answered. Young Fan, Big Tree, you are way too awesome. Why is that? I didn't do anything. Stop pretending. That video on the internet. That's you in the video, isn't it? What video? I didn't take any videos. See for yourself. It's the hottest video on Weibo now. I'm 100% sure it's you. How strange. Alright, I'll take a look. Lin Fan hung up, and just as he was about to open his Weibo, another call came. It was a call from Wang Mingyang. Brother, you have been hiding your strength. What the heck is going on? And why would you say that? Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending? It's gone viral on the internet. With one look at that video, I saw your face. Thank God you went easy that time, otherwise, I would be dead. Are you okay? I don't understand what you're saying at all. That's enough, I'll go and see for myself. Alright, Lin Fan hung up and he was confused. He hadn't been loafing about recently. This video couldn't possibly have anything to do with him. It must have been someone else who looked like him. It must have been a mistake. He opened his Weibo and looked at the top trending video. China's top MMA fighter Han Lu gets KO'd by a mysterious youngster. With one glance at this headline, Lin Fan thought that this clearly had nothing to do with him. He didn't even know who this Han Lu was, let alone did he fight with him. Just a misunderstanding. This must have been a misunderstanding. With a tap, he started the video without even looking at the caption. It was an edited video. In the beginning, there was nothing much to see. It was just a man who, within 3 seconds, got pinned to the ground and pounded on by another man. There was nothing wrong with this. As long as he wasn't blind, there was no way he would think that one of them was himself. Suddenly, the scene changed. It was outdoors now. At this moment, Lin Fan's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the screen. How could this be? In the video, Lin Fan saw himself just standing there as the man opposite him charged towards him. This scene was familiar. It was way too familiar. Wasn't this from yesterday, when he went to buy a phone? A rather old man was being chased and beaten. Filled with a sense of righteousness, he couldn't just stand idly by and watch, so he took down the attacker. In the end, when the attacker called his gang down, he had no choice but to flee. However, that video and that headline left Lin Fan bewildered. How could it be? A top MMA fighter couldn't have been beaten down by him with just a few hits. He looked at the comments below. FC King Awesome. He's a true master. Please reveal yourself, master. Hurry and step out, master. Han Lu is looking for you and requesting a fair fight. If anyone has information on the master's identity, I'll pay $100 for it. Lin Fan then looked through his news feed. As he scrolled through, his heart started thumping uncontrollably. Han Lu, requesting a fair and square match. Chinese Martial Arts Association. We hope this mysterious youngster will take the initiative to contact us. After having seen these messages, Lin Fan silently closed his Weibo. This situation was unexpected. Stay calm. I have to stay calm. Right now, only Wang Mingyang and Big Tree know that it's me. No one else would know. Still, Lin Fan couldn't stop worrying. He then opened his Weibo again. As long as his Weibo remained quiet and low profile, it would prove that he was safe. However, when he saw the comments below his Weibo page, he knew that he couldn't hide the truth. Master Lin, you're FC King Awesome. My god, he's amazing. Who would have thought that Master Lin is also a martial arts master? That was beautiful. Master Lin is the best in the world. Even that Han Lu took a beating from Master Lin. Are those reporters stupid? That's clearly Master Lin and they're still searching. Why hasn't anybody told them yet? I've told them. They don't believe it. Master Lin is a fortune teller and now he's involved with martial arts as well. Who would believe that? I have a picture of Master. I'll send a copy to those reporters right now. Master is just that great. The best in fortune telling, the best in making scallion pancakes, and now even the best in martial arts. He's FC King incredible. However, in the comments, a certain ID kept appearing, flaming everybody else. It was none other than the Flame War Emperor, Autumn Swordfish Killer. Autumn Swordfish Killer, seriously? This fraud is a martial arts master. Do you have any idea who Han Lu is? He could defeat 3 of you with one hand. What exactly happened to the Flame War Emperor? Why did his activity increase so much in the past 2 days? He must have taken a huge blow. His wife probably cheated on him. Autumn Swordfish Killer, your mom has been cheating. Don't FCK around with me. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Autumn Swordfish Killer, I'm scared of no one. Lol, Autumn Swordfish Killer has gone mad. Once Autumn Sword gets mad, bodies will start to pile up. We have to come and take a look at Autumn Swordfish Killer on Master Lin's Weibo every day. It will be interesting. Since being mercilessly defeated by Lin Fan, Autumn Swordfish Killer had left the hospital. He couldn't bear the shame of just idling in the hospital. Once he returned, the first thing he did was to start attacking Lin Fan's Weibo. In the past, Autumn Swordfish Killer had been holding back, but on this day, he went all out. No matter what, he had to put down this FC King fraud. His Weibo had been invaded. It couldn't be kept a secret anymore. Lin Fan knew that in 2 days at most, his identity as that mysterious man in the video would be revealed to the masses. Once that happens, what would he do? Would he really have to have a showdown with that Han Lu? He had no fighting ability at all. If he were to face Han Lu, he would get beaten to a pulp. He was in no rush to complete the 3rd task. Even if he took his time, he would complete it eventually. However, the current situation left Lin Fan helpless. He was already at the edge of the cliff. What's wrong? What's with the long face? Fraud Tian realized that Lin Fan was looking depressed, so he asked curiously. You wouldn't understand. Something bad just happened. Lin Fan shook his head and said. Haha, what could possibly have happened? Lin Fan sighed. Life is tough. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Chinese Martial Arts Association, Vice President asked, has he been found? There are just too many scammers. They just come here asking for $10,000. The only ones who didn't ask for money are those who said some unbelievable things. How so? Hey, they say that a fortune teller is the mysterious man. Funny, ain't it? That really does sound funny. Why would someone with so much ability be a fortune teller? Vice President, keep searching. We have to draw him into the association no matter what. Sir, is it necessary to search like this? Yes, it is. I've watched this video at least 100 times. Even though it's just a few seconds long, I can tell from it that this man knows true kung fu. This is a real talent. There's nobody in this association who can do something like that, the Vice President answered firmly. That can't be. That's a little exaggerated. The association members wouldn't believe it. The Vice President said, you don't understand. Such effective usage of kung fu in a real combat situation isn't something that can be achieved just through tough training, but it's something that is honed through experience and struggles. I understand. We'll keep searching, comma. Meanwhile, the reporters tasked with this job went straight to the internet and put up a reward for information. Anyone who provided legitimate information would be rewarded $10,000. Any news? There's news, but we're in the process of elimination. There are too many people that are just giving fake information for the reward. Everyone, work a little harder today. If we find him, I'll bring you guys for a good break. Long live the chief editor. Huh, chief editor, come take a look, one of the workers called out. He instantly drew everyone's attention. Let me see. This picture was sent by an online friend. I just did a side-by-side comparison with the man in the video. The level of similarity is at least 90%. Zoom in. The worker zoomed in on the image, then placed it side by side with the video. Do a software testing of his face. We can't get this wrong. The testing is done. The level of similarity is at 95%. Quick, ask your friend who this man is. We need first-hand information. The chief editor banged the table in excitement as he let out a wide smile. I'm asking. He doesn't seem to be online, said the worker. Keep asking. We must find out as soon as possible. Roger, comma. A group of people was busy looking for Lin Fan at Cloud Street. Master Lin, you're really amazing. How could we not have noticed that you had such ability? That Han Lu is still asking for a challenge. Hasn't he taken enough of a beating? I've seen the video. It was absolutely ferocious. What are you all talking about? What was ferocious? Brother, could it be that you don't know? Nope, I don't. God d*mn, it's about Han Lu. You really don't know? I really don't. Hurry up and spit it out. It's better if you check out Weibo News yourself. To not know such a viral piece of news, I've suddenly lost my respect for you. Comma. He couldn't even continue with his fortune-telling. He was surrounded by a huge crowd. These days, news spread too quickly. Even a slight disturbance would stir up huge waves on Weibo. The townspeople consisted of many young people, as well as many middle-aged people who kept up with the latest news. These middle-aged people, in particular, were brought up in a world of Chinese martial art fables. Now that Chinese martial arts were made obsolete, they were unhappy. However, Master Lin had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ferociously struck back. It was a dominant return of Chinese martial arts. This made them extremely excited. Lin Fan looked at the crowd and raised both his arms. If I told you that that wasn't me, would you believe me? No, alright. Lin Fan now knew that these people wouldn't believe him. He also didn't know who was the guy who shot the video. If only he knew who it was, Lin Fan would have given him an award for the best videographer for shooting his face so clearly. Let's not talk about this and continue with the fortune-telling, said Lin Fan. The truth can't be hidden anymore. Since it's come to this, maybe it's better to just step up and fight. I'll just do it so they'll be satisfied. There's no point in keeping this up. The worst part was that Lin Fan was afraid of fighting. He knew nothing about the third page of the encyclopedia. If he were to challenge a professional fighter and get beaten up, he wouldn't know what to do. Fortune-telling can wait. Master, you have to tell us. How did you train your martial arts to such a high level? Are you accepting any disciples? I'm very serious. I won't cause any trouble for you. Comma. The crowd all had something to say. Lin Fan was left dumbfounded. This situation was scary. Eventually, after a tremendous effort, he finally managed to disperse this fiery group of people. However, he couldn't relax just yet. Fraud Tien came up to Lin Fan with a look of suspicion on his face. What have you done now, kid? Fraud Tien was very curious. Something wasn't right. The townsfolk didn't even want to have their fortunes read anymore. They were just surrounding this kid, asking him questions non-stop, and they were all related to fighting too. Just by looking at this kid's physique, you would think that if he got into a fight, he would get beaten up half to death. I see some disdain in your eyes, said Lin Fan. You don't say. I wouldn't dare to talk about anything else but with regards to fighting. I'm sure that you're not any good, Fraud Tien sneered. Lin Fan opened the video on his phone. Take a look. Fraud Tien laughed. Sure, I'll take a look, but there's no way you can convince me. However, by the time Fraud Tien reached the end of the video, his expression had turned serious. He finished the video, then replayed it again. Then, he replayed it a second time. Fraud Tien was astonished. Then, a third time. Absolutely dumbfounded. A fourth time. He couldn't believe it. A fifth time. A grave expression appeared on his face. He replayed it for a total of 10 times. Fraud Tien put the phone down and looked at Lin Fan with a face full of shock. That's you in the video. Lin Fan chuckled, then grabbed the phone. With a smug face, he said, not too bad, I didn't even use my full strength. The opponent was already down, so it was pointless. Fraud Tien stared blankly at Lin Fan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Although the fighting only lasted a few seconds, just from these few seconds, you could tell that his ability was not average. Fraud Tien had watched the video a total of 10 times. His final conclusion was that it was abnormal. He was clearly using the kicking technique of the Bagua Zhang, followed by a palm strike and finally, finishing with Pai Zhang chop. Although it looked simple, to do it at such a level was not simple at all, especially against someone with such a strong physique who was in a charging motion. It should have been almost impossible to stop his momentum. When did you train to such a level? And, how is it even possible at this age? Lin Fan laughed, hee, this is called hiding one's true abilities. I'm not as stupid as to let you see through me. It can't be, if you were so strong, that time, why did you? Hee, you were there, weren't you? Against some small fries, if I were to raise my hand, do you think they would still be alive? Said Lin Fan. Fraud Tian was shaken, he himself was a Bagua Zhang practitioner, but this kid was so much better than him. Heya had started training at the age of 3 and had been training for decades. He had taken countless beatings to achieve the strength and ability that he possessed. This kid is still so young, how is this possible? If Lin Fan knew what he was thinking, he would surely have an answer. Because you're so friendly to me, that's how I managed to pick up this skill. 5 o'clock, Shanghai Stadium, the new voice, was doing well. Its popularity had become widespread. It had very high ratings and it was constantly ranked in the top 3 among variety shows. This time, in particular, a craze had started among the viewers. Lin Fan had promised Wu Huanyu that he come to would watch her compete. Naturally, he arrived early. He looked at the entrance ticket in his hands. The seat was close to the front. It looked like this young lady had arranged a good seat for him. A call came. Wu Huanyu asked, Master, have you reached? Lin Fan replied, I've reached. I'm at the car park. Wu Huanyu replied, then I'll come and find you. The competition only starts at 7. Don't, just focus on your preparation. I don't want to affect your performance. Lin Fan had little interest in such a competition, but to Wu Huanyu, this was a significant step in her life and she had to give her very best no matter what. Wu Huanyu giggled into the phone, if Chief Wang hears that I let Master wait outside by himself, he would definitely give me a scolding. Lin Fan smiled, if he dares, I'll hammer him to death. Master, they're calling for me. After it ends tonight, I'll contact you, said Wu Huanyu. Alright, you take care of your own things and don't worry about me. Put on your best performance tonight and get into the top 12. Then, go to the finals and win, Lin Fan said. Wu Huanyu laughed, thank you, Master, for your kind words. After hanging up, Lin Fan removed his key, exited his car and walked out of the basement. The ground floor was big and spacious. There were many fans who were there early and each of them held a LED signboard in their hands. Although the singers were all new, they already had their own fan clubs. Their fan clubs were all there to show their support to their idols by cheering for them. A group of teenage boys and girls were gathered together, discussing their favorite contestants. This is nerve-wracking, it's going to start soon. Out of 24 contestants, only 12 will be selected. Who knows if how will be, co-ed. The new voice is really brilliant. There are so many contestants that sing so phenomenally. My favorite is Wu Huanyu. Hearing her sing is a pleasure. Wu Huanyu is gorgeous and sings very well, that's why people like her, but my favorite is still Yu Chen. Wang Yu Chen has a unique voice too. Although she's a girl, she has an amazing husky voice. The fans continued discussing their favorite singers. Although they had many varying opinions, it was a friendly and intellectual discussion. They talked and laughed as they waited for time to pass. Lin Fan had his own idols too, but the celebrities that he liked had all grown old. Some had even passed away and some had retired. However, whenever they appeared in a movie, Lin Fan would still buy a ticket to show his support. At 6:30 p.m. in the venue, Lin Fan found his seat by the side of the stage. In front of the stage were 4 chairs, which belonged to the judging panel. The place was filled with people and everyone was awaiting the start of the competition. At this moment, the mentors stepped into the scene, causing a surge of excitement throughout the stadium. The first mentor was Qi Ming, a pioneer of the music industry. Although he was already in his 60s, he was young at heart and was dressed fashionably for the occasion. The second mentor was Zhou Haidao, 40 years of age. Many of his songs were classics. Even at 40, he was still very popular, performing in at least 10 concerts a year. The third mentor was Ying Jin, 50 years of age. In her prime, she was considered to be an empress of the music industry. Now, she mainly appeared as a judge at many big events. She was very popular as a mentor. The fourth mentor was Zhuo Tengfei and he wasn't a singer, but a lyricist. Many widely praised classics were composed by him. Even now, most of the songs sung by the emperors and empresses of the music industry were written by him. To outsiders, he may not have been well known, but in the music industry, he was worshipped. At exactly 7 p.m., the new voice officially began. Roaring cheers filled the place as the host, Yi Ming, stepped on stage. Lin Fan was seated below and couldn't help glancing left and right. It was his first time spectating such an event and he was rather excited. After the formalities were carried out, the contestants went on stage 2 at a time and performed a song each. Afterward, the mentors judged them and decided their fates. Those who advanced rejoiced, while those who failed struggled to hold their tears. Some of them even got emotional and let their tears flow freely. This kind of competition was rather cruel. However, Lin Fan was in admiration of the 4 mentors, who, judging by their facial expressions, fully immersed themselves in the sounds of the songs. Backstage, Wu Huanyu was feeling nervous. She slowly adjusted her emotions to prepare herself. The organizing committee had already informed her that it would be her turn soon. The contestant that she was up against was also a female singer. Her looks weren't as stunning as Wu Huanyu's, but she was still a very good-looking lady. The host said, let's welcome the next 2 contestants on stage. The ethereal contestant Wu Huanyu and emotional contestant Wang Yuchen. Who will advance? Let us find out. It was finally time. Lin Fan roused himself up. He was here to watch Wu Huanyu perform and she was about to step on stage, so naturally, he was in eager anticipation. However, the first to step on stage was the emotional singer, Wang Yuchen. Then, it began. As Wang Yuchen opened her mouth, the mentors were in astonishment. Zhou Haidao exclaimed, this is an original song. Zuo Tengfei's eyes were shut as he gently nodded his head as if he was completely immersed in the lyrics and music. Ying Jin grinned, she was clearly delighted at the song. At this moment, the audience went completely silent as everyone was entranced by the music. This was the first original song on The New Voice, because they were judged on this show for their singing ability and not on their creativity. Lin Fan nodded, this lady was pretty impressive. However, towards the end of the song, even someone like Lin Fan, who knew nothing about music, could tell that she went out of tune for a moment. Then, she went back in tune. Lin Fan thought this lady sang very well, but due to that moment of mistake, he knew that Wu Huanyu would surely advance as long as she performed to her usual standard. The song ended. Wang Yuchen was a bundle of nerves. She almost felt like crying and couldn't believe that she had gone out of tune. Zhou Haidao said, what a shame. Ying Jin looked over and said, I still think she's something special. Then, Wu Huanyu stepped on stage. A song that wasn't too old, rode in the distance. When Wu Huanyu saw Lin Fan seated below the stage, she let out a smile, then began singing. An ethereal sound filled the ears of the audience. Qiming kept nodding his head. Her voice was brilliant. Although she didn't use various techniques, her voice was still very impressive. Lin Fan sat in his seat as he listened intently. This sound was amazing. Everything was perfect. Then, the song ended. The stadium was filled with roaring applause. Huanyu was awesome. Yeah, her voice was so refreshing, it felt as if my body was being purified. Wu Huanyu was even better than Wang Yuchen. It's clear who will advance. Wu Huanyu sang better than Wang Yuchen. On top of that, Wang Yuchen even went out of tune. Surely it will be Wu Huanyu who advances. Then, the host, Yi Ming, stepped on stage. Thank you, Wu Huanyu. Wu Huanyu faced the crowd and mentors and took a bow, thank you. Yi Ming then said, now, let's welcome Wang Yuchen back on stage. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Tengfei in such a dilemma. Mr. Zhou Haidao, if you were the main assessor for today, who would you pick as your winner? Place was in complete silence. Everyone was awaiting Zhou Haidao's decision. The judging panel. Zhou Haidao looked like he was in a dilemma. This is the first time I've had my eyes closed throughout a performance. Wang Yuchen's singing expressed so much emotion. It was an exquisite performance. Today has been your best performance so far. With a dignified expression, Wang Yuchen took a bow. Zhou Haidao continued with her critique. Wu Huanyu's voice is one that I like very much. An ethereal voice, which makes listeners feel as if they are floating in a blue sky. If I had to choose, I would choose Wu Huanyu as my winner. After he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. It seemed Wu Huanyu was the crowd favorite. Wu Huanyu couldn't stop smiling. Thank you, mentor. Host Yiming then said, Mr. Zuo Tengfei. Zuo Tengfei was in deep thought for a moment. In terms of the song choice for today, I reckon Wang Yuchen was better. That original song was very compatible with her voice. On the other hand, Wu Huanyu performed very well too, but she didn't deviate at all from the original version of Road in the Distance. That was my only disappointment. If I were to choose, I would choose Wang Yuchen. Wang Yuchen, who had a grave expression the whole time, let out a joyous smile at that moment. Thank you, mentor. Zuo Tengfei smiled. Sister Ying, what do you think? Mentor Ying Jin was the only female among the four mentors. She held the microphone in her hands. If I were to compare the quality of their voices, both of them are equal. Wu Huanyu's voice has an ethereal element to it. Among all the contestants, heck, even among professional singers, Wu Huanyu's voice is the purest. However, in terms of song choice, Wang Yuchen takes the cake. That original song had beautiful lyrics. It was a very emotional performance. That's why I pick Wang Yuchen. Wang Yuchen grinned. Thank you, mentor. The audience was displeased. They admitted that Wang Chenyu sang very well and that her creativity was brilliant too, but she had gone out of tune. How could Wu Huanyu have lost to that? In the online live broadcast comments section, the viewers were starting to cause an uproar too. FC King Hell, these mentors must be deaf. She clearly was out of tune, but they didn't even mention it. They even complimented her so much. If that song was really composed by Wang Yuchen herself, I would eat sheet on camera. Wu Huanyu, please advance. If she doesn't advance, I'll never watch this trashy show again. FCK off. My Yuchen is a real talent. She's not someone who Wu Huanyu can compare with. Everybody stop arguing. Mentor Qiming hasn't even given her critique yet. He's known for being unbiased. May Buddha bless us. Please let our Huanyu advance. If Mentor Qiming supports Huanyu, I will be his fanboy for the rest of my life. Lin Fan, who was seated below the stage, just blinked his eyes. Where did these judges come from? Are their ears spoiled? They couldn't even tell that Wang Yuchen went out of tune and even keep nodding in approval. That's messed up. Lin Fan glanced left and right. There was nobody looking. He lowered his head and yelled, let Wu Huanyu advance. With that, Wu Huanyu's supporters erupted. The whole stadium was filled with roaring chants. Let Wu Huanyu advance. Let Wu Huanyu advance. Advance, Wu Huanyu took a bow. Wang Yuchen looked calm, but on the inside, she was unhappy. Ying Jin looked displeased too, but then she quickly covered that displeasure with a smile. The host was in charge of the event. In such a situation, he had to step in. Yi Ming smiled. Everyone, please be quiet. We still have Mentor Qiming to give his critique. Mentor Qiming, who had been quiet the whole time, finally opened his mouth. I support Wu Huanyu's advancement. Her singing moved me. It was perfection. There was a roaring applause. The fans were exhilarated. Ying Jin giggled. Mentor Qiming, Wu Huanyu was indeed brilliant, but so was Wang Yuchen. Mentor Qiming opened his mouth again. Wang Yuchen was not bad, but she went out of tune at that last part. If you go out of tune, it doesn't matter how well you sang before anymore, it's all useless. Lin Fan nodded. This Mentor Qiming was indeed as the netizens had said, fair and unbiased. Ying Jin furrowed her brows and then smiled again. Although she went out of tune, this originality of hers more than makes up for it. The good outweighed the bad. Mentor Qiming shook his head as if he had no respect for Ying Jin. Then, he started to speak like he was educating his junior. He said, Yingjin, your reasoning is flawed. This show is called, The New Voice, not, The New Composer. What we are judging are their voices and their singing ability. Singing an original song doesn't earn bonus points, nor does it make up for mistakes. Applause. The applause was thunderous. The audience was in agreement with mentor Qiming. Ever since Yingjin had turned into an empress in the musical world, she had attended many events as a judge, but this was the first time that someone was opposing her. However, the person opposing her was Qiming. Even if she was unhappy, she didn't dare to express it any further. She then laughed it off and kept quiet. As the host, Yiming knew that he couldn't let these two mentors quarrel any further, so he immediately intervened. Alright, it's now time for our 99 media representatives to vote. Red is for Wang Yuchen. Black is for Wu Huanyu. Very quickly, the votes added up. Wang Yuchen has 48 votes. Wu Huanyu has 51 votes, announced Yiming. Wang Yuchen's heart sank. However, she still had a little hope. The four mentors stood up. Yingjin was smiling, but she was very displeased. The difference is 3 votes. This 3-vote gap can be widened or reversed with the scoring in Sister Ying's envelope. The result will be decided by that score. Sister Ying, please bring us the envelope. The stadium was filled with cheers. Yingjin walked up onto the stage with a smile on her face and handed the envelope to host Yiming. Thank you, Sister Ying. Currently, Wang Yuchen has 48 votes and Wu Huanyu is leading by 3, with 51 votes. Yiming opened the envelope. Wang Yuchen and Wu Huanyu both held their breaths in. They were both extremely tense. Heck, even Lin Fan was nervous. Host Yiming looked at the score, then his eyes widened. Sister Ying's final score for Wang Yuchen is. Lin Fan started to curse. Does this host have to take so d*mn long? Even the live broadcast viewers were cursing. God d*mn, those media representatives are also idiots. How could it be that the vote difference is only 3? This must be scripted. If it was up to me, the difference would be at least 10 votes. It's over. Anyone can tell that Yingjin is clearly on Wang Yuchen's side. If the decision is reversed, I'll smash my screen immediately. Then, the host opened his mouth. 51 points. Wu Huanyu gets 48 points. Wang Yuchen has a final score of 99 points and Wu Huanyu also has 99 points. This is the first draw in The New Voice history. At that moment, the fans went crazy. The netizens watching the live broadcast also went crazy. That must have been staged. FC King Hell, that Yingjin's ear must be spoiled or something. I won't settle for this bullshit. FCK, I've broken my screen already. Lin Fan was stunned. This was outrageous. It was clearly some kind of dirty trick. Mentor Qiming was even more enraged. He glared at Yingjin. His face had turned black. Then, something happened that made the whole place erupt. Mentor Qiming slammed the microphone on the judge's table. He snorted, then turned and left. Even though not a single word was said, everyone could tell that he was furious. After he left, sheet, Mentor Qiming is mad. That Yingjin thinks she's so great, to be able to cheat everyone. Other people may buy her bullshit, but Mentor Qiming won't have it. Mentor Qiming is a man of action. He doesn't give AD*MN if this is being broadcasted. Lin Fan shook his head. Wu Huanyu was still maintaining her smile on stage, but she was very discontent on the inside. At least it was a draw. There was still a chance. However, the organizing staff was at a loss. They had to conclude the show somehow. At the food court, cheers, Wu Huanyu didn't look the least bit unhappy. Most people would have been furious if they were in her position, but Wu Huanyu was laughing and chatting as if the competition wasn't on her mind at all. Lin Fan laughed, cheers. The New Voice, 12 out of 24 selection stage show stopped midway due to an issue. To do a live broadcast required some courage and, The New Voice, had decided to take that leap of faith for the first time. Whether an issue or hiccup would appear in the middle of a live broadcast was something that no one could be sure of. Only the bravest organizers would dare to do a live broadcast of their shows. The New Voice took pride in being fair and unbiased. They were the first to do a live broadcast of this genre of show, in hopes of raising their viewer ratings. The organizers didn't accept any sponsors, nor did they allow any contestants to share their tragic backgrounds during the competition. This wasn't a competition of who was more pitiful. This was a real competition of who had the best voice. Lin Fan didn't know how the organizers were going to deal with the situation, but Mr. Qiming had already made it very clear with his actions. He was obviously displeased with Yingjin's actions. If 13 were to advance out of the 24, it would surely cause problems in future. Hence, the final decision was to have a rematch between Wu Huanyu and Wang Yuchen in 3 days. This was unfair to Wu Huanyu, but they had no other choice. Yingjin had spoken and the organizers had to show respect for her decision. This was the best way to proceed with the competition. After all, the only other way was to let one contestant have a walkover in the next round. That would be unfair to all the other contestants. Lin Fan gulped the glass down and said casually, from the way I look at it, you don't even seem angry and even I look even angrier than you. Wu Huanyu pursed her lips as she smiled. Things have already happened. Dwelling on it would only make me unhappy. Even if I have to compete one more time, it doesn't mean I'll lose. That's true, Lin Fan laughed, but that Yingjin clearly took sides with that Wang Yuchen. If in 3 days' time, Wang Yuchen uses another original song and doesn't commit any mistakes, that would be troublesome. Wu Huanyu's eyes widened. She seemed to be worried. Then, she laughed and said, it's supper time. Let's not talk about this. Cheers. Tough lady. Lin Fan downed his cup in one go. This beer was quite appetizing. After 3 rounds of drinking, they had finished a bottle of beer each. Lin Fan wasn't affected much, but Wu Huanyu was getting tipsy. Her initially snow-white face was now bright red and she looked cute. I'll get the bill. Wu Huanyu stood up, then, she tripped and stumbled forward. Lin Fan reacted swiftly and caught her in her fall. His arm wrapped around her waist. His first thought was that it was so slim and tender. You're unstable after just 1 bottle. Let me get the bill instead. Lin Fan took out his wallet and despite Wu Huanyu's protests, he paid the bill. He drove her home and then walked her up the flat. He didn't loiter around in her house and nothing much happened. Once she was safe at home, he went back to his car and left. The next day, the internet was buzzing with excitement. The new voice was watched by a large portion of people in the nation and it had high viewer ratings. Especially after the previous night's happenings, many people's attentions were drawn to it. The news, the first live broadcasted singing talent show receives praise from viewers. In the 12 out of 24 selection stage, the first draw occurs. Mentor Qiming drops the microphone in anger, blaming Yingjin for unfair judging. Wang Yuchen screws up, but Yingjin has her back. Wu Huanyu's perfect singing is beaten by an original song with a mistake. Mentor Qiming's remarks for Yingjin on Weibo: this kind of person isn't suitable to be a mentor. The netizens couldn't contain their feelings. Not many people knew of Wang Yuchen and Wu Huanyu, but everyone knew of Yingjin. She was disliked by many and to them, anything to do with Yingjin had to be bad. Yingjin is FC King disgusting. Watching this broadcast made me infuriated. There was an obvious mistake. Even the media representative saw it, but Yingjin wouldn't admit it. If I was Mentor Qiming, I would have given her 2 good kicks. She has oppressed countless people using her influence in the musical world. It's FCKED up. She's getting more and more disgusting. I supported her in the past by buying her CDs, but now that she's successful, she's behaving so shamefully. These organizers must have been out of their minds. If it wasn't for Mentor Qiming, I would have stopped watching this show. How could they have such a disgusting hag as a judge? Mentor Qiming's Weibo. Once, there were 2 students who took an exam to decide who would be the class representative. One of the students, Hong Yi, had good relations with the teacher, while the other student was just a normal student. When the results came out, it turned out that Hong Yi had made a mistake and lost points, while the other student scored a perfect score. The other student should have become the class representative. However, the teacher commented that the Hong Yi had beautiful handwriting and decided to appoint him as the class representative. Do you think that this teacher deserves to be called a teacher? Do fairness and ethics still exist in such a world? The netizens replied to the post. I support Mentor Qiming. This kind of rubbish deserves to be shamed on the spot. Mentor Qiming is hinting at something. Do Wang Yuchen and Yingjin have a close relationship? Even a blind person can see that Wu Huanyu should advance, but Yingjin is so biased that she can't see it. I love how fair and unbiased Mr. Qi is. Every show that he appears on, I'll watch it. On Yingjin's Weibo, she hadn't wanted to post initially, but she hadn't expected that the situation would get so out of hand. She was furious and she had started to hate Qiming. To explain herself, she decided to make a Weibo post. She wanted to justify her actions and explain why she gave such a scoring. However, the netizens didn't buy her reasons. They had already started flaming her on Weibo. Disgusting old hag, you think you're so great. You think the whole world revolves around you. You're a pile of dog shit. Your underwear must have a pile of dog shit in it and it must be embossed with superstar. I can smell your stench even through my screen. You're a dirty, rotten dog. You've cheated so many people in the past and you still want to cheat even more people. Do you think we're blind? Old demon, you're a curse to the world. Yingjin looked at the comments and was already unhappy, but even if she wanted to retaliate, she couldn't do so. Cloud Street. Lin Fan was just sitting there with a piece of paper in front of him and a pen in his hand. He looked as if he was in deep thought. Fraud Tian stared at Lin Fan, not knowing what that kid was doing. Lin Fan was looking through his magical encyclopedia. He was looking for something. Entertainment class, singing class, song class. The song classification was filled with a plethora of choices. He couldn't read the whole thing. He continued narrowing down the category. Ethereal voice. Ethereal songs. In an instant, the number of songs was narrowed down. Lin Fan wasn't familiar with these songs, nor did he know where they were from. However, he trusted the encyclopedia. He knew that there wasn't any rubbish in the encyclopedia. Just when Lin Fan selected a song, Fraud Tian's voice rang out. Kid, it's bad. The reporters are at our door again. Lin Fan was stunned. He looked outside. DMN, what do they want this time? The surrounding shop owners all gathered together. What's happened now? Ever since Master Ellen opened, our Cloud Street has been bustling with noise all the time. Do you really not know? Master Lin is the mysterious man who KO'd Han Lu. Who's Han Lu? FCK, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a look. And maybe I'll get to appear on television. I'm coming too, wait for me. Since the Master Lin shop opened, Cloud Street, which already had a decent flow of people in the past, became even more lively. Their businesses were mainly affected by the department store at another street in front, but now, there were more people coming to Cloud Street and most of them came to look for Master Lin. Some were there for the fortune telling and also to do some shopping at the same time. Some were there for the scallion pancakes and they enjoyed shopping as well. The reporters, with microphones in hand and cameras on their shoulders, swarmed the place like bees. They had finally given in. Everybody already knew who the mysterious man was, except the reporters. Moreover, even when people actively informed them, they wouldn't believe it. It was only then that they finally realized that the people were right. The doorstep was trampled on. There was a sea of reporters. It was as if these reporters were on drugs. They surrounded Lin Fan inside the shop, without leaving him any room to breathe. Lin Fan was furious. Fraud Tian was shocked. Quiet, quiet, what are you doing? Lin Fan immediately climbed to the tabletop. He had no other choice. He had almost been shoved into the walls of the shop. Stop pushing. Hey lady, even if you can't raise your microphone, you can't just nudge my crotch. And you, where are you filming? Can't we go outside and talk? It's so stuffy. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What occupation had the scariest people in the world? It had to be reporters. Which occupation required the most dedication? The answer still had to be reporters. As long as there was news, it didn't matter where it was, how big the place was, or what kind of environment it was. Reporters had to get first-hand reports regardless. Are you the mysterious man who KO'd Han Lu? Are you trained in martial arts? What do you feel about this matter involving Han Lu? The reporters continued to question Lin Fan without a care for what he had said. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Everyone, please exit the shop. Any questions will be answered outside. This place is too cramped. A human stampede could happen. After Lin Fan's words, and in order to get him to answer their questions, the reporters finally took a step back. The crowd was watching the scene curiously outside the shop. Their heads bobbed up and down. It was as if it was a celebrity meet and greet. Which celebrity came? There are so many reporters. I don't see any celebrities. I don't know what's happening. This shop is Master Lin, right? Could it be that Master Lin is in the news again? We're here to buy scallion pancakes. Now that this has happened, will we still be able to buy them? The loyal customers were troubled. If it was just normal people, they could probably negotiate with them. However, these were reporters. Judging by the reporters' crazy work attitude, even if they were to protest, it would be useless. They might even appear in the news for it. Outside the shop, these reporters were giving Lin Fan a headache. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have attacked Han Lu that day. Are you the mysterious man who KO'd Han Lu? Asked a female reporter. Lin Fan was silent for a moment as the reporters awaited his reply. No, you've got it wrong, answered Lin Fan. How could that be? That was definitely you. We even have the picture, said the reporters. The surrounding shop owners interrupted. Master Lin, you should just admit it. This is a good thing. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Good thing my bastards. If he admitted to it then, who knew what kind of trouble would come his way? Hadn't they seen that Han Lu was looking for him online? He wanted a rematch. This was a matter of life and death. If something happened, who would he cry to? He couldn't do it just for everyone's amusement or just to prove how great Chinese martial arts was. There were many mysterious characters in the past who never revealed themselves. Lin Fan had to be crazy to reveal himself. Han Lu had already been KO'd by him. There was no need for a rematch. Reporter, Master Lin, they all refer to you as Master. Could it be that they already know about your martial art abilities? Lin Fan pointed at his shop. I'm just a fortune teller and a scallion pancake seller. The reporter asked again, Master Lin, do you admit that you are the mysterious man who KO'd Han Lu? Lin Fan had nowhere else to hide. He nodded. Yes, I am. I admit it. A commotion started. The reporters were hysterical. Finally, a piece of useful information that they could write about. The reporters asked, do you have any comments for Han Lu? He openly claimed that he wasn't in his best form that day and he wants a fair and square rematch. Lin Fan was cursing in his heart. Rematch my bastards. I don't have time, nor do I want to fight. I only do some fortune telling and sell some pancakes. I like to keep my body healthy. That kind of violent activity is damaging to the body. The reporter seemed to have caught onto something and they asked, when you say violent, you're referring to Han Lu's MMA, right? He has a violent fighting style. Lin Fan was annoyed. He wasn't even referring to Han Lu's fighting style. Even if that lady was a reporter, she couldn't just put words in Lin Fan's mouth. Excuse me, pretty lady. Please don't play this game of words. I never said anything about his fighting style, said Lin Fan. Those loyal customers who wanted to buy some scallion pancakes couldn't wait any longer. Hey reporters, hurry up and finish your questions. Master Lin doesn't have time to keep entertaining you. Yeah, didn't Master Lin already say? He doesn't want to fight. Do you know why? That Han Lu already got KO'd by Master Lin. There's nothing left to settle. Master Lin, just tell it to them straight. Han Lu got utterly defeated. There's no reason for a rematch. FCK, what a thing to say. Lin Fan was done. These townsfolk really knew how to stir shit. Wouldn't that give the reporters more things to talk about? Indeed, the reporters had sensed something interesting. Do you know Master Lin very well? Of course, I'm Master Lin's loyal customer. How could I not know him well? A reporter asked, then why do you think Master Lin doesn't want a rematch with Han Lu? The townsfolk replied, didn't I say already? It's beneath Master Lin. Do you know how busy Master Lin is? There's nothing good that can come from fighting Han Lu again. Furthermore, he has already beaten Han Lu once. To do it once more would just be bullying. Master Lin is a great man. I don't even know who that Han Lu is. Master Lin, please carry on making scallion pancakes. We can't wait much longer. Yeah, reporters, please excuse us. Lin Fan didn't want to talk to the reporters any longer, so he went straight to his stall. Lin Fan then exclaimed, there's no need for queue numbers today. Everyone will get scallion pancakes. The townsfolk were delighted. Master Lin is too kind. We're in luck. I love you, little boss. It's best if you leave now, reporters. Don't get in the way of our scallion pancakes, otherwise, you'd be messing with us. Seeing how the reporters were still bothering Master Lin, the townsfolk couldn't stand it any longer. It wasn't every day that they didn't have to take queue numbers and yet, the reporters were spoiling this opportunity. The townsfolk's eyes blazed with hatred. When the reporters saw their expressions, they were frightened. What exactly is going on? This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. An hour later, the reporters were dumbfounded. How could Lin Fan's scallion pancake business be this good? The reporters then planned to interview Lin Fan after he was done for the day. But who would have imagined that the queue would keep on growing longer? How long was it going to take? Lin Fan was equally at a loss for words. Just how many ingredients had Fraud Tien prepared? The ingredients were not even showing any signs of running out. The long snaking queue was wildly terrifying. Lin Fan slipped away on a toilet break to get out. The crowd that was waiting for Master Lin to return started growing more impatient. He was nowhere to be seen. That D*MNED Master Lin. He ain't coming back. The people were all devastated that they couldn't get to eat Master Lin's scallion pancakes. The townsfolk who didn't get scallion pancakes stared at the reporters who were nearby. They thought it was the reporters who forced Master Lin to run away. Angry stares, asterisk, grumbles, asterisk. The reporters looked back at the stares from the townsfolk. They nervously swallowed hard. Arguing with the townsfolk was as good as asking for trouble. Hence, the reporters dejectedly slipped away. Fraud Tien looked at the situation unfolding in front of him and was left speechless. Had Lin Fan thrown all the responsibility onto him? Please call little boss. You work for him, right? Hurry up and urge him a little. The reporters have already left. Our scallion pancakes should be coming soon, right? Fra Tien was surrounded by the crowd of people that were shouting and demanding that Lin Fan returned. Don't snatch my phone. I've tried but I can't reach him. Little boss turned off his phone. I couldn't reach him either. Trust me, stop snatching my phone away. I spent a few $1,000s on that thing. The crowd started ringing Lin Fan. He really turned off his phone. Little boss really ran off. What a drag. Sobs. I thought today would be my lucky day. Turns out I didn't even get a chance. The surrounding shop owners all looked at Master Lin's stall in awe. Who would have expected that Master Lin would become this popular? He was almost as good as a national treasure. What they didn't know was that, behind the scenes, their much adored Master Lin was actually depressed. On the road, Lin Fan was driving his car, not knowing where to go, but one thing was for sure, he couldn't return to his shop. He knew that once he went back, he would be surrounded. He also didn't know what the reporters wanted. It would take a lot of effort to drive them away. Lin Fan sighed in frustration. If he had known what was going to happen today, he wouldn't have done anything in the first place. He had brought nothing but trouble upon himself. Isn't it obvious why fighting with Han Lu would be a bad decision? If I agree to fight just because someone challenges me, what would that make me? If there are even more troublemakers in the future, how would I be able to face them all? Wang Mingyang's company. What's wrong with this D***MNED Ying Jin? Wang Mingyang seethed with rage. This billionaire tycoon dealt fairly with you, yet, you still dare take advantage of me. He wanted so much to punch a pillar. He had been played by Ying Jin. Chief Wang, calm down. Let me deal with this situation. Perhaps I can clear things up. Clear things up, my bastards. This old hag doesn't even respect me. What use is there to even try? Wang Xingyang said helplessly. He was at a loss for words. Ying Jin could be likened to an empress with a huge network of contacts. If she wanted to tear down $1 billion real estate business, there was nothing one could really do. Although she didn't have a lot of money compared to Wang Mingyang, she was a powerful figure in the entertainment industry. She knew many big shots. There was nothing much Wang Mingyang could really do to help himself. This old woman played dirty. I would have fully sponsored the new voice if I knew she was going to do this, and I would have asked her to get lost. Although Wang Mingyang was a billionaire, he was still young. When he got mad, all the expletives flooded out from his mouth. Knock knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Chief Wang, there's some guy called Lin Fan at the door looking for you. The angry Wang Mingyang lightened up for a moment. Quick, let him in. Yes, sir. Soon, Lin Fan arrived. I had to make an appointment just to get in here. Lin Fan smiled as he walked in. Lin Fan didn't have anything to do, so he decided to pay Wang Mingyang a visit since he had never been here before. My men don't know who you are, but they'll know after today, Wang Mingyang said gleefully. He motioned to his men, remember his face. This is my brother, please welcome him every time he pops by this company. Understood, Chief Wang. His men nodded before they took their leave. Wang Mingyang smiled as he patted Lin Fan's shoulders. How come you're so free to visit today? Sigh, don't bring it up. Everything is so frustrating. Lin Fan uncourteously plopped himself on Wang Mingyang's seat, head in a flurry. Xiao Chen, Wang Mingyang's personal assistant, stared in disbelief. After a while, he finally understood that their bond wasn't just any ordinary friendship. Did you watch the competition last night? It was absolutely unfair. This Ying Jin, I just want to throw melon seeds at her till she dies. Wang Mingyang said in a frustrated tone. Lin Fan laughed. How big is this thing that has gotten even you so worried? How can I not worry? Out of the 4 judges, she's the worst. Everyone knows that Wang Yuchen is her relative, Wang Mingyang replied. Chief Wang, teacher Yang Chen has arrived, Xiao Chen said. Wang Mingyang nodded. Let him come in. I wonder what's going on. A man in his 50s walked in briskly. Chief Wang. Teacher Yang, what is it? Wang Mingyang asked politely. Yang Chen was a nationally acclaimed composer. He had written many songs which later became top hits. Wang Mingyang had hired him to undertake a task. It seemed that they were going to collaborate to compose something. But wasn't there insufficient time? If they wanted to create a classic within such a short time, it would be undeniably hard. Are you guys planning to write an original song together? Lin Fan asked curiously. That's right, the others are also doing the same, so I can't lose out on this. If Wang Yuchen comes up with another original song for the next round in 2 days' time and doesn't slip up, Wu Huanyu would be in deep trouble. Shouldn't you also be nervous? Because no matter what you say, she's still your girl, Wang Mingyang explained. Lin Fan waved. If word of this were to get out, people might misinterpret your words. I'll need to discuss this with Teacher Yang. Please just sit wait for a moment, Wang Mingyang replied. Lin Fan sat there, scribbling on a piece of paper while looking around at the interior of Wang Mingyang's office. One look was all it took to know that it wasn't any ordinary office. The furnishings in the interior were eye-catching and everything was made for comfort, with a pleasant environment. When Lin Fan heard that the outcome of the discussion wasn't to Wang Mingyang's favor, he chuckled to himself. Teacher Yang, you're an expert in this field, aren't you? Wang Mingyang said. Chief Wang, this isn't a matter of getting it as and when you want it. A song needs some soul in it, and that takes time. That original song which Wang Yuchen sang was painstakingly written with great effort and soul. They came prepared. What can we do about this then? We're going to lose this. I wouldn't say anything if we get into the top 3, but we won't even get past the top 12. Wang Mingyang was getting angry. 3rd place was good enough for him, but the problem was that they still had yet to get past the 12 out of 24 stage. Frankly, this competition isn't everything. If you want, you could invest in other things like movies or television series. Teacher Yang was also at a loss on what to do. He had no other choice. There wasn't much time left. If he were to casually compose and let Wu Huanyu sing a different song, it might do her more harm than good. The song had to match with Wu Huanyu's vocals. Wang Mingyang waved his hands. That can't be done. Movies and television serials aren't as popular as singing competitions. Teacher Yang heaved a loud sigh. I really can't be of any help then. The time is too tight. Moreover, composing and producing the song as well as getting the singer to familiarize herself with the song would require even more time. Even if you got the greatest composing minds in the country, the task still can't be finished on time. You've got to think of something. You're her music producer. Wang Mingyang was anxious. He wouldn't have lost much if he couldn't accomplish the task of making her popular. But he didn't want to concede when the situation was this unfair. The more injustice there was, the more he wanted to do something about it to make it right. Teacher Yang's face was blank. This task was no ordinary task. This task was too difficult. The quiet Lin Fan put down his pen and stretched, letting out a huge yawn. This is just a small matter. It's not like it's a life or death situation, right? Lin Fan said with a cheerful tone. In this situation, how can you not be nervous? Wang Mingyang said. Lin Fan picked up the 2 pieces of paper in front of him and handed them to Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang, could you take a look at these? Teacher Yang was suspicious, but he went up and took the papers from Lin Fan. What's that? Wang Mingyang asked. Lin Fan grinned. It's a song. Weren't you two fussing over this just now? Wang Mingyang looked stunned. You can write songs. Lin Fan looked out of the window. I had some inspiration, so I wrote it down in a song. Teacher Yang, could you take a look and tell me what you think? Wang Mingyang watched as Teacher Yang's expression slowly changed. However, he still had his doubts. Could it really be? Lin Fan didn't know anything about songwriting, but the encyclopedia did. Anything was possible. The song cost Lin Fan 5 encyclopedic points. It was a rather expensive trade and he felt a bit of heartache. However, he knew that he had to do it. Ethereal voice. Difficult tune, time constraint. As long as one had the encyclopedia, none of these was an issue. Song title, Sky, music style, Chinese pop. Original singer, Fei Wang. Lyrics, Huang Guilan. Score, Yang Ming Huang. Composer, Tu Ying. Honors, Sky, as original singer's best-selling record to date. Lin Fan didn't recognize any of the names written in the encyclopedia. He didn't have any knowledge of singing techniques or emotional expression when singing. However, everything was in the encyclopedia and all he had to do was to copy and replicate the contents. The rest of the situation should be handled by a professional. Everyone was silent. Teacher Yang's expression was lively. He grabbed the 2 pieces of paper as if they were 2 pieces of treasure. Teacher Yang followed the contents of the 2 pieces of paper and intuitively sang the tune of the song. Wang Mingyang, despite not being a professional, thought the tune that Teacher Yang sang wasn't too bad. It conveyed the emotions of the song. It's good. Teacher Yang looked at Lin Fan with shock and amazement. The song was really well written. It was not just any ordinary song. Chief Wang, you have such a talented music guru here. You have nothing to worry about. Wang Mingyang was stunned. He's a guru. That song is that good. Teacher Yang nodded. The lyrics, tune, and the music style are all appropriate for each other. In all my years in this industry, I've never seen something as detailed and rich as this. Moreover, this song fits the music style of Wu Huan Yu. It's a good match. Wang Mingyang shook in awe. My brother, since when did you learn how to write songs? I have no idea. I was bored just now, so I thought that I would write something. Whatever works, let's use it, Lin Fan said. Teacher Yang was a famous music composer and had a good reputation in the country. He looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. With this kind of standard, you would be famous in the industry. With this kind of standard, there's no way I wouldn't know you. Teacher Wang had his suspicions. Lin Fan grinned. I'm not a composer. I'm only a fortune teller and a scallion pancake seller. Teacher Yang looked in shock. How can it be? This is my brother. He's a fortune teller and scallion pancake seller. Wang Mingyang said proudly. Teacher Yang couldn't believe it. Lin Fan only took half a day to write the song and he wasn't even in the industry. Lin Fan laughed softly. I think you guys better hurry and get everything sorted, and get Wu Huan Yu to familiarize herself with the lyrics. Time is of the essence. Right. Xiao Chen, can you quickly arrange for the music team to come over and start preparations? Wang Mingyang said immediately. Yes, sir. Wang Mingyang patted Lin Fan on his shoulders. I never thought you'd know how to write a song. I was just dabbling. This song isn't written for you though, Lin Fan said casually. Wang Mingyang laughed boisterously. I understand. You wrote it for your sweetheart, right? I'll take my leave first. Your troubles are over, but mine aren't. Lin Fan waved as he left immediately. No. If we encounter any problems, I'd still need your help. Wang Mingyang shouted across the hallway. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head back. Teacher Yang is here. If there's anything, look for him. I have enough troubles of my own. We'll meet next time. Wang Mingyang shook his head. Wow, this brother of mine is such an able person. Teacher Yang, if you have any interest in getting your fortune read, you should look for him. He's quite accurate. Teacher Yang chuckled politely. Thanks for your goodwill, but I don't really believe in all of these. What a shame. Wang Mingyang didn't say any more. Lin Fan was such a talented fortune teller. If you didn't believe it, it was your loss. On the car. He definitely couldn't return to his shop in the meanwhile. Even if the journalists had left, the customers would never let him go. Looking at his phone, there were more than 20 missed calls from Fraud Tian. He had been spam calling him. It was rather terrifying. Weibo. Trending. Last night's episode of The New Voice. Teacher Qiming's Weibo had gotten on the trending page. Ying Jin's Weibo had gotten onto the trending page. Wang Yuchen's Weibo had gotten onto the trending page. Wu Huanyu's Weibo had gotten onto the trending page. Han Lu rejoiced as his scandal got kicked off the trending page due to The New Voice. Lin Fan opened Ying Jin's and Wang Yuchen's Weibo. Ying Jin was a very experienced first-class smooth talker, making herself look like she played fair. Wang Yuchen was a little arrogant. Although she didn't explicitly state it, her posts were all hinting that Wu Huanyu was not as good as her. Lin Fan shook his head in disapproval. Young people shouldn't be this arrogant. However, Lin Fan wasn't one to pick fights with others. He believed in cultivating one's own mental fortitude and looking at things with clear judgment. He opened his Weibo top friends list. Autumn Swordfish Killer. These 4 big words would look ordinary to anyone else, but for those who knew him, he was a terrifying figure, and one wouldn't want to get on his bad side. Lin Fan, Wang Yuchen sang well. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan, oops, I sent it to the wrong person. It's none of your concern. Ever since he had gotten discharged from the hospital, Autumn Swordfish Killer put his whole heart and mind into his work. Apart from that, he only ever devoted his time to suppressing the fraud's Weibo account. Downstairs, Autumn Swordfish Killer's boss looked on in horror as he saw Autumn Swordfish Killer down 3 bowls of Lanzhou noodles. Autumn Swordfish Killer rapidly downed his food as layers of flesh folded and jiggled upon one another. His appetite was appalling. Autumn Swordfish Killer gave a twisted grin when he saw Lin Fan's private message. His eyes twinkled with delight. Autumn Swordfish Killer, haha, she did sing very well. Lin Fan pocketed his phone when he saw that message. 10 minutes later, Autumn Swordfish Killer sent another private message to him. Autumn Swordfish Killer, go look at her Weibo. It has already been thoroughly subdued by me. Are you angry when you see your beloved singer get crushed by me and that you can't do anything about it? Are you burning with rage? I, Autumn Swordfish Killer, will say it today. If you do not concede, you will die. Lin Fan read the message a few more times. The problem had just escalated. Lin Fan, I'm so scared. Crying emoji. Ding, asterisk. Autumn Swordfish Killer, be afraid. Good night. The best part of the show is yet to come. Whatever you do to me, I, Autumn Swordfish Killer, will return it 100-fold. And Wang Yuchen will be your substitute. At that moment, Lin Fan went over to Wang Yuchen's Weibo page. He sighed in dismay. It was too terrible to look at. Autumn Swordfish Killer's troll army had overrun and defamed her Weibo page. However, this free favor wasn't all too bad. It looked like saving his life the last time hadn't been in vain. Autumn Swordfish Killer, please continue your show. Wang Yuchen's Weibo. Autumn Swordfish Killer had completely overrun her Weibo. All the comment sections were flooded by Autumn Swordfish Killer's troll army. Autumn Swordfish Killer was really deserving of his reputation. When he gave the command, whatever came out of it was of a huge magnitude. Pretty face, nice voice. But too bad, you were liked by the wrong person. Autumn Swordfish Killer was beginning to feel a little guilty for trolling her, but he knocked himself back into sense as soon as he thought of persecuting the fraud. I don't care if you're innocent or not. Since you've walked down this path, you shall bear the wrath of Autumn Swordfish Killer. Suppress her completely. The entire troll army got into action and started searching for more information about Wang Yuchen. He was getting ready for war. As the chief of the internet trolls, he had power that no one else could comprehend. In a certain music studio, Wang Yuchen was practicing her new song while Yingjin sat there evaluating her. Yuchen, your voice needs to be gentler for the 3rd verse of the song. Like this, although Yingjin didn't look like much, she was actually exceptionally talented. She could identify all the areas that needed improvement just by hearing once. Yuchen nodded as she sang the song again. There was definitely an improvement. Yingjin was considered the queen of the music industry. She managed to get her hands on all the good songs. The songs that Wang Yuchen sang all came from Yingjin's songwriter, who was a cut above the rest. The competition is in 2 days' time. No matter what, you cannot make any mistakes. If you don't make any mistakes, the victory will definitely be yours. Yingjin said. She hadn't thought that Wang Yuchen would make a mistake in the round of 24, but she didn't care that other people called her unfair when she called for a tie. However, she didn't dare to give the points that would have made Wang Yuchen win. Otherwise, a huge uproar would have ensued. Okay, I got it, auntie. Wang Yuchen replied. Call me teacher, Yingjin reminded her. Wang Yuchen nodded. Yes, teacher. Good, take a break now, Yingjin said. Wang Yuchen laid on the sofa. If she wasn't practicing her singing, she would be using her phone. At that instant, she cried out in surprise. Why are there so many negative comments on my Weibo? Wang Yuchen looked stunned. Before she had started practicing, she had posted a Weibo which got a few likes and encouragements. But after her practice, she found out that people were slandering her Weibo page. Yingjin furrowed her brows as she looked at her page. This is the work of internet trolls. Even though she was experienced in this industry and occasionally encountered internet trolls, she was still stunned when she saw the comments. I told you guys, Yingjin wouldn't give up the idea of having a successor. It is no wonder that this is the reason. Just take a look at this link. What a dirty little secret. Yingjin and Wang Yuchen are relatives. Why can't Yingjin have some shame? One made a mistake, the other was perfect. Yet, they called for a draw. The result tells us the power of having a relative in the judging committee. These 2 people are very shady. She sang so terribly but she still advanced. Go home. Yingjin is such a b*tch. Looking at her makes me want to vomit. Autumn Swordfish Killer had mobilized the full force of his troll army and was looking for information they could exploit. What they found was that Yingjin and Wang Yuchen were related. This was big news. He couldn't hold this information to himself any longer and immediately released it into the internet. If you want to destroy someone, you've got to do it fast. With me, Autumn Swordfish Killer, around, the end can only be miserable. Wang Yuchen started getting anxious. How could they say that about me? Yingjin's blood was boiling, but years of dealing with her haters allowed her to remain calm. Ignore the trolls. Just practice your hardest and perform your best on the day of the competition. Just take all these comments with a pinch of salt. Wang Yuchen didn't have the resolve of Yingjin. She might have nodded her head in agreement, but she still felt perturbed by the comments on her Weibo. Autumn Swordfish Killer sat at home, scanning Wang Yuchen's Weibo. He gave a twisted grin. This is just the beginning, there's more to come. Ding, asterisk. Another private message. Autumn Swordfish Killer laughed at the sender and his belly started to jiggle. His fat buttocks were compressed to a clump as he enveloped the chair. Truth be told, his buttocks were the envy of many men. They were thick, fleshy and soft. They were domineering. Opening the private message. Lin Fan, you're going overboard. You even dared to wreck a girl's Weibo. No wonder you can't get a girlfriend, loner. Autumn Swordfish Killer burst with rage as he saw the private message. His efforts had not produced the results he wanted, with Lin Fan just casually flipping him off. This B***** even dares to talk back. Despicable, absolutely despicable. Autumn Swordfish Killer, get the FCK away. Wang Yu-chen will be absolutely wrecked by me. Just you watch. In the car, Lin Fan was innocent. This issue of Wang Yu-chen's Weibo getting trolled was completely Autumn Swordfish's doing. It didn't have anything to do with him. Lin Fan closed his Weibo and continued driving. The internet was bubbling with activity. At first, it had been teacher Chi Ming's case of angrily leaving the stage after dropping the microphone in the competition, the new voice. The next was the little secret between Wang Yu-chen and Ying Jin. These two pieces of news were hotly discussed on the internet, with Han Lu's scandal closely following behind in terms of popularity. The headlines: Identity of mysterious man who refused to take up the challenge against Han Lu revealed. The mysterious man's occupation is. The netizens were enraged as they saw the headlines. What the heck was that? Holy shit, I never thought that the mysterious man would be this young. Brilliant, who exactly is this guy who has people going nuts over his scallion pancakes? Can we discuss the issue of why this mysterious man refused the challenge against Han Lu? Are you stupid? Can't you see that this mysterious man has no time to fight since he's selling scallion pancakes? DMN, this is my first time seeing somebody give that kind of expression after eating scallion pancakes. Is it really that good? Can everyone be a little more serious? We're talking about whether Chinese martial arts are legit, not about scallion pancakes. Those scallion pancakes are out of this world. If you look closely at the presentation, the skill needed to prepare the shape of the scallion pancake, you can tell it isn't your everyday scallion pancake. You bunch of ass, can you guys stop talking about the bloody scallion pancakes? DMN, which journalist took all these pictures? The expressions of the people look almost over-exaggerated. Everyone realized that the headlines and the comments were talking about completely different things. The subject was martial arts, but the comments were about scallion pancakes. Was there a mistake? Han Lu's Weibo page. The Weibo users were commenting on his page. Han Lu, you got KO'd by a scallion pancake seller. What do you have to say for yourself? I never thought that the expert martial artist would be a scallion pancake seller. 666, you can't even defeat a scallion pancake seller, just give up fighting. Han Lu kept on waiting for the latest news. After seeing the piece of news, Han Lu was confused and, at the same time, seethed with rage. DMN it, God D***MN it, scallion pancakes, mystery man. The mystery man is a scallion pancake seller, defeated and dismissed. These words were haunting Han Lu. At this moment, Han Lu burst with rage. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded when he saw the headline. Since when did I say all these words? All these D***MNED reporters, making a mountain out of a molehill. Chinese Martial Arts Association, good, he's young and shows promise. What a talented young man, how can he only sell scallion pancakes? We must get him to join the association. This young man is so full of life, yet he is so low profile. Notify the guys over at Shanghai. We've gotta invite him to come over no matter what. We know, we've sent people already, Team Han Lu. This guy's is too arrogant for his own good. Although Brother Han was defeated by him that day, it's because Brother Han wasn't feeling right that day. How good can a scallion pancake seller be? It must be the press that over-exaggerated this situation. Shameless, despicable, the general masses. 666, this young man knocked the living daylights out of Han Lu. The master presents himself as an ordinary person. There is no shame in losing. This is absolutely radical. I feel like eating the scallion pancakes after seeing them. Can we not bring up the topic of scallion pancakes? This discussion is on martial arts only. What a beautiful scallion pancake. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Screw you guys, The next day, Cloud Street. Lin Fan sat in his shop. The people had accepted the events that had happened yesterday. Little boss didn't even hesitate to leave the shop. And he didn't even show up again. Fraud Tian emphasized his agony to Lin Fan. You've gotta at least give me a warning that you were going to make a run for it. Yesterday was absolutely terrible after you left. Lin Fan chuckled. The feeling of being mobbed by that many people must feel good, right? Fraud Tian rolled his eyes. Feels good, my bastards. My Oppo phone almost got destroyed by the people. Looking at the date, it seemed that Wu Tianhe and her father would arrive anytime soon. But he wasn't sure if they were on the road or if they had already reached Shanghai. When Wu Tianhe arrives, the busy days would finally be over. Lin Fan's workload would decrease too. What's all this ruckus? Fraud Tian asked suspiciously. He walked over to the door and got a shock. Oh no, those guys are here. Lin Fan sighed in despair. Can't these people give me some breathing space? Outside, a group of reporters gathered. They were interviewing a man at that moment. I'm here to issue a challenge to him, Han Lu said aggressively. The reporters were getting excited. This was going to be huge news. Han Lu had come personally to issue a challenge. It was all up to Lin Fan to accept it. The surrounding shop owners all stood outside their shops. Looks like Master Lin has another busy day ahead of him. Busy, my bastards. These guys are looking for trouble. Everyone, gather around. Master Lin is the superstar of Cloud Street. He won't let us down so easily. Come, let's gather and get Master Lin to come out. The other shop owners who were outside their shops rallied together, cheering for Lin Fan to come out. Although Lin Fan had never really interacted with the shop owners before, he was still very well liked by the other shop owners. This was because, with Little Boss around attracting more customers, they also got more business. Fraud Tian was stunned. What do we do now? Lin Fan felt helpless. What else can we do? We'll see what they want. With the reporters egging him on, Han Lu stood at the door, his eyes bloodthirsty. He scanned the area before finally locking his stare at Lin Fan. Han Lu would never forget Lin Fan's face. He gripped a piece of paper with a challenge written on it. I challenge you to an official fight. The rules, time, and location are all up to you. An official fight. Fraud Tian lit up when he heard it. It had been so long since he had heard someone issuing an official challenge. With the change of era, the scene of fighting also changed along with it. Fights these days were done in arenas or cages, and Fraud Tian hadn't fought since in one of those before. The reporter snapped a few pictures, capturing the historic moment. Lin Fan casually sipped his tea as he replied, "I do not accept your challenge." An uproar ensued. The reporters had never thought that the situation would end up like this. Han Lu furrowed his brows. Ever since he had gotten knocked out by this B****starred, he had become the laughingstock of the internet. If he didn't clear his name, he could never live with it. "Why, are you scared that I'll beat you until you're on all fours?" Lin Fan looked at Han Lu and calmly asked, "Even if you beat me, what will you prove?" "I'll prove that you're just all show and no substance. I'll prove that you're a fraud," Han Lu replied. "I'm only a fortune teller. Do I have to look for other fortune tellers to challenge them and prove that they are nothing but frauds? Don't talk so much bullshit. Do you accept my challenge? If you don't accept it, please announce in front of the reporters that you're just a fraud and not worthy to be my opponent," Han Lu rebutted. The crowd couldn't accept it. "Why are you so aggressive? You have already been beaten by Master Lin once. Why would he want to fight you again?" "Yeah, you got knocked out that day. What else is there to prove? Master Lin doesn't have to accept your challenge. He can just knock you out right here and right now, and let you leave shamefully. You don't have to be so arrogant and aggressive." Yeah, Lin Fan felt helpless. Their comments were only making things worse. At this moment, a truck pulled up in front of his shop. "Who is Han Lu?" A loud booming voice emanated. A man wearing sports attire came out of the truck and walked over. The reporters rushed forward and crowded the man, throwing a storm of questions at the man. "I am Li Dafei of Wushan. I challenged you on Weibo a few times, but you never responded since you only fight pushovers. So I've come down today to beat you, to let you know my strength." Some of the townsfolk didn't know who Li Dafei was, but some of the reporters did. Li Dafei of Wushan, a practitioner of the Iron Fist, with the ability to break rocks and crush cobblestones. He has received a few awards before and is truly a talented martial artist. How exciting. This is simply too exciting. Li Dafei versus Han Lu. I didn't think such a big thing would happen. Evidently, the appearance of Li Dafei attracted the attention of many reporters. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He never thought someone would save him from his predicament. Han Lu looked at Li Dafei before bursting into laughter. "I don't recognize you at all. I don't want to fight you. Only him," Han Lu said as he turned his gaze back to Lin Fan. Li Dafei had brought a few of his disciples along to cheer him on. "Han Lu, you're scared of my master, aren't you? My master challenged you over Weibo a few times, yet, you seemingly avoided him. You must be scared of him." Li Dafei motioned for his disciples to stop their provocation. "I won't hurt you. I will fight you fairly. If you lose, you may never boast of your prowess again. If I lose, I will concede and become your follower." Han Lu hadn't accepted his challenge. The reporters all began to whisper amongst themselves. Han Lu can't really be this scared of Li Dafei, can he? It's hard to say. Li Dafei was featured on China Central Television before and has a few awards under his belt. He really is something else. Could what Li Dafei said just now be true? That Han Lu only picks fights with pushovers? That seems to be true. It really might be true. Li Dafei challenged him to fight over Weibo a few times, yet Han Lu just ignored him. I wonder if he has any secrets to hide, or if he wants to hype this fight up. It wouldn't make much news if he just got beaten. The young and rash Han Lu couldn't take all the speculation that was buzzing over his head. "Fine, I'll fight you right here, right now," Han Lu snapped. Good. Li Dafei's muscles twisted and contorted like steel ropes as he ripped off his shirt. Although he wasn't exactly very young anymore, his body was still something other people could only dream of. Lin Fan and Fraud Tian looked at each other. "This Li Dafei has true abilities," Fraud Tian quipped. "Really?" Lin Fan raised a brow. Fraud Tian nodded. The surrounding townsfolk were awestruck. "DMN, this guy's so old but he's ripped. So cool. Looks like this guy has real talent. Who is this guy? I did a search on him. He's one of a kind. He started training when he was a little kid, and can even break a cobblestone into half with his bare hands. I did a search on him too. He's quite extraordinary." Lin Fan whipped out his phone at that moment. "What are you doing?" Fraud Tian asked. "I'm calling the police. As a concerned citizen, this kind of illegal fights in broad daylight should be reported." Fraud Tian was stunned. "Hey, Chief Lu, I want to make a police report. There's a fight breaking out along Cloud Street and things are getting out of hand. Yes, it's disrupting the peace here and may be detrimental to the security around here." "Great, you'll get a better picture when you get here. There are also reporters here. If news of this were to get out, I fear that the outcome won't be good." After hanging up, Lin Fan dragged a stool over and joined the crowd to watch the fight even though he was a little hesitant. Although Han Lu and Li Dafei were strong, they completely lacked any sense. Fighting in broad daylight, this was Shanghai, an international hub. If news of this gets out, the repercussions would be devastating. One should be humble and learn to cultivate patience and character. "Aren't we being too treacherous?" Fraud Tian asked. Not only did they call the police, they even moved their chairs and joined the crowd. They felt shameless. Lin Fan chuckled. "That's wrong thinking. We are good, responsible citizens. We should immediately report anything that's against the law to ensure the security of the people. This ruckus is definitely detrimental to the security of the people." "Makes sense." Fraud Tian nodded. The brawl between Han Lu and Li Dafei attracted quite a large crowd. The reporters were hungry for exciting news, and Lin Fan's decision of accepting or declining Han Lu's challenge was irrelevant now. Li Dafei's credentials were extraordinary, and it was definitely better than Lin Fan's. No matter who won or lost, it wasn't important to the reporters. What was important was that they got a good story out of it. They're fighting. Fraud Tian raised his voice. A huge commotion arose amongst the crowd. Li Dafei threw a punch with the ferocity of a tiger. Han Lu saw it in time and sidestepped, dodging it. The exchange between the two was exhilarating. The reporters were rapid taking pictures of the brawl in front of them, and the people in the crowd were cheering them on. Exciting, simply exciting. Li Dafei's martial art style was that of the Iron Fist. It was heavy on strength but lacked in speed. Fraud Tian nodded his head in approval. Not bad, he really has abilities. Lin Fan watched in wonder. You're right, Han Lu's facial expression looks different after getting hit once. The people in the crowd watched the brawl intently. This match was just too wonderful. However, the fighting wasn't as smooth and elegant as the movies. It was messy when they fought, with blows going back and forth between both parties. Come on, master, beat him up, don't hit below the belt. You can do it, master. Come on, master. Li Dafei's disciples were all cheering him on, shouting at the top of their lungs. The reporters were on their toes, scurrying around, taking pictures and recording footage. Don't get too close, it won't be pretty if you get hit. Although the reporters wanted to get every single detail and angle of the fight, they didn't dare to go near. If anyone got hit, it would have a huge impact. Blood. Both parties were starting to bleed. Blood flowed down in a stream from both their noses. As it progressed, the fight became more violent. Mommy, why are the two uncles fighting? A young boy innocently tugged her mother's shirt, asking curiously. These two uncles are competing for their martial arts skills. The young mother replied, as she whipped out her phone, recording the fight that unfolded before her eyes. The guys at the side, don't push. The crowd was growing in size. The young women were pushed to the side, causing a young boy to drop his ball which rolled on the floor. My ball. The young boy saw the ball roll from his hands. The young boy went forward to chase it. The ball rolled towards the vicinity of Li Dafei and Han Lu. To the young boy, the scene in front of him was terrifying. Hey, kid, don't go, the people in the crowd screamed. The young mother's face turned colorless as she saw her kid chasing after his ball. Come back, she screamed. At that moment, the speed of Han Lu's punches increased, becoming more violent. Li Dafei kept on retreating, and he didn't notice the kid behind him. Lin Fan and Fraud Tian stood at the storefront. As they saw the scene unfolding in front of them, they were stunned as their expressions turned colorless. Fraud Tian was just about to take action when Lin Fan rushed out. No, the young mother screamed in terror as if something was going to happen. It looked like Li Dafei was about to knock on the kid. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the kid, and another hand was on Li Dafei's shoulders to prevent him from knocking the kid. Using Li Dafei's shoulders as a pivot, Lin Fan did a mid-air flip, leaping over the two people and landing behind Han Lu. He struck out with his leg, hitting Han Lu in his back, causing him to lose his balance and fall on Li Dafei. FCK, 6666. How did he even do that stunt? Are we filming a movie? Master Lin is so cool. Fraud Tian looked on with relief, his expression awestruck. That stunt was almost impossible. Even he couldn't pull it off. The young mother went up immediately to thank Lin Fan. If he hadn't intervened, things would have gotten ugly. The kid who Lin Fan had grabbed while doing a mid-air flip was bubbling with excitement. He looked like he enjoyed it. Lin Fan shook his head. You've gotta pay more attention to your kid next time. Thank you, thank you. The young mother thanked Lin Fan profusely while she hugged her kid tightly. The reporters looked at each other excitedly. You got that on camera, right? Yeep, this is too good. He actions were so cool. DMN, Master Lin finally made a move. That stunt was too extraordinary. Everyone in the crowd, including the reporters, were in awe. They couldn't believe what they just saw. His actions were so smooth. If someone put that stunt in a movie, it would have been a good one. Clapping noises, asterisk, thundering applause, asterisk. They had been worried about the kid just a few moments ago. If Master Lin hadn't taken action, the little kid would have been in deep trouble. Getting hit by Li Dafei's iron fists would have been disastrous for the little kid, and if he got stomped by Li Dafei, the ending would have been gruesome. Suddenly, a reporter called out, quickly, record this. All the other reporters turned toward the sound, their faces looking stunned. Because of Lin Fan's skillful kick, Han Lu had landed on Li Dafei's body. Their lips were touching each other. Click. This moment would go down in history. Han Lu reacted as if he had seen a ghost, eyes staring in horror as he realized that he was on top of Li Dafei. He stood up immediately, wiping his lips. Spit, spit, asterisk. The crowd roared. Li Dafei and Han Lu were both stunned. It was almost unthinkable that two dignified martial arts experts would have such an unexpected embarrassing scene. You, Han Lu said to Lin Fan angrily. Lin Fan cut Han Lu short. Don't you guys know that fighting in a public place is very dangerous? If you guys knock this little kid down, you guys would be in a lot of trouble. Han Lu's face was red with rage. Looking at the little kid, he knew that he was guilty. But he had almost won that match just now, only to get stopped by Lin Fan. Make way, make way. The police officers arrived. Lu Xiaotian came immediately with his men after getting the call. He was horrified to hear the report. Fighting in a public place with reporters. It was completely unimaginable and must be stopped. Who's fighting? Lu Xiaotian asked. The crowd pointed at Li Dafei and Han Lu. Those two. We were having a challenge. We weren't recklessly fighting. Lu Xiaotian realized the person they pointed to looked familiar. Wasn't he Han Lu? He turned his head and looked at Li Dafei. Both of them had bloody noses, which was an obvious sign that they had fought. Take them away. Without another word, Han Lu and Li Dafei were taken into the police car. The reporters took pictures of everything. This was another piece of sensational news. Li Dafei's disciples knew that if they stopped the police officers from taking their master, they would be in trouble. Hence, they followed the police officers to the station to assist with the investigation. Lin Fan knew that he had to lie low, or the reporters would surround and bug him. Time to run. Lin has run away again. The people exclaimed. In just 2 days, Master Lin had escaped twice. The second time was as heartbreaking as the first time. At first, the crowd had been excited to experience the bustle and taste some scallion pancakes or have their fortunes read afterward. But now that Master Lin had run away, what the FCK could they eat and how would they be able to have their fortunes read? At the police station, Han Lu and Li Dafei were stunned when they heard the outcome. What, we have to be detained for 3 days? The investigating officer raised his head and said, you threatened the safety of society and broke the law. The reporters were there too. With the scale of impact of your actions, 3 days detainment is nothing. Another female police officer said, you should really thank that person. If he hadn't brought the child away and something had happened, you would have had to take full responsibility for it. The investigating officer then added, that wouldn't be as simple as 3 days. You are all adults and you're still fighting with each other like children. Doesn't your sparring have a proper procedure and location? Perhaps only these 2 police officers were powerful enough to make these 2 people shut their mouths in shock. They didn't even dare to rebut. Li Dafei sighed and said, how troublesome. I have to really thank him. If not for him, the outcome would have been disastrous. Han Lu was still upset, but he also was afraid of what would happen if he had really ended up hurting the kid. If both of you have no objections, please sign here, the police officer said. They both sighed as they signed the papers. These 2 experts were unlucky enough to be beaten in the nose and they even ended up in the police station. Furthermore, they didn't know what to expect from the reporters' articles. In a fully equipped sound studio, Wu Huanyu had just finished practicing her song. Good, it's perfect, Mr. Yang applauded and said. He realized that Wu Huanyu's voice was very suitable for the song. He was even more impressed with Lin Fan now. The song was literally a match made in heaven for her. Wu Huanyu just smiled. She really liked the song too. Chief Wang, was this song really written by Master Lin? Wu Huanyu asked. Wang Mingyang nodded, yes. After he heard that you needed a song, he was so anxious that his face turned red. In the end, he wrote this song for you. Wu Huanyu was full of gratitude, so she whipped out her phone and tried to call Lin Fan to thank him. But then she realized that his phone was switched off. Wang Mingyang just smiled. He was trying to act as the middleman. But what surprised him was that Lin Fan actually knew how to write a song. That seemed so unbelievable. He was good at fortune-telling, making scallion pancakes, martial arts, and now even songwriting. It was really impressive. You must do your best tomorrow and win Wang Yuchen, Wang Mingyang said. Wu Huanyu nodded and continued to practice her singing. She was determined to not disappoint everyone, especially since Master Lin had personally written a song for her. The next day, something shocking happened during Han Lu and Li Dafei's showdown. The identity of the mysterious man is indeed Master Lin. Master Lin's true identity revealed. As Han Lu issued his challenge to Master Lin, Li Dafei came to interfere. In the end, both of them were arrested. Master Lin showed formidable skills and saved a child. Master Lin KO'd Han Lu and Li Dafei. The UC Breaking News department tried to fit in as well, but their headline was rather shocking. A kiss was all it took to resolve the conflict between Han Lu and Li Dafei. Several headlines began to appear on the internet. In the train, countless working adults were looking through their phones. The man in this video is too powerful. Such suave movements. If not for him, I think the child would have been killed. If such a heavy weight were to fall on this child, or if he got trampled on, the consequences would have been disastrous. What the heck is Han Lu trying to do? So what if he really beats him? I don't know, but the latest news I heard is that Han Lu and Li Dafei were detained for 3 days for fighting in public and causing a nuisance. Finally, things have seen the light. I've read up about this Master Lin. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Master Lin is a famous fortune teller and scallion pancake vendor. He has helped a lot of people with his fortune telling. There was a family which was able to escape a disaster after consulting him. Also, his scallion pancakes are freaking delicious, but they are only limited to 10 pieces a day. The queues are insane. DMN, is that really true? He's so awesome, I have to take a look at too. Recently, the news revolving around Han Lu had been viral and most of the popular news had something to do with it. There were supporters of Han Lu and haters too, but even if the fight really happened, it would have been great. After all, in such a society, most people would only talk and not do anything. The main problem was that Han Lu had talked too much nonsense and he was too arrogant, which resulted in him having so many haters. Lin Fan had been busy answering calls all morning. Yan Shuren said, young Fan, you're 2D*MN awesome. Lin Fan replied, gotta stay low profile. This matter is giving me a headache. I hope to settle this matter as soon as possible. But I'm serious, you're really 2D*MN amazing. Don't say that, I gotta be extra careful today. You have no idea how crazy these reporters are. They'll constantly pester you until they get the news that they want. Wang Mingyang, brother, you're really impressive. In future, you can be my lead actor when I decide to make an action film. Which kind of action film? If you're referring to those type of action films, I can't do it. Hey, you can act in any type of action film. I can make you the lead actor with just a word. You can't waste such a talent. You gave him such a good beating, and if not for you, the kid would have been in trouble. I just did my best. I doubt there will be anything major coming up so soon. This incident can finally be resolved. How will it be resolved? The 2 culprits were detained. Of course, these things will stop happening. That's true, Han Lu and Li Dafei were being detained at the police station and the situation was gradually getting heated up. However, the focus was still on Lin Fan. There was a crystal clear video that captured the entire scene of Lin Fan saving the child. On Weibo, Master Lin is so awesome. I'll give him full marks for what he did. Han Lu got KO'd twice by Master Lin and everything ended when that had happened. All of you were focused on Master Lin, but I was looking at Han Lu and Li Feida when they kissed. It was groundbreaking and heartbreaking at the same time. Haha, I was laughing at that scene. It's become a sticker on WeChat now. Master Lin is a pro at fortune telling, making scallion pancakes and even kung fu. One day, he's going to be able to fly. I suspect Master Lin is actually an alien and I suggest that we dissect him immediately. At that moment, Autumn Sword Fishkiller was up early for training, but he stopped when he watched the video. He felt very uneasy. Sigh, Autumn Sword Fishkiller sighed as his fat body laid on the chair. Although he was a man, the 2 lumps of meat on his chest were bigger than any other woman's and they were sagging so close to his stomach. God is so unfair, even a fraud like him is blessed with such good looks. Furthermore, he even knows kung fu. Why am I born with such a look? I hate myself so much. Autumn Swordfish Killer then remained silent for a while before he raised his head and typed rapidly on his keyboard. If someone were to see the speed at which Autumn Swordfish Killer was typing at, that person would definitely be shocked. His fingers were like the legendary, phantom butterfly fingers of keyboard warriors. A large number of people had gathered outside the shop. He's Master Lin, the one that co-ed Han Lu and saved the kids. He's so young, if you hadn't mentioned it, I can't even tell that he has such capabilities. What does this shop do? I heard it's for fortune telling and he sells scallion pancakes as well. But to be able to Han Lu, he must really be something. That's a wide range of professions. To be fair, the moves that I saw in the video were just too cool. I came over to take a look at the legendary Master Lin. With such capabilities, why would he sell scallion pancakes and read fortunes for a living? Furthermore, fortune telling is such a dodgy profession. Hey, what do you think the large crowd is here for? Lin Fan just sat in the shop while Fraud Tian pretended to be in a daze. It was early in the morning and they had just opened their shop, but there was already a large crowd. These people weren't there for fortune telling or scallion pancakes. They were there to verify that Lin Fan was indeed the one that co-ed Han Lu. Fraud Tian was extremely excited as he'd never have expected to witness such a scene in his life. If he was lucky, he might even attract a pretty woman. After all, there might be pretty women who were blind enough to fall for him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was feeling a little helpless. This was the consequence of becoming famous. He didn't even know where these people came from and they were looking at him as if he was an animal. If he were to chase them away, he'd be at fault too, since the road didn't belong to him. But Fraud Tian's try-hard actions really left Lin Fan speechless. They were being observed like animals and he could still act like he knew what he was doing. How admirable. The people who didn't manage to get a hold of Master Lin surrounded the shop. Little boss, this time, you can't escape anymore. Even if he wants to escape this time, he won't be able to. Guys, please be cautious. We must fix our sights on Little Boss. Definitely, if we let Little Boss escape, I would eat sheet immediately. We are all your loyal fans, you can't hurt our feelings. The passersby that were walking past the shop were all dumbfounded by what they were witnessing. What are you guys doing? Why would you call Master Lin, Little Boss? A passerby who was there to see Master Lin asked. As of then, Master Lin's scallion pancake customers were all regulars. You must be new here. Little Boss's scallion pancakes are just so heavenly. Then, an old customer nudged him and said, don't talk about it too much, there are already so few scallion pancakes. If we have to compete against them for it, things would become even worse. Yeah, that's right, we can't say too much. Meanwhile, a newcomer just smiled and said, we're not here for scallion pancakes. I've been to Taiwan before and I've already tasted authentic scallion pancakes. I can still remember the taste. Haha, the old customers just laughed but they felt disdain for his words. How could the pancakes from Taiwan beat Master Lin's pancakes? They were worlds apart. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had no choice anymore and he said, give out the number tags and select people. Fraud Tian nodded and gave out the number tags quickly. By then, he was already familiar with the entire procedure. Number 6, 11 and 35. Haha, I've been chosen. I've been chosen. Congratulations, congratulations. Bro, are you selling the number tag? $1,000. No, I would have sold it to you a few days ago. But the problem is that I haven't eaten them for days. The crowd was stunned. Everything seemed like it was staged. They had to queue up for scallion pancakes and someone even offered $1,000 to buy a number tag. That was just too much. Hey, where did the resellers go? Bro, aren't you a reseller? Just sell the number tag to me. Master Lin's shop was considered the most mysterious place on Cloud Street. Such a small shop could even attract a large crowd of resellers. Nobody would have believed it if they were told this. The man who was being held back was actually the main reseller of Cloud Street and the people beside him immediately came to ask him for a price after seeing that he had gotten a number tag. I'm not selling the tag today. I have to save it for myself, the man shook his head and said. As a reseller, he was very opportunistic and he had discovered this business opportunity since a long time ago. But he had tried the scallion pancakes once and the magical taste of the pancakes had lingered in his mouth until today. He felt as if he could never part with the scallion pancakes again. A fashionable teenager managed to get the scallion pancake of his dreams. He brought the scallion pancake to his nose and took in a deep breath. He looked extremely satisfied. It's delicious, it's so delicious. After taking a bite, he raised his head and closed his eyes. He felt as if he was going to soar into the sky. The deliciousness of the pancakes exploded inside his mouth. No matter how many times someone ate it, he or she would still be awestruck by it. Delicious. The fashionable teenager opened his eyes and sounded as if he was having an orgasm. Ah, Little Boss's scallion pancakes always reveal a person's true expression. Although the expression looks exaggerated, only those who have tasted the pancakes before know that it's 100% real. If only Little Boss sells pancakes for a living for his entire life, that would be so awesome. These pancakes are priceless. I don't even feel like selling them anymore, regardless of the price. The people who were queuing up for the pancakes weren't surprised at what they had witnessed. But for the passersby, they were extremely shocked at the reactions of those who had eaten the scallion pancakes. It was as if they had not eaten for years. Lin Fan shook his head as he looked at the exaggerated expressions. These people had all been seduced by the powers of the scallion pancakes. They had all gone mad. After a short while, all 10 pancakes were sold out. He was secretly hoping that people would take the initiative to try to understand the content on the poster. But nobody bothered to look at it and those that had already read it and given Lin Fan encyclopedic points before were no longer useful. He couldn't gain encyclopedic points from them again. Delicious. Today has been a pleasurable experience. Little Boss's culinary skills are unbeatable. It tastes better than anything else on this earth. At a distant place, Dad, the business there is doing way too good, Wu Yulan said. Wu Tian he just nodded and said, don't cause trouble in future. We'll stay here obediently, we can only depend on Master Lin to change your fate. Wu Yulan nodded and said, Dad, I know that. She knew her own fate. They had faced a small problem on their way back home. She had been feeling a little unwell when they reached home, but thankfully, it was nothing serious. After getting back home, Wu Tianhe quickly settled the things he needed to do and donated the things that he had obtained through evil means. If not for the memories that he had with the house, he would have donated it as well. As for money, he didn't have much left. He only kept a small sum for his daughter's marriage and his daily expenses. He knew that he had been wrong in the past, but it wasn't too late for him to repent now. Master Lin, Wu Tianhe said as he walked over with his daughter. Lin Fan finished preparing the scallion pancakes and looked at Wu Tianhe. He was ecstatic. His life would become so much easier from then onwards. The shop, Wu Tianhe asked, Master Lin, what will I be doing daily? In order to change his daughter's fate, Wu Tianhe was willing to give up everything he had back in Lianzhou as long as he could let her have a good life. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's simple. Just read the fortunes of 10 people every day. Wu Tianhe was also a formidable fortune teller, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the president of the Metaphysics Association. Although this appointment didn't seem like a major one to the commoners, he was like a god to those that studied metaphysics. I understand, Wu Tianhe nodded and said. He read the fortunes of very few people these days as he was afraid that he might get into trouble if he revealed too many secrets. However, now that Master Lin had requested his help, he did not decline his request since he knew that Master Lin had no intentions of harming him. If you have trouble with some people, you can just speak to me. I will read their fortunes for you, Lin Fan said. Wu Tianhe had no encyclopedia and naturally, he wasn't able to deal with major issues like Lin Fan. However, he should have no problem resolving minor ones. Wu Yulan stood there and asked, what about me? Lin Fan looked at Wu Yulan and paused for a moment. She was really pretty and it would do no harm for her to just stand around in the shop. It's even simpler for you. You just have to do some housekeeping to keep the shop neat and tidy. Also, you have to welcome the customers when they enter the shop. Other than that, there's nothing much for you. 3 pages of the encyclopedia had already been unlocked and the fortune-telling task had already been completed. But the shop had already been opened and it wasn't logical for him to close the shop so soon. On lucky days, he was able to gain 1 or 2 encyclopedic points from making scallion pancakes. Although it wasn't much, it served as a sustainable influx of encyclopedic points. Furthermore, Lin Fan did not want to work so hard for the encyclopedic points. He wanted to have a peaceful and carefree life. Any page of the encyclopedia was sufficient to grant Lin Fan immense power. If he were to specialize in a particular one, who knew how powerful he would become? But what's the point of working your bastards off when you could just have a simple life and be happy? Lin Fan was having such a carefree and happy life. Wait for me, Lin Fan said. Then, he rushed out of the shop and looked at the poster for a short while. He was holding on to a small signboard as he rushed out of the shop. Lin Fan placed it on the table and looked at it with a face full of satisfaction. Look at it, what do you think? Lin Fan smiled and asked as if he was very proud of what he had done. Fra Tian and the rest took a good look at the signboard. Master Lin's first disciple, Wu Tianhe, president of the Metaphysics Association. Wu Tianhe looked at it and smiled. He was already so old and he was not bothered by the nickname that he had been given. I think it looks good, Wu Tianhe said. But if his followers were to find out about this, they might become so enraged that they would vomit blood. They had just gotten a new grandmaster without any prior notice. Furthermore, Lin Fan was so young. If it was really true, they would need to call Lin Fan grandmaster in future. This was unacceptable to them unless they wanted to disrespect their master's teachings. Fra Tian was in awe as he witnessed what had happened. Then, he pestered Lin Fan and said, what about me? There is one for you. Don't be anxious, look, Lin Fan said as he took out another signboard. Fra Tian smiled and said, not bad, this signboard looks good. Master Lin's second disciple, Tian Han Ming, member of the Master Lin shop. Master Wu, we're going to be fellow disciples from now on. Please teach me your ways, Fra Tian said. Although he was full of tricks and lies, he was earnestly interested in fortune-telling. Although Lin Fan wouldn't teach him anything, learning from Wu Tianhe was not bad at all. Perhaps he would have the chance of becoming a master fortune-teller in future. Wu Yulan sighed. If those uncles and aunties see this, they would definitely cry. Her dad had become someone else's disciple in such an unofficial way. Furthermore, her dad didn't even look unhappy about it. Wu Tianhe wasn't bothered by it as he was convinced of Master Lin's abilities. Even if he really became the disciple of Master Lin, he would have no objections. Lin Fan clapped and said, all right, that's it for our small group. Let's do a good job and we can split the year-end bonus. Oh, right, this is your tag, just hang it on yourself. Lin Fan took out another tag and passed it to Wu Yulan. Wu Yulan, receptionist for Master Lin's shop. When Wu Yulan saw the tag, she was speechless. Lin Fan was in a good mood. All right, as my workers, you will have welfare benefits. Today, I will let you taste my famed scallion pancakes. He immediately went to the cart and made 3 scallion pancakes. Even though they tasted heavenly, he didn't even want to eat them. Even he wouldn't be able to resist revealing those ridiculous expressions if he ate them. Fra Tian said, after so long, I haven't tried these scallion pancakes yet. Usually, when I see people eat them, it looks like they're extremely tasty. Come, have a try, Lin Fan said confidently. Wu Tianhe, her daughter, and Fra Tian took a good sniff of the pancakes before they took a bite. Then, the shop became extremely silent while Lin Fan proudly watched their expressions. Wu Tianhe suddenly became invigorated. It was such a unique feeling and he started to think of beautiful memories. Patter. 2 drops of tears dripped down. Fra Tian exclaimed, these pancakes are too good. I. He couldn't even finish his sentence as he lowered his head and froze. The taste of the pancakes made him think of the times when he practiced martial arts under the hot sun with his father. Although he got beaten up quite badly, those were the happiest days of his life. Wu Yulan just started to blush, as if she was in a burning room. Lin Fan just laughed as he thought, this is my ultimate move that nobody can escape from, the magical scallion pancakes. From now on, the fan base of my scallion pancake lovers will have 3 more people. Then, a noise came from outside. Master Lin, someone's looking for you. I brought him here for you. A shop owner brought someone into the shop. Lin Fan asked, you are? He really didn't know who it was. As the person came in, he immediately grabbed Master Lin's arms and said, nice to meet you, Master Lin. I am Zhang Fei, from Shanghai's Chinese Martial Arts Association. Nice to meet you, Lin Fan said politely as the other party was also courteous. Have a seat, Lin Fan added. However, Fra Tian and the rest were still dumbfounded by the scallion pancakes and they were rooted to the seats. Hence, there weren't any empty seats left. Zhang Fei looked at the three of them and said, Master Lin, it's okay. I'll just stand and talk. Master Lin nodded and said, all right, what are you here for? The Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association was part of the National Chinese Martial Arts Association. It was a regional division. The headquarters were located in the capital and Lin Fan could roughly guess what was going on. Although Lin Fan was a young chap, Zhang Fei did not belittle him. They had studied the video for a long time and they concluded that his skills were indeed real. Then, Zhang Fei said, Master Lin, on behalf of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, I hope you can join us. Lin Fan was elated. He hadn't expected it to happen just as he had thought. But he was in a dilemma as the Chinese Martial Arts Association didn't have a very good reputation. I know this may be a little too sudden but we are sincere in recruiting you into our big family, Zhang Fei said. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't have any real skills and besides, I have a proper job too. You're too modest. If you don't have real skills, then nobody does. Furthermore, we won't interfere with your work. You can come down to our martial arts association anytime. It's located in Shanghai. It's pretty nearby, Zhang Fei said sincerely. He was very impressed by Lin Fan's skills. At the same time, he was surprised at how humble and modest he was. Since he had already put it that way, what else could Lin Fan have said? Besides, it wouldn't bring any harm to him if he were to join the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Everyone had the responsibility to raise awareness for their national culture and to preserve it. He could even earn encyclopedic points from it. Lin Fan replied, sure, but if there are any activities and I'm not free on that day, I won't participate in them. Zhang Fei was ecstatic, you don't have to worry about that. The association will not force you to go for them. Then, Lin Fan filled in the form with his particulars. Zhang Fei was extremely happy to have recruited him. Master Lin, when the documents have been processed, I will bring the certificate to you, Zhang Fei said excitedly. When Zhang Fei left, Lin Fan just smiled to himself. He really hadn't expected himself to be recruited by the Chinese Martial Arts Association. It was a pretty great feeling. But as he turned to look at Fra Tian and the two other people, he was taken aback. Just a single scallion pancake made them act as if they had eaten sleeping pills. Unbelievable. At the stadium, only 12 out of the 24 contestants on the new voice could progress to the next round. However, there was a tie. Also, at the judging panel, Mentor Qi Ming had been extremely unhappy with Ying Jin and had left the arena in anger which caused the program to end unexpectedly. With such a situation, the host was at a loss. He thought there was going to be a mess. This live broadcast of the show had only been made possible by their courageous and constant assurance that nothing would go wrong. They all knew about Mentor Qi Ming's temper and when they were trying to host this program, the first person that they had thought of was Mentor Qi Ming. People were unsure of the program's credibility and many thought that it would be rigged. But now that Mentor Qi Ming was a judge, people could be more certain of the program's credibility. He had exposed many programs before, which offended many hosts. As a result, many people did not dare to employ him as a judge, but this program's organizer was willing to do so. But they hadn't expected to have miscalculated Ying Jin. They had been certain of her professionalism and fame, which was why they had employed her to be a judge. But they hadn't expected her to rig the results by using her status. Now that they thought of it, Ying Jin had been involved in several dirty tricks and it wasn't just for this type of competition. Some were as ridiculous as influencing the results of Singer Awards which left many people helpless. They expected their viewership rate to decrease after such a big incident but the viewership rate actually increased by a mile and became the top viewed program. They were extremely happy with it. Outside the stadium, what brings the big boss here today? Lin Fan asked. Wang Mingyang just laughed and said, how could I not come? Although it's just a 12 out of 24 selection round, now it seems like it's more important than the grand finals. Lin Fan wasn't even bothered by what was going on. He said, actually, there aren't any problems, I just hope she doesn't come back and screw with the results again. Wang Mingyang was enraged when he heard Lin Fan's words, if she dares to return and resort to dirty tricks again, I will definitely rush up onto the stage and beat her up. Wow, you're a billionaire and you dare to do that. Aren't you afraid of ruining your image? Lin Fan laughed and asked. FCK image, if this old hag dares to fiddle with the results again, you'll see what I'll do to her. Wang Mingyang was a hot-tempered man and if he were to find out that the results were rigged, things might really become ugly. Lin Fan looked at his watch and said, it's almost time, we should go in. In the stadium, Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang sat really close to the front and they were near the judges too. It was as if they had prepared the best position to Ying Jin. The audience slowly made their way and filled the seats as they discussed the competition. The main talking point was the battle between Wu Huanyu and Wang Yuchen. It was extremely difficult to get hold of the entry tickets. There were so many people who wanted to watch the competition live but didn't manage to do so, but for a wealthy man like Wang Mingyang, he was able to easily buy a few tickets for the front seats. The battle between Wu Huanyu and Wang Yuchen had been reported on the news and it was extremely popular. As a result, many reporters were also there to watch the competition. The broadcast started. The competition is about to begin. I wonder how the results will be like. Wang Yuchen's information has been exposed. She's related to Ying Jin. That's so unfair, can't they be fairer when it comes to this type of competition? This time, it will be even more difficult for Wu Huanyu since Wang Yuchen has such a strong backing. She seems really serious about winning and she's even performing an original song. She must be really eager to showcase her talent. Wang Yuchen's chance of winning is at least 80%. Mentor Qi Ming looked extremely pissed off when he took a glance at Ying Jin. I really hope Wang Yuchen loses later. I want to see how Ying Jin would react. The chances of Wu Huanyu winning aren't great. Backstage, Wu Huanyu was closing her eyes as she tried to rest for the last push of the competition. Meanwhile, Wang Yuchen was just sitting on the sofa with her head lowered as she was looking at her phone. She was extremely angry. It had been 3 days. That B** starred on Weibo had infuriated her for 3 days. Although Yingjin told her to remain calm and not be bothered by these things, she found it difficult to ignore such things. She couldn't tolerate those texts anymore. Each time she controlled herself, there would be even more hateful messages endlessly popping up on her screen. At the same time, the person that was sending her so much hate was really arrogant. He just privately messaged her with those hateful words. I, Autumn Swordfish Killer, will pester you till the end. How dare you block me? Even if you block me once, there will still be tens of thousands of me. You will never be able to ban all of my accounts. Wasn't it infuriating? Wang Yuchen blamed everything on Wu Huanyu and she made her way to Huanyu. No matter what you do, you'll never win me. Wu Huanyu was taken aback but she just laughed it off. The host went up on stage. Yiming said, after a series of intense competition, there are already 6 contestants that have been chosen to qualify for the next round. Let's welcome Wu Huanyu and Wang Yuchen on stage. Applause. The crowd had been waiting for this moment. At the audience seats, Lin Fan laughed. Wang Yuchen looks really confident, looks like she's prepared for it. Wang Mingyang said, isn't the song written by you? Don't tell me you're afraid of losing. Wang Yuchen went up on stage and the screen flashed the song that she was going to perform. Song title, Fine Days After Rain. Singer, Wang Yuchen. Songwriter, Wang Yuchen. Composer, Wang Yuchen. Lin Fan looked at the screen and almost vomited blood. That's impressive, she actually knows how to write and sing an original song too. Wang Mingyang just smiled in disdain and said, her details have already been exposed and she still dares to claim that this song belongs to her. At the judges' table, Mentor Qiming had a stern look as he cleared his throat. Shameless, Yingjin sat at the judges' tables and looked extremely happy. Everything was going well under her control. The other 2 judges, Zhou Haidao and Zuo Tengfei, did not say much but they knew what was going on. It was another original song provided by Yingjin which would definitely be of a high standard. Yingjin wanted Wang Yuchen to win the competition and as long as she performed well, she would definitely win the competition. If Wu Huanyu were to sing another old song, she would practically have lost. In the broadcast room, what the FCK? I've never seen someone so shameless before. She even claims that the song is her original. Must she be such a B***TCH? When Yingjing strikes, it's no small matter. Aren't you guys afraid? The new voice. How about we call it, Best Dirty Player's Voice? The music started to play and the prelude sounded exquisite. The judges were extremely experienced and they could tell if a song was good or bad just by listening to the prelude. Zhou Haidao said, another good song. Zuo Tengfei said, if it was given to a professional singer, it would definitely be made into an album hit. This outcome is almost guaranteed. Mentor Qiming was extremely unhappy. He hated those evil faces of Yingjin and Wang Yuchen. Wang Yuchen settled herself down and started to sing. It was a song that she had practiced for a long time. She had perfected the entire song upon Yingjin's instructions and she was extremely familiar with the song. The crowd just slowly listened to it and enjoyed it. They all started to bob their heads to the rhythm of the song. It was so good. When the song ended, everyone clapped. Wang Yuchen laughed. She had delivered a near-perfect performance. Even though she made a small bit of error, it wasn't much of an issue. Wang Mingyang laughed and said, that was just average. Lin Fan laughed, I think she's really not a bad singer at all. Brother, which side are you on? Wang Mingyang asked. Lin Fan just waved his hand and said, that doesn't matter. This song is good indeed, but it can't compare to the one I wrote. Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes and replied, you're so narcissistic. Wu Huanyu took a deep breath as she went up on stage. On the screen, song title, Sky, singer, Wu Huanyu. Songwriter, Master Lin, composer, Master Ellen. The judges were all shocked at the new song that she was going to sing. Those that were watching the live broadcast were also shocked. Then, they tried to search the song on Baidu but couldn't find it at all. DMN, Wu Huanyu was singing an original song as well. That's awesome, this is going to be entertaining. Those who were watching the live broadcast tried to look for the song online. Baidu doesn't even have this song. And who the hell is Master Lin? I just did a search on Master Lin and the results were of a fortune teller. I found a scallion pancake vendor. I found him as the mysterious man. These nicknames are so stupid. Be quiet, listen to the song. The song started to play. The beat slowly built up to a nice tempo. When Qiming heard the prelude, he quickly straightened his posture and listened carefully. Wu Huanyu held the microphone and closed her eyes. Her lips slowly and gently opened as she began to sing. Why is my sky so full of tears? Why is my sky always so gloomy? Her voice was mellow and crisp as the audience was slowly captivated by her. Qiming closed his eyes as he moved his fingers slowly to the beat. It was like he had been mesmerized by the song. Yingjin was initially full of smiles but her face started to change as she started to look more solemn. Zhou Haidao and Zuo Tengfei weren't strangers to music. The song's prelude had already attracted their attention. When Wu Huanyu sang, her unique voice, coupled with that song, created a beautiful effect. Lin Fan was listening to the song for the first time. He was absolutely mesmerized. It was that good. It was unlike those singers who shouted instead of sang, as if they were comparing who had a louder voice. This was a performance from within Wu Huanyu. Wang Mingyang was dumbfounded. Although he had heard her sing a few times in the studio, it sounded extremely different from her practices this time. Wu Huanyu sang the song slowly on stage as if she had forgotten where she was. Drifting on the other side of the world, letting the loneliness attack me over and over again. The sky has been yearning. Your sky could have lovely clouds. Your sky could have a cold and lonely moon. The audience was completely captivated by her and everyone was silently listening to the song. Everyone was mesmerized by her mellow voice and the feelings that she was expressing as she sang the song. Some female listeners in the audience teared up a little as they fully immersed themselves in the song. Their once beautiful, helpless and hurtful memories all flashed across their minds. The song, Sky, reflected the inner feelings of someone that missed another person very much. Gradually, the thoughts of that person slowly turned into sadness and pain as she never knew if the other person was thinking of him/her. Zuo Tengfei opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised by the song. The lyrics and composition were unlike any other song. It was so unique. By comparing this song to Wang Yuchen's song, there was a huge difference. This wasn't a simple song at all. Wang Yuchen was dumbfounded. How can it be? Although she wanted to win really badly, she wasn't deaf. The song that Wu Huanyu was singing was so much better than hers. But she was puzzled as she couldn't understand how Wu Huanyu had managed to get this song. Ying Jin was a little conflicted. She had to admit that the song was extremely good, especially the feelings that it expressed. She even wanted to perform that song too. Wu Huanyu was getting more into the song as she continued to sing on stage. She unknowingly started to tear up as she sang. But the sky no longer cries for you. There is no more gloominess in the skies. The song ended. Wu Huanyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and bowed. The crowd was silent. Everyone had been completely mesmerized by the song. Suddenly, there was a standing ovation. The song had really given the audience a different and unique feeling. Some of the people bought tickets just to witness the war that had been expected to happen, but after the performance, they felt that the tickets were worth it. To be able to listen to such a beautiful song, it was simply worth it. In the comments, it's 2FC King awesome, I actually cried from listening to it. DMN, don't even mention about that. I was extremely furious today, but when I heard this song, I became calm. This song was such a pleasant surprise. Wu Huanyu sang it so well. I need the HD version, I need to listen to it to sleep every night. 666, Wu Huanyu owned Wang Yuchen, at the judges' table. Mentor Qiming stood up and applauded Wu Huanyu, good, good. Ying Jin was infuriated but she still pretended to applaud. Lin Fan just smiled and said, that was perfect. It was really perfect. The song was from the encyclopedia and he had not heard the original version before. But now that Wu Huanyu had sung it so perfectly, perhaps even the original couldn't match her standard. Wang Mingyong laughed and said, bro, you're amazing for writing such a marvelous tune. Lin Fan replied, it's not that I'm good, Wu Huanyu is just a great singer. Wang Mingyong shook his head and said, I don't care, you're D*MN good. Without you, her singing won't even matter. The host was stunned as he just stood there. The song had given him such enjoyment. Then, he walked up the stage and said, thank you, Wu Huanyu. I almost cried after listening to that. Wu Huanyu said, thank you. That was the affirmation from the host himself. Yi Ming then said, may I now invite Wang Yuchen back on stage? I see that the audience must have enjoyed the performance and the four judges should have a lot to say. Mentor Zuo Tengfei, you're a composer yourself and you've written countless songs. What do you think of those two songs? Zuo Tengfei had been sitting there for a long time. He picked up the microphone and said emotionally, Wang Yuchen's performance was as good as a professional singer's record. Wang Yuchen smiled and said, thank you, mentor. Zuo Tengfei's simple comments made it pretty obvious that he didn't want to speak much about her performance. He wanted to talk more about Wu Huanyu's song. Wu Huanyu sang, Sky, and it was indeed a shocking performance. I have been in this industry for more than 10 years and I've only heard 4 songs that truly moved me. This song, Sky, is the 5th song that has touched me. It was really fantastic. I'm even getting a little emotional as I'm commenting. Thank you, mentor. Wu Huanyu hadn't expected Mr. Zuo Tengfei to compliment her so much. Wang Yuchen became a little upset. The host, Yi Ming said, I didn't expect Mentor Zuo to be so excited. Now, as for Mentor Zhou Haidao, what do you think of these two contestants? He didn't even finish his sentence before he was interrupted by Zuo Tengfei. I haven't finished my sentence, you gotta give me some time. Alright, Mr. Zuo, please. Yi Ming didn't expect Zuo Tengfei to be so agitated. Zuo Tengfei continued with his comments, I saw that this song was written and composed by Master Lin. To be able to come up with such a fantastic tune, he should be called a grandmaster instead. But throughout my countless years of experience, I haven't heard of this man before. Could you introduce Master Lin to us? He was indeed very impressed. Wu Huanyu said, Master Lin is my friend and he's not from the music industry. Zuo Tengfei was shocked. Then, he asked, he's not from this industry. Is he here today? Wu Huanyu said, yes. Zuo Tengfei stood up and looked at the crowd, trying to locate Master Lin. The host, Yi Ming, tried to carry on with the show and said, Mr. Zuo, perhaps we could let the other judges comment on their performances first before we let Wu Huanyu introduce Master Lin to you. Zuo Tengfei suddenly realized that he was in a competition. Then, he calmly sat down and pretended that nothing had happened. Lin Fan just smiled. The encyclopedia was indeed extremely powerful. A song from it could serenade so many people. Then, Wang Mingyong gave Lin Fan a thumbs up and said, awesome. Yi Ming said, Mentor Zhou Haidao, what do you think of the two contestants? Zhou Haidao had a pretty good relationship with Ying Jin and he knew that Wang Yuchen was the person that she wanted to praise. But with the current situation, he couldn't just speak blindly and say that Wang Yuchen was better than Wu Huanyu. Even if he decided to do so, the audience would definitely have something to say. Competitions like this were stressful for the contestants but they were also extremely stressful for the judges. Just a few sentences could decide the fate of a contestant. It would only be good for them to speak the truth. If they were to speak nonsense, it might create an uproar. Zhou Haidao noticed how Ying Jin was looking at him but he pretended not to see it. He didn't want to be involved in giving false comments. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke his true thoughts. With Wang Yuchen's performance, she retained her original style and judging by the performance, she did extremely well. She did even better than the previous time but at some of the climaxes, I felt that her voice was rather restricted and she couldn't hit the notes. If she could improve on that, perhaps the performance would have been even better. Zhou Haidao spoke his mind. Thank you, mentor, Wang Yuchen said and just nodded. Perhaps she thought that Zhou Haidao didn't think very highly of her performance. The crowd heaved a sigh at his comments. Even a fool would know that Wang Yuchen's performance was not bad at all, and if she were to compete with the other contestants, she might have even won them within seconds. But this time, she was up against Wu Huanyu and the difference was pretty obvious. The host, Yi Ming, said, Mr. Zhou Haidao, Wu Huanyu had a brilliant performance this time. What do you think of it? Zhou Haidao just nodded his head and said, since joining The New Voice as a judge, today has perhaps been the most rewarding day for me. Wu Huanyu chose a fantastic song. At the same time, the composer of this song, Master Lin, understood Wu Huanyu's voice very well. This original song, Sky, was beautifully written. Furthermore, with Wu Huanyu's mellow voice, it produced a beautiful performance which was aligned with the meaning of the song. She performed it so well that perhaps even I wouldn't be able to sing it as well as her. Wu Huanyu smiled and said, thank you, mentor. The crowd applauded excitedly as they were all in favor of Wu Huanyu's performance. The song was fantastic and had spoken to their hearts. In the comments section, 666, I said it before. Wu Huanyu is unbeatable. As long as you aren't an idiot, you would know what I'm talking about. Yingjin must be so jealous and angry, but I am having so much fun watching her. She probably didn't expect such a thing to happen. Zhou Haidao and Yingjin have a good relationship, but now that Zhou Haidao has given such comments and sided with Wu Huanyu, do you think she would still be happy? They're not blind. These two judges are not blind at all. Let's see how shameless can Yingjin get. I'll call it. If Wu Huanyu can't get through to the next round, I swear to stop watching this FCKED up show. We are idiots. We're too used to the dirty tricks that the judges have used before. Looking at the different tricks of the judges now, I can even guess who the champion will be way before the finals. That's right, but The New Voice is a great show apart from Yingjin, the black horse. I hope the show will kick her out of the panel of judges. The viewers were discussing so much about the show that the comments had covered the entire screen. The host, Yi Ming, just laughed and said, Mr. Zhou Haidao has rated both of them so highly. What about you, Mentor Qi Ming? The crowd held their breath. They had seen through the host's actions. He asked Mentor Qi Ming first on purpose as he wanted to make Yingjin speak last. If all three judges said Wu Huanyu was the better singer and Yingjin still spoke blindly, things would become even more interesting. Mentor Qi Ming was in a good mood and he was smiling brilliantly. Just when he started to speak, he already took a dig at Yingjin. That's great. Wang Yuchen had a good performance, but as Zhou Haidao said, it did sound like her voice was a little restricted. If she could have sung more freely, it would have been better. Qi Ming did not say much as he merely just elaborated on Zhou Haidao's comments. Perhaps he was a little lazy to speak about it. Then, he looked towards Wu Huanyu as if he had many things to say. The lyrics of the song, Sky, looked to be very bland and boring. But after listening to it closely, you will realize that it is actually a very meaningful song. The lyrics, tune and composition were all done by one person and it is such a beautiful song. I have the same wish as Tang Fei. I would like to meet this Master Lin. I am friends with a brilliant singer-songwriter from Taiwan and we recently spoke about song composition. He mentioned that a song should be aligned with the feelings that it's supposed to invoke and the feelings must match its meaning. Most pop songs sound really nice but they do not have any meaning. This song that Wu Huanyu just sang was good enough to crown her as the champion if this show was only about original songs. It's literally that good. But in this show, The New Voice, no matter how good the song may be, the final outcome solely depends on the voice of the contestants. Today, Wu Huanyu has touched me with her voice. Applause. Mentor Qi Ming had given Wu Huanyu such positive comments. Meanwhile, in the audience seats, Wang Mingyang had a big smile on his face as he said, did you hear that? This song is 2D*MN good. You're a Grandmaster now and I'll have to call you Grandmaster Lin instead of Master Lin in future. Lin Fan smiled helplessly and said, that's enough. I'll kill you if you continue with your banter. No, you want to kill me. Wang Mingyang said. He didn't dare to take on Lin Fan one-on-one as that would probably kill him. In the past, he had felt that he was still able to take on Lin Fan in a fight, but ever since he found out that Lin Fan was the one who KO'd Han Lu, he hadn't entertained the thought of fighting Lin Fan in a long time. Lin Fan hadn't expected Qi Ming to rate the song so highly, just like Zuo Tangfei. It was obtained with only 5 encyclopedic points. He wished they could stop with the compliments. It was making him embarrassed. Let's see how shameless this evil witch really is, Lin Fan said. Alright, I have removed my shoes. If this evil witch dares to speak badly of her, I'll throw my shoes at her, Wang Mingyang said as he removed his shoes as if he was preparing for a war. Wu Huanyu bowed and said, thank you, mentor. Mr. Qi Ming nodded at Wu Huanyu to give her another affirmation. Then, he said jokingly, but in future, please refrain from using original songs. Let's just use classic songs so that we can judge your voices more easily. Old songs can sound amazing too. Alright, mentor, Wu Huanyu replied unknowingly. Yingjin was extremely furious. What did he mean by, in future? Wasn't that equivalent to saying that she had already gone through to the next round? Wang Yuchen had an unusual expression on stage. She was a little angry but she still forced a smile on her face. Wu Huanyu did not react to his statement, but to people who were more sensitive, they would definitely have understood what the sentence meant. Those contestants who were at the backstage all heaved a sigh of relief. If Wu Huanyu had continued to use original songs, then they would never be able to win her as the song would have given her bonus points. They were so thankful for Mentor Qi Ming's comment that they became loyal fans of Qi Ming himself. Yi Ming then said, Mentor Yingjin, what do you think of their performance? Yingjin cleared her throat, shrugged her shoulders and raised her head. She looked like she was in a dilemma, as if she was going to say a shocking statement. The crowd and Lin Fan were extremely curious as to what she was going to say. Wang Mingyang held onto his shoes tightly and listened. We're waiting for you to open your D*MNED mouth. Yingjin was well known in the music industry and was involved in several variety shows. She could use her reputation to turn the unfavorable situation around. Although, The New Voice was a fair competition, if Yingjin gave Wang Yuchen an extremely high score, nobody could do anything to her. But one of the judges was Qiming. This left Yingjin with no choice, and what was even more unexpected was that Qiming dared to drop the mic and leave the show during a live broadcast. Because of what he had done, the new voice had gained a lot of popularity online. Yiming looked at the speechless Yingjin for a while and prompted her to speak. Teacher Yingjin. Yingjin awoke from her daze and said, these two contestants' performances were perfect and I'm in a dilemma. I need to consider carefully. Then, there was a commotion in the crowd. Qiming took a glance at her as if he was upset with her. Zhou Haiteng looked really awkward while Zuo Tengfei felt helpless. If Yingjin really dared to choose Wang Yuchen as the winner, things would go out of hand. In the comments section, what the FCK does she mean by that? She must be devising another evil plan. Consider it carefully, my bastards. Wu Huanyu should be able to go through easily with that sort of performance. She doesn't even need to consider sheet. That's true. As long as you're not deaf, you'd know that Wu Huanyu is way better than Wang Yuchen. Let's see how this shameless Yingjin continues with her show. I really wonder what kind of comments she'll say. Below the stage, you gotta stay calm. If you really throw it at her, you won't be able to run away, Lin Fan said. Wang Mingyong looked at Lin Fan and said, why not you do it instead? Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said, I think you should just prepare yourself and throw it if you wish to. This evil witch is too despicable. I can't take it anymore, Wang Mingyong said. At that very moment, Yingjin cleared her throat and started to speak. Wang Yuchen's new song was good and her voice was also fantastic. As for Zhou Haidao's comment about her restricting her voice, I don't think that's much of a problem. It makes her voice richer. What do you think, Haidao? All of a sudden, Yingjin asked Zhou Haidao such a difficult question. Zhou Haidao was stunned as he didn't know how to answer it. If he agreed, he would definitely be flamed online, and if he didn't, he would offend Yingjin. Everyone in the industry knew that Yingjin was extremely petty and her acting skills were top-notch. On the surface, she looked like she had the air of a female goddess, but who knew how many talented people had had their lives destroyed by her? Zhou Haidao was a little awkward and didn't know what to say. Sister Ying is a goddess and a renowned figure in the music industry. We should take her views into consideration. Zhou Haidao didn't agree or disagree, he could only give a neutral view. Qiming just sat there and said, if there's a problem with her singing, then it's a big problem. Yingjin, you're a renowned figure in this industry. How could you not tell when you heard her sing? Let's not talk about professional singers, I believe even the audience could tell when they were listening to her sing. Then, he turned around to the crowd and asked, what do you guys think? Yes, Mentor Qiming is absolutely spot on. Lin Fan lowered his head and shouted. Initially, Lin Fan wanted to start an uproar and spark a commotion in the crowd, but he realized that nobody else spoke but him. Wang Mingyong stared at Lin Fan as if he was stunned. The cameraman pointed the camera at Lin Fan. In the broadcast room. 666, this guy is FC King Awesome. That's the rallying cry of a man. The camera is right in his face. This guy is dead. Everyone knows how hot-tempered Yingjin is. There will definitely be another show to watch later. In the previous show, Yingjin just started to scold the other party and didn't even give him any face. I remember that. It was a contestant who said that Yingjin was a disgrace to the industry, and it infuriated Yingjin so much that she threw the microphone at him. Then, she said that as long as she was still in the industry, he could forget about making it big. Yingjin is FC King Fearless. The crowd stared at him in shock. The people in the social media team also looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful look. Nobody should infuriate Yingjin. No outsiders could interfere with the battle between Mentor Qiming and Teacher Yingjin. Whoever did that would suffer a tragic death. Backstage, what the FCK? Who is this guy? Who let him in? Director, we don't know either. It's a battle between Qiming and Yingjin and that's none of his business. What the hell is he doing? Quickly send someone out there. It's a live broadcast. If another problem occurs, who's gonna answer to it? I'll see to it right away. Why didn't you shout too? Lin Fan looked at Wang Mingyong angrily and said. I was prepared to shout, but you shouted first, Wang Mingyong said. Lin Fan felt helpless and embarrassed as everyone was staring at him. He couldn't even hide. There was nowhere he could go. Yingjin was extremely angry. She stood up and said, could this fella please stand up? Wang Mingyong nudged Lin Fan and said, that old witch wants you to stand up. Lin Fan just rolled his eyes. He wasn't going to stand up. Qiming wanted to help the audience, which happened to be Lin Fan. Yingjin, it's a discussion between you and me. Let the audience have their own say too. But Yingjin didn't want to let Lin Fan go. Will this fella please stand up? I just want to know if you have any valuable insights to add to our comments or if you're just talking shit. Lin Fan wanted to stay low and avoid her, but when he heard her, he quickly stood up and said, Wang Yuchen was indeed good, but as Haiteng said, she has a flaw in her voice. Yingjin looked at Lin Fan and smiled. She looked extremely upset. Wow, you're not even remorseful at all. An outsider trying to act like he knows it all. I, Yingjin, have been in this industry for more than 10 years and I've sung more words than you've ever spoken in your life. You think I'm less knowledgeable than you? Yingjin asked. Since he had already offended her, he didn't want to hide it anymore. Wang Mingyong sat beside Lin Fan and said, bro, just diss her. You can't just base everything on your experience. You mean you can represent everyone in the industry just by your years of experience? Furthermore, I am also part of the audience and I have the rights to say that she has some flaws. The performance of singers like you ultimately depends on the audience like me. If we think the song sucks, then you're trash, and if we like the song, then you're good. In recent years, it looks like Yingjin hasn't been coming up with any new songs. You've just been participating in variety shows and it seems like you're not producing any results in this industry. Of course, Mentor Yingjin is a professional and as a judge, she helped to train a singer who nobody expected to win to become the previous season's champion. Looks like an old singer is indeed an old singer. With such an unbeatable eye for talent, nobody can beat her, Lin Fan said. Then, the crowd went wild and the comments section went crazy too. This fellow was clearly trying to create a mess. In the broadcast room, DMN, that was insane. Who the hell is this guy? I'm so D***MN impressed by him. Me too, this guy is insane. He actually tried to challenge Yingjin. He's my idol for speaking my mind. Of course it's up to us to decide if the song is nice or not. If we don't like it, no matter how hard she tries to convince us, it'd be useless. I feel like chopping my hand off now. In the past, I bought Yingjin's album when she wasn't even popular yet. Now I regret it so much. 6666, this brother must be looking for trouble, to challenge Yingjin, the world's #1 B***TCH. This show, The New Voice, is getting more and more interesting. I love the exciting content. Cameraman, please let us have a look at Yingjin's face. The entire auditorium was in chaos. The audience was dumbfounded at how daring this fellow was. He actually challenged Yingjin. This would definitely cause a war. Furthermore, he even pointed out her not-so-glorious history. Although he didn't say it directly, it was offensive enough. Everyone knew that the singer who Yingjin had tried to bring to fame was trash. Who even still listened to Lu Xingfei? Ever since she had gotten the championship trophy, it was as if she just vanished into thin air. She couldn't even become famous at all. She was probably just singing at bars, while the first and second runner-up singers were making their names known in the music industry. Wang Mingyong was stunned. He just gave Lin Fan a thumbs up and said, "Bro, you're 2D***M and fearless." Lin Fan just stood there as if nothing had happened. He was waiting for Yingjin's reply. Yingjin was taken aback. She had been a judge for many variety shows and contests, but it was the first time she had seen such a rude audience. She had been the judge cum mentor on the show for quite some time, and regardless of whether it was the audience or contestants, all of them treated her with respect. Although she knew that some of the contestants weren't happy with her, she wasn't bothered by it. After all, she was reputable and respected. If they wanted to survive in the industry, they had to be humble and act as a junior should. The host, Yi Ming, saw the situation and was a little anxious. There couldn't be any more screw-ups. But just when he was about to speak, Wu Huanyu started to talk. Mentor Yingjin, the furious Yingjin just waved her hands at Wu Huanyu, signaling her to shut up. Then, she pointed at Lin Fan and said, "What's your name? Don't you have manners? Do you know that with your words earlier, I can sue you for slander and attempting to destroy my reputation?" In his heart, Lin Fan just laughed. "What did I say wrong?" "Oh, I didn't mean anything else. I'm just saying that Lu Xingfei got the first place because you had a special vision for it. There's no issue with that, is there? Mentor Yingjin has such wonderful vision. I heard that Lu Xingfei is currently singing at several bars. She's sharing her unique voice, that Mentor Yingjin discovered, with the world. However, Mentor Yingjin, you speak so knowledgeably. You know that the law is your best defense mechanism." Laughter filled the stadium. The crowd just laughed and the people that were watching the broadcast were all amused too. 6666, I admire this man so much. Did you see how angry Yingjin was? He struck her so viciously twice. I think it should be sufficient to stop Yingjin from arguing further. He's indeed an immortal in the midst of men. This man must be fearless. Yingjin looked at the situation and was extremely angry. Then, she said, "Everyone, please keep quiet." Then, the backstage crew came to Lin Fan and wanted to bring him out of the auditorium. But Yingjin was still infuriated and she didn't want to let him leave just like that. "Will the backstage crew please leave? I need to make things clear with this chap. I, Yingjin, have been in this industry for more than 10 years and the reputation that I have maintained cannot be destroyed by anyone," Yingjin said. The crew members were all stunned. Then, the director called them back through their earphones. Things had already gotten heated and Lin Fan was unafraid of what was to come. "That's for sure. Teacher Yingjin is a goddess in this industry and I am in no position to humiliate her. It's pointless for me to do so. Everyone in the crowd here, and those watching the broadcast know how fair Yingjin is. She's so fair with her judgment that nobody can match up to her in this industry." He purposely emphasized the word, fair, as he spoke. Then, everyone started laughing. This man was indeed interesting and his words had such a deep meaning. Wang Mingyong was dumbfounded. It was the first time that he had seen Lin Fan dissing someone so sarcastically and subtly. He was really good with his words. He was complimenting her with his words, but at the same time, it sounded like he was scolding her. Mentor Qiming just stood there and laughed in his heart. That was just great banter by the man. His mood had improved quite a bit. Zuo Tengfei and Zhou Haidao just shook their heads. Thankfully, this man didn't belong in the music industry, or else he would have been slaughtered alive. Yingjin was so angry that her hands started to tremble. Then, she took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's not talk about that. Firstly, as an outsider, do you even know what a good song should sound like? Or how you should sing to express your feelings through a song? Okay, before that, let me ask you, what's your occupation? Judging from your looks, I believe you must be a student," Yingjin asked. Lin Fan just laughed and said, "Teacher Yingjin has such good judgment. No wonder you're at the pinnacle of the music industry. But I'm no longer a student. I have graduated and now my main profession is fortune-telling and my side profession is selling scallion pancakes. I just need to make some money to survive." Laughter and cheers filled the room again. Everyone in the room laughed. Did he need to diss Yingjin like that? Meanwhile, the comments section in the broadcast room had exploded. The whole screen was filled with 66,666. Yingjin felt like her lungs were going to explode from the anger. Then, she said in an unusual tone, "If you don't learn, you won't have any skills. You're so young and you're already a fortune teller. Although the scallion pancakes business sounds good, you're doing it while you're so young. You will definitely not have a bright future. Such a person like you will be disadvantaged in society." Lin Fan laughed and said, "Mentor Yingjin really has great judgment. Just one look and you know that I won't have a bright future and that I'll be disadvantaged in society." But Mentor Yingjin said I'm an outsider. That was pretty accurate. I'm indeed an outsider, but I still know a bit about music. But of course, I don't know as much as Mentor Yingjin. After all, she's the best in this industry. In fact, I feel that Wu Huanyu's song, Sky, still has some flaws and it isn't really able to bring out the true potential of her unique voice, Lin Fan said. The crowd started to become rowdy again. This fella should stop saying that Yingjin is a musical goddess. Also, he should stop trying to act like he knows it all. It's okay for him to diss Yingjin, but that song, Sky, was really good. He doesn't have to infuriate the crowd too. Yingjin just laughed, but she still had a black face. Do you know what's a good song? Wu Huan Yu's Sky wasn't good enough. Do you know that I'm thinking of putting this song as the main single of one of my albums? Lin Fan shook his head and said, you should forget it. Mentor Yingjin is one of the best in the industry. How could this song, Sky, match up to your wonderful and timeless voice? Won't this be a disgrace to the song? Oh, no, I mean, won't this be a disgrace to Mentor Yingjin's voice? Laughter filled the room again. The entire crowd and comments section also went wild. This fella must be Yingjin's nemesis. This fella is really trying to raise hell. It's no longer an argument anymore, it's a direct insult. It seems like he's just talking blindly. I am absolutely in awe of this man and nobody else. The New Voice is such a nice show, I haven't watched it in vain. If this wasn't a live broadcast, this would probably be edited out. Yeah, this flame war has brought so many viewers to The New Voice. The production team must be rejoicing. Wang Mingyong wore his shoes as he felt that the situation didn't require him anymore. The way that Lin Fan was flaming Yingjin was literally unmatchable. Yingjin's face was totally black as she breathed heavily. Then, she pointed her middle finger at Lin Fan and said, if you said all that to me outside of the stadium, I would definitely have taught you a lesson about manners. Lin Fan replied, Mentor Yingjin, previously, I said that you knew how to use the law to protect yourself, but now I have to take back my words. This is a public show and it's even a live broadcast. You're being so rude to me and you're even threatening me, but all the bigger man here. I'll choose not to bother about it, but if a child is currently watching this show, your actions would definitely have taught him the wrong values. This is a bad influence on the children. If you feel that I have humiliated you, you can send me your lawyer's letter. I will definitely cooperate with you, but now, please watch your image and be a polite person before you even think about teaching me a lesson. Wow, the entire audience was stunned. This fella must be crazy. His wordplay and attitude are top-notch indeed. Yingjin's face couldn't get any blacker, but Lin Fan continued to speak, let's get back on track. Mentor Yingjin, you asked me if I know how to identify a good song and I really don't know how to answer to that, but I'll put it this way. Unless you can also write a song like Sky, you don't have the rights to question me about this. Yingjin was extremely furious and she replied, I have no rights. What about you? Lin Fan blinked and said bluntly, I have the rights. Yingjin was infuriated. She laughed coldly and said, you have the rights. Lin Fan replied, Mentor Yingjin, although you're older than me, I have to say this. Even though you've gotten some form of achievement before, you can't judge a person based on his or her looks. Otherwise, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Yingjin was so angry that she wanted to kill Lin Fan. She hated people who called her old, and especially since this person was already stepping on her toes. Everyone in the crowd and comments section, along with the organizers and judges, was stunned speechless. They hadn't expected things to end up like this. Yingjin glared at Lin Fan and said, I didn't expect I'd be this stupid to argue with a crazy person until now. Every single word you said was boastful and fake. This place is a hall of music and songs, but I have wasted so much time on an outsider like you. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Mentor Yingjin, you don't say. I didn't expect it as well. For a renowned person in the music industry like you to judge someone based on his looks, it is indeed disappointing. Then, Lin Fan looked at Wu Huanyu, who was still on the stage. Wu Huanyu, you sang really well, but you mustn't get arrogant. Wu Huanyu was already in shock as she witnessed what was happening. Then, she replied to Master Lin and said, thank you, Master Lin. I understand that. Initially, the crowd had been a little noisy, but after hearing what she said, it became silent. The screen full of comments had become empty too. After a few seconds of silence, chaos resumed. Mentor Qiming opened his mouth in shock. Zuo Tengfei was so astonished that he shot up from his seat. Zhou Haidao sat motionlessly as if he hadn't heard her properly. On the other hand, Yingjin looked more shocked than before. It had already been a complicated issue, but it just became even more complicated. Mentor Qiming immediately said, Wu Huanyu, this man is Master Lin. The composer of the song, Sky. Wu Huanyu nodded and said, yes. Mentor Qiming covered his mouth and looked extremely shocked. This matter had become serious. At the same time, he looked at Yingjin with a pitiful look. She had flamed him so much earlier, but now it seemed like she was going to get smacked right in the face. Perhaps this would even leave a mark on Yingjin's career. In the comments section, 666, it's too much, it's really too much. He is the reincarnation of a god. I didn't expect reality to hurt this much. He's just too good at this. I'm afraid Yingjin's face is gonna become really swollen after this hit. Terrifying, simply terrifying. Who would have guessed that this man was the composer of Sky? It's just too unbelievable. His hidden identity has dealt a deadly blow. We just reached the climax of The New Voice. The on-screen comments filled the screen and it was even crazier than before. At the same time, the number of viewers kept rising and it became the highest viewership ever for The New Voice. Perhaps only the grand finals could compete with this number of viewers. The host, Yi Ming, just stood there awkwardly. The whole situation had gone out of control. He was really clueless as to how he would resolve this, even though he was an extremely experienced host who had saved a lot of unexpected, emergency situations before. He could only stand there helplessly. Zuo Tengfei had really wanted to befriend Master Lin, but with the current situation, he couldn't even greet him properly. If Master Lin hadn't had a conflict with Yingjin, he would have gone forward to speak to Master Lin, but now, he couldn't do that anymore. Yingjin was a vengeful person, and if she were to become close to Master Lin, Yingjin might hold a grudge against her. On the other hand, Mentor Qiming couldn't be bothered at all. Others were afraid of Yingjin, but not him. He immediately applauded and praised him, a talented youngster indeed. That sentence about not judging someone based on his or her looks was absolutely spot on. Lin Fan just smiled and said, Mentor Qiming, you're flattering me. It's actually time for everyone to enjoy good music and watch the contestants perform, but my conflict with Yingjin has wasted everyone's time. I'm so sorry about that. After saying that sentence, Lin Fan turned around and left the place. Wang Mingyong followed him closely. Everybody knew what was going to happen. Wu Huanyu was definitely going to go through to the next round. As Lin Fan walked out of the door, he turned back and said, Yingjin, you're a judge yourself. Although we had a conflict earlier, I really hope you can judge the competition fairly. After he said that, he quickly fled the place, leaving a mess behind. No bright future, disadvantaged, unappreciative of good music. Lawyer's letter. Now, I'll let you handle the awkward situation on your own. I stabbed you once more just before I left to make things even more difficult for you. Anyway, I'm not even in the music industry. I'll see how you're going to deal with me. At that moment, Yingjin stood up from the judges' panel. She was about to collapse in anger. She had wanted to make everyone emotional and then plan a nice escape for herself, but this fella had made things so difficult for her. She was in a dilemma. At the same time, she really felt like killing someone. Meanwhile, the crowd just stared at Yingjin. The cameraman pointed his camera steadily at Yingjin. Perhaps he could write a long Facebook post about this later. Outside the stadium, Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After speaking so much, his throat felt a little dry. Wang Mingyong laughed and said, that was impressive. Do you have water? I'm dying of thirst, Lin Fan asked. Wang Mingyong shook his head and said, no. Lin Fan sighed and said, you're still here. Quickly go buy a bottle of water for me. I wonder who it was that I spoke up for earlier. Wang Mingyong mumbled, wasn't it for your girl? What? Lin Fan asked. Nothing, Wang Mingyong said. Lin Dan waved his hands and said, then why are you still here? I'm really going to die of thirst. The next day, the internet went crazy. The previous night saw Wu Huanyu eliminating Wang Yuchen and successfully getting through to the next round. But that wasn't the main headline on the news, it was what had happened live that created the uproar. Even the reputable newspapers had started reporting about it, and this attracted the attention of a lot of people. 12 out of 24 contestants qualified on The New Voice, and an argument broke out between Yingjin and the audience. Yingjin was stunned speechless by a youngster. Yingjin actually asked the composer of Sky whether he knew how to tell if a song is good. Yingjin reported to Il and might end up leaving The New Voice. The uncovering of Yingjin's identity. The uncovering of Master Lin's identity. At the train station and bus station, everyone was holding onto their phones and looking intently at the news. Majority of the people weren't interested in The New Voice, but they just loved to read these kinds of news. This time, The New Voice had made breaking news, and it definitely attracted the attention of a lot of readers. On a certain forum, a video that had been edited was posted. The video was only slightly over 10 minutes and it showed the whole conversation between Lin Fan and Yingjin. It was extremely intense and the netizens found it really entertaining. Feels so good. I've hated Yingjin for a long time and I didn't expect someone of that caliber to go head to head with Yingjin. My mom asked me why I kneeled down while watching this video, and I could only say that the content of this video shocked me that much. Yingjin doesn't even have the right to be that arrogant. Now that she's facing an outsider, let's see how she handles the situation next. Judging from the video, this fella must be a pro at being a prick. His words were sarcastic and malicious. FC King awesome, I can't describe it any other way. Haha, I'm laughing so hard as I look at Yingjin's face. I'm speechless. 6666, besides, 6 feet, I have nothing else to say. The production team of The New Voice. It's out, the viewership statistic is out, said a woman who was looking at the paper she was holding, and everyone was shocked. How many people? Yeah, tell us quickly, how many? This is making me anxious. A middle-aged man snatched the paper over and looked at it. Then, his eyes widened as he couldn't believe what he had seen. Wang, how many were there? Please say something. He was stunned as he forcefully swallowed his saliva and said, the TV viewership rate was 7.352%. Bam, everyone went crazy. What, how much was it? 7.352%. DMN, that was crazy, this is literally our highest so far. How are we going to exceed this viewership rate in future? I think it'll be extremely difficult. The show yesterday was a special one. Well done, we have broken the highest ever viewership rate in history. Wang's face turned red. It's not over yet, the internet broadcasting rate just came out too. We are ready, we won't be stunned again. Wang, you were saying? Wang replied, 70 million. Everyone was dumbfounded at the number. How could it be? Our weekly rates are like 300 to 400 million at most. Just one episode and we've hit 70 million views. That's too insane. Yesterday's happenings have probably drawn the attention of many people. Many of them must have heard about it from their friends and family too. This number must be real. That's insane, that's really insane. On Weibo. Yingjin was being flamed like crazy on her Weibo. She reported an illness to withdraw from The New Voice, and the people in the comments section were all celebrating her demise. Mentor Yingjin, you can't judge a book based on its cover. Does your face hurt from all this smacking? I believe it should be hurting pretty badly. Mentor Yingjin, The New Voice, can't do without you. I can't watch it anymore without you. I love to see you get smacked right in the face. He already said it. If you were to sing, Sky, you'd be disgracing the song. No, I mean, the song would be disgracing you. Mentor Yingjin, let me break it down for you. Master Lin is really a fortune teller and he sells scallion pancakes too. You're right, he won't have a bright future. He limits his customers to 10 people daily and there are resellers fighting over his pancakes. A single ticket could fetch up to several $1,000s. It's probably more expensive than the tickets to watch your show, right? I wanna break it down further too. One wouldn't have a bright future from selling scallion pancakes. It's even limited to just 10 per day. But every day, people would rush over to his shop and queue up for the pancakes. Maybe Mentor Yingjin was right, after all. To the ones above, that's enough. If you continue, Mentor Yingjin will definitely be infuriated. In a certain hotel, Yingjin was throwing a tantrum in her room and the room had become extremely messy. She had smashed whatever that could be smashed. As she saw the comments on Weibo, she became even angrier. She had been in the industry for so long, but she had never received such treatment before. Furthermore, it was going to leave a mark on her career. In a certain house, Autumn Swordfish Killer woke up slightly earlier since he had slept earlier the previous night. He quickly switched on his laptop and searched up the new voice on Baidu. Wang Yuchen was defeated. Wu Huanyu advanced. Wang Yuchen said, recently, my form hasn't been good. I've been flamed a lot on my Weibo, which has affected me. Autumn Swordfish Killer was laughing at what he was reading. The only person who was able to fend off an attack from my army of trolls is that FC King Master Lin. Interesting. A member of the audience fought with Ying Jin and he actually won. Let's see where he's from. Autumn Swordfish Killer played the video, then looked at the mirror while rubbing his fat and round stomach. It looked like it was time for a workout. In the mirror, Autumn Swordfish Killer unzipped his pants and pulled his underwear aside. Each time he thought of looking at his penis, he could only look at the mirror as his fat and big stomach completely covered his view from above. Hey, you gotta wake up. Autumn Swordfish Killer patted his pen asterisk ass and asked it to wake up. Then, Autumn Swordfish Killer's face changed as he turned to look at the screen. It's him. How could it be him? Wu Huanyu, you sang really well. Thank you, Master Lin. I understand that. Autumn Swordfish Killer was dumbfounded and angry. How could it be? Autumn Swordfish Killer yanked his own hair as if he was going to explode. Ah, I'll FCK your mother. Autumn Swordfish Killer had gone crazy. He took the alarm clock beside him and smashed it on the laptop. There was a loud noise and the screen turned black. Then, Autumn Swordfish Killer recovered from his rage and he suddenly cried, my laptop. Cloud Street. In the shop, Lin Fan sat there leisurely as he used his phone. Then, he started to laugh. Autumn Swordfish Killer, you lied to me again. Just you wait. X 100 times. The matter infuriated Autumn Swordfish Killer a lot. He was such a smart person, but he had been tricked by this fraud so many times. He was extremely angry. Wu Yulan was wearing really fashionable clothing and she looked gorgeous. Her eyes looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Master Lin, you were really awesome last night, Wu Yulan said. Lin Fan waved his hands and said, nah, it was just so-so. It wasn't that awesome. Although he acted so humbly, he was really happy in his heart. He hadn't expected himself to be that good. Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan, who were shooting a movie, also sent a message to him. Respect. Regarding last night's incident, most people would definitely be unable to tolerate it. Besides, Ying Jin was so famous and she had a strong backing. An average person wouldn't dare to mess with her. But why should Lin Fan be afraid? It was just a song. He shouldn't have to be afraid of her sending someone to hack him to death. Even if she did so, he would have been able to use his abilities to destroy them all and send them to the police station. Of course, he was just thinking about this in his mind. In the current society, who would dare to be so crazy? But recently, things seemed a little shaky. He was getting too much attention for his doings. The reporters would definitely come flooding to his door again. But he wasn't afraid. He hadn't even done anything bad or detrimental and there was no reason for him to be scared. Master Lin, you were 2D*MN good yesterday. I didn't expect to be neighbors with such a famous person like you. The owners of the surrounding shops came over to chat at Lin Fan's shop. Lin Fan smiled and said, no, you're flattering me. I just spoke my mind. Hey, Master Lin is the only famous person in Cloud Street. Ever since Master Lin arrived, our customer flow has increased quite a lot. As for the increase in the number of customers, it was all expected. There was already a large number of loyal customers of the fortune-telling shop and there were even more fans of the scallion pancakes. When the people who came to queue didn't get chosen, they would go to the shops nearby to shop. The surrounding shop owners weren't really close to Lin Fan but they were very polite and courteous to him. After all, Lin Fan helped to bring in customers for them. At that moment, a group of people came in. The fortune-telling sessions were about to begin. Master Lin, we shan't disturb you anymore, the shop owner said. Lin Fan nodded and said, all right, we can talk another day. Wu Yulan was standing outside, giving out number tags. She had taken over Fraud Tian's position. Those men who were queuing up were all in a good mood after seeing such a pretty girl at the shop. How clever. Master Lin actually employed a new person who was so pretty. Yeah, this is called being up to date with the trends. It used to be an old man. What good could he have brought? Fraud Tian just sat there and listened to the discussions that were going on. He cleared his throat to signal that he had heard what the people said. He was a little hurt. He had never thought that he would have been so easily replaced. The 10 lucky people who got chosen were naturally ecstatic. The first person was a middle-aged lady. In future, all fortune-telling sessions will be conducted by him, Lin Fan said. The lady was stunned when she heard it and said, Master Lin, you won't be reading fortunes anymore. The middle-aged lady was a little worried to let a stranger read her fortune. She trusted Master Lin a lot, which was why she was always there to queue. She only trusted Master Lin. Lin Fan smiled and said, I'm not stopping. I'm just saying that he'll take the usual cases. The lady looked at Wu Tianhe suspiciously. Based on his looks, he looked like a pretty credible fortune teller, but because the fortune teller had changed, she felt a little uneasy. All the people who managed to get a number tag started to talk as they waited outside the door. Master Lin, we're here solely for you. We don't trust anyone else. Lin Fan knew that something like that would happen but with the great reputation of Wu Tianhe, it was quite easy to convince these people. Could all of you please settle down? He is my disciple, please do not be suspicious or doubtful. He is Wu Tianhe. You can look him up on Baidu and if you have any questions, you can look for me, Lin Fan said as he smiled. He didn't want to waste so much time and effort to convince them. After all, it was easier for them to just look him up on the internet. Wu Tianhe was very well known in Lianzhou and in terms of metaphysics, it could be said that he was the best in the nation, apart from Lin Fan himself. Also, Baidu had a lot of rumors about the legendary Wu Tianhe which seemed unbelievable. At that moment, even those who didn't get chosen started to look up the internet on their phones. In an instant, they managed to find articles about Wu Tianhe. Wu Tianhe, president of the Metaphysics Society, the best metaphysician in the country, one of the world's big 8 metaphysicians. Besides all these introductory articles, there were a lot of unbelievable stories. Multi-billionaire waited outside Wu Tianhe's door overnight just to beg him to read his fortune. A session of fortune-telling inspired an average teenager to become a wealthy man. The wealthy people of Lianzhou agreed to pay large amounts of money just for him to read their fortunes. There were so many stories of him, the entire Baidu search results were filled with them. The townsfolk were all stunned. That was just too unbelievable. They cried out in surprise. This old man is actually the president of the Metaphysics Society. It can't be fake, can it? No, I checked it. He looks exactly the same as the person in the pictures. One of the world's big 8 metaphysicians. That sounds amazing. Are these articles real or fake? I don't know, man. Lin Fan knew that the crowd was extremely doubtful, but at least he had managed to surprise all of them. After all, Wu Tianhe had a great reputation. He wasn't just anyone. If you have any queries, you can ask me, Lin Fan said. They were extremely surprised that such an old man actually managed to receive the recognition of Master Lin. Master Wu, I read online that a wealthy man actually camped outside your door for a night just for you to read his fortune, was that true? A person asked. Wu Tianhe nodded and said, it's true, perhaps all of you wouldn't know this wealthy man but your household should have at least one good that he manufactured. Wow, the townsfolk were stunned, they hadn't expected it to be true. Master Wu, you taught an ordinary man to become a wealthy man. A teenager asked. Wu Tianhe didn't bother to hide the truth. After all, it wasn't something embarrassing. Yes, that happened before, but it wasn't that exaggerated. I just told him which path to follow, that's all. In Lin Fan's heart, he just laughed. Things were looking better and Wu Tianhe still had his powers and abilities. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take charge of the shop. Everyone, you can relax. He is a great master too. If you're still not convinced, you can continue to ask questions so that you won't be doubtful anymore. Otherwise, you can start with the fortune telling, Lin Fan said. The sooner Lin Fan could push Wu Tianhe to take over fully, the sooner he could relax. The next day, all 10 scallion pancakes had been sold out. The people who had been chosen were extremely satisfied. They were making devilish expressions again. If those people in the queue were new, they would have been scared to death. The devilish yet heavenly scallion pancakes had become the biggest highlight of Cloud Street. The third mission of the encyclopedia hadn't been completed yet. He thought that he would have completed it after the Han Lu incident but it was just him overthinking. He hadn't received any news even after so long, but he wasn't bothered by it as he was satisfied with his life. Furthermore, the tasks didn't have any deadlines or time limit. Sometimes, it's pointless to live such a tiring life. Little boss, could you increase the limit to more than 10 servings in future? Look at the queue, it keeps increasing in length. It's so difficult to choose just 10 people out of 100, one of the townsfolk said. Lin Fan apologized, I'm sorry, that can't be helped. I have so much to do every day and I can't cope with that. The person just blinked. He thought that little boss was trolling him, but he didn't say much because the scallion pancakes were so delicious. Based on the taste alone, he could forgive him for everything. Even if little boss started to go crazy on the customers, he wouldn't be angry at all. A middle-aged man was extremely angry after queuing in vain for the past few days. He was even angrier after knowing that he didn't get chosen today. Little boss, you're really going overboard. You only limited the quantities because you know that we all love to eat them. If we don't eat them, even if you sell just 5 pieces every day, you wouldn't be able to sell them all. Anyway, I'll never be queuing for them ever again. Everyone, please stand up for yourself. Things have turned out this way all because of us, the man said. What he said was quite true and logical. Furthermore, he felt better after letting out those angry words. It was as if he had vented out all his anger at him. Good, well said. In future, don't ever come to compete for places with us. If not, we'll look down on you. Yeah, even if it's just one less person, it's still a decrease in numbers. It'd be even better if everyone just left and I get to buy all 10 servings. The man was speechless after hearing what they all said. Where are your backbones? Lin Fan shook his head and said, everyone, 10 servings daily is really my limit. If nobody comes to buy them, I'd be even more relaxed and less stressed. I'm just selling because I want to take care of some of the old, loyal customers. Little boss, don't ever stop selling them. We will always support you and we have no complaints regarding the limited quantity. In future, if anyone else dares to flame Master Lin, don't blame me for personally flaming the person too. That's right, if you don't want to buy it, please leave. We want to buy them. Why do you have to be like that? I won't welcome you in future if I see you here again. Little boss's scallion pancakes have the best taste in the world. If we were living in the ancient world, perhaps only the king would get to eat them. For ordinary folks like us to be able to eat such delicious food, it's really a bliss. Why are you still unhappy? I support that, me too, even if I don't get to eat them, I'd be satisfied to be able to smell such deliciousness. Lin Fan was already satisfied with what he had heard. Then, he just greeted some people in the crowd and went back to his shop to play with his phone. In the top searched results on Weibo, Ying Jin reported ill and she's withdrawing from The New Voice. The show is pending for a new judge. Ying Jin had indeed left the show. Perhaps the incident 2 days ago had taken away all her motivation to stay. Even if she decided to stay on the show, it would be embarrassing for her. As for Wu Huanyu's final placing, it still depended on herself. After all, it was a fair competition and she was a contestant, unlike Ying Jin. A taxi came to a halt. Zhang Fei from Shanghai Martial Arts Society rushed over and said, Master Lin. Lin Fan stood up with a smile and shook his hand. Zhang Fei said apologetically, I'm sorry, the documents came a little late. Lin Fan replied courteously, no, it's not too late. Sorry to have troubled you. It was the type of treatment that perhaps only Lin Fan could receive. A typical person would definitely have had to go over to collect it personally or receive it via mail. Master Lin, you're too polite. Take a look and see if there's any problem with it, Zhang Fei said as he handed over a plastic folder. There was a red certificate in the folder with a row of golden characters. He flipped through it and didn't find any major issues. Furthermore, the craftsmanship was amazing. Zhang Fei was extremely excited. He stretched out his arm and said firmly, Master Lin, we're going to be colleagues in future. Please guide me along. Lin Fan held his hand, smiled and said, no, you're flattering me. Zhang Fei was over 40 years of age and he was a little plump. From his looks, it seemed like he had only practiced martial arts for a short while. A strong and young man should be able to finish him off easily. Perhaps he was in the recruitment or human resource HR department. Master Lin, if you're free, you can come over to have a look at the association. I believe you haven't gone over yet, right? Zhang Fei asked. Lin Fan nodded and said, yeah, I haven't been there before. Actually, we could go there now. Zhang Fei was ecstatic. He immediately said, sure, that would be great. He had been afraid that Master Lin wouldn't go over to the training venue after joining the society. After all, many people didn't bother to go there after signing up. Now that Master Lin had taken the initiative to pay a visit, it was definitely a rare occurrence. Lin Fan asked, you took a cab here? Zhang Fei nodded and said, yeah. Then you can take my car. Since you delivered my certificate to me, I'll send you back, Lin Fan said as he smiled. Zhang Fei just laughed. He thought that Master Lin was really capable at such a young age. Furthermore, he was such a friendly and humble man. It was rare to find someone like that. Most people would be extremely arrogant after receiving some sort of recognition in society. In the car park, Zhang Fei looked at the car right in front of him and was really envious. He said, this car isn't cheap at all. My friend gave it to me as a gift and I just drive it for fun. Come, let's go, Lin Fan said as he opened the door and went into the car. Now, he understood that Master Lin wasn't short on money at all. But with his capabilities, it would inject a shot of fresh blood into the association. On the road, Lin Fan and Zhang Fei just talked casually about the association. They talked about things such as the history of Shanghai Martial Arts Association and its achievements. After about half an hour, they had arrived at the destination. The place looked like a university but it wasn't as big as one. The infrastructure was a little old-fashioned. It looked like it was way past its era, but the building still seemed pretty special. At the entrance, Zhang Fei shouted towards the hall, Elder Niu. An old man came out of the door. He was about 60 to 70 years of age. Although he was skinny and frail, he looked really energetic. His gray hair was shiny. It seemed that, as the gatekeeper of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, he trained pretty often. Elder Niu, please remember that this is a new member of the association. In future, he won't need to register when he comes here, Zhang Fei said. Alright, I'll remember that, Elder Niu said and chuckled. Lin Fan greeted the elder and drove into the place. After the car was parked, Zhang Fei followed Master Lin and explained the origins of Shanghai's Chinese Martial Arts Association. It was founded in 2004 by a group of like-minded people that had the same vision. It was established after the agreement between various government agencies and organizations. Elder Zhang, a middle-aged man walked over and greeted. He was wearing a white robe and he looked full of energy. Zhang Fei smiled and greeted, Chairman Wang. I heard you received instructions from the headquarters to recruit the young man who KO'd Han Lu. How did it go? Also, just calling me Instructor Wang will do. Chairman seems a little too formal. Wang Yunjia smiled and replied. He didn't look very pressured and seemed like he wasn't really bothered by Lin Fan. As for the request from the headquarters, he wasn't really agreeable to it but he couldn't challenge it. Zhang Fei laughed, but he didn't change his salutations. He quickly introduced the man beside him, Chairman Wang, this is Master Lin. I brought him here for him to familiarize himself with the place. Then, Zhang Fei introduced Chairman Wang to Lin Fan. This is the chairman of the Yang Tai Chi group of Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association, Chairman Wang. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and said politely, nice to meet you, Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang just took a glance at Lin Fan but didn't shake his hand. He smiled and said, this chap looks decent. He's young and fit, perhaps he'll learn a lot after joining us here. I have to excuse myself now, I gotta go teach the trainees so that they will perform well in front of the management. Elder Zhang, please guide him well. The organization needs new blood like him, Chairman Wang said before leaving. He didn't even take another look at Lin Fan after that one glance. Lin Fan withdrew his hand but he didn't look embarrassed. It seemed like he wasn't very welcome in the organization which was probably due to his reputation. Zhang Fei stood there awkwardly and said, Master Lin, don't take it to heart. Chairman Wang didn't mean it that way. Didn't mean it that way. What else could he have meant? Zhang Fei didn't know what else to say. It's okay, Lin Fan smiled and said as he wasn't bothered by these things. In the vice president's office. Knock knock, come in. Zhang Fei opened the door and said, Vice President Guo, I have brought Master Lin here and I would like to report to you. Vice President Guo just said, oh, without raising his head to look at him as he was still busy with work. After a while, he placed his pen down and stood up. He smiled and said, he looks young and promising, a valuable asset to our organization indeed. However, he didn't care much about Lin Fan. He was just a small fry. If not for the instructions from the headquarters, he wouldn't have bothered to recruit him into the organization. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and said, nice to meet you, Vice President Guo. Hi, please have a seat, Guo Chen said as he sat down. Then, he looked at Lin Fan and asked, which type of martial art does Master Lin practice? Bagua Zhang, Lin Fan said. Guo Chen clapped and said, that's good. Chairman Huang withdrew from his position as the chairman of Bagua Zhang. In about 2 weeks' time, the team has to go to Shanghai for a performance and the program has a segment for Bagua Zhang. It's been giving me a headache since Chairman Huang left but now that Master Lin is here, would you take over his position? Zhang Fei said anxiously, Vice President Guo, chairman of Bagua Zhang's. Guo Chen glared at Zhang Fei and he stopped talking. Lin Fan happily agreed, sure, no problem. Zhang Fei was restless as he said, Master Lin. Lin Fan waved his hands and implied that there weren't any problems with that. Vice President Guo smiled and said, I hope Master Lin won't disappoint us. The trainees are waiting for you. I'll get Zhang Fei to bring you around later. I still have some work to do, so I won't bring you around personally. Outside the room, Master Lin, you shouldn't have agreed. It's difficult to be the chairman of Bagua Zhang, Zhang Fei said. Lin Fan smiled. What's wrong with it? Could there be a man-eating tiger in the class? Zhang Fei shook his head and replied, it's not that. Forget it, I'll just bring you over there to take a look. When they reached an old and tattered classroom, Lin Fan stood at the door and looked inside. The paint on the walls had started to peel off and the lights on the ceiling were extremely old. His first impression of the place was extremely bad. What shocked him even more was that there were 6 young men practicing the Bagua Zhang in the middle of the classroom and all of them were handicapped. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Zhang Fei said bitterly, Master Lin, now you've seen it. The Chinese Martial Arts Association is collaborating with the Association of the Handicapped next door. That's why some of these handicapped teenagers are here to learn martial arts. Chairman Huang was forced to take up the position of teaching Bagua Zhang, which caused him to quarrel with the organization and resulted in his resignation. It's okay, although they're handicapped, they look determined. That's impressive, Lin Fan said. Why did he have to resign? It's just teaching students who are slightly disadvantaged. Zhang Fei didn't know how to reply. Master Lin, there are still 2 weeks left to the annual Shanghai Martial Arts Show. The program includes Bagua Zhang. The chief of the entire Chinese Martial Arts Association will be there and you can't afford to mess up. I believe the main reason why Chairman Huang resigned was that he couldn't handle the pressure. The two of them chatted at the door for a long time and the teenagers in the classroom had stopped to look at the both of them. They didn't know who they were. Then, Lin Fan and Zhang Fei walked into the classroom. Zhang Fei waved at them to ask them to come over. Then, he said, come over. Chairman Huang has resigned. In future, Master Lin will be the one that's teaching you. He is an expert in Bagua Zhang. You guys have to put in the effort to learn from him. Hi, everyone, Lin Fan smiled and greeted. Hi, Master Lin, the 6 students said at the same time. Sometimes the heavens could be really fair to a person and really unfair to another person. These people were indeed different from the rest. What's your name? Lin Fan asked as he pointed at the first girl with a ponytail. Master Lin, my name is Huang Yayu. The second person was a teenager who was roughly 15 or 16 years of age. He was a little tanned and had a brilliant smile. I am Zhang Dao. The third person was a teenager of around the same age and she was a skinny girl. Master Lin, I am Lu Mingming. Lin Fan was at least 6 or 7 years older than them. He started to chat with them. Zhang Fei saw that Master Lin had started to conduct his lesson and he slowly left the classroom. Lin Fan was a little surprised as he hadn't expected some of them to have a year of experience in learning Bagua Zhang and the newer students also had at least 3 months of experience. Master Lin, please train us. We would like to perform at the annual show in 2 weeks' time, the tanned Zhang Dao said. Master Lin, please train us. The rest of the students all started to ask Lin Fan to teach them Bagua Zhang. They looked very eager and determined to learn. They haven't had a teacher to guide them in a long time and they mostly taught themselves. Then, Lin Fan realized that his current situation was more meaningful than fortune-telling and selling scallion pancakes, which made him even more excited. Okay, the next day, at the Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association. In the run-down classroom, you have to lift your hands higher and keep your leg closer to your body. You have to stay upright and firm, like an unbreakable metal board. The leg in front must be hooked inwards. That's right, just like that. Remember this. Lin Fan came over to the place right after selling 10 pieces of scallion pancakes. He had reached at about 9 a.m., but the students had already been there since 7 a.m. They were very serious and determined. He could see from their eyes that they were extremely eager to perform in the annual show. They hoped to perform well and Lin Fan wanted to fulfill their dreams. After practicing for an hour, Lin Fan let them take a break. Then, they sat in a circle and Lin Fan started to explain about Bagua Zhang to them. As a result, he got 6 encyclopedic points. Along with the points he had accumulated from selling scallion pancakes, he had 78 encyclopedic points in total. There were 14 days to go to the annual show and they had been learning some simple moves which looked good but weren't practical. Lin Fan was still trying to correct their posture. It was practically impossible to learn it fully in such a short time. He could only familiarize them with the movements and actions. At the same time, he wanted to make them execute the movements gracefully. After all, they weren't going for a fight. They only had to look like they knew what they were doing. Instructor Lin, we've rested for some time, let's continue, Zhang Dao smiled and said. Lin Fan smiled as well and said, I like how you're not complaining of fatigue. Ask the rest if they're tired. Instructor Lin, we're not tired, the others said at the same time. Alright, let's continue then. Lin Fan was elated when he saw that they were so hardworking and determined. Although they had only interacted for a few hours, he understood from them that some of them were born handicapped while there were some that fell when they were young. Furthermore, they didn't have rich family backgrounds, so they joined the Association of the Handicapped to learn some skills so that they could earn some money using the skills in future. At 11 a.m., guys, let's stop, I'll bring you out for lunch, Lin Fan said. Upon hearing that, Lu Mingming lit up and said, Instructor Lin, let's go to the food hall for our meal. The food there is awesome. Alright, let's go, Lin Fan said, at the food hall. Most of the people from the Chinese Martial Arts Association were having their meals there. Zhang Dao came over and said, Instructor Lin, we'll treat you to lunch. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no, I have a card. Zhang Dao just said, okay. Then, he took out his card and said, the $6 meal, please, before swiping at the machine. What could a $6 set meal contain? He took a glimpse and saw a piece of cabbage, a small plate of spicy tofu and 2 to 3 pieces of fat meat. That was all he was eating. Then, he looked at the plates of the other students. They had also ordered the $6 set meal, which was simple and not very nutritious. When they returned to their seats, Lin Fan looked at the chef and said, could I have 3 plates of fish, 3 plates of chicken, 6 plates of beef and 6 bowls of steamed eggs? Lin Fan didn't know how their families were doing but from the looks of their lunch, perhaps they weren't doing too great. Then, he took some of the plates and went over to join them. Zhang Dao was shocked and he said, Instructor Lin, this. Don't just look, quick, come over and help me. Do you want me to make a few trips just to bring all of them over? Lin Fan smiled and said. Ah, of course not. They all hurried to the counter and took the food. When all the dishes had been carried to the table, Lin Fan smiled and said, eat quickly, we'll continue practicing after this. Lu Mingming looked at the scrumptious spread on the table and was extremely happy. She quickly thanked Lin Fan. Thank you, Instructor Lin. The food at the association's food hall wasn't very delicious, but he ate a little bit and went to the toilet. He saw Chairman Wang, whose face was extremely red. His body stunk of alcohol as he walked out of the cubicle. Lin Fan glanced at him and went into the toilet. This man didn't seem to like Lin Fan and hence, Lin Fan ignored him. Wang Yunjia saw that Lin Fan didn't greet him and was a little unhappy. Then, he chided, this new person doesn't seem to know the rules here. He didn't even greet me after seeing me. Brother Wang, who was that? The chairman of Muay Thai, Yuan Guang, asked. An inexperienced fool, I wonder what the headquarters were thinking to have requested for this man to join the association. It's just Han Lu, I could beat 10 of him if I wanted to, Wang Yunjia said as he continued to drink his beer. Yuan Guang said, that's normal, don't be bothered by him. Yeah, let's go to the opposite side to shower, Wang Yunjia said. He walked with a swagger and everyone avoided him. They all knew that he was Chairman Wang and he was infamous in the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Most people didn't dare to offend him. Meanwhile, Zhang Dao and his friends all felt extremely blessed as they had such a good meal. They carried the trays to the tray return area. Lu Mingming was extremely happy. Then, Wang Yunjia bumped into Lu Mingming's tray and the leftovers in the plate stained his clothes. Wang Yunjia was infuriated when he saw that his clothes had been stained. Then, he said, you must be blind. Lu Mingming was frightened when she saw that it was Chairman Wang. She quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Chairman Wang, I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Yunjia's face was really red and his breath smelled like alcohol. He said, you guys walk without looking at where you're going. Did you lose your eyes as well as your arms? The people around him who hadn't finished their food were extremely angry when they heard his words. They felt that Chairman Wang had gone overboard with his words. But they didn't dare to offend Wang Yunjia and they just lowered their heads. Yuan Guang wasn't really drunk and felt that Chairman Wang was being really rude. Then, he said, Brother Wang, forget it, they're just kids. They don't know what they're doing. Although Wang Yunjia was a little drunk, he wasn't angry because of such a small thing, he was angry because of Lin Fan. He felt that the guy had stolen his limelight. So what if he had beaten Han Lu? Could he rise up to the heavens? After all, he had entered the association based on his own abilities years ago. Now, a person without any experience or achievement had entered the association just like that and even became a chairman too. What rights did he have to attain such a high position? The thought of Lin Fan not greeting him infuriated him. Zhang Dao went in front of Lu Mingming and said, sorry, Chairman Wang, please forgive her. As he saw that more people had surrounded them, Wang Yunjia shouted, watch where you're going in future. A bunch of stupid handicapped people shouldn't even be trying to learn martial arts. Then, Yuan Guang held onto him as they walked towards the door. Lu Mingming and her friends all felt like crying as their eyes turned a little red. Wang Yunjia, you mother f*** cker. You better not move, Lin Fan came out of the toilet and shouted. He had only managed to hear his last sentence clearly. What did you mean by a bunch of handicapped people shouldn't be learning martial arts? You can't go about humiliating people like that. The people around them were shocked at what was happening. Instructor Lin, Zhang Dao and the rest were looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Yunjia was already at the door but when he heard what Lin Fan said, he turned back and pointed at Lin Fan, what did you say? Yuan Guang tried to pull Wang Yunjia back as he said to Lin Fan, how could you speak to Chairman Wang like that? Apologize, quickly. Lin Fan was extremely angry. A chairman of such an old age dared to say such hurtful words to a bunch of teenagers. Even if he was drunk, he couldn't be forgiven. Apologize to my students now, for your words earlier, Lin Fan demanded. Wang Yunjia shouted, who the FCK do you think you are? Lin Fan was extremely furious and he said, I finally understand everything now. Just one person like Han Lu made all of you turn into cowards. It's all because of people like you who are in the organization. What did you say? Wang Yunjia was infuriated. Yuan Guang tried to hold him back but failed. It wasn't easy to hold back a drunk man. Don't ask me to repeat my words. I only said one thing. Apologize to my students now, Lin Fan said. Dream on, what can you do to me? Wang Yunjia shouted. Lin Fan smiled and said, if you don't apologize, I will turn you upside down and throw you out of this place. Wang Yunjia was furious at his threatening and said, you dare. Lin Fan immediately raised his arms and slammed the stainless steel table. There was a loud bang and the table broke apart. Then, he shouted, you'll see if I dare or not. It was the angriest Lin Fan had ever been. Even when he had been arguing with Ying Jin, he had only done it for fun, but things were different now. His slam stunned everyone. That was the true power of Kung Fu. It was a stainless steel table and it broke apart with just one blow. Who else could have done that? Even Wang Yunjia became a little soberer. The crowd was stunned. With just one blow, they could tell Lin Fan was really powerful. He's really going to take Wang Yunjia on. Who is this man? He must be crazy. Wang Yunjia deserves to be beaten up for saying those words. At least this man asked him to apologize politely. If it was me, I would have charged towards him immediately. I know who he is, he's the man that co-ed Han Lu. I remember that the Chinese Martial Arts Association wanted him to be recruited. He's no small fry, let's see how Wang Yunjia replies. The crowd only dared to discuss softly. Wang Yunjia was extremely petty and vengeful. Sometimes, he would pretend to like you but end up backstabbing you. Yuan Guang was stunned. Master Lin, Chairman Wang is drunk, forget it. FCKU, who are you to say that? If he had killed someone, would we say forget it too? I hate people who pretend like nothing's happened after offending someone, Lin Fan shouted in rage. Why are you so stubborn? Yuan Guang was a little unhappy. Chairman Wang drank a little too much, that's why he didn't think through his words. Can't you be more understanding? Lin Fan chuckled, why must I be understanding towards him? I'll just put it this way, it doesn't matter who's trying to speak up for him. As long as he doesn't apologize, he can forget about leaving this place. Wang Yunjie immediately broke free from Yuan Guang's grip. The blow from Lin Fan had made him soberer. With such a large crowd looking at him, he couldn't let down his pride just like that. I won't be apologizing today, what can you do to me? It was a hot mess. Yuan Guang looked extremely helpless. He didn't want to be involved in such a situation and it looked really unfavorable. He knew that Wang Yunjie was a hot-tempered man and wouldn't back down, especially when there was such a large crowd. It would be impossible to make him apologize. What's happening? Zhang Fei was shocked when he came into the food hall and saw Master Lin quarreling with Chairman Wang. He just happened to hear the commotion as he was passing by. Elder Zhang, come over quickly. I can't hold them apart. Yuan Guang shouted. If he didn't manage the situation properly, things would be unimaginable. Don't take pictures, stop taking pictures. The crowd had started to take photos with their phones. If it was made known to everyone, it would definitely have a negative impact on the organization. But they couldn't stop it from happening. He was still trying to hold on to Chairman Wang. If he were to let go, who knew what would happen? Zhang Fei asked, Master Lin, what happened? We're all colleagues, we can talk things over. We don't have to resort to violence. Then, he saw that the handicapped students behind him were a little teary and he kind of guessed what had happened. Lin Fan said angrily, Wang Yunjie said my students are useless handicapped people and have no rights to practice martial arts. I want to find out what gave him so much courage to say such a thing. Zhang Fei was a little unhappy when he heard what Lin Fan said. How could Chairman Wang say such a thing? If this was made known to everyone, who knew how big of an impact it would cause? No matter what, he has to apologize today, Lin Fan said. Wang Yunjie shouted, you want me to apologize? Keep dreaming about it. Zhang Fei was in a dilemma, but he said, Chairman Wang, please be aware of your image. This happened all because of you. You ought to apologize to these kids. Apologize to your mom. Before he could finish his sentence, he screamed in pain. I will teach you a lesson today, Lin Fan said as he threw a kick at him. Even Yuan Guang fell down as he was holding on to Wang Yunjie. You dare to hit me? Wang Yunjie said furiously as he lay down on the ground. Lin Fan didn't say anything and just stomped on his face. He was wearing a pair of casual shoes. It was extremely painful to be stepped on by them. It created a loud noise and everyone in the crowd was stunned. Good, he deserved it. Some random person shouted. However, more people went forward to try and stop the fight. What's going on? Why did they start fighting? Stop pulling me. Don't blame me for hitting you too if you continue to pull me away, Lin Fan turned and said sternly. He glared at the crowd and they all stopped moving towards him. The crowd was frightened by him. They finally knew who he was. He was the pro that co-ed Han Lu. Nobody could match his skills. I'll teach you to be responsible for your words. Lin Fan didn't care about the status of Wang Yunjie. He had been so rude towards his students and Lin Fan had already given him a chance but he didn't cherish it. Now, he had to pay the price for it. He had already hit him and it was too late to withdraw from it. So what if he gets kicked out of the organization? Lin Fan wasn't bothered by that. Wang Yunjie was a good fighter but after being stepped on by Lin Fan, he couldn't even move. Lin Fan continued to stomp on his face. There's blood. The crowd screamed in fear. Lin Fan had been stepping on him forcefully and swiftly. He had stepped on him several times in just a short amount of time. Are you going to apologize? Lin Fan asked. Wang Yunjie said furiously, FCK your mum. Bang. Zhang Fei quickly turned around and said, Master Lin, stop hitting him. Please stop hitting him. Yuan Guang anxiously called the vice president. They couldn't handle this matter properly and had to activate the vice president. This is going to be a serious matter, Zhang Fei said. As the news spread, more people came to the food hall to watch the fight. When they saw that the man on the floor was Wang Yunjie, they were extremely shocked. This man is so d*m brave, he even dares to hit Wang Yunjie. Since when did the organization have such a brave man like him? Stop hitting him. Vice President Guo rushed over from his office when he heard the call. He was furious. How could they fight within premises of the organization? Vice President Guo is here. The crowd slowly hid their phones away. Vice President was really anxious when he saw what was happening. How did things end up like this? Then he shouted, stop right there. Zhang Fei quickly pulled Lin Fan away and said, don't hit him anymore. Vice President Guo is here. Yuan Guang quickly went over to take a look at Wang Yunjie. His face was extremely red but he knew that it wasn't serious. The blood was just oozing from his nose and the injuries didn't look very serious. What are you guys doing? Don't you have any sense of teamwork? Zhang Fei, Yuan Guang, and you guys, what the hell have you guys been doing? Just standing there and watching him get beaten up. Vice President Guo shouted. Wang Yunjie stood up and wiped the blood off his face. Then, he pointed at Lin Fan and said, I'm going to kill you. Vice President Guo said furiously, shut up. All of you, come over here now. Vice President Guo was extremely angry. Although things like this had happened in the past before, they all happened a long time ago. He hadn't expected it to happen again. Furthermore, the person that was involved in this fight was a newly recruited personnel. This person simply had no respect for the organization and its people. Stand right there, I've already made myself clear. If you don't apologize, I'll take you on outside, Lin Fan said. DMN, he's crazy. He's really crazy. Vice President Guo is already here and he still doesn't give a shit. I'm impressed, I really am. This guy here is a real man. In future, everyone in the organization will respect him. Vice President Guo was about to leave but when he heard Lin Fan's words, he was infuriated. His tone sounded a little unhappy when he said, what do you want from him? Do you really want things to end up ugly? Lin Fan wasn't afraid and he said, obviously I don't want it to blow up but he has to apologize. Vice President Guo was speechless, someone tell me what the hell happened exactly. Vice President Guo was upset. Firstly, it was because Wang Yunjie was no longer a kid and he knew that the association forbid the consumption of alcohol, but he still broke the rule. Then, this newcomer, Lin Fan, didn't know his position in the association. After all, Wang Yunjie was his senior, but Lin Fan didn't give him any face in front of so many people. Furthermore, he didn't even give Vice President Guo any face. Vice President Guo, I think you should ask him what he just said, Lin Fan said. He was extremely angry. He had thought that it would be meaningful to join the association, but now, he felt that it was pointless and meaningless. He wasn't afraid of these things, and since Chairman Wang wanted to play with him, he naturally followed suit. Wang Yunjie said arrogantly, "What did I say? I didn't say anything, you were the one who hit me first." Lin Fan glared at him and said, "You're so shameless. Can't you even remember your own words? Someone said my students are handicapped and have no rights to learn martial arts. I wonder which mother f***cker said it." "Who's a mother f***cker? Wang Yunjie shouted. "Shut up," Vice President Guo said. He looked a little embarrassed. "Wang Yunjie, did you say those words, or not?" He hadn't expected Wang Yunjie to say such a thing. As long as someone has a brain, he should know the consequences of saying such words. The association's reputation hadn't been good lately, and if this were to be made known to people outside of it, it would worsen their impression of the association. He was really an idiot. Wang Yunjie looked at the vice president, nodded, and mumbled, "Yeah." Vice President Guo wanted to slap Wang Yunjie. Even if he had been drunk, he shouldn't have said such words. As a man of his position, he should have known to be more careful of his words. If it was uploaded online, people would definitely scold him too, instead of just scolding Wang Yunjie. Vice President Guo said, "Apologize now." Wang Yunjie frowned and said, "Vice President Guo, I apologize," Vice President Guo said sternly. He was utterly shocked by his actions. Couldn't he have used his brains? He actually dared to say such a thing in front of so many people. Didn't he think of the consequences? Especially to these kids, they were all from the Association of the Handicapped. If the Association of the Handicapped found out about this incident, their partnership would definitely be cancelled. Although he was the vice president, he didn't want to be implicated in this. He could only ask Wang Yunjie to apologize to settle this matter. Vice President Guo then pulled Wang Yunjie aside and said some things to him. Wang Yunjie's face changed as he lowered his head. "I'm sorry," Wang Yunjie said unwillingly. Lin Fan brought the kids in front and said, "You should apologize to them, not me." "FCKER, don't go overboard," Wang Yunjie shouted. This newcomer must be crazy. He's really going overboard with his actions. "Apologize," Vice President Guo said. Lu Mingming and her friends looked at Wang Yunjie in fear. The incident had traumatized them. They didn't have many friends in the association, but they had always felt no different from the rest. But Chairman Wang's words had hurt them and made them feel inferior. Wang Yunjie took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry. Both of you, come to my office," Vice President Guo said. He had to have a good chat with them. After all, they had to be disciplined in an organization like this. They couldn't just fight whenever they liked. Wang Yunjie left with Vice President Guo. "Don't be afraid, it's over now," Lin Fan turned to the kids and smiled. "Go rest after your meal and wait for me to come back for our training." "Okay, thank you, Instructor Lin," Lu Mingming said. Zhang Gao said tearfully, "Sorry to have troubled you, Instructor Lin." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands. Then, he said, "It's just a small matter, no trouble. People like him have no morals. He'll be in deep shit in future. Go along now." Lu Mingming and her friends nodded and left the canteen. "Master Lin, you were right, but you were a little too rash." Zhang Fei didn't know what to say. Wang Yunjie deserved to be beaten up for his words, and for that, Zhang Fei agreed with his actions. Lin Fan smiled and said, "As long as I'm right. I'm only around 20 years of age, being rash is only natural. People like him deserve it. It should help to improve his memory." The association members around him were all in admiration. "I gotta go now," Lin Fan said. He wanted to see what Vice President would say regarding that. What should he be afraid of? Resignation, he was hoping for that. When Lin Fan left, Zhang Fei was surrounded by a large group of people. "Elder Zhang, is he the young man that co-ed Han Lu?" Zhang Fei nodded, "Yeah. That's impressive, I have never seen such an impressive lad like him." Wang Yunjie is used to being an bastard in the association. He doesn't even respect anyone here. He's finally learned his lesson today, but he definitely won't let it rest just like that. These kids were born with their flaws and they're already quite pitiful. This Wang Yunjie still dared to say such words, how inhumane. I thought it was good that he got whacked. This youngster's good, he didn't even think twice about it and went to teach him a lesson. If it was me, I wouldn't have dared to do that. Lin Fan had been recruited by the headquarters, and even if Vice President Guo wanted to fire him, he didn't have the power to do so. The people in the headquarters were really keen on keeping Lin Fan. When he told the headquarters about the incident, what did they say? "He's a youngster, it's normal to be hot-tempered." When Vice President Guo heard this, he was infuriated, but he just gave in. He didn't want to offend anyone there. If he didn't handle the matter properly, Wang Yunjie would be unhappy. But he had no choice, the headquarters had such high expectations of Lin Fan. He couldn't possibly fire him. Downstairs, Wang Yunjie looked at Lin Fan with rage, as if he was going to eat him up. Lin Fan smiled and said, "What are you staring at? If you're not happy, meet me outside tonight and I'll beat you up until you don't know what's wrong and right. Do you believe me? Don't be so arrogant. Just because the headquarters have high expectations of you, it doesn't mean that you can run rampant in our association," Wang Yunjie said furiously. "Haha," Lin Fan laughed sarcastically. "In future, be more cautious. If this is to happen again, I won't be satisfied with just a simple apology." Wang Yunjie was fully sober now and he knew that he was no match for Lin Fan, so he just remained silent, but he was extremely furious. This incident was far from over. Lin Fan wasn't bothered by it. If Wang Yunjie wanted to fight, he could just come at him. Lin Fan just wanted to go back to the classroom and continue to teach the kids. After all, the annual show was approaching. They had to work hard for it. Initially, he had wanted to just leave and forget the association and its rubbish. But after thinking of those kids, he decided to stay for 2 more weeks to help them fulfill their dreams. At night, a video had been uploaded on QQ. It then got uploaded to WeChat and Weibo. The video was being viewed by many people and was going viral. The netizens were extremely angry when they saw the video. How infuriating. The title was, Chairman Wang of Shanghai Martial Arts Association got beaten up after insulting a group of handicapped teenagers. If this were to be uploaded in the past, it wouldn't have a great impact. But now, the matter involving the MMA fighter, Han Lu, was still ongoing and this incident just added oil to the fire. In the morning, Lin Fan was elated when he saw the video on Weibo. Looks like it's going to be fun. The netizens all had a heart for those who got treated unfairly or bullied. For example, if a normal citizen went to hit a bad person from a random agency, the netizens would be full of praise for the citizen. Every one of them had a heart for the weak, and this news together with the Han Lu incident had pushed the association into the limelight. FC King Inhumane Dog. I'm enraged after seeing the video. What a stupid association, how could someone like him become a chairman? He said such hurtful words. So what if they're handicapped? The handicapped can't practice martial arts. In my opinion, such an association doesn't even need to exist. A bunch of clowns trying to destroy the national culture. They're just a bunch of kids, how could he say such a thing? Doesn't he know that such words could cause great psychological trauma to kids? I am a handicapped person too and I'm extremely hurt after watching the video. The video had been taken by someone in the crowd and the content was heart-wrenching. It showed Wang Yunjie pointing his finger at the kids and shouting at them. Since he had been drunk, maybe he didn't even know what he was saying. The incident was being shared repeatedly and things had gotten out of hand. Some of the verified netizens on Weibo, i.e. celebrities or famous people, shared the video too and they even supported it. After watching the second half of the video, the netizens started to cheer. That's right, hit him harder. Who is this man? He's impressive. He deserved to be beaten up. After watching this video, I really want to beat up that fella. Everyone, please do not scold the association. At least it has someone that stood up for the kids. This young man has a sense of justice while Chairman Wang is the true bad apple in the association. I agree, watching the man get stomped right in the face made me feel much better. I really want to know the identity of this man, he's literally my idol. DMN, this guy is a legend. He only slammed the table once and it broke apart. Although the table wasn't made of iron, it was still really impressive for him to have broken it with just one hit. Legendary, that's real Kung Fu. I finally witnessed real Kung Fu. Even the arrival of the vice president didn't have any effect on him. This guy is really a legend. He gave everything to demand an apology for the students. I really want to know the identity of this man. I'm already a fan of him. Ring, asterisk. His phone rang, it was Zhang Fei. Master Lin, things have gotten out of hand. Could you come over to the association? There are a lot of reporters at the entrance. Also, Vice President Guo hopes that you can keep things secret and not blow things up, Zhang Fei said. Lin Fan chuckled. He was impressed by how quickly the reporters had appeared. Of course, with news like that, how could they just stay still and not do anything about it? I'm on the way, we can talk when I reach. In the office of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Vice President Zhang, this matter was indeed a misunderstanding. Yes, Wang Yunjie was drunk. He didn't mean anything else, please forgive us. Our association will definitely not look down on your people. Vice President Guo was extremely busy. He was on the phone with the vice president of the Association of the Handicapped who had called to find out about the matter. Even the vice president of the Association of the Handicapped was prepared to sue the Chinese Martial Arts Association. If the lawsuit were to take place, Vice President Guo would definitely lose his job. After hanging up, Vice President Guo wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately made another call. Be firm, I can't let the reporters act based on hearsay. It won't do our association any good, he said to himself. Vice President Guo was extremely angry at Wang Yunjie and Lin Fan. If not for the two of them, this matter wouldn't have happened. Wang Yunjie, you better get to my office now. If you do not resolve this issue for me, you shall be kicked out of the association. Vice President Guo vented all his anger toward Wang Yunjie. Wang Yunjie had just woken up and he was shocked. He didn't even know what had happened. After making a few calls, he just sat on the bed in shock and rage. He blamed everything on Lin Fan. At the entrance of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, a group of reporters was being denied entry by the security guards of the building. Vice President Guo hurried over and pulled Zhang Fei aside. Then, he asked, is he here yet? Zhang Fei replied, yes, he's on the way now. Did you tell him to explain this matter clearly and that he can't cause any more trouble for the association? Vice President Guo asked. Zhang Fei nodded and said, yes, I have told him that but he said he'll discuss further with us when he's here. The guard at the gate, Elder Niu, had witnessed everything but he didn't seem to be very bothered by it. Lin Fan drove to the entrance of the Chinese Martial Arts Association and when he saw the situation, he was shocked. There were really a lot of people and it looked like the matter had really been blown up. But it wasn't surprising since the Han Lu incident hadn't been resolved and this incident only made things worse. The reporters definitely wouldn't let go of such juicy news. He honked. The reporters turned to look at the sports car but weren't bothered by it. They were only there to interview the relevant parties. But when they saw the person that came out of the car, they were stunned. It's him. He's the youngster in the video. Vice President Guo saw that Lin Fan was finally here and he heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei didn't know how to handle the situation. This matter didn't seem like it would be easily settled. Lin Fan was used to being interviewed by reporters and he said calmly, everyone, please do not push. You can ask your questions slowly and I'll try to answer as many as I can. Your Master Lin, a reporter asked as he found him very familiar. He remembered that he was the man that co-ed Han Lu. Lin Fan smiled, yeah, that's me. Master Lin, may I know why you joined the association? Another reporter asked. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I got invited here and I joined to help to cultivate the Chinese culture to the best of my ability. Vice President Guo nodded as he was satisfied with the answer. At the same time, he only thought of one thing, which was to stop the matter from blowing up further. If not, it would really be even harder to resolve. Master Lin, as for the video that has gone viral on the internet, does it reflect what actually happened? Another reporter asked. Then, Lin Fan saw Vice President Guo making eye contact with him, as if he wanted him to be cautious with his words, but he pretended not to see him. Lin Fan replied honestly, yes, it's true. Master Lin, what caused you to stand up for them? Some netizens said that it was wrong of you to hit the man. Do you regret doing that? The reporter asked. Lin Fan laughed and said, regret? Why would I regret it? I didn't even hit him hard. People like him deserve to be taught a lesson. He's the very reason why people have a bad impression of the association. Vice President Guo was stunned after hearing his words. He had to stop saying such things. But the reporters were extremely excited. They couldn't stop moving as they kept trying to push closer to Lin Fan so that they could ask him questions. They wanted to make the most of their time there. Master Lin, after joining the Chinese Martial Arts Association, what views do you have? A reporter asked. This question was extremely important. Even Vice President Guo looked worried as he didn't know what kind of words this man would say. Lin Fan just grinned and said, as for this question, I don't think it'd be very nice of me to say anything. After all, I've only been here for 2 days. But after just 2 days, I actually have quite a lot of things to say. The reporters were all excited upon hearing the juicy news. What is he trying to imply? Vice President Guo looked a little puzzled and felt like something bad was about to happen. In order to prevent it from happening, he said, Instructor Lin, could you come over for a second? Lin Fan looked at Vice President Guo and said, Vice President, please hold on for a while, let me finish talking to the reporters. Vice President Guo looked a little upset. Talk to the reporters, what's there to discuss? Lin Fan pointed at the Chinese Martial Arts Association buildings and said, what do you think of the infrastructure? The reporters all turned to look at the buildings, which were a little old and run down, but they didn't find any major problems with them. Lin Fan did not wait for their reply and immediately said, these buildings are so old and run down, and especially when I saw the external training equipment, I wanted to withdraw from this association. These equipment have become rusty and some of them are out of shape. At that point, I was wondering how could anyone train properly with such equipment. Then, I went to the training classrooms and I wanted to leave this association even more. These locations didn't even seem like classrooms. They're in such poor condition. But at the same time, I realized that the true masters learn the most in times of adversity. The reporters just took down his words. They felt that Master Lin was talking rubbish. Then, they looked at Vice President Guo. Vice President Guo knew about this situation. He cleared his throat before saying, the problems highlighted by Master Lin have already been made known to us. This didn't happen overnight. Some of this equipment is extremely expensive and the cost of joining the association is so low. We wanted to replace them, but we haven't been doing well and thus we lack the funds to do so. As Master Lin has pointed out such problems, the association and its management have already started to work things out and will set aside some money to replace the equipment. Lin Fan smiled and said, Vice President Guo is very right. These equipment are expensive and I fully understand the problems of having insufficient funds. Master Lin, may I know why you decided to stay? A reporter asked. Lin Fan said, actually, I have answered this question before. But I have to point out something that made me change my mind. When I arrived at the office of the association, I was attracted by the facilities of the offices. They were luxurious and elegant, especially that superb massage chair. I just lay down on it and when it started to operate, my whole body felt better instantly. The sofa was extremely comfortable too, it's made of real leather. Do you think I could leave the association with such facilities in the office? I have to enjoy myself by utilizing them, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say that I'm part of the association. Vice President Guo initially nodded in agreement. He thought that Lin Fan knew how to praise the association and was quite impressed. However, he gradually realized that his words seemed a little off. He looked extremely upset when he realized the true meaning of his words. How could he have said such things? These things had been bought to make life more comfortable for the people within the association. The reporters weren't stupid, they were experienced and could understand what Lin Fan was implying. If they didn't understand what he meant, they could have just packed up and quit their jobs. Then, they asked, Master Lin, you mean the association is using its funds for the wrong things? Lin Fan immediately waved his hands and said, this reporter knows what I'm saying but I can't possibly answer that. I have only been here for 2 days and perhaps the association has its own views on these things. Since you guys are here, why not come in and take a look at our facilities inside? At that moment, Vice President Guo was furious with the headquarters for recruiting someone like Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Vice President Guo and said, the reporters are already here, it shouldn't be a problem for them to enter and have a look, right? Vice President Guo was extremely furious, but it seemed like he couldn't disagree with that. What else could he have said? There were so many reporters present and if he were to say something wrong, there would be countless articles reporting his words differently. Lin Fan then brought the reporters into the building. The members of the Chinese Martial Arts Association were whispering among themselves. Shit just got real. The problem hasn't even been resolved and now it looks like there's another potential problem. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. These offices aren't under our care. They've enjoyed the facilities for such a long time and people have the rights to take a look at what they've been doing. Master Lin is insane. He has the guts to say those kinds of things. I wouldn't dare to say such a thing, ever. Vice President Guo's face has turned pale. I think he's going to be enraged after the reporters leave later. An association which doesn't know how to take care of its facilities. They've been worn out and damaged but they didn't want to replace them for us. Now that it's going to be exposed, it will probably do more good for us. Lin Fan brought the reporters in. Look at the horizontal bar over there, it's literally tilted. I think it is really well designed. It's a great equipment for our members to train with. Also, that table tennis table over there is uneven and if we use it to compete in the world championships perhaps we'd be the champions. The trajectory of the ball with this table is so unpredictable, I believe even the foreign champions wouldn't be able to play with it. The reporters just laughed upon hearing Master Lin's sarcastic words. Vice President Guo was right behind them and his face was as black as thunder. When the reporters filmed him, he looked extremely embarrassed. When they arrived at the training classrooms, Zhang Gao and his 5 other friends were training hard. Look at these children, they're all extremely hardworking. However, please be careful before entering. The floor is uneven and if you trip and fall, I don't have enough money to pay for your medical fees, Lin Fan smiled and said. Zhang Gao and his friends saw Lin Fan and quickly ran over. They were extremely sweaty but they still greeted him, Instructor Lin. The reporters took several pictures of the children and they were a little nervous. The electric fan on the ceiling looked extremely shaky and unstable. It looked like it would drop anytime. Everyone, please be careful. I really have no idea when this electric fan will drop. If it drops on you, the consequences would be dire, Lin Fan cautioned them. The reporters looked up and took pictures of it too. They had seen everything they wanted to see and they were satisfied with their visit. Lin Fan looked around and said, this place doesn't have much to see. The weather today is a little hot and unbearable. Let's go to my air-conditioned office. The environment there is much better. If you have any questions, we could have a chat there. A reporter said, sure, I believe it'd be nice to be in your air-conditioned office now. The other reporters all nodded. Although they were there to find things to write about, they felt a little uncomfortable after seeing the situation in the building. They had to expose the association for this. They hadn't expected things to turn out like that. Vice President Guo was extremely sweaty and he hadn't expected things to develop in such a way. This fellow was obviously trying to take a dig at the association. He was filled with regret for recruiting someone like him. What the heck had he ever done to deserve this? Zhang Fei sighed and felt extremely helpless. It looked like things had become even more complicated. Why couldn't Master Lin think before he spoke? But it seemed like Lin Fan really didn't give AD*MN about the association. Since they had offended him, he wanted to make life hell for them. In the office of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Although Lin Fan had only been there for 2 days, he had been appointed to be the chairman of Bagua Zhang and hence, he had his own office. The office wasn't big, it was only about 20 square meters. However, it had a luxurious work desk and a comfortable sofa. Even the computer was the latest model and the air conditioner was working extremely well. Cooling, it's so cooling, the reporters exclaimed as they entered the office. Although it was early in the morning, the weather was scorching outside. Lin Fan sat there and furrowed his brows. He then said, this place is good. When nobody's here, the air conditioner is still switched on and thus the place is always kept cool. The reporters looked around and started to record everything on their notebooks. It was another potential headline. The Chinese Martial Arts Association's offices are air-conditioned, 24/7. I didn't expect the association to have so many problems. Yeah, if I hadn't witnessed these things myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Did you see the computer on the table? Without $8,000 to $9,000, you can't even buy it. This sofa feels extremely comfortable, it's really made of real leather. I should write about this. Shouldn't Master Lin be afraid of exposing the association's problems? Well, yeah, he should be afraid of being sacked. At that moment, Vice President Guo was looking very embarrassed. It was as if he had been stripped naked in front of everybody and didn't know where to hide. On the other side, Zhang Fei was overwhelmed with shock. Master Lin was clearly blowing things up. Now, it wasn't just about Wang Yunjie, it concerned the entire association. If this matter were to be made known to the public, they would definitely be criticized. If it was just criticisms, things would be easier to settle, but they were afraid of things becoming worse than that. Master Lin was just sitting there as he answered all the questions. He looked extremely happy and it seemed like he wasn't bothered by the consequences of his actions. Master Lin was going a little overboard. He had thoroughly pissed Vice President Guo off, perhaps even the other chairmen were extremely angry with him. It was just a well-equipped office and now that Master Lin had blown things up, many people probably wouldn't feel comfortable in the office anymore. Zhang Fei knew the reason why Master Lin decided to bring these things up and in his heart, he wanted to give him a thumbs up. But the impact of this matter affected the welfare of a large group of people. He knew that the association would face such a problem someday but he hadn't bothered to speak up about it because he didn't hold a high position and felt that he didn't have the rights to do so. Also, he desperately needed a job in the association. After all, his family depended on him for their daily expenses and he wouldn't dare to risk his career for this. Vice President Guo, what do you have to say regarding Lin Fan's views? You're the vice president, could you tell us how these things came about? The approval of the funds should have come from you. And can you also tell us why money was spent on these things and not on other important things like the equipment? The reporters were questioning Vice President Guo and demanding answers from him. No matter how angry Vice President Guo was, he couldn't just rage at them at that point in time. He could only try to answer their questions but he didn't know how to do so. After all, the problems were complicated and it wasn't easy to address them. Wang Yunjie rushed over from his house. He was still angry over what had happened the day before, especially after he had watched the videos and read the comments. It was all caused by Lin Fan. If not for him, things wouldn't have ended up like that. After entering the building, some of the members looked at Wang Yunjie and started to discuss among themselves. I'm afraid Wang Yunjie is going to become even more famous this time. Haha, famous, more like infamous. The reporters have already gathered in front. I want to see how he's going to resolve it. Master Lin has created a big mess this time. It seems like he didn't just talk about the Wang Yunjie incident, he also pointed out problems within the association. Master Lin is crazy for doing that but I respect him. After all, everything that he said is true. The state of the Chinese Martial Arts Association is now in shambles, it doesn't even seem like a nice place for us to train anymore, much less to promote the quintessence of the nation's culture. It seems more like a home for the elderly. Lower your voice, don't let others hear you. Wang Yunjie walked up the stairs. He felt like something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. There weren't any reporters at the entrance, so he thought that all of them had left the compound. But when he arrived at the walkway, he was overwhelmed with shock when he saw the situation. A bunch of reporters had gathered around there and Lin Fan was talking to them. Lin Fan saw Wang Yunjie and pointed at him. Then, he said, "That's Wang Yunjie, if you have any questions, you can go over there and ask him." Before Wang Yunjie had time to react and run away, he had already been surrounded by a group of reporters. Lin Fan just laughed as he wasn't bothered by that. Then, he immediately went downstairs. He thought that such a matter should be resolved by them and he had no reason to be implicated. The problems with the association had nothing to do with Lin Fan, but Wang Yunjie had been wrong for bullying his students. Furthermore, he made it seem like the students didn't deserve an apology. Well, then he shall face the wrath of Lin Fan for offending him. Downstairs, the members of the association looked at Lin Fan and although they were unfamiliar with him, they all admired his courage and actions. He had done things that they would never have dared to do. Master Lin. Lin Fan turned around and saw that the members of the Chinese Martial Arts Association were all giving him thumbs ups to show that they were proud of him. Lin Fan just smiled at them. He thought that it was just a small matter that could be easily done with simple talking. Also, anyone would have been able to see the problems themselves, even if he hadn't pointed them out. Zhang Fei quickly chased after Lin Fan and said, "Master Lin, I agree with your actions and words, but now, things are getting a little extreme." Lin Fan just smiled and said, "It's nothing extreme. I merely said the things that people like you didn't dare to say. I'm not afraid, but I think I won't be able to stay here any longer." "Don't say that. You were specially requested by the headquarters and even if Vice President Guo was unhappy with you, he doesn't have the power to sack you," Zhang Fei said. He couldn't bear to see Lin Fan leave as he knew that he had real capabilities and the association lacked someone like him. If it was a normal person, he would have been fired after an incident like this. But it was different for Master Lin. He was specially monitored and recruited by the headquarters. Without any instructions from them, even Vice President Guo couldn't do anything to him. "Alright then, just let them fret over this matter. I have to go and train the children," Lin Fan said. He wasn't even bothered by the fact that he could end up getting fired. He just wanted to test things out. Zhang Fei looked at Lin Fan from the back as he walked further away. His heart was filled with admiration for Lin Fan. Everyone wanted to be like Master Lin but they didn't have the courage to do so. As for how things would turn out, it was difficult to determine. However, it seemed like the association was definitely going to be exposed. Still, it would do more good for the members. The association would finally be forced to change their ways. In the morning, the weather was decent but the temperature seemed to be on the rise. Recently, the internet had been bustling with activity and discussions. The UC breaking news department wouldn't be outdone. Breaking, the decline of the Chinese Martial Arts Association actually has something to do with him. On the netizens, discussion page. The headline is just a clickbait. I only want to read the news, not a commentary. The editor should go to hell. This article is 1,000 words long, who are you writing for? Many people started to research this on Weibo and they started to scold the association. I didn't expect the Chinese Martial Arts Association to be like that. They used all their money for enjoyment only. This person is commendable, isn't he afraid of being fired? To the one above, what are you saying? Master Lin is not someone who joined the association for money. The fact that he joined the Chinese Martial Arts Association shows that he is giving the association some face. Haha, it's so hilarious. There's actually a use for the tilted horizontal bar. I want to know what kind of talent can be developed in such a deteriorated environment. An association that's been suppressed by Han Lu, there's definitely a reason why they chose not to speak up about these things. Lin Fan drove to the entrance of the Chinese Martial Arts Association and he scrolled through Weibo. He noticed that his fan base was increasing in numbers. His reviews were all positive but a particular one amused Lin Fan. He hadn't expected Autumn Sword Fishkiller to make such a comment. Autumn Sword Fishkiller said, "Fraud, I gotta give credit to you for this matter. But it's just this time." He exited his car and walked towards the Chinese Martial Arts Association buildings. "Young chap, you're really something," said Elder Niu who gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I just did what I could." Elder Niu looked energetic and he replied, "It wasn't a simple feat, it requires a whole lot of courage to be able to do that." "Elder, you're flattering me. I shan't talk anymore, my students are waiting for me," Lin Fan said as he smiled. The Chinese Martial Arts Association definitely had a lot of people that hated Lin Fan but what could they do to him? He just loved to see people hate him but not be able to do anything about it. On the way to the classroom. "Good morning, Instructor Lin." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Good morning." Lin Fan had become famous within the association. Nobody knew before that such an impressive youngster existed. He had actually taken a dig at the association and it drove Vice President Guo crazy. Some people knew that Vice President Guo had reprimanded Wang Yunjie extremely badly the previous night and he had smashed some things in the office. Even the Vice President of the Association of the Handicapped was there and he looked upset. Some of the members that walked past Lin Fan just nodded at him and avoided him as if he was a plague. Lin Fan wasn't bothered by them as he knew that the incident had offended a lot of people. In the classroom, Instructor Lin Fan had just entered the classroom and Lu Mingming, along with her friends, had already surrounded him. They had found out about what had happened the previous day and they were extremely thankful for Lin Fan. Lin Fan just clapped his hands together and said, "Alright guys, let's continue training hard. We don't have much time left. If you don't train properly, you'll have problems at the annual show." Zhang Gao assured Lin Fan, "Instructor Lin, don't worry, we'll definitely work hard and not let you down." Lin Fan patted Zhang Gao on his shoulder and said, "Alright, just work hard. Let's not talk about this. Let me see the movements that I taught you yesterday. I'll see if there are any problems with them." "Alright," Zhang Gao said as they moved into 2 rows of 3s, one on the left and the other on the right. Lin Fan clapped lightly and said, "Let's start." Zhang Gao and his friends started to move their legs and arms. Although they only had one arm each, their movements still looked elegant. "Yes, that's good. However, there are some problems with certain parts. Zhang Gao, don't raise your arm too high. Lu Mingming, don't open your legs too wide. Huang Yayu, you have to take note of the tempo and rhythm. Don't be too rushed, you gotta stay in unison," Lin Fan said. He knew more about Bagua Zhang than anyone else. Yes, Instructor Lin, they continued to train until noon. They were extremely dedicated and the atmosphere in training was good. Just as Lin Fan wanted to bring them for lunch, Zhang Fei came over. Lin Fan passed his card to them for them to have lunch at the food hall first. Zhang Fei looked a little uneasy and said, Instructor Lin, Vice President Guo is shouting for you to go to the conference room. Oh, just me, anyone else? Lin Fan asked. With a few other chairmen, Zhang Fei said. In my opinion, I don't think it's that simple. It seems like an interrogation to me. Let's go then, Lin Fan smiled and said. The news was still being circulated outside and the Chinese Martial Arts Association didn't have an opportunity to speak about the issues. Perhaps they wanted to discuss it and see how they could go about resolving the problem. Zhang Fei was a little hesitant. Master Lin, I suggest you take a step back later and be more accommodating. Vice President Guo has been extremely stressed and he's definitely not in a good mood. He might be harsh with his words. Lin Fan smiled at Zhang Fei and said, do you think I'm someone who's accommodating? Alright, that's not a problem. Let's go have a look. Zhang Fei helplessly sighed. Although he had only interacted with Lin Fan for a few days, he could tell from this incident that Master Lin wasn't an accommodating person and if Vice President Guo got angry, Lin Fan would probably not give him any face. The members of the association were all making their way to the canteen for lunch but when they saw Master Lin walking to the conference room with Zhang Fei, they all paused. I just saw Vice President Guo and a few other chairmen walk into the conference room. They all looked very upset. Looks like they want to talk to Master Lin. Hey, did you guys see Wang Yunjia today? His face was as black as thunder, he looked really scary. I heard the headquarters called today and scolded Vice President Guo. The crowd was discussing among themselves but they didn't dare to interfere with this matter. Furthermore, Vice President Guo was still enraged. If they were to interfere with it, they would definitely get scolded badly. In the conference room, this youngster's too much, doesn't he know the consequences of his actions? The matter has already happened. We can only try to resolve it as soon as possible and we can't let the media continue reporting on it. What's the matter with the headquarters? Why would they want to recruit someone like him? Vice President Guo just sat there. He looked very upset. How could they blame this on him? Wang Yunjia's incident had already ended up in such a bad state, what else could he have said? The headquarters had specially asked for this troublemaker to be recruited. If not for him, things wouldn't have ended up like that. The headquarters had just called to scold Vice President Guo. They said that they would monitor the Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association and if things were to worsen, they would relieve him of his duties. Also, the headquarters hadn't sent any disciplinary letters. Perhaps they were just waiting for him to screw up. Ding dong, asterisk, door knock. The people in the conference room just looked at each other. Vice President Guo said unhappily, come in. Lin Fan pushed the door open and entered alone. Zhang Fei couldn't be present because his appointment in the association wasn't senior enough. There were 6 people seated there and Wang Yunjia was one of them. When Lin Fan entered the room, Wang Yunjia glared at him immediately. Vice President Guo looked at Lin Fan unhappily and said, have a seat. Lin Fan smiled and replied, Vice President Guo, just tell me what it is. It's noon and my students are waiting for me to have lunch together. Then, the conference room became silent. What a stubborn man. Vice President of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Guo Chen. Chairman of the Yang Tai Chi Group, Wang Yunjia. Chairman of the Muay Thai Group, Yuan Guang. Chairman of the Mixed Martial Arts Group, Wu Zan. Chairman of the Da Cheng Quan Group, Ding Da. Chairman of the Tactical Tai Chi Group, Wang Desheng. Wang Yunjia slammed the table in rage as he stood up and said, eat lunch. You're still in the mood for lunch. Do you know that the association is in shambles now all because of your biased actions? Lin Fan glared at Wang Yunjia and said, what's wrong? Do I have to seek approval from you guys for lunch? Whether my actions were biased or not, each one of you knows it better than me. The other chairmen's faces changed. They had just gotten shot in the face by Lin Fan. They didn't have anything to do with this matter, but now that things had ended up like that, they had to do something about it. If they didn't stop this youngster from continuing with his nonsense, they really wouldn't know if they even had authority anymore. Vice President Guo said, all right, both of you just sit down and talk to each other nicely. Do not let others think of you as a joke. Vice President Guo, I agree with your views. Things like this should be talked over nicely but Chairman Wang is looking at me as if he's going to eat me up. Do you think I could still talk nicely to him? Lin Fan said. Vice President was afraid of Lin Fan and he didn't want him to cause any more trouble. He had only joined the association for a few days and had already caused so much trouble. But this time, it was different. The problems had been made known to the internet and now, it had become a nationwide issue. Everyone was looking at it now and if they still couldn't resolve it in time, he was bound to lose his job as the vice president. Wang Yunjia was feeling extremely low. He said, Lin, don't you feel any shame? These things were all started by you. I know you aren't afraid of losing your job, but you should know that if this matter isn't resolved, you can forget about leaving this association. Lin Fan smiled at his threatening words and said, what rights do you have to say that? I'm speaking on behalf of the chairmen that are here today. Wang Yunjia pointed at each and every one of them and said. Lin Fan didn't say anything as he started to unbutton his cuffs and place his phone and wallet aside. Chairman Lin, what do you think you're doing? Vice President Guo said. He was feeling a little regretful. Before Lin Fan had come into the conference room, they had a mini meeting and they had decided to suppress him firmly with stern words. Nothing much. Didn't Chairman Wang say that he was speaking on behalf of all of you? Everyone's experienced in martial arts here. I'll give all of you a chance to come at me since neither one of us will back down, Lin Fan said as he prepared to fight. Chairman Lin, stay calm. Do not be rash. Vice President Guo stood up and tried to console him. Then, he looked at Wang Yunjia and said, shut up. Vice President Guo, Wang Yunjia was furious but he was helpless. He just looked away and didn't say anything. The other chairmen looked at each other in dismay. They all wondered where in the world this guy came from. It seemed like he didn't even care about his image. After all, they were in the Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association and there hadn't been someone like him for so many years, someone that actually dared to challenge the chairman to a fight. Years ago, these people had used their connections to join the Chinese Martial Arts Association. After joining the association, even though they weren't capable people, they paid an annual fee just to stay in the association and use its reputation to their favor. Vice President Guo looked at Lin Fan and said firmly, Chairman Lin, I have to speak to you about this matter properly. You are part of the association now and everything should be based on the interest of the association. You've tarnished the association's reputation with your words and actions. It won't do any good to us and I'm sure it won't do any good to you too, right? Furthermore, the offices have been well equipped so that you'll feel more comfortable here. Look, just because of a small matter like this, our association has become a laughingstock. Lin Fan waved his hands and said, don't say these things to me, I am just like that. I won't act based on the interest of the association. If the association is good, it doesn't need me to speak good things about it, but if it's bad, then I can't just let things be. This matter has nothing to do with me anymore. It's your call to speak to the press however you wished and it's up to you to change things. Chairman Lin, how could you speak to Vice President Guo like that? He means well for you, Yuan Guang said in a neutral tone. Lin Fan was extremely firm with his words as he said, Vice President Guo, just speak your mind, what do you want to do next? Vice President Guo was furious. Lin Fan was just a stone in a pit, rotten and smelly. He was inexperienced and not knowledgeable, yet he acted so obnoxiously. However, Vice President Guo decided to stay calm and speak nicely to Lin Fan. Chairman Lin, look, I will definitely handle this matter properly. Since Wang Yunjia has violated the laws of the association, he will definitely be punished. I just hope that you can speak to the press and settle this matter promptly. Lin Fan smiled and said, Vice President Guo, I think you think too highly of me. How do I go about doing that? I am just a normal citizen and I don't have that sort of authority. Vice President waved his hands impatiently and said, you have the authority. Just tell the media that we have been trying to improve things and the incident with Wang Yunjia was just a misunderstanding. Just like that, Lin Fan asked. Yeah, that's all. As long as you put things this way, it would help to improve the situation, Vice President Guo said as he nodded his head. In Lin Fan's heart, he just smiled. He had an upper hand over them and was surprised that they were resolving the issue in such a manner, instead of targeting it at its roots. Vice President Guo, Lin Fan looked at Guo Chen and said firmly, I'll give you a better solution. What is it? Vice President Guo asked. Hold a press conference and let Wang Yunjia apologize officially. He won't just be apologizing to my students, but to all the handicapped people out there. Then, you'll have to personally admit that the problems within the association are our own problems and we will take action accordingly. I'll just stop here, I have to go for lunch, Lin Fan said as he kept his phone and wallet. Then, he left the room. He had already given the solution to them and he just wanted to see if they were willing to follow his instructions. Anyway, he had already spoken his mind, he didn't want them to make use of him to resolve this issue. At that moment, the room had become silent. The three chairmen, Wang Desheng, Dingda, and Wu Zan, looked at each other. They thought that the matter had nothing to do with them and so they didn't want to speak about it. Initially, they had been agreeable to Wang Yunjia's suggestion of scaring Lin Fan and making him the representative to resolve the matter. But now that things had turned out this way, they didn't want to be implicated. This problem didn't belong to them, it belonged to Vice President Guo. After all, the approval of the funds, usage was ultimately given by Vice President Guo, since he was the one who signed the papers. These people who had nothing to do with it felt that they should just keep quiet and not interfere with things. Slam, asterisk. This is too much, who does he think he is? Wang Yunjia asked. FCK off, Vice President Guo shouted at Wang Yunjia. At 5 p.m. in the evening, Lin Fan had left for Cloud Street. After arriving there, he took a glimpse of the situation in his shop. Now that there was Wu Tianhe, he didn't need to worry as much as before. How was it? Did you encounter any difficult problems today? Lin Fan asked Wu Tianhe. If people in the Metaphysics Association saw that someone was asking Wu Tianhe if he had encountered any difficulties, they'd definitely laugh their bastards off. Wu Tianhe was the best metaphysician in the nation and nobody could match up to his standards. No, the questions asked by the citizens were all small problems, Wu Tianhe replied. He was already used to the job there, reading the fortunes of 10 people daily was an easy task for him. However, there were some unreasonable questions that he refused to answer and that was precisely what Lin Fan was asking about. What was the point of answering those stupid questions? Wu Yulan had become an attraction for Lin Fan's shop and recently, there had been an increase in the number of young male customers. Fraud Tian started to speak as he was looking at his phone, you're getting more reckless now, mate. You actually fought with the people at the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Lin Fan just smiled and said, I don't have the power to fight with them but they were simply going overboard. Wu Yulan said, Master Lin, I am extremely impressed by you. That bloody chairman was so despicable and he had no respect for the children. Dad, what do you think will happen to him for saying such things? Wu Tianhe replied, propriety in speech will accumulate good fortune. Actually, you can tell whether a person will suffer a tragic fate just from his speech. In one's life, one wouldn't do immoral things daily but one could probably speak immorally every day. This would accumulate and one's good fortune would be affected by it. Therefore, those who lack propriety in their speech will definitely have a bad life. Fraud Tian smiled and replied, some things don't have to be said explicitly. Propriety in speech will help to improve one's life, that's all. Just a simple discussion of propriety in speech had triggered Wu Tianhe and Fraud Tian to talk about morals and values. Lin Fan took a cup of tea from Wu Yulan and took a sip as he said, thank you for your words of wisdom. Fraud Tian replied, it's not exactly words of wisdom. These words have been passed down from ancient times. The Buddha once said that one should be careful with his words for the heavens are watching. One should be focused on accumulating good fortune with kindness to gain the favor of the heavens. Lin Fan asked casually, Fraud Tian, you aren't even a believer of the Buddha, how do you know such things? Fraud Tian said awkwardly, haha, I used to fight a lot with others and I injured a lot of people. I was so afraid that I went to hide in a temple in the mountains for a few months and I read some books there. Lin Fan was stunned and even a little afraid. He didn't know if keeping Fraud Tian by his side was a right move. It seemed like the encyclopedia had its eyes on Fraud Tian and it had always been looking for new branches of knowledge from Fraud Tian. If the next page still had something to do with him, then things would probably get worse. He was still in the midst of completing the task on the Bagua Zhang page, but he wasn't anxious about it. Anyway, he was leading such a carefree life. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from Wu Huanyu. Wu Huanyu said, "Master, I have advanced into the top 4. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing what she had said and replied, "Congratulations, congratulations to you." He had been busy with the Chinese Martial Arts Association recently and hadn't followed up with the news about the new voice, but he still saw it occasionally on the news. Ying Jin had withdrawn from the panel of judges and they had found a new judge. The new judge didn't have a good reputation online, but after the whole Ying Jin saga, she didn't dare to do anything rash. Especially since mentor Qi Ming was still there as a judge. If she were to cause a problem, he would definitely start to flame her immediately. However, the new judge didn't think of causing any more problems and just joined the show to earn some extra revenue. Wu Huanyu said, "Master, it's going to be the finals in 5 days' time. Will you be free to come and watch?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and couldn't think of anything important, so he agreed, "Sure, no problem. I will definitely be there to see you become the champion." Wu Huanyu just laughed on the phone and said, "I don't expect myself to become the champion, but I'm hoping for a placing in the top 3. Lin Fan chuckled and replied, "A contestant has to dream of becoming the best in order to be a good singer. I haven't met up with you and Wang Mingyong for some time now. I'll give him a call and see if we can all meet up somewhere for a bit." Wu Huanyu replied, "I'll leave it to you to arrange it." Then, they both hung up. Fraud Tian just stared at Lin Fan blankly. Lin Fan asked, "What's wrong?" Fraud Tian wanted to see the pretty women on the show. He said, "I want to go too." Lin Fan patted him on his shoulder and said, "It's not a place for old men like you, I suggest you should just stay here. Furthermore, Wu Tian he just arrived in Shanghai. Since you have nothing to do at night, perhaps you could go have a tour around with him." After being rejected, Fraud Tian was a little sad. He heaved a sigh. Although he was a little old, he felt that he was still young at heart. "Everyone, I'll make a move first. Please knock off from work earlier today," Lin Fan said as he left the shop. As he entered his car, he made a call. Lin Fan asked, "Where are you? Are you free today to have a meal with me?" Wang Mingyong happily replied, "I'm with Zila, I was planning to go for a meal with her. Now that you've called, let's go together." Lin Fan said, "Let's meet at our usual spot. I'll go pick Wu Huanyu up." Wang Mingyong let out a cunning laughter as he replied, "How is it? Which stage are you at now? What are you saying? I don't understand you. I'll hang up here, see you later," Lin Fan said as he hung up the phone. Wang Mingyong was such a tease, it was as if he had to matchmake him no matter what after seeing that he was single. Then, Lin Fan called Wu Huanyu and drove towards her location. At an apartment block, Lin Fan sat in the car and waited. The things that happened recently were quite interesting. He hadn't expected so much trouble in the Chinese Martial Arts Association, but he couldn't be blamed. After all, he wasn't the one who had asked to join the association. They had invited him to join them. Just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, a curvy silhouette appeared in front of the car. Wu Huanyu opened the car door and her perfume smelled fresh. Her clothes were elegant and fashionable. She said, "Master Lin, sorry for the trouble." Lin Fan looked at her for a moment and started the car before saying, "No problem, it's on the way." Wu Huanyu had dolled herself up at home and Master Lin was captivated by her, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. There was only the two of them in the car but it wasn't awkward as Wu Huanyu had a lot to say. "Master Lin, I read the news. Those children were already very pitiful and the chairman still said such words." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "They aren't pitiful. They're the same as us, there's no difference. They're even stronger and braver than us. As for that fella, I don't want to speak about him." Wu Huanyu nodded as she continued to talk about more interesting things. They met at the usual place. When Lin Fan and Wu Huanyu arrived, Wang Mingyong was already there with his girlfriend. "That's fast," Lin Fan smiled and said. Then, he pulled a chair back and sat down. "Brother Lin," Xu Zila said politely. She was Wang Mingyang's girlfriend and it was all thanks to Lin Fan. If he didn't think that their relationship would work out, she believed that Wang Mingyong would have chosen to break up with her. Although she was a movie star, there were quite a number of famous actresses in Shanghai. There weren't any people or reporters that recognized her in such a high-class restaurant. After all, looks can be different on and off screen. If they didn't look at her closely or weren't big fans of her, they wouldn't recognize her on the streets. Wang Mingyong laughed and said, "Things have gotten heated up on your side lately. I see your face every day when I open the Weibo app." The incident with the Martial Arts Association along with the Hanlu incident had created a big mess. It was as if the matter wouldn't be resolved unless he came out to speak about it. Furthermore, it involved the Association of the Handicapped as well. Such a big mess was enough to keep the people at the Martial Arts Association busy for quite some time. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Things are all right, I guess. My luck hasn't been good lately. I keep facing trouble everywhere I go and naturally, I have to resolve them." Xu Zila laughed, "Brother Lin, with your abilities, why did you even join this Martial Arts Association?" "I didn't know joining it would cause me so much trouble. I guess it'll be better after these things settle down," Lin Fan said. He stayed on because he wanted to help the children fulfill their dreams. With the current situation, he didn't even have any aspirations for himself anymore, but he felt that it would be great to be able to help these kids. "Alright, that's enough, let's talk about something else. I'm not drinking today because I have something on tomorrow," Lin Fan replied. Wang Mingyong pouted his lips and said, "That's a little disappointing. I thought I could get drunk with you tonight, I didn't even drive." Lin Fan laughed and replied, "Next time." Wang Mingyong didn't say much as he was full of admiration for Lin Fan. It seemed like he knew how to do everything and he was fearless. He knew about the messy situation in the Martial Arts Association but the fact that Lin Fan could cause such a big mess and still win the favor of the members. It was not an easy feat. Xu Zila was behaving a little strangely. She kept drinking red wine with Wu Huanyu. Although the alcohol content wasn't high, it was enough to get someone drunk. What was wrong with her? Why was she behaving so valiantly? Meanwhile, Wang Mingyang kept looking at Lin Fan as if to say, this is all I can do for you, the rest is up to you. Lin Fan found it to be amusing. How could he not know what Wang Mingyang was scheming? But he wasn't ready, besides, he hadn't interacted enough with Wu Huanyu. He wanted to develop feelings for her first. Lin Fan felt that it was a little too pretentious. It's just to have sex with her, he didn't have to make it so complicated. He didn't let Xu Zila and Wu Huanyu continue drinking on their own. He started a conversation with them and they had a discussion. After that, Wang Mingyang suddenly mentioned Wu Yungang's name. He was that pathetic multi-billionaire that consulted Lin Fan. Lin Fan was spot on about his lover who tried to cheat his money, and Wu Yungang had successfully recovered his money. But due to complications with the bank and because his company wasn't operating well at that time, he didn't have time to pay Lin Fan a visit. Therefore, he told Wang Mingyang over the phone to thank Lin Fan for him. After he settled everything, he would visit Lin Fan in Shanghai to thank him properly. After he was done eating, he didn't drink any alcohol and offered to send Wu Huanyu home. On the other hand, Wang Mingyang went shopping around with Xu Zila. Below her house, Wu Huanyu was a little drunk, but she could still speak coherently. Master, I'm okay. I can make it to my house on my own. Lin Fan continued to hold on to her and without any hesitation, he said, I'll send you up. It was quite late and especially since she was a little drunk, he was worried about her. Although the district was quite old, it had a lift. The two of them went to the lobby and pressed the button, but there was no response. Huh, it's spoiled. Lin Fan was shocked. Then, he looked at the poster on the wall. The lift is under maintenance, sorry for any inconvenience caused. At the same time, Lin Fan really heard sounds of someone repairing the lift above them. Which level do you live on? Lin Fan asked. Wu Huanyu's face was a little red and she said, level 6. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't too high. The small district had more than 10 stories and if she had stayed on the top level, he'd really die from climbing the stairs. Perhaps the lift technician didn't expect anyone to return home that late. The lift is under maintenance at such a bad timing, let's take the stairs, Lin Fan said. He held on to Wu Huanyu as he helped her up the stairs. As a result of drinking, Wu Huanyu was braver than usual. She asked, Master Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing the question, Lin Fan sighed. What was a girlfriend? It felt as if he hadn't met one in his whole life. Just when Lin Fan was deep in thought, Wu Huanyu tripped and she moved forward abruptly. Lin Fan's wouldn't have been so quick in the past but it was different now. He quickly reached out with his arms and caught her. Are you okay? Lin Fan asked. Wu Huanyu shook her head and replied, I'm fine. That was close. That's good then. Be more careful, you're wearing heels, Lin Fan said. But he realized that he was touching somewhere that he shouldn't be touching. It felt big but it was difficult to describe how big it was. But he had to do it to stabilize her. Lin Fan cleared his throat and pretended nothing had happened as he let go of his hands and held her by her arms. Move slowly, don't rush. Wu Huanyu smiled as she replied softly, okay. Level 6 wasn't exactly very high but they took about 10 minutes because they were moving at such a slow speed. After they arrived at her door, Lin Fan didn't have any intention to enter. He just said, rest early. After that, Lin Fan left. Wu Huanyu's face became even redder when she looked at Lin Fan's back view as he walked down the stairs. In the car, Lin Fan took out his phone. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing but he felt like he didn't do anything wrong. So, he did a search on Baidu. What if I accidentally touched someone's breasts while helping her? There weren't many results and he was in a dilemma. So, he added a few more words. But she smiled at me, what does it represent? After searching for a while, he finally found an answer. Child, you're thinking too much. She was just being polite. Lin Fan heaved a sigh. Wu Huanyu was indeed a polite and virtuous lady. At the same time, he upvoted the person who commented to show his respect. He just did a search to clear his doubt and it really helped. How convenient. The next day, the morning air was cooling, a vast difference from the warm air of yesterday. At the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Lin Fan had been practicing with the children for a while when Zhang Fei came over and asked, Master Lin, Vice President Guo is having a press conference, shall we go and check it out? In today's society, killing someone did not require a gun. The public's opinion of you on the internet was enough to kill you already. Right now, the Chinese Martial Arts Association could not handle the pressure of having any more bad publicity. If only they had recognized their problems from the Wang Yunjia incident, then they wouldn't even be stuck in this situation where they were being blamed for everything even though they had nothing to do with it at all. Lin Fan thought for a moment before replying, let's go. At the association's auditorium, Vice President Guo asked, have you given the red packets to the reporters? Yes, I have. Vice President Guo had been the vice president of the association for a long time. However, he had never been in this kind of situation before and he was scared. He hoped that by throwing some money, the reporters would be swayed and they would not continue reporting on the situation. The reporters had been seated in the hall since a long time ago and the few chairmen had been seated at the podium. All who remained was the vice president and Wang Yunjia who had not arrived yet. What is taking them so long? This weather is so hot, it's unbearable. Just bear with it for a while, let's see what the association will say. However, this association is also pretty generous, giving everyone a red packet. They're here. Vice President Guo and Wang Yunjia came from backstage to the podium and the reporters started to take photos. The Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association was the most important out of all of the Chinese martial arts associations even though it wasn't the headquarters. Lin Fan and Zhang Fei were seated nearby. A group of eagle-eyed reporters spotted them and immediately surrounded them. Lin Fan decided not to answer their questions and told the reporters to focus on the stage. Let Vice President Guo and the rest speak first. Vice President Guo saw Lin Fan in the audience and felt a little annoyed. He had not told Lin Fan about this press conference as he was afraid that Lin Fan would mess up again and say something wrong. Inside, the vice president was thinking that this kid could still afford to mess around. However, if anything else happened, he could not afford to take the bad publicity. The vice president coughed lightly and said, welcome, all esteemed guests and news reporters. Recently, some very unfortunate events have occurred and I'm here to explain to everyone what has happened. Also, I want to thank everyone for their care and support for the association during this time. Wang Yunjia is the chairman of the Yang Tai Chi committee and he got into an argument with one of the students in the dining hall. Based on our investigation, problems with the association's management led to the argument. Wang Yunjia noticed the look on the vice president's face and he immediately got up and bowed to the audience, which led the reporters to start taking photos of him. Ka-cha, I, Wang Yunjia, chairman of the Yang Tai Chi group, say this with the complete support of the association. I got involved in an argument with a student and I could not control my emotions. It was completely my fault but it led to the defamation of the entire association. After many days of deep thought, I've seen the wrong in my actions and I hope that everyone will forgive me. Wang Yunjia did not feel very comfortable saying this but under the pressure of the public's opinion, he had to just bite the bullet and say it. He knew that if he did not give the public an explanation, the association would punish him. As a result, he had to put his hatred for Lin Fan aside and just do it. Besides, there would still be time for him to deal with Lin Fan in future. The interview. Hello Mr. Wang, I am a reporter from the Shanghai News. There's been a rumor online that you went to the dining hall to drink wine, is this true? A reporter asked. Wang Yunjia was taken aback but he nodded his head and replied, yes. Lin Fan was in the crowd laughing and he thought to himself that at least he was honest. If he lied, Lin Fan would not have minded exposing the truth. Wang Yunjia was asked many questions but because Lin Fan was there at the scene, he did not dare to tell any lies. As the press conference came to a close, there had not been any major issues throughout the whole thing. However, the moment the press conference ended, all the reporters started to swarm around Lin Fan and ask him questions. Master Lin, may I ask what is your opinion on this incident? Is there anything else upsetting you in the association? Master Lin, can you please give us some answers? Lin Fan had wanted to just leave at first, but he stopped and thought for a moment before speaking. All the things said in the press conference are true and for Wang Yunjia to be able to acknowledge that he was wrong is also a good thing. I hope that through this, he will understand where he went wrong, that the association is no longer owned by the management but rather by the government, and that all the chairmen are not just representing themselves but an entire nation. A vast majority of people are paying taxes and they definitely do not want to see their money being used for other people's comfort. Today, everyone has seen the way the association operates and I hope that all you reporters will keep an eye out and observe the changes the association makes in the future. The vice president had not left the scene yet and upon hearing this, he furrowed his brows. The fact that Lin Fan had asked the reporters to come down to the association and see the changes put a huge amount of pressure on him to rectify the damaged property. Through this, he realized that if he did not rectify the problems, he would not just have to worry about Lin Fan reminding him, he would also have to be afraid of the reporters coming down and seeing that no changes were made. This could lead to it becoming a news scandal again. Wang Yunjia, who was still standing next to the vice president, was furious upon hearing this and thought that if it had not been for Lin Fan, they would not have been in this situation. Especially since Lin Fan used this kind of tone in front of the reporters, which made it look like he was lecturing him, this made Wang Yunjia even angrier. But he knew that given the current circumstances, it was not the time to argue with him. Even if the association did not deal with him, someone else would in the future and only time would tell who was right. Only time would tell. 5 p.m. at Cloud Street. Is anyone here? A middle-aged man standing outside asked. Fra Tian raised his head and looked, Lin Fan also stared. Is this guy crazy? We are both clearly standing in front of him and he is still asking if anyone is here. What is going on? The man saw that no one responded and frowned as he entered the shop. Wu Yulan stepped forward and asked, excuse me, sir, what can I help you with? The pancakes are already sold out and the fortune-telling quota has been met for the day. If you want it, you can come back tomorrow. I'm not here for the pancakes or the fortune-telling. I'm here to find Master Lin, the man said with a smile, handing his name card to Wu Yulan. Wu Yulan looked at the card and realized he was the chairman of a very famous grand hotel, one of the best in the world. Afterward, she passed the name card to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the card then looked up and asked, what can I help you with? Master Lin, I really wish to buy your secret recipe for making your pancakes. The price won't be an issue, Chief Zhang got right to the point. He knew that Lin Fan's pancakes were extremely popular and everyone on Cloud Street knew how amazing these pancakes were. He himself had tried one before and it goes without saying that was extremely delicious. After finishing one, he let out an exaggerated expression of happiness that scared everyone around. To him, he felt that Lin Fan did not have a business mind. Since the pancakes were so popular, he could definitely turn it into not just a national brand but rather, a global one. It was probably the most delicious thing in the world and by these pancakes alone, becoming rich wouldn't be a problem because everyone has to eat to sustain themselves. Since anyone who had eaten these pancakes will never forget the amazing taste, they would never run out of business. This was the power of the scallion pancakes. Lin Fan had no idea what to say or do and just let out a soft sound, oh. Chief Zhang saw that he was hesitating and said, Master Lin, your scallion pancakes are extraordinary. If you only sell 10 of them a day with a card like this, you're wasting your skills and recipe. Think about it, we can come up with a brand and I won't interfere with it. I can buy the giant supermarkets so that we could mass produce them. Your scallion pancakes will definitely change the global market. Chief Zhang became more excited, just think about it, when we hit the market and make it big, opening stores all over the world, it will be so incredible. Oh, Lin Fan mumbled again. Fra Tian looked up and said, then what will my role be? Chief Zhang stared blankly for a moment before saying, brother, you are really thinking very far ahead. But do not worry, I will put you in charge of my European branches. Fra Tian let out a mischievous laugh and said, turns out even someone like me can become a boss. Chief Zhang grabbed onto Lin Fan, he had never before thought of such an amazing money-making scheme and he was starting to drool at the thought. He said, Master Lin, as long as we make this a global brand, I can guarantee you we will make billions of dollars. Of course, since I'm the one providing the tools for the project, we will have to distribute the profits, I'll take 60% and you'll take 40%. You just need to believe. Lin Fan looked down at his phone and he was completely lost just staring at his phone. He did not even hear a thing that Chief Jong had said. He looked at the time and it was already 6 p.m. Lin Fan turned around and said, "It's 6 p.m, time to close." Fra Tien stretched his body and said, "Let's go. Time to go back home." Then, he looked at Chief Jong and said, "Brother, you're pretty d*mn good at boasting. I'll give you full marks for that." Chief Jong asked, "Master Lin, what do you say?" Lin Fan looked at him in astonishment. "What did you say just now?" Chief Jong was stunned and he became furious. He said, "I said so many things just now and you didn't hear a thing." Lin Fan laughed and said, "I heard a bit, but I only have one thing to say, you should just go home and rest. The thing a man should fear the most is having too much." Chief Jong was speechless. Chief Jong was in disbelief. He asked, "Master Lin, do you not believe me?" Lin Fan replied, "It's not that I don't believe you, I'm just not interested." Chief Jong still thought that Lin Fan did not believe him, so he asked him again, "Do you know who I am?" "You see that tall building over there? It's a 5-star hotel and it was opened by me. All those things that I told you just now, I can make it happen. If you don't take this chance right now, you'll be missing an opportunity of a lifetime." Lin Fan did not know how to convince him that he was not interested. He told him, "Firstly, I don't want to work together, I'm pretty satisfied here selling my pancakes in this small place. Secondly, even if I wanted a partner, I don't want to work with you because I have other people who I can work with. Lastly, I don't want to talk about this anymore." Fra Tien knew what was going on. The scallion pancake was really delicious and the recipe was created out of nowhere by Lin Fan. No one else could do it. However, he knew that this worldwide pancake business was not something that could be done, thus he was not really interested when Chief Jong was talking. He knew that if this whole scallion pancake thing could become a worldwide business, Lin Fan would have worked with Wang Mingyong instead a long time ago, why would he need anyone else? Chief Jong still could not believe it. He said, "Master Lin, if you have any problems with my proposal, we can slowly negotiate. You don't have to lie to me, do you?" "When have I lied to you?" Lin Fan was flabbergasted. Chief Jong said, "You said you wouldn't work with me because you have other people. I simply do not believe this." Lin Fan laughed while shaking his head. He did not want to drag this any further, so he said, "I'm sure you've heard of Wang Mingyong before." "Yes, I have," Chief Jong said while nodding his head. "That's good, he's a brother of mine. If I really wanted to go into business, do you think I would find anyone else?" Lin Fan asked. When Chief Jong heard this, he clearly had his doubts. However, when he was about to say something, Lin Fan waved him off and said, "Okay, that's all, don't disturb me anymore." Master Lin, Chief Jong shouted at him from behind, but Lin Fan didn't even turn around. Fra Tien took a quick glance at Chief Jong and after that, he went to find Wu Tianhe and his daughter. Recently, Fra Tien's daily life had been revolving around Wu Tianhe. The pair spent whole days talking to one another, playing chess and countless other fun things. Chief Jong had to accept defeat and leave, however, he was very reluctant to accept it on the inside. In the car, "Let's go," Chief Jong's expression was that of anger. "This Lin Fan has no business sense at all. I gave him such a great opportunity and yet he doesn't know how to utilize it. Just like that, he's letting a fortune slip away." The driver replied, "Chief Jong, I'm very curious. You said that these pancakes give people a certain high, but I don't believe it. However, I recently saw this old show on television about a man selling soy sauce who put some funny stuff in his soy sauce that made people addicted to it. I feel like this could be the same thing." "Just drive," Chief Jong said, clearly irritated. However, Chief Jong also thought that it was pretty weird. Thinking back to when he bought the pancake and the way it made him feel, it was definitely overdramatic and it was kind of like he was on drugs. Chief Jong was seated in his car, deep in thought, trying to figure out why Lin Fan did not want to work with him. Could it be something wrong with me? What other reason could it possibly be? Arg, d*mn it, how can I be so stupid? Chief Jong smacked his head as he had a sudden realization. How stupid of him. If he just conducted a test in the laboratory then he would know what was in the scallion pancake. The next morning, the shop opened its doors and there was a very long line already. Every day, Lin Fan would finish making the pancakes in the morning and then go to the association to train his students in the afternoon. His days were usually the same but at the same time, they were very fulfilling. If there were ever any changes to his day, he would just slowly take them on. Lives were meant to be lived with meaning and excitement. The townsfolk eagerly waited in the extremely long line for the pancakes. The owners of the surrounding shops saw the massive lines and said, "Little Boss's business is getting better day by day and the lines seem to be getting longer day by day as well." That's obvious, Little Boss's scallion pancakes are getting more famous. In fact, there are people who drive here from very far away just for them. Are they crazy? Hee, there are even crazier people. Do you know how much one serving of scallion pancake managed to fetch the other day? How much? This much, he said while lifting up 3 fingers. 300, ha, don't be crazy, do you really think 300 is enough? Let me tell you, it was $3,000 and the other person was still willing to buy it, do you believe that? Regardless of whether I believe it or not, the fact that these scallion pancakes can fetch that kind of money is really unbelievable. I'm done talking to you. One look and I know that you've never tried those scallion pancakes before. I'm going to go prepare my goods, these people are going to come and visit our shop soon. The townsfolk felt very blessed every day to be able to come to Lin Fan's store and it had become an essential part of their daily lives. In the line of people queuing up, some of them really wanted to eat the pancake and would not give it up for anything, whereas some of them were short of money and felt very conflicted internally. They would consider for a long time before finally buying it. Overall, there was not a lack of rich people among those who came to buy the pancakes. In Cloud Street, there was a saying that was going around. No amount of gold can compare to scallion pancakes. Wu Yulan was giving out the number tags familiarly. She had already gotten used to seeing this scene every morning. If she had not seen it for herself, she would not have believed that scallion pancakes could become so popular. Little boss, where have you been playing around recently? I haven't seen you at all every afternoon. Yes, I haven't had the chance to chat with little boss even when I wanted to. You guys haven't been keeping up with the news. Little boss has been taking part in martial arts and he has been very righteous, helping those needy children and even arguing with the leaders because of it. Wow, something like that happened. I have to go and take a good look at the news when I go home later. Lin Fan laughed before reading out some of the numbers. Number 1, 14, 25. As Lin Fan was reading these numbers, the residents were all extremely anxious. It was as if they were in a school and the teacher was reading out their results one by one. Excitement, nervousness, especially when they were chosen, the joy that they felt was like scoring full marks for their exams. Number 1 was a young man, who appeared to have been chosen a few times already. Lin Fan, who was standing at his stall with his hands busy as always, said to him, "Your luck is not bad, you've been chosen 3 times already." The young man who was standing in front of the stall could not control his emotions and his saliva. He nodded his head and replied, "Yeah, my luck has been good, I've been chosen 3 times in this week already." The surrounding people were extremely envious. For him to have been chosen 3 times in a week was almost like being able to taste that irresistible scallion pancake every day. Delicious, simply delicious. I feel like the world is such a lovely place. It's as if I'm floating in a sky full of stars, the fashionable youngster said with satisfaction as he licked his lips continuously. The exaggerated facial expression had become a common sight on Cloud Street. Lin Fan looked at the youngster and smiled. Initially, he didn't want to sell scallion pancakes, but now he realized that the feeling was pretty good. To be able to let others try such a delicacy that shouldn't even exist on Earth, it gave him a fair bit of satisfaction. "Little boss, could you use more dough? Make it bigger. It's best that you make one that's as big as the wok," a white-collared worker gestured and said as he stood in front of the cart. He had already queued up several times, but now that he finally got chosen, he was extremely excited. He could finally taste the scallion pancake of his dreams. Lin Fan smiled and said, "They're all equally big." While he was looking at the skillful movements of Little Boss, an aroma filled the air. The man couldn't wait to try it even though he had never tasted it before. The aroma had already entered his nostrils and filled him. It was as if he was drunk on the smell of the pancakes alone. Lin Fan placed the pancake into a plastic bag and said, "It's done." This type of delicacy should have been served on an expensive plate together with a glass of red wine. There should have been music playing in the background as a person tasted it. However, the type of plastic bag that was used brought the status of the scallion pancakes down. Even so, it could never make the scallion pancakes taste any worse. The man couldn't wait any longer. He immediately took a bite. He wasn't bothered by the piping hot scallion pancake scalding his tongue. Soon, he let out an exaggerated expression and looked as if he was drunk. Everyone had a different feeling after tasting the pancakes, but regardless of how they felt, the final outcome was that they would feel satisfied and joyous. Their taste buds had been satisfied and it helped them to be in their best mood for the day. The townsfolk looked enviously at the people that managed to get their hands on the scallion pancakes. It was a struggle for them as they witnessed them eating the delicious scallion pancakes with such joy. By then, the youngster had already walked to the end of the road, but he was stopped by a reporter. "Hi, may I know if your scallion pancakes are bought from that shop?" the reporter asked. The youngster asked, "You are? Oh, I'm a gourmet cuisine reporter and I heard that the scallion pancakes here are extremely delicious. Hence, I wanted to interview you," the reporter smiled and said. When the youngster heard that he was a reporter asking about Master Lin's delicacy, he had nothing but compliments to say. "You've asked the right person. Little Boss's scallion pancakes can't simply be described as delicious. Actually, I don't even know how to describe the taste. You have to taste it yourself to understand how it feels," the youngster replied excitedly. The reporter nodded and replied, "Oh, may I ask why you made the exaggerated facial expression after you ate the scallion pancake?" The youngster was a little stunned. "I don't know about that, but each time I take a bite of the scallion pancake, I feel extremely happy and satisfied. It's as if I'm flying in the sky. It's such a good feeling." The reporter smiled and thought that there was definitely a problem with the scallion pancakes. "Alright, thank you for your cooperation. Looks like I have to interview more people to find out," the reporter said. The youngster nodded as he left while continuing to eat the scallion pancake happily. Then, the reporter waited for another customer and went to interview him. However, the answers that he got had a similar meaning, albeit being slightly different. "There's a problem, there's definitely a problem. It felt like they had been eating illegal drugs. Could it be that drugs were added to the pancakes?" Then, he took out his phone, dialed a number and said, "Chief Zhang, I interviewed 2 people consecutively and they both said the same thing. I feel like there's a big problem." "Yeah, I think there's a problem too," Chief Zhang said on the phone. Then came the last customer. "Little boss, I read about you on the gourmet food discussion forums. I didn't expect to be so lucky to get chosen on my first try," the 26-27-year-old female replied. She was average looking but had a nice voice. "Oh, is that so? Looks like you're quite lucky," Lin Fan smiled and replied. Then, he continued with his work. After making the last pancake, he packed up some things and had to leave for the association. Those that didn't get chosen were disappointed, especially those that didn't get chosen after several tries. They could only witness people enjoying such a delicacy but couldn't taste it for themselves. It was like torture. Alright, Lin Fan placed the last piece of pancake into a plastic bag and at that moment, a group of uniformed personnel walked over. A middle-aged man went forward and said, "Hi, we are from the Food and Drug Administration. We received a report that your scallion pancakes contain illegal drugs." Lin Fan was stunned as he asked, "The Food and Drugs Administration? What's the problem with my pancakes?" "We received a report from the consumers that someone made extremely exaggerated facial expressions after eating your pancakes. It was the same effect as consuming illegal drugs. It causes the people to hallucinate as they make exaggerated facial expressions," the investigating officer said. The last customer heard their conversation and thought of the facial expressions of the previous customers. She was a little afraid. She quickly kept the pancake and quietly left the place. "What do you think you're doing? How could Little Boss's scallion pancakes have any problem? The ingredients are bought from me," a customer in the queue said. He was a vendor in the market and Fraud Tian was the one who frequently bought the ingredients from him. After several purchases, he was familiar with him and he started to deliver the ingredients to them instead. "Yeah, which immoral prankster reported that? I've eaten it on several occasions and I didn't even have any problems. In fact, I feel even healthier than before. Do you know why there's such an expression? It's because they're simply too delicious. It's pure enjoyment, do you understand? Some of the townsfolk who had tasted the pancakes started to speak. They believed in Little Boss and did not think that there were any problems with the pancakes. However, some of the townsfolk were frightened. Could there really be a problem? I've seen the exaggerated facial expressions that people make after eating the scallion pancakes. Yeah, now that I think of it, I'm actually afraid. Could there really be a problem? It's hard to say. Do you think that there's any other food in this world that would cause you to crave for it this much? Even the most delicious food wouldn't have such an effect. I think we shouldn't try it. There might really be a problem. Lin Fan smiled and replied, how can there be any problems with my scallion pancakes? If you don't believe it, you can bring it back to the labs for testing. Thank you for your cooperation, the investigating officer said. I just made one, you can bring it back to do your tests, Lin Fan said. He knew that there would be such a problem someday but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Anyway, there were definitely no problems with his scallion pancakes. They could test it however they liked. The uniformed personnel from the Food and Drugs Administration left with a piece of scallion pancake and some documents. What's happening? People from the Food and Drugs Administration actually came over to conduct a check. That was so strange, Fraud Tian said in disbelief. Someone must have lodged a complaint against us. Who do you think it was? Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and said, who knows? The townsfolk started to gather around. Little boss, don't worry, we trust you 100%. Yeah, I wonder which Bast Road reported you. He must be crazy. That's because Little Boss has real skills and his business is booming. Someone must have been jealous of it and wanted to cause trouble. But you have us, we will definitely support you, Little Boss. The townsfolk started to talk among themselves. They all trusted Little Boss a lot. They had been completely seduced by the scallion pancakes. Even though there were only 10 pieces for sale daily, the feeling of queuing up every day was pretty good. It gave them something to look forward to. If they were lucky enough to be chosen, it was like hitting the jackpot. It made them exhilarated. Upon seeing that the townsfolk were so supportive of him, Lin Fan clasped his hands together as a gesture of gratitude and said, thank you, everyone. Then, Lin Fan went to take a break to recharge himself for the day. The person from the Food and Drugs Administration left Cloud Street and returned to their laboratory. Chief Zhang was waiting for them to return. He was once classmates with the vice chairman of the Food and Drug Administration. He had to unveil the secret behind these delicious and captivating scallion pancakes. But he was puzzled as to how such ordinary pancakes could taste so good. Just like what the others said, if one didn't personally taste the pancakes, one would never understand how delicious they were. It was just like a drug, one could never forget its taste after consuming it. Chief Zhang picked up his phone and spoke to the vice chairman. Hey buddy, how's the situation? Brother Zhang, the officer is back. I'll contact you again when the results are out. Thanks, buddy, let's meet up tonight if you're free. There's no need for such courtesy. It's not a big deal after all. If there's really something wrong with the food, I should be the one thanking you instead. Chief Zhang wasn't exactly very close to the vice chairman but they still kept in touch. To them, this whole matter concerning the scallion pancakes was just a small one. Furthermore, this little boss didn't even treat Chief Zhang with respect even though he was asking for a business collaboration. The next day, several news articles attracted the attention of many people. The captivating scallion pancakes from Cloud Street contain illegal drugs. Everyone, please be careful. Master Lin's popular scallion pancakes were reported by people. As a result, the Food and Drug Administration is investigating this matter. Why did the townsfolk in this video make such exaggerated facial expressions as if they had consumed drugs? These articles didn't even report any important news but went viral overnight. The UC Breaking News Department, Weibo News, and Browser News departments were all involved in this frenzy. Every news and social media platform started to report on it. Snowy Mosquito, I'm in shock after watching this video. These people are too scary. How could such delicious food exist on Earth? There's no way people would make such exaggerated expressions after eating scallion pancakes. It's as if they're on cloud 9. Such an occurrence would only happen if one consumed drugs. This man should be exposed. Everyone, please be careful. Do not be cheated by this man. Rising Smoke, I have been reading up on news regarding the scallion pancakes. I used to just laugh at it and didn't think too much about it. Now that I'm reading such news, I'm frightened by it. Food safety has always been an important issue and you'll never know how clean or dirty the food you're eating is. Flowery Prince, is that really true? I've eaten Master Lin's scallion pancakes before. The taste was heavenly indeed. I've experienced the feeling too. It felt as if my whole body became loose. If nighttime never comes, to the one above, I suggest you should go to the hospital for a checkup. If there's really something wrong with you, it'd be terrible. The netizens started to discuss among themselves. Most of them hadn't eaten the scallion pancakes before. When they saw the video, they were completely shocked by the expressions made by the townsfolk who were eating the scallion pancakes. It was so frightening. DMN it, can the people above not spout rubbish? How could there be any problem with Master Lin's pancakes? Furthermore, it's still in the midst of an investigation, there's no concrete evidence. Reporters these days are so immoral. The results aren't even out yet and they're writing such rubbish. Haha, the trolls have reached the battlegrounds. What a scary bunch. Is there even a need for the results to be out? Judging from the looks of these people, there is definitely something wrong with these scallion pancakes. This little entrepreneur probably thinks that this world belongs to him. How could ordinary scallion pancakes cause such reactions? At Cloud Street, Lin Fan was sitting leisurely in his shop as he drank tea. How could you still be sitting here drinking tea? The entire internet is flaming you, Fraud Tian said anxiously. Wu Yulan chided, how could these reporters say such things? The results aren't even out yet. Why should we be anxious? Let them report it all they want. Lin Fan looked calm but on the inside, but he was cursing these reporters and their families in his heart. They were clearly spouting nonsense. At the same time, Lin Fan was curious about how the reporters managed to take those pictures even though he hadn't noticed any reporters lately. And what the heck was with the current situation? How could one become popular on the internet just by selling scallion pancakes? I think there's a high chance that it's done by that stupid Chief Zhang, Fraud Tian said angrily. It's obvious that he's trying to bully us. Lin Fan just said, oh, he wasn't bothered by it at all. He opened up Weibo. The discussions on Weibo were indeed scary. What, Master Ellen, he used drugs to make his scallion pancakes. Hey, can't he just be a good citizen? Must he resort to such despicable ways? It's illegal. Tell us, is this really true? Subscription cancelled. +1, +2, as he looked through the comments on Weibo, Lin Fan didn't think that the issue could become so blown up. He was just an ordinary scallion pancake seller and he had gotten so much attention online. The formidable leader of trolls, Autumn Swordfish Killer also came to add salt to the wound. He had been in silence for so long and there was finally an opportunity for him to strike. Lin Fan opened his private messages inbox and it was filled with hateful messages. Autumn Swordfish Killer, you've been asking for it. You're a scallion pancake seller and you actually did this sort of thing. Do you know why things have gone out of control? Let me, Mr. Autumn Sword, tell you. Everything here is being controlled by me. I want you to know the consequences of offending me, the Autumn Swordfish Killer. Smiley face. In a random house, Autumn Swordfish Killer laughed hysterically at his computer screen as he typed away quickly. He sent some information to various social media and news platforms. He wanted this, Fraud, to know his true powers. He wanted Lin Fan to face the wrath of offending him. Autumn Swordfish Killer drank a mouthful of water as he waited for a reply. Suddenly, he was so stunned that he spat the water out. Lin Fan replied, you're so awesome. Autumn Swordfish Killer was speechless. Awesome, your sister's awesome. Why is the reply so different from what I had expected? He thought that this fraud must have been frightened to death. How could he reply in such a manner? It was so unexpected. He never thought that the Autumn Swordfish Killer would have such an ability. Indeed, the higher the ability, the bigger the size. As I have said, it was the Autumn Swordfish Killer's doing where the argument of a mere pancake can be so heated. It is indeed amusing. Even though it did not really matter much to him, he still had to post his thoughts on Weibo. He thought for a while and entered a paragraph. I always wanted to be famous but did not know it was because of a pancake that made me famous. This feels great. Smiley face. The comments section went crazy. 666, I am in awe of nobody but Master Lin. The fame-hungry Master Lin has finally become famous because of scallion pancakes. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I knew that Master Lin was not that kind of person. How can such a delicious pancake contain those things? These days, reporters are so unscrupulous. They write such false reports even when they have not tried the pancakes before. Those that followed Lin Fan on Weibo were mostly his fans, who had eaten his pancakes before, and there were some famous people too. They trusted Lin Fan, although there were more netizens that do not. One of the famous critics on Weibo condemned Lin Fan. I do not understand why you can still laugh about this, or even be proud. This is a tragedy, where you became famous as you wished by resorting to unscrupulous means. What Mr. Wong said is correct, these kind of person are disgusting. People who add drugs to food to harm others should be arrested and shot to death. Lin Fan casually scrolled through Weibo and saw Mr. Wang's criticism. He was extremely unhappy. Who was he to criticize? Then, he replied to Mr. Wang's post. A keyboard warrior named Wang, please do not take advantage of my fame and stop being so shameless. Netizens saw the notification of the post and laughed. Haha, Master Lin is angry. That's right, people nowadays are so shameless. When they see that Master Lin is famous, they try to take advantage of his fame. Let's start a group and tell that fellow to stop taking advantage of Master Lin's fame. If he wants to be famous, he should do it himself. Critic Wang was proud of what he said and thought it was perfect. However, when he saw Master Lin's reply, he was stunned. Especially the comments of the netizens made him even more furious. He never knew that there would be someone that's as shameless as Lin Fan. Master Lin has said it already, please stop taking advantage of his fame. If you want to become famous, count on yourself. Our Master Lin became famous because of scallion pancakes, but I'm afraid you cannot become famous for it. It's hilarious how a disagreement could lead to someone taking advantage of his fame. How scary. Lin Fan sat there, playing with his phone. He did not bother about the matter. Gradually, some loyal customers of Lin Fan came. Even though there was a heated debate online, those comments didn't mean anything. No one forced them to eat the pancakes. Also, these customers believed Master Lin that nothing had been put into these pancakes. Little boss, please give us a queue number. Lin Fan wanted to rest at first as he did not expect so many customers. He was shocked and thought that these customers were very loyal. They did not wait until the results were out and they came to buy the pancakes. Aren't you guys afraid? Lin Fan laughed and asked. The customers shook their heads. What should we be afraid of? We believe you. Yes, what do they know? They just love to report fake news online. Today, there are fewer customers. Seems like there is a high chance I will be chosen. Lin Fan smiled. Let me distribute the number tags. These people believe me unconditionally. What else can I say? Of course, I have to give out the number tags. Some passerby saw that the queue was still long, and they took a photo to post it online. These people must really hate their lives. Even where there are problems with the pancakes, they still dare to eat them. Who would have known? I actually queued for the pancakes once. Luckily, I did not manage to get chosen, if not I would have eaten a poisonous food. They are so oblivious to their health. Nobody else is going to be responsible for their health but themselves. At the Food and Drug Administration. The test result is out, all components have been attained. There are no problems at all. The vice chairman of the Food and Drug Administration said, Chief Zhang, the results are out. Chief Zhang was very curious about the results and immediately asked, how is it? Are there any problems? There are no problems, it is all within the healthy range. Chief Zhang asked in disbelief, how could this be? If it is within the healthy range, how can the pancake have such a taste? Haha, I am not sure what taste you are talking about. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. Old pal, please hold on. Can you pass the result slip containing the various ingredients to me? Chief Jong did not think that the pancake would have no problems. However, he suddenly thought of a new way. Since this guy did not want to cooperate, he will find out the recipe for the pancakes. There was definitely a special ingredient in the recipe and the golden ratio of all ingredients to make them. Once he returned, he would let the chefs analyze it and perhaps there was indeed some secret behind the pancakes. If I can get something out of this, I will immediately open a factory and carry out production. Then, I will be extremely wealthy. His old friend was confused as the pancake had the common ingredients of the rest of the stores. He was not sure what Chief Jong wanted. Sure, I will send someone to pass it to you. Chief Jong immediately rejected. No, I will come and take it myself. I will reach soon. After hanging up, Chief Jong finally smiled. How can such an important thing be sent over by someone else? I will have to collect it myself. If I could replicate the pancakes, the recipe will definitely be worth a fortune. Chief Jong was still worried even when the recipe was with the Food and Drug Administration. He immediately put down all his work and went to collect the recipe. Dong dong, come in, the vice chairman said. Sir, since this result slip has no problems, I will send the test results to the owner, analyst Xiao Li said. Vice President lifted his head, called the person and asked him to come and collect it himself. Xiao Li immediately waved. Vice President, it would be better if I send it to him personally. We are from a government institution which is to serve the people. This is what we should do. The Vice President was slightly taken aback but he smiled. Not bad, you are conscious. You may go. After leaving the office, Xiao Li was so happy. After he analyzed the pancake and realized that there were no problems with it and he ate it as he was hungry. Upon eating, he realized how delicious the pancake was. Delicious, it's so delicious. He also did some research and realized that the store only sold 10 pancakes every day. There was a low chance of buying a pancake but if he were to send the test results to the owner, Lin Fan might be happy enough to make a pancake for him. Struck gold, I really struck gold this time. I'm coming for you, delicious pancake. The news became more and more viral on the internet. Lin Fan had become quite a famous person, but he was famous for the wrong reasons. However, he still had a fair amount of fame nonetheless. He was experiencing the side effects of fame and there were a large number of people flaming him online. However, he didn't let it bother him. He completely ignored what they were saying about him. Ring ring, a call came. Wang Mingyong asked, brother, what's going on online? Lin Fan, who knows? They just have nothing better to do. Don't worry about it, I'll just lay low for now. Wang Mingyong said cheerily, your attitude is way too positive. Those netizens are putting you in such a bad light, but you're not the least bit troubled. Lin Fan replied, what's there to be troubled about? Even if I was troubled, it wouldn't stop them. It's better to just keep a calm mind. Alright, you're way too awesome. Wang Mingyong had nothing else to say. He gave in to Lin Fan. Yan Shuren had been paying close attention to any news regarding Lin Fan. When he found out about this matter, he was even more worried than Lin Fan. The scallion pancakes were poisoned. Who the heck thought of that idea? Although he never asked about it, he had unwavering faith in Young Fan. He knew Young Fan would never do something like that. Young Fan, don't be too upset. Those reporters are despicable. This has to be a completely made-up story. Yan Shuren was sure that Lin Fan would be upset and troubled. He decided to make a phone call first, and then take leave from work to console Lin Fan. Anybody put in Lin Fan's situation would have been unhappy. Lin Fan was stunned. Then, he chuckled, why would I be upset? Let's talk later. I just downloaded a game on my phone and I'm prone in the grass now. The game is finishing soon. I'll talk to you when it ends. Yan Shuren was dumbfounded. A game? What the? Alright, finish your game first. He never thought that Young Fan would still be in the mood to play games even then. Lin Fan was crazy. After that, Lin Fan received several more calls. He was getting pissed. He had already prone in the grass for a long time, ready to strike his opponents. However, another call came. He rejected the call instantly, but when he opened the game again, his character had already died. His teammate raged at him and Lin Fan exited the game. This game was damaging to his mental health. Is Lin Fan around? A voice came from outside. Lin Fan raised his head and looked outside. He didn't recognize the person. That's me, and you are. Xiao Li was a little emotional. At the same time, he was also excited. Nice to meet you. I'm Li Bing, an experimental technician from the Food and Drug Administration. You can just call me Xiao Li. Quote. Fraud Tian looked up. The Wu Tianhe father and daughter duo was approaching them as well. Huh, what's going on? Lin Fan was confused. What did an experimental technician from the Food and Drug Administration want with him? Something was wrong. Li Bing scanned the shop. It seemed very normal. The scallion pancake cart was old and shabby, much like those on the streets. How could such delicious scallion pancakes be produced from such a shabby cart? He had no idea, nor did he want to find out. He came to make the delivery so that he could have another taste of those delicious scallion pancakes. Of course, it could only happen if Little Boss agreed to make them. Li Bing brought out a sheet of paper. The test results are out. There are no issues. I'm here to deliver the report to you. Lin Fan was delighted. Well, thank you very much. I've troubled you to make this journey just to deliver it. That's my job. I'm a public servant and I work to serve the people. We didn't expect this matter to have gotten so much attention and even appear on the internet. It must have caused you much inconvenience. I'm very sorry. These reporters often ignore the truth just to get an interesting headline. It's really despicable. Li Bing passed the report to Lin Fan, but he wasn't planning to leave just yet. He hadn't gotten what he came for yet. Thank you. Lin Fan thanked him once more, then looked at the report. He didn't understand most of what was written, but he did understand one word. Pass. Li Bing still didn't want to leave. He waved his hand. Don't mention it. It's really not a problem. Then, he realized that Lin Fan hadn't brought up anything about scallion pancakes. He felt that he should give Lin Fan a slight reminder and express his own opinion a little so Lin Fan would understand. The test required a small piece of the scallion pancake. Afterward, I was hungry, so I ate the remaining. I have to tell you, when I finished eating that scallion pancake, I felt like I was floating in the sky. I don't know how to describe it, but it was absolutely delicious. It was 2D*M and delicious, Li Bing praised Lin Fan. He felt that it should have been blunt enough to hint at Lin Fan. If he still didn't get to eat, then it would be a shame and he would be very upset. Fra Tian was smoking his cigarette. He glanced over at Li Bing, he endured the blazing hot sun and brought the report here. Why not let him have a scallion pancake? He could tell that this guy wanted to eat the scallion pancake really badly. And he was so shy about it too. How could Tian not see through him? However, the kid's pancakes really did have some kind of drug-like properties. Whoever ate it once would get addicted to it for a lifetime. At that moment, Li Bing's face turned a little red. He looked at Fra Tian fervently. He was so grateful that he wanted to give Fra Tian some kind of gift. Lin Fan really couldn't tell at first, but after Li Bing talked about his scallion pancakes, he understood. It seemed this guy wasn't leaving because he wanted to eat some scallion pancakes. You want to eat? Lin Fan laughed and asked. Li Bing was slightly embarrassed, but he nodded his head, MMHMM. Lin Fan took out his phone and chuckled, sure, no problem, but I have to take a video first. You know that this matter has caused me to be flamed online, right? You gotta be my witness and defend me. Li Bing was delighted, alright, no problem. That is part of my duty. He started recording. Li Bing took out his employment ID and started talking to the camera. Perfect, this was perfect. Li Bing was very convincing. In order to get the scallion pancakes, he was putting his best effort. Thankfully, he had a good speech teacher in the past and he had learned many good phrases. His testimony would put Lin Fan in such a good light that people wouldn't doubt him anymore. After saving the video, Lin Fan came to the front of his stall. I'll make you a few extra portions. It must have been troublesome to come all the way here. That'll teach those internet trolls a lesson. They even dared to say that my scallion pancakes are poisoned. How ridiculous. Finally, Li Bing received 3 servings of scallion pancakes. It was as if he had received a treasure. He stood there ecstatically and took his first bite. His face instantly lit up with delight. Delicious. This is really too delicious. I've hit the jackpot this time. Li Bing let out an unbelievable expression. The passing townsfolk all shook their heads when they saw this scene. The news had already broken out that the scallion pancakes were poisoned, yet there was still someone recklessly eating the pancakes. He must have been crazy. Li Bing was extremely satisfied. As he left, his face was beaming with pleasure. Lin Fan watched as Li Bing walked away and burst into laughter. If Li Bing wanted to eat it again in future, he would have to queue forever. What was he so happy about? It was time to settle the matter with the internet trolls. They had gone as far as to attack his Weibo. That's so inhumane. He opened his Weibo. Autumn Swordfish Killer was working diligently. The whole comment section on Weibo was filled with Autumn Fish Sword Killer's comments. It was as if he wouldn't be content until Lin Fan was shamed. Autumn Swordfish Killer. Scum. He's the scum of humankind. To do something so despicable. Do you know how much harm you've caused by putting poison in your scallion pancakes? You're ruining our nation and causing its downfall. The people who buy your scallion pancakes daily are all young people. They're young and are contributing to our society, but look what you've done. They haven't even had children yet and you've tainted their genes. Their children might become disfigured, handicapped or worse yet, they might not even be able to have children because of you. If that happens, do you know how many families it will destroy? If they divorce because of this, their elders won't be able to take the emotional pain and will pass away from illness on their beds. You're a murderer. There might even be some of their children who would supposedly be geniuses and make scientific breakthroughs, but because they've eaten your scallion pancakes, they wouldn't be geniuses anymore. The home for the mentally challenged will have another child with a bleak future ahead. Do you know what you've done? I, Autumn Swordfish Killer may not have any special talents, but I won't allow you to cause any more harm. I'll expose you and let everyone know you have an evil heart. You're a criminal of this nation. Touch your heart, doesn't it hurt, in a certain house? Autumn Swordfish Killer was exhilarated. His phantom-like hands glided across the keyboard as he typed this. When he was done, he felt as if he was moved by his own words. Although he didn't have any special skills, he had always been a righteous person. Against a lawless person like Lin Fan, he did not care if the masses didn't understand him. He had to expose this scum for his evil ways. Autumn Swordfish Killer laughed as he saw the comments. He was gratified, his hard work hadn't gone to waste. Respect, the Flame War Emperor has touched my heart. The Flame War Emperor is indeed the Flame War Emperor. I've read this post 10 times. It's impacted me greatly. I never thought that there would still be someone like the Flame War Emperor in today's society. We are so fortunate to have him. A scallion pancake can cause such a drastic butterfly effect. Only a genius like the Flame War Emperor could figure it out. Autumn Swordfish Killer giggled to himself as he replied to each of the comments. He felt like he had finally been acknowledged. He weighed 150 kilograms and his whole body was full of fats. He would get judged whenever he stepped outside, but now, he could say proudly that he had been acknowledged before. Thank you, everyone, for your support. There's no need to thank us. Even as I'm typing this, I've been moved by your words. Although today's society may not be much, we have to trust in the future. There aren't many people like Autumn Swordfish Killer, but there are still some. It was the first time Autumn Swordfish Killer received approval from the masses. He felt proud and full of confidence. Then, without hesitation, he continued to look for similar content on Baidu before copying a slightly modified version of his post onto Baidu. As long as the fraud was still alive, the war couldn't end. Autumn Sword felt the burden on his shoulders increase again as if the whole of humankind's future depended on him. At the same time, Autumn Swordfish Killer also contacted a media personnel. He wanted to use a sum of money to spread the piece of news. Autumn Swordfish Killer, if it's $10,000 then it's $10,000, but I want it to be uploaded right now. Veteran media personnel, okay, no problem. Transfer the money then. Autumn Swordfish Killer, alright. This $10,000 was Autumn Swordfish Killer's hard-earned money. It was earned through hard work and it wasn't easy. Even though he was the leader of his troops, he wasn't wealthy at all. However, in order to expose this fraud, he was willing to risk everything. Ding! A notification from the bank appeared on his phone. As he saw the amount deducted, Autumn Swordfish Killer felt a little heartache. When Lin Fan saw the Weibo comments, he did not know what to reply. This Autumn Swordfish Killer did not just have a problem with his body weight. Even his brain was abnormal. With a glance through his Weibo, he saw that Autumn Swordfish Killer had sent at least 1,000 comments. Among all these comments, he received a total of at least 20,000 likes. That was indeed quite impressive. Lin Fan took a photo of the test report, then added the video he had just recorded in a line of words, then uploaded it. Who would have thought that even the experimental technician would be bowled over by my scallion pancakes? There were many people who paid close attention to Lin Fan's Weibo. Especially after this matter had gotten so viral, Lin Fan was high on the trending list the whole time. Lin Fan posted the Weibo message and instantly received many comments from the netizens. Damn, what a quick turn of events. This is a report from the Food and Drug Administration. There's no problem then. Where are those people who were doubting Master Lin just a moment ago? Take a good, hard look at this. Bunch of idiots, believing whatever people say. The test report is out. What else do you have to say? Everyone look at the video. That experimental technician called Li Bing was bowled over by the scallion pancakes. Do you guys think this is all an act? Are you stupid? Can't you see that he's holding his ID? Just take a look at the Shanghai Food and Drug Administration's website and you'll know if it's real. You're really stupid. In the video, Li Bing stood in front of the camera, visibly excited. Greetings, everyone. I'm Li Bing, an experimental technician from the Shanghai Food and Drug Administration. Master Lin's scallion pancakes completely meet all of our requirements and contain no added drugs. At first, I didn't know how good the scallion pancakes tasted. After the testing, I ate the remaining pancake. It was absolutely scrumptious. Nothing can compare to it. Everyone knows how tiring the work of an experimental technician is, to have to face those machines and equipment all day, but after eating those scallion pancakes, I felt rejuvenated and full of energy. I managed to complete 3 days worth of work within a day. These scallion pancakes are really amazing. I'm going to put my reputation as an experimental technician from the Shanghai Food and Drug Administration on the line and guarantee everyone that these scallion pancakes are perfectly fine. Autumn Swordfish Killer found another relevant article. He felt it was pretty good and decided to post it. Maybe those netizens would praise him again. After making some slight modifications to the article, he was ready to post it. However, at that moment, Autumn Swordfish Killer's expression suddenly changed. Something wasn't right about the comments on Weibo. Flame War Emperor he's just been slapped in the face. Forget it, guys, it's been tough on the Flame War Emperor. He's been battling the whole night for nothing. This would be depressing for anyone in his position. Sigh, poor Flame War Emperor. He always ends up so tragic. What's going on? What the heck is going on? Autumn Swordfish Killer was confused, but after he saw that report and video, his initially excited face turned pale. A wretched scream rang out from Autumn Swordfish Killer's mouth. Autumn Swordfish Killer, bro, are you there? Veteran media personnel. Autumn Swordfish Killer, big bro, can I get a refund? I don't want it uploaded anymore. Veteran media personnel, sorry, but the news has already been uploaded. I can't give you a refund. Autumn Swordfish Killer, big bro, please give me the refund. I made a mistake, that's my wife's money. I can't lose it. Veteran media personnel, goodbye smiley face. He erupted instantly. Autumn Swordfish Killer screamed wretchedly, FCK your sister. The turn of events happened too quickly and he couldn't do anything about it. Autumn Swordfish Killer was really miserable and unlucky. A moment ago, he had transferred the money to the media representative. The next moment, that FC King Lin Fan was proven innocent. Moreover, that FC King media representative wouldn't return his money. Who would understand this kind of pain? Probably only someone who had personally experienced it would understand. Lin Fan passed the test report to Wu Yulan and asked her to go to the advertising agency next door to make a plastic cover for it, then stick it to his door. He unlocked his phone. He took a look at the media platforms which were trying to ruin his reputation. Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash, Shanghai Fashion News Platform. 3 Stars Entertainment Newsflash, with a quick look, he found at least 10. However, these media platforms weren't very well known. Even so, they each had their own Weibo accounts. Lin Fan sent a Weibo post to the media platforms of tagged, please delete your articles with false information and also make an apology. Thank you for your cooperation. Otherwise, there will be consequences. The truth had come out and the netizens fell in love with the lovable Master Lin again. Support Master Lin. These media platforms only know how to make blind reports. Respect. Master Lin is too great. Of course, I'm not being sarcastic. Surely no one will dare to trouble Master Lin about this issue anymore. Sigh, somehow I suddenly feel sorry for the Flame War Emperor. Well, it is a miserable case. In the office of Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash. That scallion pancake seller tagged us on his Weibo post, asking us to remove our article and apologize to him. Do you think he's retarded? Haha, he must really be retarded. Doesn't he know that we are media people? Just ignore him. If we didn't report any fake news, how would we capture the public's attention? Leave this matter alone. We have a new piece of news now. Hurry up and do up a draft. The title is, Young Girl Sells Her Body for Money. Chief Editor, didn't this young girl do it to save her father? Are you stupid? Which headline do you think can attract more attention? Scolded the Chief Editor. Right, you're right, Chief Editor. I'll get it done right now. Li Jia was Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash's chief editor. His job was mainly to come up with the most head-turning headlines for their articles in order to capture the attention of the netizens. As for reporting the truth, that was just stupidity to him. He went back to his office. He opened his Weibo and went to Master Lin's page. He instantly burst out into laughter. Cooperation, he must be joking. He sent a direct message. Our platform doesn't remove our articles once they are posted, and we definitely will not apologize. Shanghai fashion news platform didn't care much about discussions on Weibo, hence, they completely ignored Lin Fan's post. 3 Stars Entertainment Newsflash was not a small media platform. Naturally, they ignored Lin Fan's post as well. After selling his scallion pancakes in the morning, Lin Fan headed to the association to practice with the kids. The performance was getting closer and closer and the kids were working harder and harder. They woke up at 6 in the morning to start practicing and they practiced until 8 at night when the lights went off before going back to sleep. At the association, "Good morning, Master Li." 2 of the association members saw him from afar and glanced left and right. When they saw no one was around, they called out to him. Lin Fan chuckled, "It's almost 10. I'm late." He understood why they had to look around first. They were afraid of being seen. Lin Fan had a bad reputation within the association. Even though normal members didn't dislike him, the committee members hated him very much. Even Vice President Guo would start scolding Lin Fan at dinner parties when he got a little drunk. After Lin Fan walked away in the other direction, one of them asked, "Brother Chen, isn't he a dangerous person in the association? If the committee members see us greeting him, we would be in trouble." Brother Chen replied, "What trouble? No one saw it. All these changes to the association were only brought about thanks to Master Lin. The old facilities are being replaced by new ones. If it wasn't for Master Lin, this place wouldn't even look like a martial arts association anymore. I don't care what they say. I respect Master Lin. Even at such a young age, he is a great person." That is true. The recent changes to the association were indeed quite drastic. The committee's offices were all renovated. Everything that shouldn't have been there was all removed, leaving nothing for the reporters, who would occasionally check on them, to talk about. Vice President Guo and the rest of them were just afraid of Lin Fan and they didn't want the matter to persist any longer. When he was almost in the training room, he bumped into Wang Yunjia. Wang Yunjia was full of hatred for Lin Fan. After a glimpse of Lin Fan, he snorted. Lin Fan laughed, "Hey, isn't this the suspended Chairman Wang?" Wang Yunjia had initially not wanted to talk trash with Lin Fan, but when he heard this, he was furious. He barked ferociously, "Don't be too complacent. What goes around, comes around. You'll regret this." Lin Fan laughed scornfully, "What's there to regret? I'm a righteous man, I don't do any immoral deeds and I won't get any bad karma. No time to talk, I have to go and see them." As he watched Lin Fan's back view, Wang Yunjia laughed coldly. "Practice, HMPH, practice while you can. You'll come crying to me soon." In the vice president's office, Wang Yunjia knocked on the door and entered. Although he had been suspended, his status within the association remained unchanged. "I saw that fella earlier today. He was full of arrogance. Let's see how long he can keep laughing." Wang Yunjia had a pretty good relationship with Vice President Guo and they chatted with each other often. Vice President Guo frowned. "Tension has been high lately. Don't find any more trouble with him, or else things could get complicated. It would become really troublesome." "Relax, Brother Guo, I know what I'm doing," said Wang Yunjia. Vice President Guo nodded. "Even though you're suspended, for now, you have to keep training them well. I don't want any surprises on the day of the performance." Wang Yunjia laughed. "Relax, Brother Guo. You don't need to worry when I'm responsible. This performance will surely be loved by the leaders." "That's good then, At night, Lin Fan only left the association at 5. Seeing how the children were working so hard, he couldn't bear to leave early even if he wanted to. Back at home, he opened his Weibo and checked on the situation regarding the media. When he saw what had happened, he was furious. It would have been fine if they hadn't seen the post, but they even dared to taunt him. They won't remove the articles. They won't apologize. They just want to take advantage of this scallion pancake selling fortune teller. Fine, well done, you're good, then I'll take on your challenge. You think I'm scared of you? These people only know how to take advantage of honest people like me. Of course, even if he was more powerful, he couldn't overcome those media platforms alone. He had to seek external. The next day, at 10 o'clock, in the office building of Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash's headquarters. "Chief Editor Li, an express mail for you," an employee shouted while holding a parcel. Li Jia was just checking the draft article. He hadn't ordered any parcels recently. He took a glance and realized that it looked like a magazine or something. "Open it. If it's hate mail, then throw it away." As Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash's chief editor, he occasionally received some hate mail, but it didn't bother him at all. Anyone in this line of work had to get used to it quickly. He didn't even bother to read through the hate mail anymore. If he read through each one, his day would have been really depressing. The parcel was opened. The employee looked at the contents and was stunned. "Chief editor, this is a legal letter. Somebody is suing us." Li Jia still wasn't bothered. "Put it there. People these days think that a legal letter can do anything. Wait till I get summoned to the court of justice, then let me know." Nowadays, there are many tactics used to scare people. One such tactic is to send a legal letter. If someone did not know how these things worked, they would really be scared. However, the chief editor had seen this situation many times before. He knew that if there was no court summon, it was all fake. As the employee read through the letter, his initially carefree expression slowly changed. He was shocked. "Chief editor, something's wrong." Li Jia furrowed his brows. "What is it? Making so much noise, don't you know that this is a workplace?" The employee shook his head. "Chief editor, it's really bad. The accuser is from the Eastern Han Group." Suddenly, Li Jia stopped what he was doing. With a face of astonishment, he snatched over the legal letter and scanned through it. How could it be? Li Jia was dumbfounded. He knew about Eastern Han Group. It was a well-known group in Shanghai. Even his Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash would occasionally report news related to them. However, they would only report the truth when it came to the Eastern Han Group because they dared not provoke them. But now, the Eastern Han Group has sent them a legal letter. How could it be? After reading its content, Li Jia was lost for words. He never thought that it would be related to that scallion pancake seller. How did a scallion pancake seller have relations with the Eastern Han Group? Moreover, they must have regarded him highly, to send a legal letter so quickly. Thinking about the Eastern Han Group's terrifying power, and its formidable law advisory team, Li Jia shuddered in fear. Quick, remove that article and send out an apology note immediately. Li Jia didn't think twice. This situation scared him. If the Eastern Han Group was seriously against him, even if he had the entire Shanghai Entertainment newsflash behind him, he wouldn't win. He was out of options. Li Jia scurried anxiously, but then he suddenly realized that his subordinates were all just staring blankly at him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and work. Do you want to be sued and go bankrupt? They all knew how the Eastern Han Group worked. They would not stop until their enemies were completely crushed. The editors were all frightened. They started getting busy. Although they didn't understand the whole situation, they could see from the chief editor's face that the situation was urgent. At that moment, not only Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash's chief editor was being scared by a legal letter. Shanghai Fashion News Platform's chief editor had received a legal letter as well. Initially, he too had thought little of the letter, but when he read the content, he was flabbergasted. Remove, apologize. It had to be a heartfelt apology. 3 Stars Entertainment Newsflash's chief editor was a beautiful lady. At that moment, she was scared to tears. It was a serious issue. And it was not just any serious issue. They could only pray for mercy. Sometimes, a legal letter isn't threatening at all. After all, it's just a piece of paper. However, sometimes, you have to see who the accuser is. Eastern Han Group, what the heck? How could a scallion pancake seller have relations with Eastern Han Group? This must be a joke. At that moment, several media groups in Shanghai started getting busy. They stopped everything else that they were doing. To them, the most important thing was to remove the articles and apologize. Over 10 media groups made their moves simultaneously, causing a stir on the internet. God *MN, did they see a ghost or something? These shitty media groups are writing apologies. Wow, who is this scallion pancake seller? He's awesome. To make that bullshit spewing 3 Stars Entertainment Newsflash apologize is like making the sun rise from the west. LMAO, what stimulated these editors? Why do I smell some kind of sucking up in these apologies? Carrot agreed by 2 inches. Apology note, Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash and all its employees would like to offer our sincere apologies to Master Lin. Due to negligence in our work and misunderstanding of the situation, we have made an untrue report and tainted Master Lin's reputation. After much reflection, we truly understand our mistake and deeply regret it. Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash expresses to you our deepest apologies and we only hope that Master Lin may forgive us. These media groups posted different versions of apology notes, but all with the same point, to apologize to Master Lin. It was evident in their tone and choice of words that these professional and experienced media people were all frightened. Just what happened to these media groups that made them cower like this? They were like a bunch of frightened kids. How terrifying. Lin Fan's Weibo exploded. Master Lin is too great. All those media groups have apologized. How awesome. These media platforms are all known for making blind reports. They would even call a white object black, toying with the people and doing anything to catch their attention. Even the government hasn't done anything to them. They've simply been allowed to do as they like. If there's one man I respect, it's Master Lin. However, I'd like to know what Master Lin really did to make these guys apologize. Haha, every day, when I look at Master Lin's Weibo, there's something new to see. Hey, where has the Flame War Emperor gone? I don't even see a shadow of him. At Cloud Street, Master Lin was laying there, leisurely holding a teacup in his hands. It was a carefree day for him. He had seen the situation on Weibo. He was delighted for a moment and didn't dwell on it. However, since they had apologized, he felt that he should be benevolent and reply to them. If you know your mistakes and are willing to change, it's never too late. Children, if you are naughty again, the next time won't be so easy. As soon as the post was sent, the media people replied instantly. They were all terrified. Shanghai Entertainment Newsflash, thank you, Master Lin. We will definitely report the truth in future. 3 Stars Entertainment Newsflash, we will bear Master Lin's teachings in mind. We'll never commit this mistake again. Lin Fan took a glance but didn't reply. He left it at that. A call came. Lin Fan said, I must really thank you for this time. Wang Mingyong replied, why all this formality? We're brothers. If you had asked earlier, I would have taken care of them long ago. Lin Fan chuckled, if they didn't insult me like that, I wouldn't have had to call you. Honestly though, I called you so late last night. Just how did they receive those lawyers' letters so early in the morning? Wang Mingyong laughed, you must not know how many lawyers I have. Your request wasn't a problem at all. I got people to deliver the letters straight to their doorsteps. After they saw the name, Eastern Han Group, they were scared shitless. Awesome, Lin Fan was in awe. This guy was a pro. It was yet another day. Recently, Lin Fan had been enjoying his life comfortably. Wu Huanyu's journey on, the new voice, had come to an end. Without any issues, she became the winner. That night, Lin Fan was among the stands to witness the historic moment. The fortune reading that Lin Fan did for Wu Huanyu back then was accurate. She indeed had a gift for singing. After becoming the champion, Wang Mingyang's team had already started to prepare for Wu Huanyu's imminent singing career, from her outfits to makeup. With the kind of money that Wang Mingyang had, it was easy to initiate Wu Huanyu's career, but she had to work hard in order to secure a bright future. Another morning, Lin Fan lay there in boredom as he sipped on his tea and read the news on his phone. Then, he looked at the time. It was going to be 9 a.m. soon. He had to leave for the Martial Arts Association. There were only 2 days to go to the annual show and Lin Fan had suggested that the kids relax so that they wouldn't be so nervous about the show. Although they listened to Lin Fan's words and made some changes to their behavior, they still trained from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Lin Fan looked at the people in his shop and said, there will be a joint performance in 2 days' time. Those kids have been training or performing too. You guys should come and show your support. Fraud Tian replied as he was smoking, sure, no problem. Fraud Tian was pretty interested in the joint performance show and even if Lin Fan didn't ask for their support, he had wanted to go and have a look. He specialized in Bagua Zhang and naturally, he wanted to see how Lin Fan had taught the kids. The phone rang and it was a call from Zhang Fei. Lin Fan smiled as he picked up the phone and said, Elder Zhang, what's up? Zhang Fei was a little surprised that Lin Fan was in a good mood, so he asked, Master Lin, do you know what happened? What happened? Lin Fan asked. Then, he smiled and said, wait for me to come to the classroom and we can discuss from there. No, Master Lin, Zhang Fei was a little speechless, he didn't know how to go about breaking the news to him. Just say whatever you want to say, why are you stuttering? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Fei sighed and said, the Martial Arts Association looked through the kids' documents and disallowed them to participate in the joint performance. Lin Fan was shocked and speechless for a moment. Then, he said with rage, oh, I'll be there shortly. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Zhang Fei hadn't finished his sentence but Lin Fan had already hung up. In the shop, Fra Tian and the rest felt that Lin Fan looked a little unusual and upset as if something bad had happened. Fra Tian asked, what's wrong? Lin Fan waved his hands and went out to retrieve his car. On the way there, Lin Fan was furious. It was too much for him to tolerate. At the Martial Arts Association, Wang Yunjia had already been reappointed his role. In the conference room, Vice President Guo said, the program for the joint performance has already been reported and approved. Please remember the sequence of the show and do not let any problems occur. Wang Yunjia smiled and said, don't worry, I assure you that nothing will go wrong. The chairman of Dacheng Quan said, is it really a good idea to remove Bagua Zhang from the show? Although he had something against Lin Fan, the kids had worked extremely hard under his leadership. Now, they've been removed from the show without any official reason. If they were to know about it, they'd definitely be heartbroken. The chairman of Tactical Tai Chi, Wang Desheng sat there without saying much, he just shook his head. He felt that the situation had gone overboard. What's so bad about that? Wang Yunjia asked. There is a change in the audience for the show and the leaders of Shanghai will be there to watch, along with some VIPs. Do you think it'd be good to let these disabled kids perform? If something were to happen, who is going to be responsible for it? You. Dingda shook his head and said, even if that's the case, this is a little uncalled for. You should know the temper of Lin Fan. If he finds out about this, I wonder what he'll do this time. Upon hearing Lin Fan's name, Wang Yunjia got angry and said, what do you mean by his temper? So do you think we should let him have his way? Even if he's unhappy with the change, he has to accept it anyway. Although Wang Yunjia put it that way, he played a large part in how the situation turned out. After all, Lin Fan had offended him. He was in charge of part of the name list for the show. Furthermore, he had brought the issue up to Vice President Guo on several occasions, emphasizing the importance of the joint performance. Vice President Guo was a little nervous and he didn't want to take the risk. In the end, he decided to remove Bagua Zhang from the show. Now that he had reported everything and gotten approval for it, even if Lin Fan was extremely upset, he couldn't change anything. Alright, I will speak to him about this. Let's talk about the upcoming events within the association, Vice President Guo said. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, a sports car came to a sudden halt. Zhang Fei went forward. Master Lin, stay calm. You have to stay calm. Zhang Fei was afraid that Lin Fan would cause trouble again. Lin Fan said angrily, Elder Zhang, tell me then. What is going on? Why can't they perform? Zhang Fei patted Lin Fan on his shoulder and said, the reason why there is a change is that the leaders from Shanghai will be there to watch the show and Vice President Guo was afraid that there would be a problem, so. Lin Fan just laughed bitterly and said, what a joke. What problem could possibly occur? What right do they have to say that these kids will mess it up and that they won't mess it up themselves? Zhang Fei empathized with how Lin Fan felt but he said, I know that, but now that the name list has been approved and finalized, it's pointless to be angry. The association didn't inform you because they were afraid that you'd be upset. Haha, Lin Fan laughed bitterly and said, is it because they're unhappy with me for what I did? And now they're taking revenge on me? Zhang Fei got a little anxious and said, no, it isn't like that. Master Lin, don't overthink things. It really isn't like that. Lin Fan didn't say much and went towards the association's building. Zhang Fei chased after him and kept trying to calm Lin Fan down. But Lin Fan wasn't in the mood to listen to such things. They were a bunch of FCKERS who wanted to bully people. In the classroom, Lin Fan tried to fake a smile and entered the room. Instructor Lin, Zhang Gao and his friends were red and their foreheads were sweaty. Lin Fan smiled and said, yeah, continue to work hard. There are 2 more days to go, but you must remember not to overexert yourselves. They replied, Instructor Lin, don't worry, we know that. Lin Fan nodded and said, alright, continue working hard. I'll be back in a moment. Then, he left the room. Lin Fan pointed at the kids in the classroom and said angrily, are Guo Zhen and his board members all idiots? Don't they have eyes to see this? These kids wake up at 6 AM every day and practice till 7 or 8 PM in the evening. And they're still afraid of something bad happening. Why not talk about Wang Yunjia and his trainees? They only start practicing from 9 or 10 AM and end at 4 or 5 PM. Won't they have problems then? Zhang Fei was unhappy with the decision made by the association too, but he was helpless. Then, he said, Master Lin, I know these things but. Lin Fan immediately waved his hands and said, alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I want to take a look and see what kind of rubbish they have to say. Zhang Fei looked at Lin Fan as he walked away. He knew that something big was about to happen again. Why didn't Vice President Guo think through his actions? He was really pissed off. These guys were just taking advantage of him. Were they blind? Couldn't they see the effort put in? However, it was normal. These days, if you had connections, you would succeed. If you had no connections or if you offended someone, no matter how hard you worked or how great you were, you could never go far. Most people could only suck it up and keep the emotions bottled up. He wouldn't have cared if it was someone else, but at that moment, he was the one being taken advantage of. Was he so easy to bully? The association members who passed by all stared blankly as they saw Master Lin's grave expression. What's with Master Lin today? He looks like he's angry. Don't you know, the Bagua Zhang performance has been cancelled. It can't be, those kids practiced so diligently. The last time I went, it was tear-jerking. So what if it's tear-jerking? Master Lin offended Chairman Wang and his men. Did you think they would forgive him so easily? Now, Master Lin is going to look for them. I think there might be trouble. Let's go. We'll check it out, They entered the association office building. When the association members saw Master Lin in the hall, some of them lowered their heads, some of them stared at him and some of them whispered behind his back. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks, Guo Chen, Wang Yunjie and the rest. Where are they? Complete silence. Nobody dared to answer him. They were all stunned by Master Lin's sternness. He was the image of a man with anger brewing in his heart, on the edge of exploding. Lin Fan asked again, this time in a gloomier tone. A lady pointed up. In the conference room, this lady knew the outcome regarding the performance. She was very displeased with the committee's decision, but she didn't have a high status. Her words would have just been disregarded. Now that Master Lin had come, she could only help by providing the information. Lin Fan nodded. Thanks. Lin Fan went straight upstairs without saying anything else, but everyone could tell that something big was about to take place. What do we do? Looks like trouble is going to happen. Master Lin has only been in the association for a few days, but everyone knows what a fiery temper he has. He might usually be polite, but now that he's been taken advantage of, he definitely won't just let it be. Should we call the police? What for? Do you want to blow things up even more? Master Lin is actually a really kind person. He's only been in the association for a while, but he's treating the matter regarding the kids with such importance. Do you understand the significance of the performance? Of course, everyone does except for them. As they whispered to each other, a loud thud came from above. It sounded a door being kicked open. They looked at each other. Something was bound to happen. It couldn't be avoided anymore. In the conference room, Lin Fan kicked the door open and entered. Vice President Guo and the rest shuddered when they saw him. Wang Yunjie stood up. What are you trying to do? Do you think there are no rules here? He was extremely displeased with Lin Fan, especially with his current behavior. What the heck was that? Kicking the door open without knocking, completely disregarding the association's regulations. When Lin Fan walked in, he started yelling, what the FCK are you doing? If there are any problems, settle them with me. To take it out on the kids, are you guys still humans? Wang Yunjie pointed his finger at Lin Fan, watch your tone. Do you know who you're talking to? Put your hand down. Vice President Guo stood up and rebuked Chairman Wang, then he said, Master Lin, this situation is complicated. It's not what you think. Please sit down and let me explain it to you. The MMA chairman, Wu Zhan, tried to mediate the situation. Master Lin, this is an association. It's not good to act like this. Listen to Vice President Guo and take a seat. We'll talk it out. Lin Fan didn't show them any respect. Don't interrupt me. I'm here today for Guo Chen and Wang Yunjie. If the two of you don't clear things out today, don't blame me for what happens. Wu Zhan shook his head and sat down. He couldn't talk to these young people. He could only sit down and watch. Many association members stood along the corridor. They didn't dare to go near, but the noise was so loud that everyone could hear it. When they heard Master Lin's words, all of them were shocked. This was an acrimonious tone, and there were names being called out too. Guo Chen, Wang Yunjie, something bad was definitely going down. They stood there silently. The whole corridor was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound. Lin Fan's behavior made Guo Chen put on a distasteful expression. Wang Yunjie was even more furious. Lin, don't you have any restraint? This is an association. He is the vice president. How could you speak in such a tone? Do you think that just because the headquarters specially invited you into the association, you can do whatever you like? Vice President Guo calmed his emotions. This matter did indeed start with a lack of consideration on our part to let Bagua Zhang qualify. But now, the situation regarding the performance has changed. The leaders of Shanghai will all be around, along with some distinguished guests. The association must display its best image. This concerns the entire association. Even if we have to remove the Bagua Zhang, it can't be helped. Lin Fan laughed coldly. What is displaying its best image? And what do you mean it can't be helped? Even this Wang Yunjie's FCK face can be displayed. Why do those kids' performance have to be removed? Vice President Guo said, Master Lin, I hope you can understand the difficulties we face. Those kids have some disabilities and this performance has a high degree of difficulty. If something is to happen during the performance, we can't afford to bear the responsibility. Lin Fan sneered, are you blind? High degree of difficulty. If something is to happen, do you know just how much these kids have put in just to practice for this performance? And now, because of your random and irrelevant concerns, all of it will go to waste. This is inhumane. Several other committee members turned away. They knew what Master Lin said was true. Those kids had indeed worked very hard. Lin, I know you're unsatisfied, but if something really goes wrong, would you take responsibility? Vice President Guo is thinking for the association. For everyone, don't be so ignorant, said Wang Yunjie. Lin Fan immediately kicked the conference table and shouted, what kind of vice president is he if he can't even bear this responsibility? Give up your seat to someone who has the guts to bear some responsibility. And don't speak as if he's so thoughtful. Just say it honestly. I, Lin Fan, have pissed you guys off and you're now taking your revenge on me. And this performance is your way of getting back at me. If you're men, don't play pretend anymore and just speak the truth. Get out. This is an association, not a place for you to behave so atrociously. I am the vice president and I have the authority to choose who participates. Right now, the names have already been confirmed. Even if you make a big ruckus, nothing will change. Get out of my sight now. I'm going to call the headquarters and express my severe reluctance for you to stay in the association. Vice President Guo had lost it. Since becoming Shanghai's association vice president, no one had dared to talk to him with such impudence. Lin Fan looked at the two of them and said just 3 words, FCK your mom. Vice President Guo and Wang Yunjie were furious. How dare you curse us? Curse you, I'm going to beat you, FC King Hell. At that moment, chaos broke loose in the conference room. Guo Chen and Wang Yunjie hadn't expected that he would make a move on them, nor had they dared to believe that he would do so, but now, they had no choice but to believe it. Lin Fan sent a kick flying towards them. It landed on Guo Chen's chest. Guo Chen's body slammed into the wall and he grimaced in pain. Wang Yunjie didn't want to give in to Master Lin as he threw punches at him. If it had been anyone else, those fists would have landed, but Lin Fan wasn't just anyone. He tilted his body to the side, then countered with a slap to Wang Yunjie's face. His palm left a bright red mark on Wang Yunjie's cheek. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Then, they came to their senses. Stop fighting, Master Lin, stop, you can't fight. Calm down, don't fight, what are you all looking at? Hurry up and intervene. Wu Zhan stepped forward immediately. He wrapped his arms around Lin Fan's waist and dragged him backward. Master Lin, I beg you to please stop fighting. Vice President Guo is indeed in the wrong, but nothing can be done now. Will you please calm your temper? FCK your mom. Wang Yunjie's eyes were red with fury. He charged towards Lin Fan. If I don't kill you today, I'll throw away my pride. What pride do you even have left? Lin Fan yelled back as he swept Wang Yunjie to the side with a kick. Wang Yunjie fell over a chair and tumbled over pitifully. Let go of me, Lin Fan roared. Master Lin, I'm begging you. Stop fighting. How could Wu Zhan even dare to let go? He was dumbfounded. What the heck was going on? He then screamed at the other three people, hurry up and restrain them. Do you want someone to die? Yuan Guang, Dingda, and Wang De rushed forward instantly to hold Vice President Guo and Chairman Wang back. The situation had gotten complicated. Hell had really broken loose. The association members who were listening from the corridor were all shocked. They hadn't thought that a fight would actually break out, and it sounded like such a fierce brawl too, but they didn't dare to go in. They knew that they couldn't afford to go in. Wang Yunjie was being restrained by Yuan Guang. Filled with rage, he exclaimed, Lin, let me tell you that this isn't over. Don't think that I'll let them participate in the performance now. As long as I, Wang Yunjie, am still around, don't even think about it. You're right, it's because we want to get back at you. What are you going to do about it? Vice President Guo was being restrained by Wang Desheng. He was still grimacing in pain. That kick he had just received was very heavy. He still hadn't recovered. Although he was still furious, he didn't want to keep fighting with this madman. Alright, the truth is out. Lin Fan pried Wu Zhan's arms apart and pushed him aside. Wu Zhan was the MMA chairman, so his body was naturally very strong and sturdy, but with one push from Lin Fan, he stumbled backward. I'll let you have your revenge. I'll let you keep up your despicable behavior. Lin Fan couldn't stand it. He picked up the documents on the conference table and swung them towards Wang Yunjie's face. Wang Yunjie was no match for Lin Fan. He was pinned to the wall and he took a flurry of hits. Yuan Guang and the rest immediately stepped in front of Lin Fan and tried to push him away, but he couldn't be moved at all. Wu Zhan backed up to the door and saw that there were so many people along the corridor. He instantly screamed at the top of his lungs, what are you all looking at? Hurry up and stop the fight. Master Lin was too strong. They wouldn't have been able to restrain him at all. Now that they were called upon, they dragged Wang Yunjie away instead. If they stayed there any longer, they feared that something would happen to them. Quick, take Vice President Guo and Chairman Wang away, Wu Zhan exclaimed anxiously. Chairman Wang's face was all bruised. They all gasped when they saw his face. How pitiful. As Wang Yunjie was dragged away, he kept on screaming at Lin Fan. However, there was a timid look in his eyes. He had been utterly defeated by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was being held back by Wu Zhan and the rest. Master Lin, if you are still angry then take it out on us instead. You can't keep fighting any longer. He was surrounded in the conference room. His rapid breathing slowed down and his fiery temper slowly settled down. Gazing at the performances program list on the conference table, he remained silent. Wu Zhan and the rest of them glanced at each other, but kept quiet as well, as if they were waiting for Master Lin's rage to dissipate. At that moment, Lin Fan raised his head. Chairman Wu, I'm sorry for just now. Don't worry about it, but please stop fighting, Master Lin. We know that this is Vice President Guo and Chairman Wang's fault, but it's already been set in stone. Nothing can change it anymore. Wu Zhan let out a breath of air in relief, seeing how Master Lin had finally calmed down. He had really been afraid that Master Lin wouldn't stop. Then, the association would have been in big trouble. After appeasing Master Lin, he had to gather all the association members and make sure that news of this incident wouldn't spread. Of course, he knew that it wasn't possible for it not to spread at all, but as long as it didn't reach the internet, it was fine. After a few moments of silence, Lin Fan stood up. His temper had settled. He placed the program list in his pocket. All right, I'm going to the practice room. Don't worry, I won't fight anymore. I won't dirty my hands anymore. Wu Zhan nodded awkwardly, as long as he didn't fight anymore. He had never experienced an event like this throughout his 5 years as the association's MMA chairman. It was truly eye-opening. He had seen through Master Lin's temper. If you were kind to him, he would treat you well. If you did something despicable, he would teach you a lesson in life. Chairman Wang had taken hits twice that day. He had been completely humiliated. However, Chairman Wang was a thick-skinned man. He could just forget this incident in the blink of an eye. At the hall downstairs, all the association members were looking at Lin Fan. They had gained tremendous respect for Lin Fan and they all wanted to give him a thumbs up. What a great man. Respect. Lin Fan cleared his throat softly. Please excuse me, I've disrupted everyone's rest. Everyone shook their heads instantly. Master Lin, you're amazing. We respect you, Master Lin, Master Lin didn't care about these compliments. He waved his hand and walked towards the practice room. Zhang Fei had wanted to say something to Lin Fan, but at that moment, he was at a loss for words. What the heck was that incident that just happened? Zhang Fei wouldn't submit to anyone else, but he had to give in to Master Lin. At the practice room entrance, Lin Fan tidied up his attire, then with a smile, he clapped his hands together. Everyone, gather for a moment. Instructor Lin, Lu Mingming's eyes were red as if he knew something. Lin Fan cleared his throat. In the last 2 days, practice well. The real test will be in 2 days' time, do you understand? Zhang Dao replied, yes, Instructor Lin. Huang Yayu was full of confidence. We'll definitely work hard. Lin Fan chuckled, good, that's the spirit. Now, practice the entire sequence from start to finish. I'll see if there are any issues. You're the vice president, you're the one who makes the decisions. You say that they can't participate. Fine, I don't have this authority. However, you have your authority, I have my way of doing things. Let's see who wins. If I was just an ordinary person, I would have just suck it up. But right now, I won't allow it. In 2 days, we'll meet on the performance stage. 2 days later. It was a bright and sunny day. There were 2 premium private cars parked outside the Chinese Martial Arts Association building. They had attracted the attention of members of the association as they didn't know what these cars were for. Elder Niu sat on a stool at the entrance. He smoked as he looked at these 2 cars. Then, he looked at the sports car beside them. He recognized the car. It belonged to Master Lin. In the building, Lin Fan clapped and said, "Kids, change into your costumes. We're going to leave soon." "Yes, Instructor Lin," the children replied as they smiled joyously. These costumes didn't belong to the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Lin Fan had hired someone to custom make them. They were of top quality. They were also comfortable to wear, which should help the children with their performance. Zhang Fei looked at Lin Fan and said, "Instructor Lin, let's not talk about other stuff. I'll be with you today." Lin Fan chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll create trouble again?" "Don't worry, I won't let that happen today. You don't have to follow us." Although Zhang Fei denied it, he felt as if something bad was going to happen. They had gathered together and were ready to leave. At the main walkway of the building, Vice President Guo, Wang Yunjie, Yuan Guang and a bunch of other people had also gathered together. Vice President Guo took a glance and then he turned away. He didn't want to speak to Lin Fan at all. Wang Yunjie looked a little unhappy as he tried to speak softly, but everyone still managed to hear him. Their outfits are so formal and proper. Could it be that they really think that they'll be performing? Wang Yunjie's face was still bruised and it was all because of Lin Fan. He couldn't recover in such a short time. He understood everything now. This fellow was a crazy man. There was no need to quarrel with him any further. Wang Yunjie was especially amused when he saw them all dressed up. The performance name list didn't include them, yet they still thought that they could perform. Then, he whispered to Vice President Guo as if he suddenly thought of something. Vice President Guo had wanted to ignore Lin Fan, but when he heard Wang Yunjie's words, he became a little nervous. Then, he got Dingda to find out what was happening. They had already dressed up for the show and if something stupid were to happen at the show, they'd be in deep trouble. Dingda heaved a sigh and said, "Master Lin, what are you guys doing?" Lin Fan glanced at him and said, "We're just sitting amongst the audience, that won't be a problem, right?" That better be it, Vice President Guo thought to himself. He waved his hands and said, "All right, since we're all here, let's leave." The Yang Taichi and the Da Chengquan members pointed at Zhang Dao and the rest as they whispered amongst themselves with disdain and ridicule. In their eyes, these people were different from them. They were normal people while these people were disabled. At the main gate of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Vice President Guo directed the trainees up an old bus which was rented. It charged several $100s for a half-day's rental. Elder Niu laughed and said, "All the best, kids." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Thanks, Elder Niu." Zhang Dao and his friends stood at the entrance as they didn't know which vehicle to board. Wang Yunjie gathered his members and got them to board the bus. Then, he laughed at Lin Fan. It was difficult to hail a cab in that district and although the bus wasn't full, he wasn't going to let any of them in. Dingda said, "Instructor Lin, there's still some space on the bus. Let your students board it." Wang Yunjie said in a mocking tone, "Instructor Lin doesn't need any vehicle." Lin Fan immediately opened the door of the premium private car and asked the children to board it. Then, he turned around and said, "It's good that you know." Wang Yunjie was furious, but when he saw them entering the black car, he was taken aback. Enraged, he went up the bus immediately. The children were extremely happy upon boarding the premium cars. These were borrowed from Wang Mingyang, even the drivers. For a wealthy man like Wang Mingyang, if there was anything he lacked, it wasn't cars. Fra Tian and the rest of the shop crew went to the venue on their own without Lin Fan. On the bus, Wang Yunjie said, "Brother Guo, I'm afraid this chap won't let things rest just like that. I think he'll cause trouble again." Vice President turned and said, "You think he dares to cause trouble again?" Wang Yunjie thought of the reputable leaders that would be attending the show and heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow was a tough person to handle, but it didn't seem like he was brave enough to cause trouble at the show with so many leaders around. But the few chairmen that sat behind them, including Dingda, felt uneasy. They could only hope for Lin Fan to do the right thing. The joint performance was a platform for members to perform, but the main purpose was still to raise awareness for the nation's quintessential culture. This time, there were great leaders from Shanghai as well as foreign VIPs who traveled the world to look at different performances of Chinese martial arts. Although they weren't Chinese, they were big fans of the Chinese cultural landscape. At the same time, this joint performance was the final performance show before the Americans and Chinese would proceed with building the first ever international martial arts academy in Shanghai. It was a breakthrough, as well as an experiment which attracted the attention of many people. Outside the venue, the performers gradually made their way into the venue. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his students had to use another door to enter the hall as they didn't have the tags for performers. The hall was already pretty packed. Fra Tian and the shop crew were sitting a short distance away while Lin Fan brought the kids to their seats and waited for the show to start. The reporters were preparing themselves backstage. The reporters broadcasted the show live on the internet. Meaningless, this show is meaningless. Yeah, it's just a joint performance. There's nothing special about it. I'm going to watch something else. I heard that Shanghai is going to have the first international martial arts academy in the country, which will be similar to any other university. It will even have a certification. So what, it doesn't concern us at all. After a while, the hosts appeared on stage. The male host said, "Greetings to all the leaders and guests." The audience replied, "Good afternoon. Thousands of years of Chinese culture. Its virtues and values will be awakened and spread across the 4 seas, said the male host. Hundreds of years of martial arts. Its brilliance and elegance will be spread across the world. The two hosts were starting the show. At the audience's seats. Zhang Dao and his friends were nervous. He held tightly onto his clothes with his only arm. Even his breathing was a little rushed. It was the first time they were there and they wanted to prove to themselves and everyone else that they were capable too. Lin Fan said, "Don't be nervous. Just follow the usual steps and believe in yourselves. You guys are the best." "Instructor Lin, will we really go on stage?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Trust me, I'll definitely make you guys perform." "Thank you, Instructor Lin. Why are you thanking me? I'm your teacher and I have to be responsible for you," Lin Fan smiled and said. He had already made the necessary preparations and it was soon to be showtime. Although it was going to offend a lot of people, he wasn't afraid at all. The male host said, "Today, they will be showcasing their best on stage for everyone. Please warmly welcome the performers from the Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association as they perform the Da Cheng Quan." At that moment, the joint performance officially began. The first performance was by the trainees that were trained by Ding De. Backstage, even Ding De was a little nervous. He said, "Do your best, don't be nervous." The trainees replied enthusiastically, "Yes, let's go." The crowd clapped and cheered as the Da Cheng Quan joint performance came to an end. It wasn't very loud, it was just a formality to applaud as the performers left the stage. After all, the people weren't that interested in the show at all. Backstage, Ding De wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was finally over, he felt that it had been a perfect performance. In the crowd, Vice President Guo sat with all the leaders. He clapped his hands vigorously. Not bad at all. The opening performance had been perfect. They just had to continue with the same standard for the rest of the show for the joint performances to conclude perfectly. Then, he glanced at Lin Fan and his students. As long as he didn't create any trouble, things would go smoothly. At that point in time, he saw that Lin Fan was applauding the performance on stage too and he felt a little more relieved. That kid isn't going to cause any more trouble. Lin Fan turned to the children and said, "Look, when you get on stage, as long as you don't regard the people in the audience as humans, you'll be good." The children just kept silent as they didn't know what to reply. The students trained by Ding De were indeed good and their performance didn't have any major issues. They looked fantastic, however, those were just his thoughts and the others may have thought of it differently. In the crowd, it wasn't very meaningful, it's the same every year. Yeah, it's just a lame performance, what else did you expect? Those foreigners found it so entertaining that they want to invest in the first international martial arts school in China. They must be kidding. Haha, in the live broadcast room. What the FCK? Someone tell me that I'm not the only one seeing this. That was obviously a dance performance. How could it be classified as a cultural performance of our nation? To the one above, stop complaining. It's a privilege for you to be able to watch this. How meaningless. This performance really felt like a dance performance. Time to change channels. I actually thought that the performances would be nice this time. The most honest and ruthless viewers were definitely the netizens. They didn't care about what you did. If it was a shitty and meaningless show, or if it was a fantastic show, they'd definitely voice out their opinions. Backstage, Wang Yunjia nodded and said, "Brother Ding, that was good. It looks like the best performance of this show is going to be yours." Ding De humbly waved his hands and said, "My students are average at best, how could they match up to you?" Wang Yunjia just laughed and didn't rebut his views, as if he really deserved the praise. But he was really confident that his performance would be the best in this year's show. The rest of the chairman could just stand aside and watch. Meanwhile, the host stepped onto the stage. The male host said, "The Chinese culture has a long and rich history which has withstood countless trials. The culture of Tai Chi is the basis of many others and is considered one of the main aspects of Chinese culture." The female host asked, "What is Tai Chi?" The reporter paused for a moment, then she made some hand gestures as she talked. To put it simply, Tai Chi is a circle of yin and yang. The male host said, "Tai Chi is the basis of Chinese martial arts and it is at least 400 years old. It helps to keep you healthy and safe. Furthermore, it helps you to boost your vitality and it is nice to watch." The female host said, "Let us now invite the Yang Tai Chi students of the Martial Arts Association to perform Yang Tai Chi." Lin Fan furrowed his brows as Wang Yunjia and his students took the stage. Tai Chi was representative of the nation's cultural arts. At this moment, everyone started to watch the show more intently. Vice President Guo and the foreign guests whispered among themselves as if they were discussing the origins and history of Yang Tai Chi. The guests nodded and looked very interested. Wang Yunjia faced his students and shouted, "Give me your fullest concentration." In the broadcast room, DMN, this is it. It's Tai Chi. This is it, my bastards, it's just a bunch of soft idiots. Haha, you speak like you know everything, how would you know that they're soft? As the show progressed, to those above, I'm sorry, but they really are soft. Haha, how disappointing, I'd rather go to the park and watch the elderly practice Tai Chi than watch these fools. This is a joint martial arts performance. Why doesn't it have some rock smashing? That would have been so much more interesting. I really don't know how these people are still seated there. Don't they find this boring? Vice President Guo discussed with the guests as he pointed at the students on stage. His smile became even wider as he felt that the show was running really smoothly. To those who knew about martial arts, they could tell although the students' movements were okay, they lacked vigor. But the foreign guests didn't understand these things. They just needed to see good visual effects. From their point of view, this Yang Tai Chi didn't look very interesting. One of the foreign guests said uncomfortably, "Why does it feel like they're really soft? It doesn't have a strong impact." Vice President Guo smiled awkwardly and said, "Tai Chi is like that, don't see them as being soft. It's not a true representation of their true inner strength. It'd be sufficient to use light forces against normal opponents and impactful blows against stronger ones." The guests asked, "Inner strength? Is that some sort of inner power? Is it the kind that would make a person fly with one punch?" I've spoken to instructor Yan Feng before because I wanted to try it out, but I haven't had the opportunity to do so. What else could Vice President Guo say? It's inner strength, it's inner power. It was just nonsense. After all, they were still guests and Vice President Guo could only smile awkwardly. At first, he had been rather satisfied with Wang Yunjia's performance, but now, he wasn't happy at all. Why weren't there any impactful blows? The leaders that participated in this year's annual show were indeed reputable and renowned in Shanghai. They were actually doing their job by watching the joint performance. They knew what was going on, but they couldn't voice out their thoughts. If they discredited the nation's cultural arts, they would probably be unable to bear the consequences. They just sat there, speechless and expressionless. Then, they looked at the time and realized that there was still a long way to go. Backstage, Wang Yunjia looked at his students as he was filled with pride and satisfaction. He said, "Yeah, that was good. There weren't any problems with your movements." The students laughed joyously. "Instructor, aren't we gifted? We only practiced for 1 month." To those students, that was all there was to Tai Chi. They just had to memorize the movements to be called martial arts experts. Wang Yunju nodded. "Yup, that's natural talent." The students just laughed as they were proud of what they had done. After a while, they gathered in a corner and discussed what could have happened on stage. Like how their shoes almost slipped out and how they almost forgot the next movement and the sudden increase in tempo, etc. Time passed very quickly and Lin Fan saw that it was finally the last performance of the night. Then, he stood up and went towards the hosts who were resting backstage. In the resting area, the two hosts were chatting casually as they drank water and waited for the show to end. Although the runtime wasn't long, it was extremely stressful. After all, the big leaders of Shanghai were there in the audience. If they messed something up, they'd be in deep trouble too. Lin Fan opened the door and entered the room. The male host asked, "Who are you? Outsiders can't enter this area." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "I am a chairman of the association and I'm here to take a look." After he knew who Lin Fan was, the male host felt a little more relieved and said, "Hi, I'm sorry but outsiders can't enter this area. The show's about to end, could you return to your seat?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Yeah, I know that." The female host said, "The performance is over, we gotta get back on stage." The male host nodded. Suddenly, Lin Fan went forward to snatch his microphone and went onto the stage. The hosts were stunned. They shouted at him but he didn't turn back at all. Vice President Guo then looked at Lin Fan's seat and realized that he was gone. At that moment, he felt that something bad was about to happen. Just as he turned back to look at the stage, he was overwhelmed with shock. The fella charged towards the stage. Vice President Guo was cursing him in his heart. "What the hell are you trying to do? What others didn't dare to do, he dared. What others were afraid of, he was unafraid." Everyone, including him, knew the importance of the joint performance. As the Chinese idiom goes, the barefooted aren't afraid of wearing shoes. He wasn't going to hit or scold anyone, but just go and speak the truth on the stage. If he got rejected, he'd have nothing to say because at least he tried his best. The two hosts were panicking. "Bro, please come back here." They were stunned. What was going on? In just a flash, this fella had actually managed to take the microphone and go up on stage. This made them feel extremely helpless. Should they go up on stage or stay put? If they were to go on stage, what could they say? But if they stayed there, how would the performance come to an end? Backstage, Wang Yunjia exclaimed, "This guy is crazy. Doesn't he know the situation here? If something happens, is he going to take responsibility for it? He's such an idiot." Dingda was overwhelmed with shock. "Instructor Lin, you're asking for death." Yuan Guang was speechless. His hand trembled while holding a cigarette. Wu Zan wiped the sweat from his forehead. How could anyone be as crazy as him? Below the stage, Fra Tian was overwhelmed with shock as he said, "How impressive, he actually took to the stage to cause trouble." Wu Yulan just stared blankly and felt very curious. It was the first time she had witnessed such a thing. The hosts felt lost and they didn't know how to react to someone who had stolen their microphone. Vice President Guo was so shocked that he stood up. He hadn't expected the fella to rush to the stage at such a timing. Also, he wanted to give himself a tight slap for allowing him to do it. He had already had a feeling that Lin Fan was going to cause trouble but he hadn't expected him to really do it. The guests looked at the man on stage and didn't know what was his purpose for doing that. The great leaders of Shanghai all frowned and didn't know what was going on. Where did this man come from? Then, they looked at Vice President Guo. When Vice President Guo saw the doubtful looks on the faces of these leaders, he felt even more afraid. Finally, he decided to shout at Lin Fan, "What are you doing? Get down." Lin Fan just smiled and ignored him. In the broadcast room. "I smell something fishy, I'm afraid something major is going to happen later." "Hey, who is this man? Shouldn't it be the hosts taking the stage?" "I have no idea, but look at that man standing in the crowd. He looks so anxious." "DMN, did something bad happen? How could that be? It's definitely a special program. Can't you see who's in the audience? The second in command of Shanghai is just there. Who'd have the guts to cause trouble here?" Meanwhile, the reporters that were at the back. "What's happening? It looks like a problem has occurred. Look at the expression of Vice President Guo of Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association. He looks really off. He even asked the man on stage to come down. It looks like this isn't planned. Something's going to happen. Quick, record it. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in a joint performance. Perhaps it's just a blessing in disguise." Vice President was sweating in fear. He wanted to give a report to the leaders but he didn't know what to say. If he had known about it, he would have stopped this guy from going up on stage even if it meant that he would get his legs broken. This fella really isn't afraid of death. I thought that since the performance had such important leaders in the audience, he wouldn't dare to mess things up. He should have understood the problems it'd bring. On the stage, Lin Fan tried to neaten his attire. He placed the microphone beside his mouth. "To all the respected leaders and guests, good evening. I am the Bagua Zhang, chairman of the Shanghai Chinese Martial Arts Association. I wasn't supposed to be in this show but now that I'm here, I just want to say a few things to speak up for my students. Guys, please come up on stage." Zhang Gao and his friends were extremely nervous. When they heard Lin Fan's instructions, they stood up and walked towards the stage. The crowd looked at the kids and were extremely curious as to what they were going to do. Then, the reporters at the back started to react. "I know who he is. I've been reading the news for the past few days. He's a chairman from the Chinese Martial Arts Association. He had a conflict with the association and it went viral on the internet. DMN, so it's him. What does he want now? Could it be that something bad has happened again? The reporters were fired up. They had found another piece of breaking news. The crowd was still puzzled as to what the kids were going to do. Why did they only have one arm? Lin Fan looked at the 6 children behind him and smiled at the crowd. He said, my decision to come on stage today has already infuriated some people because I didn't listen to them and now I've messed up the sequence of the show. But what I want to say is that I'm not afraid of this. Even if there are important VIPs among us today, I have to finish what I want to say. After that, he nodded at the notable leaders in the crowd and said, I hope the leaders will understand. The guests were very interested as to what he was going to do. Vice President Guo's heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was as if it was the end of the world for him. Dear VIPs, notable leaders and guests, as you can see, the children standing behind me are all born with flaws. Some people may think that they're disabled and useless, but many more would feel that they deserve our sympathy. What I want to say is that they do not need any sympathy or pity. They just need to be treated fairly. Initially, they were supposed to be performing in this annual show and they've been working extremely hard for it, but their segment has been cancelled because of my personal conflict with the association. I don't know if these people from the association are able to sleep properly at night, but I suppose they've been sleeping feeling guilt-free because they're used to abusing their power to get rid of people that have offended them. It doesn't matter if you work extremely hard or if you're gifted. To them, as long as you don't fear them and respect them, you're an unworthy being. I sincerely urge every single one of the guests here to give the kids a chance to prove themselves. Thank you, I've said what I wanted to say. Then, the crowd became silent, as if they had been stunned by his words. The reporters were also overwhelmed with shock. They hadn't thought that someone would actually say such a thing in a setting like this. Some people, although he didn't mention any names, how could they not know who he was referring to? Suddenly, the audience started to applaud, and although they didn't scream and shout, everyone was cheering them on. Vice President Guo's face was as white as paper. He just stood rooted to the ground. Fear, respect, unworthy being, how the hell can you say such things? Then, Vice President Guo was so angry that he wanted to kill him. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be courageous enough to say such a thing in a setting like this. Wasn't he afraid of the consequences of his actions? Backstage, Wang Yunjia was dumbfounded. Then, he started to scold him profusely. FCK, he's just asking for it. Dingda and the rest of the chairmen just lowered their heads in shame as if this had all been caused by them. The leaders looked sternly at Vice President Guo and he started to sweat in fear. He wanted to explain things to them, but they didn't bother about him. They looked at Lin Fan on stage and said, please let the children perform. Lin Fan smiled and said, thank you. In the broadcast room, DMN, I didn't watch this for nothing. There's actually a conspiracy in such a small-scale joint performance show. Haha, is this even considered small-scale? Such conspiracies are common, it's just that nobody has ever gotten the courage to say it on stage before. These people are really inhumane. FC King Dogs. Bro, that was a good one. I'm 100% supportive of you. What he said was so true. They really lack fair treatment. I have a colleague who also has only one arm, but he is extremely professional when it comes to working and he's always the best. They aren't worse than people with all 4 limbs and sometimes they're even better than us. This fella must be crazy. The association probably cancelled this segment to prevent any problems from occurring. What can a bunch of disabled kids do? To the one above, I hope your whole family dies. Please construct a sentence with, can you or can you not, for the person 2 comments above me. To the person 3 comments above me, can you or can you not FCK my wife? DMNNN, 6666, +1, Lin Fan nodded at the kids and said, give your best effort. Zhang Dao and his friends were teary-eyed. They weren't stupid and they knew that Instructor Lin had offended a lot of people just to seek justice for them. But he had always been happy in front of them as if the world was always perfect. They resisted the urge to cry. Instructor Lin, thank you. Could you stay with us? We would like to share the stage with you. Lin Fan was taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, all right. He didn't reject them, for this was already the last time. He had fulfilled his wish by letting them perform in this annual show. Lin Fan led the kids as they split into 2 rows of 3, one on the left and the other on the right. It was the first time Lin Fan was practicing Bagua Zhang in full. The knowledge of the encyclopedia was already embedded in his mind and thoughts. His arms and legs moved elegantly. He raised his arms and walked with a swagger. He had such an impressive stage presence. It was real kung fu. It could never be done just by memorizing the movements. Ha! The children made a series of loud and crisp shouts as they performed, which raised their vigor. Zhang Gao and his friends hadn't had much time to practice. Although they couldn't understand the meaning behind their actions had no flaws. Furthermore, it created a different effect with Lin Fan leading the stage. The continuous changes in actions and movements had stunned and amazed the crowd. If it had just been the kids performing the movements, it would have been sufficient to get 70 marks, but with Lin Fan leading them and amazing the crowd, it was definitely sufficient to get full marks. The audience couldn't take their eyes off them. Stunning, simply stunning. These kids were surprisingly fantastic. The guests' spirits were lifted and they looked extremely enthusiastic. It was exactly what they had been looking for all evening. Fra Tian was simply stunned by the impressive performance. Although he hadn't challenged Lin Fan to a fight before, he could tell that Lin Fan was much stronger than he was. He was a little sad and he wondered how Lin Fan had trained to become so much stronger than himself. How infuriating. With Lin Fan leading the performance, it seemed like the children weren't even nervous at all. It was as if they were practicing their movements in their usual classroom setting and they were performing even better than in their training. It was like they had an aura that surrounded them which allowed them to perform at such a high level. Backstage, Dingda looked at the performance and heaved a sigh. He had to admit that it was a great performance. Even his own students couldn't match up to them. They all had elegant performances, but Lin Fan and his students had much more stage presence than any of them. They were simply more energetic. At that moment, he could feel their energy just from watching Lin Fan and the students perform on stage. Ding De just clapped and said, "Superb." Yuan Guang and the rest of the headmasters nodded profusely as they also thought that the performance was marvelous. Wang Yunjie just sat still. He was extremely angry after witnessing what Lin Fan had done. But the current situation left him helpless. He couldn't do anything to salvage the situation. The time passed quickly, and finally, the last movement ended. The whole crowd became silent. 10 seconds later, every single spectator stood up and clapped extremely loudly. The standing ovation lasted for some time. Good, that was good. I had such a good time watching that. This is the true quintessence of the nation's culture, filled with energy along with fantastic stage presence. The previous performances can't even hold a candle to this. The children were a little sweaty but they smiled and laughed. They couldn't contain their happiness after witnessing that everyone was clapping and cheering for them. Even the renowned leaders of the country also stood up and clapped as they smiled. They looked ecstatic. Vice President Guo just stood there awkwardly and didn't know what to do. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by how good the performance turned out to be. It was unlike any other performances. As the main person in charge of the event, he had cancelled this segment of the performance. Perhaps nobody else besides him would ever believe that there was no conspiracy in this. Lin Fan and the children stood on stage and smiled brilliantly at the crowd. Then, he looked at the kids and said, "Look, they are all clapping for you. You guys have succeeded and obtained the recognition of everyone." Zhang Dao and the other kids used the only arms they had to wipe their tears as they smiled beautifully. They were extremely joyous and it was a kind of joy that they had never felt before. The foreign guests stood up and said, "Amazing, this must be true Kung Fu." Lin Fan took the microphone and spoke softly, "Thank you." After that, he walked off the stage. The performance had ended and it was time for him to leave the scene. Then, a foreign guest shouted, "Please hold on for a moment. In Chinese Kung Fu, does inner strength count as inner power?" The question stunned the entire crowd and they were secretly laughing at him. How could inner strength be considered to be inner power? Besides, they hadn't even witnessed true inner strength. Who knew if it even existed? Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and didn't know how to explain. Then, he went to a rostrum and raised his hands to clap gently. Then, he lowered his hands and smiled before bringing the kids to leave the stage. What does that even mean? The foreign guests were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what that meant. The crowd also didn't understand what had just happened. When Lin Fan left the stage, the rostrum on the stage suddenly cracked loudly and collapsed. The whole crowd was overwhelmed with shock. What? The foreign guests were stunned and their faces turned red as they said, "Inner power, it must be inner power." The crowd was completely stunned. How could it be? The stand was made of wood. They had also witnessed that the clap earlier was gentle and it didn't seem to have much strength behind it. However, the stand actually collapsed. Even if a person gave it a hard kick or used a hammer to smash it, it might not have collapsed. Meanwhile, the reporters were extremely excited when they witnessed what had happened. Breaking news. It's a piece of breaking news. The entire crowd simply exploded with excitement. "Instructor Lin, where are you going?" asked the children. Lin Fan smiled and said, "You guys can head back first. I still have to settle something." The kids were to take the 2 luxurious private cars back to the Association for the Handicapped. As for the Chinese Martial Arts Association, it was best for them not go back there. As for that day's incident, it was all over. The people back at the Chinese Martial Arts Association couldn't find trouble with Lin Fan anymore. Fraud Tian walked over and said, "Awesome, I'm impressed." "It's impossible for you to not be impressed," Lin Fan replied. Fraud Tian was really impressed by Lin Fan for having the courage to speak up about such an issue on stage. Wu Yulan looked at Lin Fan and realized that her impression of him had completely changed. She hadn't expected that he would do something like that for the children. Zhang Fei walked over. He looked extremely shocked. He said, "Instructor Lin, are you going to leave?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yeah, why should I stay? I've realized that this association isn't suitable for me. Please help me write a withdrawal letter. I think they must be praying for that to happen." Zhang Fei didn't know what to say but he was truly impressed by Instructor Lin. Although Lin Fan was younger than him, he dared to do such a thing which Zhang Fei would never dare to do. For that, he deserved respect. Is there no other way? Zhang Fei didn't want Instructor Lin to leave and if even he wanted to stay, the association wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Lin Fan waved his hands and said, "Nah, I really don't like it. I have so much to do on a daily basis. I don't have time to spend on things like this." The current situation had caused a conflict in Lin Fan's heart but it was a good thing that it was finally over. He hadn't expected the foreign guest to ask such a question just when he had been about to leave. At that moment, he had been hesitant as he didn't want to explain much. But he felt that something would be missing if he had left the stage just like that. In the end, he decided to just give a blow and put on a show as he left the stage. Zhang Fei tried to convince him to stay but Lin Fan was set on leaving the association. He would be crazy to still stay in the association. What was the point? He'd just be quarreling with those idiots in the association. Life as a scallion pancake seller was so carefree, he'd be crazy to stay in the association and be infuriated by the people there. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "Elder Zhang, perhaps we will meet again." Then, Lin Fan left with Fraud Tian and the rest as he drove off. That was how things would end. As for what had happened, it had nothing to do with him anymore and the association had to settle it on their own. In the car, Fraud Tian laughed and said, "But seriously though, that Vice President Guo must really want to kill you." Lin Fan casually replied, "Perhaps he thought he could really suppress me. Anyway, he definitely won't be in the mood for this anymore. Whether he remains as the vice president of the association will all boil down to his fate." Fraud Tian was stunned. He said, "Tell me honestly, that final blow just now, how did you do it?" Lin Fan was a little surprised. "You mean you can't do that?" Fraud Tian was speechless. "DMNU, you think I'm really a martial arts expert with inner powers?" Lin Fan didn't know how to explain and said, "Forget it, just treat me like an expert then." Fraud Tian had nothing else to say. Outside the event location. Wang Yunjie ran out in rage. He wanted to kill Lin Fan but there was nobody around when he came out as they had already left. Wang Yunjie felt like he was going to have a mental breakdown. Things weren't like how they used to be anymore. He'd rather let things be reported to the media. That way, he'd still have a way to survive. But now, what could he do to salvage the situation? This fella actually exposed them on stage and the audience was filled with various notable leaders of Shanghai. Things had been immediately made known to the highest-ranking leaders and they wouldn't just let things be. He finally understood everything. He finally understood why Lin Fan dared to speak the truth at the joint performance. Lin Fan had seen this day coming all along. He had wanted to crush the association's leaders and not give them any way to survive. Wang Yunjie's phone rang. It was from Vice President Guo. Guo Chen said, "You better FC King get to the backstage right now. I'll be waiting for you there." Wang Yunjie was speechless. The next day, the media exploded. Shocking revelation, what we need is a fair chance and not your pity. A group of kids was treated unfairly by people abusing their power. The just instructor Lin took courage to speak up for the children. The true master showed his powers again as he stunned the crowd with just one blow. The foreigners were all dumbfounded as they chanted, "Kung Fu, Kung Fu." Meanwhile, online, how shocking, that must be true skills. I tried to smack my own table at home several times and now my palms are red. Impressive, very impressive, it must have stunned so many people. FCK, I've become such a huge fan of this man. It's so moving. Although it's just a joint performance, I actually cried from watching it. I feel that the children's smiles after the performance were the most beautiful smiles on earth. If this man hadn't appeared, what would have happened to these kids? Perhaps they'd have been traumatized by this event. I really wonder how that man became the vice president of the association. They must be blind. That final blow completely stunned me. I was shocked beyond words. Breaking the rostrum wasn't scary but breaking it with a gentle blow like that was insane. Imagine what would have happened if he used all his power. Let's not talk about other things. This man deserves all our respect. Indeed, he dared to expose everything on stage for a group of children that had little or even no relation to him. Just for his courage, he deserves our respect. The joint performance yesterday wasn't supposed to be such a huge event. The most that could happen was for it to be reported by some small media platforms. But because of Lin Fan, it had become viral and many people were reporting about it on the news. The content involved the Association of the Handicapped and the Chinese Martial Arts Association as well as the conspiracy behind everything. The Association of the Handicapped also expressed their views on this. They felt that these children had been treated unfairly by the Chinese Martial Arts Association. The netizens were all flaming the Chinese Martial Arts Association and wanted to seek justice for them. Furthermore, they were just kids. In the eyes of many netizens, they deserved to be protected. But nobody had expected such an outcome. At Master Lin's shop on Cloud Street. "Fraud, please go have a walk outside and don't come back until I give you a call." Lin Fan was panicking. The encyclopedia was about to make life difficult for him again. The third task had been completed but the notification sound came only after he had returned to his shop. He was afraid, especially since Fraud Tian was just in front of him. If the next task had something to do with Fraud Tian again, then it'd be really depressing. Fraud Tian was shocked. He asked innocently, "What happened? Why'd I have to leave?" Lin Fan anxiously replied, "Just get out first." Fraud Tian was really confused. "No, you have to explain it to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do outside." It's too late. Lin Fan was already familiar with the sound of the encyclopedia. The moment he received a prompt, he knew that he was FCKED. The third task has been completed. Encyclopedic points +20. Unlocking the fourth page of knowledge. It will also be related to someone close to the host. Tian Hanming is a huge fan of the host, therefore, the fourth class of knowledge to be unlocked is locksmithing. Lin Fan felt defeated. Locksmithing, are you sure this isn't a joke? Task, as usual, to become the famous Master Lin. Reward, encyclopedic points +20 and the ability to unlock the fifth page of knowledge. Note, since it is a small class of knowledge, there is no need to be involved in the profession. Current encyclopedic points, 98. Fraud Tian suddenly shuddered and said, "It's so cold. How could it be so cold when it's so sunny outside?" Wu Tian he could sense that Master Lin was behaving weirdly. He asked, "Master Lin, are you okay?" Lin Fan facepalmed himself and waved his hands weakly as if he had something to say. Then, he said softly, "Fraud." Fraud Tian asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Fan said, "Follow me to the park, I want to practice with you." Fraud Tian was shocked. "Wow, I can't do it. I'm weak and frail, how can I withstand your blows?" What Lin Fan was most afraid of was that the encyclopedia would use Fraud Tian as the main source of knowledge and tasks. The main problem was that Fraud Tian used to have too many careers which included cleaning services and sales. At least becoming a locksmith wasn't that bad. If it had been cleaning services, he probably would have killed Fraud Tian. Now that things had advanced to such a stage, there was no turning back. He opened the encyclopedia. Encyclopedic points, 98. The task was a little complicated. It was just locksmithing, how could he become a famous Master Lin? Fraud Tian looked at Lin Fan suspiciously and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lin Fan felt scarred. "Yeah, something bad happened." Fraud Tian said, "That's just a pity, I definitely won't be of much help." After such a miserable event, he vowed to avoid Fraud Tian in future and not let him ruin his life. Just as Lin Fan was talking to them in the shop, a bunch of townsfolk came over and gathered outside. "Little boss, your D***M impressive." Of course, little boss was insane. I read the news today. People like them should be exposed. The townsfolk kept complimenting him. As long as they had phones, they all would have seen the news. When they saw the man on stage, they recognized little boss instantly. Therefore, they came over early in the morning to compliment little boss so that he'd be happy. Perhaps little boss would sell more scallion pancakes then. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone." A resident said, "Little boss, you don't have to thank us. Why not sell more scallion pancakes in future? Lin Fan was taken aback as he shook his head and said, the daily limit of 10 scallion pancakes is fixed. The residents were heartbroken. They had been hoping that he would sell more scallion pancakes. They were used to queuing up for it every day. At least it gave them hope of tasting the coveted scallion pancakes. Wu Yulan gave out the number tags and Lin Fan started picking 10 lucky winners from the crowd. Those that got chosen were extremely excited while those who didn't were a little disappointed. But they were already familiar with the rules set by Little Boss and hence they didn't have much of a reaction. If they didn't get chosen that day, they still could try the next day. Number 97. That's me, that's me. A slightly plump lady rushed to the front of the shop. I heard from others that the scallion pancakes here are super delicious and I've decided to try my luck today. It really paid off. The plump lady chuckled. Lin Fan raised his head and smiled. Yeah, your luck is indeed good. There are people who've queued here for a long time. The plump lady liked to try out different delicacies and she found out about these scallion pancakes on a gourmet food forum. She was there to queue early in the morning before work but she hadn't expected to be chosen on her first attempt. She was extremely lucky. In a short while, the first scallion pancake was ready to be served. The plump lady held it and wanted to take a bite but then she cried out when she looked at her watch. It's too late, I'm going to be late for work. She immediately ran off. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed. Then, he continued to make scallion pancakes. He looked at the people who were queuing. There were many of them and the number seemed like it was increasing but the daily limit of 10 scallion pancakes was still fixed. Lin Fan felt really proud of his scallion pancakes when he witnessed the devilish expressions of the people who had eaten them. It was 10 a.m. Lin Fan lay there with nothing to do. The matter with the association was finally over and he didn't want to go there anymore. As for what was going on there, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Anyway, it didn't have anything to do with him. Little boss. Lin Fan looked over, then stood up and laughed. Chief Lu, what brings you here today? I haven't seen you in such a long time. Lu Xiaotian was extremely busy. As a platoon leader, he had to ensure Shanghai was a safe place. The residents had been leading safe and peaceful lives but they didn't know that it was because of people like Lu Xiaotian that they could have such lives. Hey, it's rare that I can take a break so I decided to come here and take a look, Lu Xiaotian smiled and said. Lin Fan went to the cart and made a scallion pancake for Lu Xiaotian. Lu Xiaotian was stunned but he smiled and said, little boss, I know of your rules. You can't bribe me with this. Lin Fan smiled and said, yeah, treat yourself like you're at home. You've worked so hard for all of us. Lu Xiaotian hadn't eaten the scallion pancakes for a long time and he immediately said, I shall eat it then. You don't know, Lu Xiaotian stopped as he took a bite. Suddenly, his facial expression changed as he closed his eyes. Lin Fan just smiled. It looked like Chief Lu was going to be dominated by a scallion pancake again. Even the strongest people weren't able to escape from the wrath of the scallion pancakes. Little boss, sorry to have been a joke to you. I can't help but make such awkward expressions every time I eat these scallion pancakes, Lu Xiaotian said. Lin Fan smiled. Chief Lu, what have you been busy with lately? Sigh, don't bring it up. A few days ago, someone wanted to commit suicide but we managed to save him. After our investigations, we found out that he had lost all his money from an email scam. We're still finding out who's the culprit. It's been a few days and we still don't have a clue, Lu Xiaotian said. These online scams were the hardest to solve. If the culprit was captured, it was only due to luck. Oh, these scams are the worst. Chief Lu, you could go to Sichuan and take a look. Perhaps you will find something there, Lin Fan said. How could it? Lu Xiaotian stopped as he thought of how capable Lin Fan was. Then, he anxiously asked, little boss, did you say Sichuan? Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Lu Xiaotian immediately stuffed the scallion pancake into his mouth and left hurriedly. Little boss, if this is true, you'd have done us a great service again. Lin Fan just waved his hands as he didn't think much of this. He didn't mind helping out to create a more peaceful society. At that moment, at Shanghai Renhe Hospital, the plump lady who bought the scallion pancake from Lin Fan in the morning was a nurse at Renhe Hospital. After she was done with her work, she came back but realized that her scallion pancake was gone. Although she wasn't really affected, she was curious as to what had happened. Xiao Li, where did the scallion pancake go? Liang Yuan asked. Xiao Li said, I don't know. Didn't you place it on this cart earlier? Oh, I remember now. This cart just went to ward number 3. Ward 3, isn't that the severely anorexic little lady? I bought the scallion pancake from the streets and it's really oily. How could she eat it? No, I have to take it back quickly, Liang Yuan said anxiously as she went towards Ward 3. At Ward 3, noise could be heard from outside. I'm not going to eat it, take it all away. A girl said with a hoarse and weak voice. Li, listen to mummy, just eat a little, okay. A lady's voice rang out. She was using a pleading tone. However, it was useless to the girl. I don't want to eat it. Bam, asterisk. The bowl and chopsticks fell to the ground. Liang Yuan pushed the door open and saw what had happened. She was already used to it. She felt sympathy for the girl. She was only 15 or 16 years old and it was at the peak of her puberty but she was suffering from such severe anorexia. The death rate for severe anorexia was 20%. Wang Lili was on the brink of death. Weighing only 35 kilograms with a heart rate of 46 bpm, she could die anytime. Nurse, Wang Lili's mother called out with a sorrowful expression as she looked at the nurse. Wang Lili just lay down on the bed. She was extremely skinny. Her cheeks were sunken and her eye sockets were obvious. Her arms were like reed stems. They were extremely thin and looked brittle. Lili, listen to me, eat a little okay. Liang Yuan had forgotten about the scallion pancake after looking at Lili. She just wanted her to eat something. Wang Lili just turned away in silence. Nurse, thank you. I really don't know what to do anymore, Wang Lili's mother said as she shook her head. She had done research on anorexia before and she found that the typical anorexia sufferer could be easily treated with a right mindset. However, her daughter was suffering from such severe anorexia that even if she was fed something small, she'd probably spit it out. Eating was like a painful torture to Lili. The hospital was also at a loss and they didn't know what to do. They could only feed Li with medicine and vitamins to sustain her life. Liang Yuan tried to console her, "Don't give up, things will definitely get better." Madame Wang just held her tears back as she didn't dare to cry. She was afraid that it would trigger her daughter. She was just 15 years of age, how could she suffer from severe anorexia? Her phone wallpaper was an old picture of Wang Lili. She was plump, innocent, and cute, but she looked completely different now. Liang Yuan sat by the bed. She looked at the cartload of food and said, "Eat some vegetables, okay?" "No, I feel fine now," Wang Lili said. She felt that her current figure was perfect. It was much better than before. She used to be teased by all her classmates and now they definitely would be envious of her body. Liang Yuan said, "If you eat some, you'll feel even better." Wang Lili shook her head and replied, "No." Liang Yuan was at a loss. Although she was a nurse, she didn't know what to do. Then, Liang Yuan saw the scallion pancake at the bottom of the cart and she picked it up and asked, "Look, what is this?" "Scallion pancake." Liang Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, this is a scallion pancake. It is extremely delicious. Look at me, I eat so much every day so that I can maintain my weight. Otherwise, I'd be devastated if my weight decreased." Wang Lili looked at Liang Yuan and said, "But I think you're already very fat. It's a fortunate thing to be fat. Many people out there can't even gain weight when they want to." Liang Yuan smiled confidently and replied. Then, she opened the scallion pancake packaging and placed it in front of Wang Lili. "Take a sniff, it smells good, right?" Madame Wang looked at what was happening inside. The nurses were extremely thoughtful and were always trying to think of ways to make her daughter eat some food, but they had never been successful. It looked like it was going to be a failure again. Liang Yuan wasn't really confident either, but she decided to give it a try. She hoped that it would help to restore Wang Lili's interest in food and change her fate. Wang Lili was expressionless. She even looked like she despised the scallion pancake. But suddenly, the scallion pancake went near her nose. Initially, she had wanted to push it away, but then, she was completely stunned. Her nose moved up and down as she sniffed it. She smelled something that she had never smelled before. Gulp, asterisk. She swallowed her saliva. The golden crust of the scallion pancake was clearly defined and it seemed like there were fairies telling her to eat the scallion pancake. Sigh, Liang Yuan sighed and said, "Madam, I'll make a move first." Madame Wang said, "Thank you." Liang Yuan knew that she wasn't going to change anything. A sufferer of severe anorexia wouldn't be easily treated even with advanced medicine. She was just a nurse, what could she do to treat it? Most of these anorexia cases were caused by psychological pressure. Wang Lili wasn't born this way, it was developed through her lifetime. But this was worse than a natural occurrence of anorexia. It was unique and the chances of treating it successfully were slim. The doctors had already come to a conclusion. Wang Lili could perhaps only survive for 1 to 2 more months. Madame Wang knew about this, but even though she was devastated, she didn't express it in front of Lili. She just wiped her tears in secret. When Liang Yuan moved the scallion pancake away from Wang Lili, she noticed that a shriveled hand stopped her from shifting it away. Liang Yuan was stunned. She was in disbelief. "Auntie." Madame Wang immediately wiped her tears when she heard her voice. Her eyes lit up when she saw what was happening. She was also in great disbelief. Wang Lili grabbed onto the pancake with her skinny hands. Her eyes were glimmering as if she had found hope. Give it to me," Wang Lili stuttered. Liang Yuan didn't know what was happening, but she let go of the scallion pancake and pressed the emergency button as she said, "Quick, get Director Zhang here." Director Zhang was the main doctor assigned to Wang Lili and she wanted him to witness this scene. "Lili, what's wrong? Do you feel like eating it?" Madame Wang asked anxiously. Wang Lili remained silent as she took another sniff of the pancake. The aroma, how captivating. Wang Lili started to make unbelievable facial expressions. Director Zhang had initially been checking on another patient, but when he heard that the severely anorexic lady in Ward 3 wanted to eat something, he immediately went over to have a look. He had done a lot of research on the severely anorexic patient of Ward 3 before and also looked at several similar cases from other countries. His final conclusion was that it was a special illness that was more than just anorexia. It could be compared to cancer and it could be even scarier than cancer. If cancer was discovered in the mid-stage, the patient could still live for a period of time. However, Wang Lili had contracted this illness only for 3 months. A typical anorexic patient would have a transition period of about 1 to 2 years, but Wang Lili had lost so much weight in just 3 months. There were similar cases in medical history, but almost all of the patients ended up dying. The chance of death was almost 100%. He was shocked when he heard that this severely anorexic patient wanted to eat. Moreover, it wasn't even hospital food. In the ward, Madame Wang was holding her breath. Liang Yuan watched with a face full of anticipation. Director Zhang furrowed his brows and was also waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, other nurses also gathered in the ward after they heard what had happened. They were also anticipating something to happen. Wang Lili kept sniffing the scallion pancake. Sniff, sniff. Her nose was moving up and down as if she was smelling the best food on earth. What the others didn't know was that an image had appeared in Wang Lili's mind. She was surrounded by flowers and then the flowers slowly disappeared as she found herself in a classroom. The classmates that used to tease her were all seated in their seats as they looked at her and the scallion pancake she was holding. "You can't eat this scallion pancake, you'll become pretty after eating it," a classmate said enviously. Wang Lili continued to hold on to the scallion pancake and ignored her classmates. "I want to eat it, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat this scallion pancake and become even prettier so that all of you will be jealous." Wang Lili is actually opening her mouth, Liang Yuan exclaimed. How could this be? Director Zhang was in disbelief. In his entire career as a doctor, he had never encountered such an occurrence before. An anorexic patient would typically have to go through counseling to change their mindset and take various medications to treat it. But what was happening now? Could it be that the treatment done previously had been effective? Wang Lili opened her mouth. Her tongue was wiggling as if she couldn't wait to eat the scallion pancake. Crunch. The scallion pancake was soft and fluffy as it entered her mouth. The aroma filled her mouth. The scallion pancake tantalized her taste buds. It was as if it had given her life. The scallion pancake soon ended up in her stomach. Wang Lili stopped and raised her head. Her pale face suddenly turned red. It was as if she was caught in a fire. It was as if she was being hit by strong waves. It was as if she was floating in the sky. I feel like a little bird soaring in the sky. How beautiful. Trickle. Wang Lili started to cry and her tears seemed like they were glistening as they reflected light. She started to make devilish and exaggerated expressions. Coupled with her extremely slim face, it was a little scary. But the crowd which was witnessing this moment didn't find it scary. They thought it was cute, as if it represented their hopes of her getting well again. Wang Lili finally understood why she had vomited upon eating any food in the past. It was because those foods were simply inedible. The scallion pancakes in her hands were the real deal. Director Zhang said, "Quick, she can't eat that anymore. The scallion pancake is rather hard. Her stomach is currently very weak and it must not be agitated." Liang Yuan went forward quickly. She wanted to snatch the scallion pancake away but Wang Lili held onto it firmly. "This is mine. Nobody can snatch this scallion pancake away from me." Liang Yuan's hands froze in the air. She didn't know what to do. Wang Lili lowered her head and her fingers gently pressed on the scallion pancake. It was as if the golden crust melted instantly upon experiencing her bodily warmth. Then, she twisted it a little and a small piece broke off. It was both springy and soft. Liang Yuan witnessed the scene and turned back. "Director, I think the scallion pancake is pretty soft." The crispy crust broke off after she pinched it gently. "I think she should be fine eating it." Madame Wang started to tear up uncontrollably. "Let her eat it. I haven't seen her have a proper meal in such a long time." As Liang Yuan witnessed Wang Lili happily eating, she swallowed her saliva forcefully. She had never tried the pancake before and now that she was witnessing Wang Lili indulging in it, she wanted to try it for herself too. "Director Zhang, what is this situation?" Madame Wang asked. Director Zhang paused for a moment and said, "I think the early stages of treatment are taking effect." "Did she do anything unusual today?" Madame Wang shook her head. "Nope, this literally just happened." Director Zhang wasn't sure either. He didn't dare to confirm that the early stages of treatment worked but he believed in science and medicine. Looks like it must have been the medicine taking effect. Let her try some other food when she's done with this pancake. If she eats other food, it proves that the illness has improved. Madame Wang was elated when she heard his words. "Director Zhang, you mean my daughter's illness is getting better?" Director Zhang nodded and said, "I believe so, but we would need to conduct some tests to confirm that." Wang Lili made extremely exaggerated expressions after finishing the scallion pancake. It seemed like her usual appetite had come back. Wang Lili even licked the plastic bag that contained the scallion pancake as if she didn't want to waste any remnants of the pancake. "I still want to eat," Wang Lili shouted. Director Zhang paused and then picked up a bowl filled with vegetables. "Have a piece of this." "I don't want to eat vegetables. I just want scallion pancakes," Wang Lili said. "Have a piece of vegetable then I'll give you another scallion pancake," Director Zhang insisted. He had to make sure that things had improved. Wang Lili picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it into her mouth. However, she didn't swallow it. Puke. It had only just entered her mouth and she already puked it out. This situation puzzled Director Zhang. How could this be? She just ate a whole scallion pancake but now she can't even eat a piece of vegetable. Wang Lili slammed her bed frame and cried out, "I want to eat scallion pancakes, I want to eat scallion pancakes. I don't want to eat any vegetables." "Daughter, be good, I'll go buy a scallion pancake right now," Madame Wang said without any hesitation. Then, she ran out immediately. There was a scallion pancake stall just outside the entrance of the hospital. Liang Yuan wanted to say something but Madame Wang had already left. Soon, Madame Wang returned with scallion pancakes. Madame Wang said, "Lili, come, the scallion pancakes are here." Wang Lili's eyes gleamed with excitement when she saw the scallion pancakes. Then, she took a bite. She puked. "What's wrong? What's wrong with that?" Madame Wang was shocked. Wang Lili shouted, "It's not this taste. I want the scallion pancakes that I just ate." Director Zhang had been a medical practitioner for many years and the current situation had left him dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there any scientific evidence to explain what was happening? It was also a scallion pancake. Why did she reject this piece and not the previous one? Liang Yuan said, "The scallion pancake that Lili just ate was bought from Cloud Street. I heard that the pancakes there are delicious, so I went to buy one before coming to work." Madame Wang immediately replied, "I will go there right now." "Madam, hold on, it's not that easy to buy it. There is a daily limit of 10 scallion pancakes per day. Also, your number tag has to be chosen in order to purchase a pancake." "It's not that easy," Liang Yuan replied. Madame Wang shook her head and replied, "No, regardless of how difficult it is, I have to buy it." "Lili, be good, Mom will go and get some for you." Liang Yuan thought about it for a moment and said, "Madam, I will go with you." Madame Wang said with gratitude, "Thank you, thank you." Cloud Street. Lin Fan was laying there, answering a phone call. It was from Elder Zhang. He told Lin Fan to think it through and not be too rash as the association would still welcome him. Lin Fan didn't believe this at all. After seeing how he was like, how could the association still welcome him? He wasn't interested anyway and there wasn't a point in staying. The earlier he left, the earlier he could be at ease. That constant struggle would cause even his young heart to rot. He still wanted to live to 100 years old. However, during the phone call, Elder Zhang also revealed that Vice President Guo and Wang Yunjie were stepping down due to the Shanghai deputy leader's intervention. The headquarters had given the two of them a severe punishment. They had nearly been sacked. What surprised Lin Fan even more was that the old man who always watched the gate was actually the Shanghai Association president sent from the headquarters. That old man had really hidden his identity well. He just stayed at the Shanghai Association, watching the gate for a year and only the headquarters knew about this. Nobody in the Shanghai Association had known. It was definitely a weird situation. However, Lin Fan didn't want to think about these matters anymore. He felt that these days were passing by very comfortably, selling scallion pancakes every day, watching Wu Tianhe reading people's fortunes and then giving some advice when something out of the ordinary happened. But at that moment, two people approached the shop. One of them was the plump young lady who had been fortunate enough to be chosen by himself earlier that day. Who knew that she was actually a nurse? Liang Yuan pointed inside. This is it. Madame Wang had an anxious expression. After scanning through the shop, she grabbed onto Fraud Tian. Old master, can you give me a serving of scallion pancake? Fraud Tian was stunned, then he pointed at Lin Fan. I'm not the one who sells scallion pancakes. He is. Madame Wang immediately approached Lin Fan. Boss, please make me some scallion pancakes. Lin Fan was curious. He didn't know what was going on. Sorry, I only sell 10 servings a day. I've already hit today's quota. If you must, come back tomorrow to queue. Madame Wang panicked. Her daughter was waiting to eat the scallion pancake. Boss, I'm begging you. Just one serving. He had never met such a customer before who would plead with him like that, but he couldn't break his policy just because she was pleading. I'm sorry. This is our shop's policy. We only sell 10 servings a day. If you must, you can come back tomorrow to queue and try your luck. Liang Yuan opened her mouth. Boss, her daughter has been diagnosed with severe anorexia. She's in the hospital and she won't eat anything, but when I bought her scallion pancakes earlier today, she ate them. Now she's saying that she wants more. Could you please make an exception just this one time? Lin Fan was in disbelief. His scallion pancakes had this kind of effect. A person with severe anorexia could eat his scallion pancakes. How strange. Although he had never come across someone with severe anorexia before, he had heard of how frightening anorexia was. Sufferers would have trouble eating any food at all. Even if they tried to force a bit of food in, they would just puke it out. Fraud Tian and the rest stared blankly at Lin Fan. They hadn't thought that those scallion pancakes could possibly have such unbelievable ability either. The total number of people who suffered from anorexia was increasing every year and the number of deaths caused by anorexia wasn't small either. If people found out about his scallion pancakes, it would draw a lot of unwanted attention. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. Madame Wang was close to tears. In the few months since her daughter had started suffering from anorexia, she had been emotionally tormented. Now that she had found some hope, she couldn't let go. Boss, I'm begging you. Don't be like that. He swiftly pulled her by her arm and then pointed at the sheet of paper on the wall. You two can take a look at this sheet. Read through it properly and try to understand it. I believe the two of you can pass. Madame Wang and Liang Yuan didn't really understand Lin Fan's intention, but they went to the entrance and looked at the sheet on the wall. It was information about scallion pancakes from the encyclopedia. Lin Fan's rule was that whoever could understand it would get a serving of scallion pancake. Liang Yuan loved to eat, but that didn't mean that she had this kind of talent. Madame Wang read through it very seriously. She read through each word very slowly and with much focus. Encyclopedic points +1. At that moment, Lin Fan received a notification from the encyclopedia. His encyclopedic points had increased. Alright, you've passed, said Lin Fan. Even until then, he hadn't found out what criteria the encyclopedia used to judge if someone understood it. He had tested it several times. Some people had culinary skills but couldn't increase his encyclopedic points. Some people had no culinary skills but still managed to increase his encyclopedic points. Lin Fan didn't bother too much about this. Whether his encyclopedic points increased, he left it up to chance. He was in no hurry. After all, he was happy with his current life. Can I buy the scallion pancakes now? Asked Madame Wang emotionally. Lin Fan nodded. Yep. Lin Fan went to the front of his stall. He grabbed the cloth covering his cart and uncovered it. He added some charcoal. He then started the fire, added the oil and then placed the dough inside. His actions were swift and without hesitation. Gradually, the scallion pancakes started to take shape. The golden brown and crispy outer layer shone in their eyes. It was extraordinarily dazzling. The aroma filled the air. Those freshly made scallion pancakes were extremely alluring. As Liang Yuan smelled the aroma, her appetite was drawn out. However, she knew that those scallion pancakes weren't for her. Lin Fan wrapped up the scallion pancakes. Done. Our shop's policy is to only sell 10 servings a day. Madame Wang held the scallion pancakes in her hands as if she was cradling a precious child. How much? Lin Fan replied, 50. After paying, Madame Wang and Liang Yuan immediately started the car and left for the hospital. Fraud Tian came over and exclaimed, good man. That's amazing. Those scallion pancakes can be eaten by people suffering from anorexia. Just how tasty are they? Lin Fan shrugged. How would he know? He started to value his scallion pancakes even more. Back then, when the encyclopedia only allowed him to make delicious pancakes, he had never thought that it would be this ridiculously delicious. At the hospital, Madame Wang got off her car. She rushed into the hospital as if her daughter would get hurt if she was a second late. No one would act like this in this world, but if there was someone, it had to be a mother. In the ward, I want to eat scallion pancakes. Why isn't it here yet? Wang Lili sat on her bed. She had become much more energetic than before and kept crying out that she wanted scallion pancakes. Director Zhang still couldn't figure out what was going on. What was so different about those scallion pancakes? How could someone suffering from anorexia suddenly develop an appetite for scallion pancakes? Moreover, she would only eat those scallion pancakes. Scallion pancakes were full of oil. Anorexic people hated oily food the most. Even the smell of oily food could cause them to puke. Lili, Mom's here. Madame Wang ran into the ward and took out the piping hot scallion pancake. As she prepared to pass them to her daughter, Director Zhang stopped her. Let me have a small piece. It was the director who made the request. Naturally, Madame Wang didn't reject him. Wang Lili, on the other hand, kept hastening her. As soon as she received the pancakes, she bit into it and tore it apart as if the scallion pancake would disappear if she was a second slower. When Madame Wang saw that her daughter could finally eat, a wide smile appeared on her face and her eyes turned red. It was all worth it. Director Zhang gazed at the thumb-sized piece of scallion pancake in his hand. He furrowed his brows, then took a small bite. Suddenly, he was stunned. His eyes widened like a bull's eyes as if he had just witnessed something unbelievable. He started salivating. He wanted to eat the rest of the piece of scallion pancake, but he resisted the urge. He wanted to bring it back for testing. Just what was hidden inside this scallion pancake? How could it appeal even to a severely anorexic patient? If he could figure out the mystery behind it, it would be a great breakthrough for people suffering from anorexia. Director Zhang was completely entranced by that scallion pancake. He had to figure out what exactly was going on. How could an ordinary-looking scallion pancake have this kind of effect? To Director Zhang, it was like having a hidden treasure in front of him, waiting for him to explore it. Nighttime. The experimental doctor said, "Director, there aren't any special components inside." Director Zhang was in disbelief. "Well, what components are there?" The experimental doctor replied, "Coriander, ham, eggs, scallions, chili oil, bacon." How could it be? Director Zhang was astonished. How could it be? Isn't that exactly the same as the scallion pancakes sold by the roadside stall near the hospital? Then how does this scallion pancake produce such an effect? He just couldn't understand it. A commotion stirred up in the hospital. It didn't matter if it was a doctor or a nurse, everyone knew about that severely anorexic little lady from ward number 3 who had finally started to eat something. Although it was just a scallion pancake, it was still significant. It was one of the strangest happenings in the history of medicine. At the apartment block, Lin Fan stood outside his door. He was going to take his key and open the door, but at that moment, he felt that he should test his own skills. He looked around but didn't find anything, then he proceeded to take out his key and open his door. He found 2 metal wires in his house. He exited his apartment again and locked the door. He slotted the wires into the keyhole. Suddenly, he felt as if he was possessed by some kind of lock god. With a subtle motion, a clicking sound was made. "Oh, shit, it's unlocked. This door is really useless. I only took 3 seconds to unlock it. It's almost the same as if I just used the key." Lin Fan had never thought that his door could be unlocked so easily. If a thief was to target his place, it would be scary. But he didn't bother about it. There were no valuable items inside anyway. If he was robbed, then so be it. If someone relied on his or her skills to unlock his door, then he would have nothing to say. The next day, at 5 in the morning. At this time, the people on the streets were either those who had just come back from working overtime or sanitation workers cleaning up the city. However, a person just stood in front of a shop. Even though it was a summer morning, it was cold, especially after the downpour from the previous night. However, a lady was sitting down in front of the Master Ellen shop, quietly waiting, as if oblivious to the cold. The sanitation worker was cleaning the streets. She was well aware of the rumors about Cloud Street and she knew that there was a very popular shop there. It had indirectly caused Cloud Street's popularity to rise and resulted in a large amount of rubbish being left on the street every day. As the sanitation worker drove by on her sanitation vehicle, she saw this woman sitting in front of the Master Ellen shop. "This shop opens at 8 a.m. daily. You're too early. There are still 3 more hours." Madame Wong shook her head. "It's not early. It's not early. If I'm late, I won't queue in time." The sanitation worker couldn't understand it. What was wrong with this woman? Even if it was super delicious, there was no need to queue before dawn. It was so cold too. It was as if she was punishing herself. She's crazy. At 7 in the morning, Fraud Tian leisurely came to work. The days were passing by really comfortably. Then, he saw someone sitting in front of the store. He became curious. "Lady, what are you doing?" Fraud Tian approached her and asked. Madame Wong raised her head. Fraud Tian was surprised. "Didn't you come here yesterday?" "That's right. I came here very early today to queue. I want to buy another serving of scallion pancake," said Madame Wong. Fraud Tian saw that the lady was shivering from the cold. He cried out immediately, "Lady, don't sit here. Come in and drink some hot water to warm up your body. We only open at 8 every day. You'll have to wait longer to have the scallion pancakes." He had never thought that someone would come so early to queue. And judging by her appearance, she probably had been there for a long time already. "In the shop, drink some hot water. It'll warm up your body," said Fraud Tian as he brought her some hot water. Madame Wong nodded gratefully, "Thank you." Fraud Tian knew that this lady's daughter was suffering from anorexia, so it was understandable. However, just because she queued up early didn't mean that she would get the scallion pancakes. It was all up to luck. "Lady, where's your child's father?" Fraud Tian decided to chat with her in the shop to understand her situation. "After our child got sick, he got scared by the medical fees and ran away," explained Madame Wong. How unmanly. Fraud Tian despised that kind of people the most. He comforted her, "Lady, next time, there's no need to queue up so early." Madame Wong shook her head, "No. If I came late, I won't be able to buy the scallion pancakes." Fraud Tian shook his head. "This has nothing to do with coming early or late. These 10 servings of scallion pancakes are sold by a lucky draw. Numbers are first given out, and then random numbers are called. If your number doesn't get called, even if you came first, you wouldn't be able to buy the scallion pancakes." Ah, Madame Wang's mouth gaped open. She was dumbfounded. She hadn't known about this at all. She became anxious and didn't know what to do. Fraud Tian sighed. "Don't be anxious, lady. Take this number." He took out a number from the box, then shoved it into the lady's hands. "Remember, number 99. Don't make any mistakes and don't swap it with anyone." "Big bro, this," Madame Wong was lost for words. Fraud Tian waved his hand. "Lady, there's no need for words of courtesy. This is the least I can do. As for the sickness, it's up to you." Madame Wong nodded, but she was lost on the inside. Apart from getting those scallion pancakes, she didn't know what was the right thing to do. At 9 o'clock, a snaking queue had formed up in front of the Master Ellen shop. They were all there to buy scallion pancakes. It was as if they had planned ahead to all line up together when it was time. Lin Fan casually strolled into the shop. He had pondered for a long time the previous night, but he still couldn't grasp the fact that his scallion pancake had such powerful effects. It was simply defying nature. Lin Fan said, "Morning, everybody." The townsfolk shouted back. "You're early, little boss. You look dashing as always, little boss." Lin Fan laughed. "Don't compliment me. It won't get you any special privileges." "Haha, I'm just saying the truth. Hurry up and give out the numbers, little boss. I prayed this morning. I'll definitely get chosen." Wu Yulan was getting ready to distribute the numbers, but then Fraud Tian stepped forward. "Yulan, I see that you're always the one distributing the numbers. Allow me to do it today just for kicks." Madame Wang was first in the queue. Fraud Tian pretended to give her a number, then continued to distribute the numbers to those behind. Announcing the numbers each day was rather tiring. Lin Fan held his teacup in his hands and announced lazily. Number 1, number 13, comma. Madame Wang was getting nervous as she stood there. Her number hadn't been called out yet. She was very anxious. Her daughter was waiting for her in the hospital. If she couldn't buy the scallion pancakes, she wouldn't know what to do. As for the other townsfolk, some of them were delighted after being picked, while some of them were disappointed as they weren't selected. When Lin Fan was about to reach the final number, Fraud Tian rushed forward. For the last number, let me announce it today, just for fun. Sure, you do it. I'll let you satisfy your urge. Fraud Tian cleared his throat, then he exclaimed at the top of his voice, the last number is 99. When Madame Wang heard this number, she was so emotional that her tears almost started to flow. At that moment, Lin Fan saw the lady at the front of the queue. Wasn't that the lady from yesterday? Judging from her expression, it seemed that she had been chosen. Then, Lin Fan looked over at Fraud Tian and blinked a few times, as if he had seen through it all. Fraud Tian noticed Lin Fan's gaze and laughed awkwardly. Lin Fan laughed on the inside. He couldn't help but shake his head. He had never thought that Fraud Tian would have such a big heart. You must be trying to woo her. In front of the stall. Lin Fan was skillfully making scallion pancakes, but he kept having the feeling that if he continued to involve himself with this anorexia matter, something bad would happen. Done. A shining piece of golden brown scallion pancake emerged from the wok. He placed it into a plastic bag and wrapped it up. These scallion pancakes had captured the hearts of many and it had completely seized their stomachs. It was nearly impossible to make them forget the taste of these scallion pancakes. Madame Wang looked at the people around her, holding pieces of scallion pancakes in their hands and filled with immense desire. However, she knew that she could only have one serving of scallion pancake and it wasn't for herself. Those who had obtained the scallion pancakes ate away contentedly as they started to make strange and ridiculous facial expressions. The owners of the surrounding shops had already gotten used to the scene. But even though they saw it every day, it still amazed them each time. Incredible, simply incredible, Master Lin's business made all of them envious. Some of the newer customers in the shops were given a shock. They whipped out their mobile phones and recorded videos of the scene to send to their friends. To them, it was as if the people eating scallion pancakes had become possessed. Madame Wang received her scallion pancake. She thanked Lin Fan, then she nodded gratefully at Fraud Tian. She knew that if it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have gotten the scallion pancake. Then, the crowd dispersed. Lin Fan sat there, grinning at Fraud Tian. I couldn't tell that a fraud like you had such a big heart. Have you taken a fancy to her? Fraud Tian shook his head. It's nothing like that, I just saw how pitiful she was. Her daughter is sick and her husband ran away. She had been waiting since early in the morning at the shop's entrance. Anyone with a heart wouldn't have been able to just see this and not do anything. Wu Tian, he said, this scallion pancake can make anorexic people gain back their appetites. We have to think through this situation carefully, or else I fear there might be complications. Fraud Tian laughed. What complications? It's just a scallion pancake. Wu Tian, he shook his head. Think about it. If all the families of anorexic people found out about it, what do you think they would do? Fraud Tian's eyes widened. They would come flocking, fighting to buy some scallion pancakes. Wu Tian, he carried on. If the media exaggerates it further and says that Master Lin holds the cure to anorexia, it would become even more troublesome. Selling just 10 scallion pancakes a day would be completely out of the question. Something bad would probably happen. Lin Fan sat there silently, but he felt that Wu Tian, he was right. I don't think it will get so drastic. Fraud Tian didn't dare to admit it. Wu Tian, he shook his head and laughed. There's nothing scarier in this world than the hearts of humans. Think about it. If the fact that Master Lin's scallion pancakes could make anorexia sufferers eat again is made known to their families, they would surely come begging for the scallion pancakes. If you make them queue, they would surely be unhappy. If they aren't able to buy the scallion pancakes, they would flip out at you. Then, it will eventually go online and the media will go crazy. Standing on the moral high ground, they will criticize you to no end. Don't you think that's scary? Once a problem develops to a certain degree, nothing can be done about it. Hence, it's best to just leave this situation as it is. Sometimes, being too kind will only cause trouble in the future. In just China alone, how many sufferers are there? If we agree to their requests and make scallion pancakes for all of them, Master Lin would die of fatigue. Then, people might say that Master Lin was a good man, but they wouldn't have a large amount of gratitude towards him, because to them, he's just a scallion pancake seller. When Fraud Tian heard this, he was really frightened. That's really terrifying. Even if there are just 10,000 sufferers, he would have to make 10,000 servings a day. It would kill him. Lin Fan laughed. All right, let's not think too much. We'll stick with the policy from now on. 10 servings a day, regardless of who it is, it doesn't matter. I'm not some savior of the world. Fraud Tian nodded. At the same time, he was also extremely curious. What was up with these scallion pancakes? How did they possess this kind of power? At Ranhe Hospital, Madame Wang had brought back the scallion pancake and was about to give it to her daughter, but then, Director Zhang suggested that they crush the scallion pancake to pieces and then mixed it into rice to see if it would work. Naturally, she trusted Director Zhang. However, just in case, she only put half the scallion pancake in the rice. In the end, she was delighted by the result. It really worked. When she mixed it with the rice, Lily really ate the whole thing. Director Zhang nodded contentedly. This is a good start. If we press on, we can bring about gradual improvements. Director Zhang was convinced of the power of these scallion pancakes. He did a search online and found numerous articles about this scallion pancake. Master Lin. Director Zhang became even more curious about this Master Lin. Knock knock. Come in, said Director Zhang. Director, there are many reporters at ward number 3 right now, said Liang Yuan. Director Zhang looked up. What? Why are they here? Liang Yuan shook her head. Someone told the reporters about how the severely anorexic patient started eating again. Director Zhang furrowed his brows. I'll take a look. Inside the ward, reporters filled up the rather small ward. Their flashing lights made it impossible to even open an eye. However, at that moment, Wang Lili was completely oblivious to her surroundings. She didn't care at all. All that mattered to her was that bowl of rice in her hands. A reporter said, "Your daughter is suffering from severe anorexia. What has enabled her to eat this rice?" Reporters love to look for news with a sense of novelty. They had made a report about this anorexic little lady a few months ago and the response had been great. The viewers sympathized with her and felt that her illness was absolutely tormenting. They had been waiting all the while for this girl to pass away. Then, they would be able to make another report to serve as a conclusion. However, they had never expected to receive news that this severely anorexic girl started eating again. They were all shocked. They were no doctors, but after reporting several incidents over the years, they knew how terrifying anorexia was. For someone with severe anorexia, it was as if the only possible outcome was death. Madame Wang said, "Scallion pancakes. It's scallion pancakes." The reporters were all stunned. It was like some kind of fantasy. That severely anorexic girl opened her mouth for a scallion pancake. They were in disbelief. A reporter asked, "Just normal scallion pancakes?" Madame Wang shook her head. "It's the one sold at Cloud Street. If it was any other scallion pancake, I would have lost my daughter." Wang Lili yelled, "Mom, I want to eat more." All right. Madame Wang refilled her rice bowl. "Eat more and you'll become healthy again." The reporters were all confused. Scallion pancakes from Cloud Street? What kind of scallion pancakes are those? At that moment, Director Zhang entered. "My dear reporters, could you please go outside? This is a hospital. Please give the patient some peace and quiet." However, the reporters couldn't let go of this opportunity. "Director Zhang, could you comment about how she started eating rice again? Was it thanks to the scallion pancakes or the hospital's treatment that the patient can start eating again? Director Zhang, please say a few words." Director Zhang was then surrounded by reporters. To this kind of questions, what was he supposed to reply? The next day, at a newsstand, on the newspaper's front page, a single article occupied more than half the page. "Is this for real? Even severe cases of anorexia can be cured. I've heard that anorexia can be compared to cancer. In fact, it can be much more terrifying than cancer. The standard of medical science is getting higher and higher. Soon, there'll be no more diseases that can't be treated. Hey, something's not right. What does severe anorexia have to do with scallion pancakes? What are those reporters doing? This is clearly fake news. How dare they report something like this? Online, FCK your mom, do these editors have nothing else to write about? They're just blindly writing bullshit. Editors, have you been hit in the head? How the heck do you expect me to believe that a scallion pancake enabled a severely anorexic person to start eating again? Come out, editor, I promise I won't beat you to death, but you're clearly making fun of our IQ. Cloud Street's mysterious scallion pancake. Where have I heard this before? Oh, sheet, isn't this Cloud Street's Master Lin's scallion pancakes? Even if they're advertising, they can't advertise it like that. I give up. Anyone with half a brain can tell that this can't be true. On Weibo, a certain large hospital's Professor Lee said, absurd. Completely absurd. I've been researching about anorexia for 30 years and I've never heard of a patient who would eat nothing else but scallion pancakes. The full name for anorexia is anorexia nervosa. It is categorized as a psychiatric disorder. Its causes mainly consist of the following: stress, suffering from a setback in life, trouble adjusting to a new environment, or a personal accident resulting in emotional distress. The main symptom is losing one's appetite, having no interest in any food. A severely anorexic person wouldn't be able to eat anything at all. Now, in order to draw attention, these reporters are stopping at nothing. This report about scallion pancakes is utter nonsense. This Professor Lee had been researching about anorexia for 30 years and was considered a pro both locally and internationally. When he saw this piece of news, he was furious. Weren't they just trying to trick people? I agree with Professor Lee. Reporters these days have no morals. To even dare to spout such nonsense. Seriously, scallion pancakes are the cure for anorexia. How did they even think of something so ridiculous? Professor Lee has been working in this field for 30 years. He's put in so much time and effort to combat anorexia. And now they say that scallion pancakes can cure anorexia. This is an insult to Professor Lee's work. Professor Lee said, "Thank you, everyone, for your support. Everything must be supported by some evidence. Don't just believe anything you hear, or else the consequences may be severe." Cloud Street. Fraud Tian said, "It's bad, the news has appeared on the internet." Lin Fan looked at his phone. "It's still not too bad. Not many people believe it. We have to end this matter now." Fraud Tian, the people on your Weibo page are all asking if it's you. Lin Fan couldn't help shaking his head. Ignore them. At least majority of them don't believe it. Otherwise, I would have to go into hiding. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Wu Yulan looked at her phone. If she hadn't seen it personally, she would never have believed the news either. However, the reality was right in front of her. She had to believe it. If it was her past self, she would have been pissed off. Who the hell would believe this kind of news? But now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she had to believe it. The internet was in an uproar. The netizens were all discussing this matter, but most of them didn't believe it because it sounded too unreal. If a piece of scallion pancake could make a severely anorexic person eat, then there would be no need for hospitals. At that moment, a video quietly appeared on the internet. The video was played. "I don't want to eat all these. I want to eat scallion pancakes. Vomits. I want to eat scallion pancakes." In the video, it appeared that there were reporters there. After Wang Lili finished a serving of rice, she tried some other vegetable, but once it entered her mouth, she puked all of it out. In the end, they could only mix the scallion pancake into the rice. That was the only way to make her eat. In the video, Wang Lili was as thin as a stick. It was shocking. The netizens who saw the video all had their eyes wide open and mouths gaping. Wasn't it commonly said on the internet these days, that if there's no picture, it's just bullshit? Now, there wasn't just a picture, but a video. What else could they say? "Professor Lee, what's going on? Professor Lee, didn't you say it was impossible? Now there's even a video. We're all confused. Where are you, Professor Lee? Professor Lee, come out and say something, won't you? Countless netizens were commenting on Professor Lee's Weibo, hoping that he would say something about the video. However, Professor Lee had already called the media, asking which hospital that was. He wanted to go there and see it for himself. When the video was released, he had watched it. After watching it, he didn't want to say a word. He silently removed his previous Weibo post. He still maintained his views, but now, the video was right in front of him. Moreover, there were no cuts in the video. It seemed perfect and flawless. This was his field of research. If he didn't go there and clear things out himself, he wouldn't be able to sleep. In the afternoon, Lin Fan was laying there, taking a little break. Suddenly, he jumped at the sound of Fraud Tian's shouts. It's bad. Something really happened. Fraud Tian had been standing at the entrance, with a cigarette in his mouth and doing some stretches, but suddenly, a large group of reporters came charging from afar. He dropped his cigarette onto the ground and yelled. Lin Fan was startled. What's going on? Fraud Tian replied, the reporters are here. The reporters are here. Lin Fan panicked for a moment, then he came to his senses. Oh, sheet, this. By the time he came to his senses, the reporters had already surrounded the entrance. This is the place. He is Master Lin. This shop's scallion pancakes are the ones that can make anorexia sufferers eat. Master Lin, your scallion pancakes are able to appeal to anorexia sufferers. What is the secret behind that? Master Lin, please say a few words. The reporters surrounded Lin Fan and completely blocked out the entrance. No matter what, they had to find out what exactly was going on. If they could find out the truth, it would be a huge piece of news. A scallion pancake that could cure anorexia. This was a historical moment, and to be able to witness this moment in history was an honor. Lin Fan's heart trembled. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Everyone, please don't push. We'll talk outside. It's too hot in here. The reporters asked, Master Lin, say something. Why do your scallion pancakes have such an effect? Master Lin, do you remember me? I've reported about you before. Your scallion pancakes taste incredible. And now, it's even able to make anorexic people eat. How do you view this matter? The reporters wouldn't leave without getting Master Lin's views. They had to find out the truth. Lin Fan was helpless. What the heck was he supposed to say? The reporters had never thought that scallion pancakes would have anything to do with anorexia. It really proved that the world was a strange and mysterious place. Just because you have never seen something before, doesn't mean it has never happened before. The reporters had surrounded Lin Fan, wanting answers from him. What was he supposed to say? Should I be a bit more panicky? Ha ha ha, I'm not the type of person to be panicky. Lin Fan said, you're asking me all these questions, but I don't know how to answer them. All I know is that my scallion pancakes are the most delicious scallion pancakes in the world. The fact that even anorexia sufferers would eat my scallion pancakes is just proof that my scallion pancakes are the best. A commotion started. The reporters were all startled by his answer. They had expected Master Lin to be humble about it or be shocked, but they had never thought that he would answer them so confidently. They gave in. This was huge news. Fraud Tian hadn't thought that Lin Fan would give such an answer either. Wu Tian he was shocked too. Master Lin was going to make the situation turn chaotic. A reporter asked, Master Lin, it's already been shown that the anorexia sufferer shows no sign of resistance against your scallion pancake. She even craves your scallion pancakes. Is there any special formula inside it? Lin Fan shook his head. No. There are no special formulas in my scallion pancakes. It's made of completely normal and common ingredients. The reporters didn't believe him. If it's just normal ingredients, how could it be so delicious? Lin Fan chuckled. That's because it's made by me and not by anyone else. The reporters didn't know what to reply. They felt that Master Lin was way too confident. They didn't know how to carry on asking the questions. However, it was still a significant piece of news and they had already recorded everything down. At that moment, one of the reporters asked, Master Lin, as we all know, there are countless anorexia sufferers in our country. If they all came to eat your scallion pancakes, would you feel worn out? Lin Fan laughed. Not at all. The reporters applauded. Master Lin, you're too admirable. To not be worn out even if you have to serve so many sufferers. They couldn't help but respect Master Lin. It looked like he would become wealthy just by relying on his scallion pancakes. Lin Fan looked surprised. I think you all have the wrong idea. I'm saying that I won't be worn out because I have my policy. I only sell 10 servings a day. If anyone wants to eat any more scallion pancakes, they have to read and understand the information on that sheet of paper outside. The reporters were astonished. Master Lin, 10 servings a day would be completely inadequate for the anorexia sufferers. Your scallion pancakes are their only hope. Don't you want to help them? Lin Fan had thought about this question previously and had already come up with an answer. He wasn't some kind of godly savior of the world who would eradicate all pain and suffering. Without that kind of magical power, he would have to use his own energy to make a scallion pancake for each anorexia sufferer that came to him. How long would he be able to keep that up until he ran out of energy? Furthermore, it wasn't like the sufferers would be cured after eating one scallion pancake. If he fed them even one bite of scallion pancake, he wouldn't be able to withdraw anymore, even if he wanted to. Of course, the words that he said to the reporters then would probably become entirely twisted by the time they got uploaded onto the internet. That wasn't something that he could predict, so he just laid out his thoughts and intentions clearly and didn't bother about anything else. So what if he got flamed? It's not like he would lose a piece of flesh. Lin Fan looked at that reporter. I'm human. I'm not a god. I only have 2 hands. There's no way I can work that much. My scallion pancakes are enjoyed by them, but my scallion pancakes don't cure their anorexia. So I'll only make 10 servings a day. There will be no changes. The reporters recorded this piece of news. After asking so much, their content was plenty. They had to organize the content when they got back. The surrounding shops, owners. Amazing, Master Lin's scallion pancakes can even make anorexia sufferers gain back their appetites. If I was Master Lin, I would sell like crazy and ruthlessly earn a bunch of money. Hey, it's a good thing you're not Master Lin, or else you would probably own some kind of illegal business. And who knows how much you'll sell one serving of scallion pancake for. I predict that Master Lin's scallion pancakes will eventually become very expensive. The scarcer something is, the more valuable it becomes. Tomorrow, I'll be queuing as well, then I'll sell it for a higher price. That's what I was thinking as well. Lin Fan felt that it was about time, so he opened his mouth and announced, my fellow people and dear reporters, if there's nothing else, you may leave now. I have to do business. Master Lin, one last question. Just one question, shouted one of the reporters. Say it, the female reporter asked. Master Lin, don't you feel that you are being selfish? Your scallion pancakes clearly have a special power, why don't you help people? When Lin Fan heard this question, he considered deeply for a moment, then answered, if right now, the ugliest man on earth wanted to jump from a building, would you save him? The female reporter nodded with conviction, I would. If the only way you could save him was to become his wife, would you still do it? Asked Lin Fan. The female reporter was stunned. She was silent for a while, then she said hastily, Master Lin, those are two completely different things. I don't even know him, nor do I like him, how could I force myself to do such a thing? Lin Fan then said, see, your answer is very selfish. Because you don't know him and you don't like him, you don't want to save him. It's like I said, it's not like I don't want to save them, but I only have 2 hands. I need rest, there's no way I can just keep selling scallion pancakes non-stop from morning to night every day. I have my own life to live. So, humans are just that selfish. Don't try to stand on the moral high ground and criticize someone else's actions. Isn't there a saying that goes, don't say that your hip doesn't ache when you're sitting down? That reporter was completely lost for words. She didn't ask any more questions, but she recorded that conversation. After the reporters left, Lin Fan let out a breath of air. They were finally gone. If they had stayed any longer, he wouldn't have been able to take it. Their questions were all very crafty, and you never knew how they would eventually report it. But it didn't matter anymore. He had answered their questions so bluntly. It was much better than trying to hide anything. Fraud Tian came to him, I don't know what to say. Don't you think it was a bit extreme to say that you have the best scallion pancakes in the world? Lin Fan laughed, extreme. Not at all, I'm only saying the truth. Wu Tian he gave a slight nod. Sometimes, being blunt is much better than trying to be tactful. Lin Fan nodded, yep, that's what I thought as well. If the floodgates were opened and I gave one sufferer a scallion pancake without giving one to another, I'm afraid there would be big trouble. Wu Yulan opened her mouth, I think tomorrow's news will be absurd. The owners of the surrounding shops admired Lin Fan. They all started to ask him some questions. To these neighbors, Lin Fan didn't show any signs of displeasure. He answered them with a smile on his face. As for what would happen the next day, it had nothing to do with him. 10 servings meant 10 servings. Even if Jesus Christ himself came down, the rule wouldn't change. The next day, the news came out and the internet went crazy. On the internet, revelation of the mysterious scallion pancake. It's not that the scallion pancake can cure anorexia, but it's just so delicious that even anorexia sufferers cannot resist it. 10 servings of scallion pancakes a day. There will be no changes. It was the hope of the anorexic, but now it's their curse. Master Lin should come out and contribute his scallion pancakes to the sufferers of anorexia to help them through their struggles. One after another, articles appeared on the internet. Wow, I didn't think it would turn out like this. Just how delicious are these scallion pancakes? Even anorexic people can't resist them. I can only tell you that Master Lin's scallion pancakes are really very delicious. The taste isn't something that you can imagine. If he has that kind of ability, why won't he help those anorexia sufferers? You must be joking, why should he help? Most anorexia sufferers are anorexic by choice. Master Lin already said it very clearly. There's a limit to what he can do. He only has a pair of hands. How many anorexic people are there? Do you think he can help all of them? Hey, don't you have any kindness in you? If he can help even a few people, then why not? You're clearly a selfish and self-centered person. You're freaking retarded. If you're so kind, why don't you help me? I'm very poor right now. Why don't you send me half of your money? If you won't, then stop talking so much. The world of medical science. This kind of situation is possible. It's hard to say, perhaps this is the beginning of a breakthrough. I give up. I've been studying medicine for so long, but this is the first time I've heard about a food that is so delicious that even anorexic people can't resist it. I would like to see this delicious scallion pancake for myself, to understand just what kind of powers it possesses. On a famous female celebrity, Wang Bingyan's Weibo, with great power comes great responsibility. Shout out to all those suffering from anorexia. They need our help. Wow, my goddess just sent a Weibo post. I love you, my goddess. You're a dumbastards. With great power comes great responsibility. While trying to lose weight, you've become anorexic too, haven't you? Don't think that just because you try to hide it that we don't know. You brought it upon yourself, why should anyone help? Don't try to shame my Bingyan. She's not someone that you can shame. The internet was buzzing with activity. The activities varied greatly. There were countless different discussions. Some of them were intellectual while some were not. Of course, most of them were not intellectual discussions, in which they felt that Master Lin should help the anorexia sufferers. In the shop, there was a call from Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang said, this matter is getting a little out of hand. Do you want to go into hiding for a bit? I can go overseas with you, so you can let go of your worries. Lin Fan replied, it's fine, there's no need. It's not like I committed some kind of despicable sin. What could they do to me? Wang Mingyang was frustrated. He had never thought that Lin Fan's scallion pancakes would have the ability to make even anorexic people eat them. It was truly terrifying. To Wang Mingyang, that was just a small spark that marked the beginning of much more trouble. Eventually, it would explode into huge flames. If those anorexic people's families came to Lin Fan's door, that would be a scary situation. That's easy to say, but I'm just advising you for your own safety. How did your scallion pancakes even get tangled up with the anorexic people? Wang Mingyang said grudgingly. Lin Fan was feeling very troubled too. How would I know? It just somehow got tangled up with anorexia. What was I supposed to do? Wang Mingyang sighed. How troublesome. Take care of yourself. Yeah, comma. After hanging up, Fraud Tian was looking at the news. The online debates are intense. Most of them are flaming you. Lin Fan unlocked his phone and took a look. His Weibo had indeed been invaded by people. This time, Autumn Swordfish Killer wasn't fighting the war alone anymore. He had many like-minded people by his side. Autumn Swordfish Killer said, are these even words that a human would say? If he can help others, why wouldn't he? If it was me, I wouldn't worry about being tired. I would definitely help them. Autumn Swordfish Killer may not have any remarkable skills, but I still have a kind heart. Ride the momentum frantically. Autumn Swordfish Killer had seized an opportunity and he couldn't let it go. In the rented apartment, Autumn Swordfish Killer was laughing maniacally. Even that fat body of his was bouncing up and down like jelly. It felt good. It felt so good. This was the outcome that he had wanted. However, what made Autumn Swordfish Killer envious was that fraud seemed to know how to do everything. When he compared himself to that fraud, he suddenly felt like trash. It was infuriating. However, Autumn Swordfish Killer was still full of confidence. It didn't matter. That fraud was now being attacked on all sides. He was the target of countless people's hate. Fatty loves meatballs. Flame War Emperor, we won't be swept by your momentum. We will stand by Master Lin's side no matter what. Picking eggs under the tree. That's right. What are they gonna do? These are our scallion pancakes, not theirs. Master Lin is not obliged to make scallion pancakes for them every day. Don't they have doctors to give them treatment? Arguments instantly broke out on Weibo. Meanwhile, countless people were queuing up outside the shop. Lin Fan sat inside the shop. He was focused on resting. Wu Yulan couldn't keep up with the work all by herself. Fraud Tian was outside, trying to control the crowd. Fraud Tian saw that there were people jamming up the entrance. Please form a queue. We don't allow queue cutting here. An elderly lady raised her head. My daughter is anorexic. I heard that your scallion pancakes can give anorexia sufferers their appetites back. Give me 5 servings. Hurry up. Fraud Tian shook his head. He knew this would happen. He said, I'm sorry, you need to queue for a number. We will only sell 10 servings a day. When the elderly lady heard this, she was enraged. What do you mean? What kind of shop opens, but doesn't sell things to its customers? My daughter is anorexic, don't you get it? Do you want my daughter to suffer? That's unreasonable. Our scallion pancakes won't cure anorexia. Please stop your nagging. Fraud Tian frowned and ignored the lady. He took the numbers and started to distribute them to those in the queue. Then, the lady suddenly grabbed onto Fraud Tian. I don't care whether you can cure it or not. Today, you have to give me 5 servings of scallion pancakes. Don't you have any kindness in you? What could happen if you gave me 5 servings? It would only take 10 minutes. Fraud Tian snatched his arm away. That lady was really unreasonable. He pointed to his front. Look at her. Her daughters have severe anorexia, but she's still queuing up. Why are you so unreasonable? I don't care about anyone else. If you don't give me 5 servings today, I'll destroy your shop, said the lady defiantly. Before Fraud Tian could open his mouth, the townsfolk who were queuing interrupted. You dare. If you dare to destroy Master Lin's shop, we will skin you alive. Master Lin has done nothing wrong. Didn't he already say that the scallion pancakes won't cure anorexia? You can't keep using anorexia as an excuse. Master Lin doesn't owe you anything and he is not responsible for your daughter becoming anorexic. I've seen it before. Most people are anorexic because they want to lose weight so they can look slimmer. They brought it upon themselves, so they can't blame anyone else. That's right, I've been wanting to say the same. They couldn't stand it anymore. What the heck was that? They used to be able to queue happily, but then all these new people came and were causing problems for them. So what if they were anorexic? Those scallion pancakes couldn't cure anorexia. It was just because they were so tasty that even the anorexia sufferers enjoyed eating them. There was no way that Master Lin could make scallion pancakes for them without any conditions just because of that. What a joke. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged lady momentarily froze on the spot. She yelled, me buying scallion pancakes has got nothing to do with you people. The city dwellers had no room for negotiation. Their love for Lin Fan's scallion pancakes was insurmountable. If anyone were to try and create trouble, they would definitely not let them off. How is this none of our business? Having anorexia is your problem, that doesn't give you the right to act out. Lin Fan is not obliged to take your order. If you really want to get a pancake then queue up, or else you can forget about it and just leave. You really think too highly of yourself. If you had spoken nicely to Lin Fan, we would surely have helped you. However, with that attitude, I suggest you take your anger someplace else. Not everyone is a good Samaritan here. The townsfolk pointed at her and reprimanded. They were all regulars at Lin Fan's stall. Compared to a stranger, who had just arrived, who was she to throw her weight around, threatening to shut down the shop? You guys, the middle-aged lady clearly seeing that how many people were against her finally left in a fit. Of course, she also had a feeling of guilt. In no form did she expect that the customers would have been so aggressive for a scallion pancake. It was almost like they had entered a state of trance. At another corner, the middle-aged woman boarded the bus. Chief Zhang, I didn't manage to get one. Chief Zhang was none other than the chairman of Grand Ocean Hotel. Ever since the Food and Drug Administration took back a sample of the scallion pancake, he immediately gave orders to let the chefs in the hotel study this mysterious scallion pancake. When the chefs saw the list of ingredients that they had to analyze, they were all shocked and skeptical. Why did Chief Zhang want them to analyze a scallion pancake? They were all graduates of prestigious culinary institutions. Asking them to focus solely on a scallion pancake can be said to be a complete waste of their talent and skill. But once Boss Zhang gave the word, no one dared to defy. Over the past few days, the hundreds of scallion pancakes made had all failed the requirements of Chief Zhang. A huge sense of curiosity filled their hearts as they wondered how they would be able to make a scallion pancake according to Chief Zhang's liking. It was not that their scallion pancakes were bad. Many tasted absolutely delicious, but the moment Chief Zhang took a bite, it would instantly be rejected. Although they were all working for Chief Zhang, they all had the dignity of a chef. After all the hard work put into making scallion pancakes, Chief Zhang was still unhappy. They were all starting to feel anger, thinking that Chief Zhang had totally no respect for air cooking ability. Within Grand Ocean Hotel's kitchen, an army of chefs was working tirelessly at analyzing the pancakes. This was when one of the chefs could no longer take it and he finally exclaimed, "What on earth does Chief Zhang want from us? Making us work aimlessly on a scallion pancake. How does he expect us to make something different when we have to work with the same set of ingredients?" A plump chef then said, "I beg to differ. From what I've heard, the scallion pancake shop from the streets has really been blowing up. If you realize, it was only after Chief Zhang tried it that caused him to become hooked on the taste of those pancakes. I'm sure this is why he is asking us to try and recreate it." Sigh, how good can a scallion pancake taste? It's been so many days already. Forget about the list, I'm done with making scallion pancakes. You guys go ahead, I'm resigning right away, the head chef exclaimed in displeasure. The other chefs were all left speechless, not knowing how they should respond to this situation. Chief Zhang had even thrown multiple fits due because of their inability to make a scallion pancake that suited his taste. At times he would threaten to fire them, putting an immense amount of pressure on them. "Come over, I have something to tell everyone," one of the skinny chefs said. The other chefs who did not know what was going on all gathered around. After a short discussion, "No way, this is not right. If this gets leaked out, we are going to be in big trouble." "It will be fine, we'll just add in a little. Look at those eateries that are doing so well. Most of them add some too. Besides, they don't even cause much harm to our health. Even so, we shouldn't do that. What if we get exposed? This won't work, that won't work. How about someone step out and suggest something so that we won't get fired? With Chief Zhang's constant rushing, we won't be able to accomplish the ideal scallion pancake in time. Trust me on this, I did this before. Just a small amount will help us get through this and we'll all be fine." "Alright, I'm sold on your idea. Let's just add a little. I can't continue making this scallion pancakes anymore. If we continue making them, I'm afraid I'll lose my appetite completely. Besides, even if something goes wrong, it's none of our business. We just need to pretend that we all don't know about this and it will all be fine." At this moment, a big group of chefs finally gave in due to the immense stress they were put under by Chief Zhang. They all agreed. Working in this profession, who wouldn't know about this special ingredient? This was the ultimate tool for adding flavor to dishes. If you took a look around, most of the eateries that are doing well are all adding it too. Out of 10 eateries, there were at least 2 who were doing so. After your first bite, it gives you an unforgettable taste that keeps you craving for more and more. So, where do we put this? Let's add it to the seasoning and label it as our secret sauce. If Chief Zhang wants the ingredients in the sauce, we'll hold it back and not give it to him to stall for time. Sure, comma. At Cloud Street, Lin Fan stood in front of his stall, knowing that this was far from over. The string of events that were about to follow was far more complicated. However, Lin Fan knew that he had to compose himself in order to get through this smoothly. 10 scallion pancakes coming right up. Upon realizing it, her pancakes were not ready yet. Wang Yu had a look of dismay on her face. Looking around at the people who had already got their pancakes, it crossed her mind that she might be able to buy a pancake directly from them. However, she quickly realized that people had already anticipated this and jacked up the price of resale pancakes so much so that she wouldn't be able to afford it. She was so disappointed. "Boss, may I have a plastic bag please?" A teenager who looked like a student asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't know what it was for, but he still pulled out a plastic bag and gave it to the teenager. The teenager then broke off half of his scallion pancake and handed it to Wang Yu. "Here, this is for you." Wang Yu held onto the scallion pancake and was stunned by the teenager's actions. The teenager smiled and said, "Goodbye, auntie." Then, he turned around and left. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan smiled to himself, knowing that life indeed works itself out. There is no hurdle that can't be overcome. The world still had its fair share of good Samaritans. This proved Lin Fan's concept of limiting customers to 10 scallion pancakes per purchase, as he didn't want to be entangled in this turmoil. Wu Tianhe had unknowingly appeared beside Lin Fan and said, "If this kid were to end up in a robbery situation, he would probably end up dead." Lin Fan laughed and replied, "Even so, he will surely be blessed in his next life. Kindness can be out of one's heart or just for show. There are 2 sides to every person. Kindness begets kindness and evil begets retribution. This is just God's cycle." Fra Tian shook his head and said, "You guys still have the mood to talk about this? You should start reflecting on your own actions." Lin Fan laughed it off and said, "That's about it, it's all fine now. Sometimes these situations are only temporary, we just have to do what we deem is right and not think too deep into it." Comma. In the car, "Chief Zhang, the scallion pancake is ready. Please come to the restaurant as soon as possible to try it." Meanwhile, Chief Zhang was still very troubled by the fact that he had so many chefs working on a scallion pancake, yet no one could manage to produce one that tasted like Lin Fan's. Alright, I'm on my way." Hearing this news, it makes Chief Zhang feel like his troubles had faded and he couldn't wait to get back to the restaurant to try the scallion pancake. If they had really managed to do so, he would be rich. The next day, at Cloud Street, Fra Tian exclaimed with a look of confusion, "What's with the crowd today? The line today seems a lot shorter." Lin Fan nodded his head in agreement and said, "I wonder which gods are finally decided to look after me. Alas, I finally have some time to take a short break." Fra Tian then chided, "How are you not panicking at all? The crowd has reduced by more than half." Lin Fan chuckled, "Isn't that good? I only want to sell 10 portions a day. Too many customers would mean that majority would have wasted their efforts queuing." Fra Tian was at a loss for words and had no idea how to rebut what Lin Fan had to say. Wu Yulan holding up his phone and exclaimed, "Lin Fan, quick, look at the news. Chefs from Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel managed to produce scallion pancakes that taste like the ones made by Lin Fan after half a month of experimentation." Hearing this news, Lin Fan didn't even feel worried. He knew that no one could emulate anything that would come close to what he had developed. Besides, the abilities of the encyclopedia were something no one would be able to surpass. Wow, looks like that is the reason why the queue has shortened so much today. Lin Fan said casually. Fraud Tian took a moment before he exclaimed, no way, I don't believe they really developed it. Do you think this is just false news? I don't really care if it's real or fake, let's just focus on what we are doing. Go ahead and give out the queue numbers, Tian. Fraud Tian nodded, but he was still thinking about this matter. He knew about the hotel and could even remember Chief Zhang. He was the big boss that wanted to collaborate with Lin Fan. He didn't expect him to have managed to come up with scallion pancakes that taste the same. The townsfolk outside the shop were busy discussing. There's something not right about the crowd today. I heard that Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel managed to create something that tastes like Lin Fan's. Everyone is rushing there to get some now. That's impossible, are you sure? How would I know? I've never tried it before too. But since it's on the news it should be quite accurate. I don't care about all these, my heart belongs to Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. Let them go and try whatever they want to try, I'm staying put. Me too, they really have no determination. I can't believe they left so quickly upon hearing the news. Fraud Tian sent the queue numbers. Although the queue had shrunk by half, Lin Fan's business was still booming compared to the other stalls. At this moment, a bunch of people started to walk out of Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel. They all had scallion pancakes in their hands and seemed to be enjoying it a lot. Oh wow, this is so delicious. Although this isn't as nice as Lin Fan's, the taste is still really good. This scallion pancake can be ranked second to Lin Fan. I haven't tried Lin Fan's scallion pancake and I don't know how it tastes like. Based on what I just tasted, Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel's scallion pancakes are the best in the world. However, it just feels like the pancakes are kind of lacking in a certain area that I can't put my finger on. Those in the queue watched curiously at those who had scallion pancakes from Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel. Some of them could not help but ask, are the pancakes from Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel really that nice? Those who had passed by stopped and commented. Of course it's good, I must say that it barely loses to Lin Fan's pancakes. Lin Fan's has a special taste that I just can't describe. On a whole, the pancakes from Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel taste pretty good. Some of the citizens who were loyal fans of Lin Fan's pancakes argued, how can it be? Lin Fan's pancakes are number one in this world, how can pancakes from Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel even come close? That is not a given. If Lin Fan can make it, I'm sure there's someone out there that will be able to do so too. Say what you want, I still don't believe it. I'll just keep waiting for Lin Fan's pancakes. Regarding the incessant gossip, Lin Fan couldn't even be bothered. He thought that it would be a complete joke if anyone wanted to beat the scallion pancake recipe which was taken from the encyclopedia. However, if Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel really could make something that was even vaguely similar, they definitely deserve commendation. All the queue numbers were read out. Those who didn't get chosen were disappointed and some were infuriated. Forget it, I'm never coming here again. I'm heading to Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel to get some. Everyone thinks it's good, I'm sure it can't be too far off from Lin Fan's. Me too, I'm never coming here to queue again. It's way too tiring to come here, queue up and end up not getting pancakes. Let's go, guys, Lin Fan's 10-portion rule is so stupid. If we all stop buying, let's see if his business will still be able to survive. Some townsfolk shouted, that's way too harsh on Lin Fan. Do you guys even have a conscience? When Lin Fan was about to stop selling, we were the ones who came and begged him to stay. Now that there's a new place you guys are all leaving. Go and never come back. Those who are loyal feel free to stay with me, I'm not going anywhere. Me too, a teenager said. In that case, you guys can continue queuing. Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel's pancakes are really delicious. I feel that it's on par with Lin Fan's pancakes. Some townsfolk whipped out their handphones and started to take videos which they subsequently uploaded onto the web. Lin Fan's scallion pancake business had landed up in such a terrible crisis in Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel being able to come up with a delicious recipe. This took a huge toll on Lin Fan's business. Pictures started to appear on the internet. There were even before and after pictures which were really different. In the netizens, discussion. How well received, they must really be asking for it. I would just like to ask, why is it that Lin Fan still insists on selling 10 portions a day? This has angered so many people to the point whereby he doesn't even have many customers left. I guess it's too late to cry over spilled milk. Haha, this is killing me. I just love to watch this kind of drama, especially the moment when the main character gets crushed. Isn't it just a scallion pancake? I can't believe he would think that no one else would able to emulate the same taste. Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel's pancakes are really delicious. Oh my, talking to you guys, I suddenly have a huge craving for Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel pancakes. I have to go now, if I don't get some, I'll feel so uncomfortable. If we continue waiting for Lin Fan's new strategy, we are not even sure if the anorexic patients will be able to continue eating. I'm not sure too, it seems that there are quite a lot of reporters outside Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel. They are all waiting to give it a taste, I'm pretty sure it will be successful. In front of Shanghai's Grand Ocean Hotel, a huge crowd had gathered and formed a long line. Batch after batch of piping hot scallion pancakes left the kitchen. One batch contained 30 pancakes and it sold for much cheaper than Lin Fan's. Chief Zhang stood aside and observed the customers. He was extremely satisfied and proud. It was all down to the hard work of their hotel staff. It was good enough to become the signature dish of the hotel. He had already thought of expanding the business to a global scale. But if he were to find out that these pancakes contained that thing, what would he do? Chief Zhang looked at the reporters and smiled. He had finally created the scallion pancakes of his dreams. The thousands of dollars spent on the salaries of these chefs were not in vain. The reporters then surrounded him. One of them asked, Chief Zhang, as compared to yours, how much better are the scallion pancakes made by Lin Fan? Chief Zhang could not conceal his joy and said, I should not answer these type of questions, instead, let the customers decide. One of the citizens who was eating the scallion pancakes said, I feel that the difference between the two pancakes is not a lot, but Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel's scallion pancakes are really delicious. The reporter then asked, if you were asked to choose between Lin Fan's and or Chief Zhang's scallion pancakes, whose would you choose? That citizen replied, of course I would choose Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel's scallion pancakes. I can order as many as I want here. At Cloud Street, even after waiting a few days, I can't even get a single pancake. I am never going there again. The reporters recorded what was said and continued interviewing Chief Zhang. A reporter asked, Chief Zhang, what would your next move be? Chief Zhang smiled and said, I have already collaborated with Renhe Hospital and will let the patients suffering from anorexia to try the scallion pancakes which my team made and see if they will like it. The reporter then asked, do you think that you will succeed? Chief Zhang nodded confidently and said, I believe that I would succeed because our scallion pancakes are no worse than Lin Fan's. The reporter then replied, if it were to succeed, it would be good news for the patients who suffer from anorexia. After that, would the scallion pancakes be fully released to the markets? Chief Zhang already had plans for the future, how could he not release the scallion pancakes to the market? Of course, whether the patients like it or not, we will put the scallion pancakes under our brand then sell them to every supermarket in the country and let more citizens try our delicious scallion pancakes. The reporters congratulated Chief Zhang and said, we hope you succeed. Chief Zhang nodded and said, thank you. At that moment, the chefs were stunned. Released to the markets, to every supermarket in the country. Something's big about to happen. They then looked at each other, thinking, how can it be? We started thinking that we would only be selling from the hotel, who would have thought that we will start selling to the whole country? If we were to be found out, we would be finished. In the afternoon, at Renhe Hospital, Chief Zhang and his group brought their scallion pancakes to the hospital. In the third ward, there was a patient suffering from severe anorexia. The reporters, being prepared, did not want to lose a single second. Director Zhang was together with them and could not take it. What on earth is happening? Since when do anorexic patients enjoy eating scallion pancakes? If these scallion pancakes can make his patients start eating, then why does the hospital still need them? Might as well pack their bags and go home. The piping hot scallion pancakes were taken out. Wang Lili whined that she wanted to eat the scallion pancakes and as soon as she saw the scallion pancakes, she grabbed one. Chief Zhang stood there, waiting with anticipation. If they were to succeed, the reporters and he would be rich as the news would be huge. To have an anorexic patient gobble down the scallion pancakes, however, what comes after that would be complicated. Wang Lili took a bite and chewed. Did I do it? Chief Zhang was full of anticipation. Spit. Wang Lili uncontrollably spat the pancake out. Seeing this, Chief Zhang was full of disappointment and asked, did it really not succeed? The reporters knew it too, this was a failure. Wang Mu sighed and wanted to take the scallion pancakes out of the hands of Wang Lili, but she still tightly held onto the scallion pancakes. I want to eat this. Even though Wang Lili just vomited, but she still wanted to continue eating the scallion pancakes. She then took a bite, but still vomited it out. Chief Zhang started to feel good as he felt that there was still hope. Spit, comma. After a few times, Chief Zhang, even though disappointed, felt hopeful and excited. Looks like the secret ingredient has not reached its potential. I still have to modify my recipe, for the success rate to be higher. The reporters nodded after witnessing what had happened, as it was not a big problem, it was actually a great improvement. Director Zhang did not understand. What is happening? This was not scientific. It really was not scientific at all. Is it possible to pass me the remaining scallion pancakes? I would like to take a look at them. Director Zhang wanted to have a taste of the scallion pancakes himself. He would feel extremely uneasy if he could not get an explanation. Chief Zhang, naturally, was fine with it, but before he could speak, one of the chefs said, our recipe is still tentative, so I'm afraid we can't do it. Once our recipe modified and confirmed, we will send a set to the hospital. Director Zhang nodded but was not paying attention. After the crowd left, Director Zhang had wanted to leave too but suddenly told Nurse Liang Huan, take a sample of what was vomited and send them for testing in the laboratory. Liang Huan nodded and said, understood, Director. Comma. At night, in a random small district, a couple amidst their sleep suddenly woke up. The wife said, hubby, what's wrong? You have already woken up a good 4 times. The husband replied, I don't know, just that I have a strong craving for those scallion pancakes. If I don't have them, my mouth feels very dry. The wife smiled and said, you really are too greedy. You have already eaten 5 scallion pancakes today and didn't even have dinner. The husband replied, ha ha ha, you don't even know how tasty the scallion pancakes are. They can be compared to those made by Lin Fan. Comma. At another random small district. Daughter-in-law, why are you having scallion pancakes at night? I really want to eat them, I'm hungry. Okay, have an early night after finishing eating. You still have to work tomorrow. Comma. One family after another found it hard to sleep, as the craving for the scallion pancakes was too strong. The next day, at Cloud Street, today's customers were even fewer, it was less than half of those who came yesterday. Everyone started to go to Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel to purchase the scallion pancakes, some even buying 10, 20 pieces. Upon reaching Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel, the townsfolk started salivating, as though they can't control themselves. Only after eating, then they would feel better. Chief Zhang looked at the crowd and felt proud of himself. These scallion pancakes were his own creation, and even Lin Fan's scallion pancakes can't beat them. He originally thought that Lin Fan's scallion pancakes would not stop with the limit of 10 sets a day, but it didn't even change. Lin Fan's scallion pancakes didn't even change. Forget it, I won't be going there again. Me too, the scallion pancakes here are really not bad, I even had 2 before I slept yesterday. You only had 2, I had 3, that's impressive. Chief Zhang heard the compliments and naturally felt very happy. However, the chefs who heard the comments felt uneasy. They exchanged worried glances and felt that they might have put in too much of their secret ingredient. People were getting addicted at too fast a rate. Looks like we have to add less of it in the future. At Cloud Street, little boss, hurry up and distribute the queue numbers, everyone is already waiting. Yes, our luck today is really good. Everyone already went to Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel to order the scallion pancakes. Hopefully, they will never come to compete with us again. Oh, there are exactly 10 people in the queue today, so let's split the scallion pancakes equally then. Fraud Tian saw Lin Fan sitting and relaxing in a corner and was anxious. Why aren't you thinking of any new plans? We only have 10 people today. Oh, so accurate, Lin Fan smiled and said. He was unaffected by the predicament he was in. Selling 10 pieces every day was the original idea. Since there were 10 customers, there wasn't a single problem. Fraud Tian was really at a loss for words. His attitude was too great for someone that just lost all his popularity. The bosses of the shops around shook their heads after witnessing Lin Fan's decision. They had finally witnessed the downfall of Master Lin. There was really no change to Lin Fan's plan. The next day. On the online discussion forums. Did you guys see how pathetic Lin Fan's shop was? Gone are the days when his business is good. I was there yesterday, and the Lin Fan's shop was so deserted, practically no one goes there now, except about 10. The scallion pancakes that Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel made is the bomb. It feels as though I'm addicted to eating it. If I don't have it at night, I would really crave for it. Carrot, are you sick? It's not because of the scallion pancakes, right? Carrot, Lin Fan's scallion pancakes are nice, right? But they don't feel as addictive, and the craving for them wasn't so intense. Also, his scallion pancakes are not only flavorful, I also feel uplifted after eating them. You guys are thinking too much. The Grand Ocean Hotel is one of the best hotels around. Will there even be a problem? Do you think they are some sort of street hawker? Anyway, Lin Fan's business is really bad, and has really been affected badly. I give up. Lin Fan only sells 10 sets, so what if he has fewer customers? It's not like he is unable to sell those 10 sets. That is true, but the atmosphere is all gone. We can't say that it is not a failure in that aspect. On Weibo. Anyway, I won't be having Lin Fan's scallion pancakes anymore, just those from Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel. That's right. Furthermore, they are such a try-hard for limiting the number of sets they sell in a day. I really want to see how Lin Fan's business would turn out with this limited number. Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel allows us to buy as many scallion pancakes as we like. Alright, I'm craving scallion pancakes right now, have to go buy 2 to fill my stomach. The southern citizens sent us an email saying that they are envious of how we could enjoy such delicious scallion pancakes. The northern citizens have sent us an email, stating that they are envious of our lives. On the media, Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel's scallion pancakes challenges anorexia. Though there are a few problems, patients want to eat their pancakes. Not only does Lin Fan's scallion pancakes work for anorexic patients, Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel's scallion pancakes work too. Lin Fan's shop is deserted. How unfortunate, they brought this upon themselves, our citizens don't buy accounts. The cusp of public opinion. People could not understand how news over scallion pancakes can get so blown up on the internet. However, the internet was full of surprises, you would never know when something would blow up. Wu Yulan looked at the news and was even more furious than Lin Fan. How can these people say that? Do they even have a shred of conscience? Lin Fan smiled and said, isn't the situation now very ideal? Moreover, how are we able to control what other people say? Wu Tianhe nodded and said, this is human nature. When there is no basis of comparison, people simply accept what is given to them. However, once they start comparing, they would even come out to criticize you. Yulan, calm down. Fraud Tian shook his head and said, you two are too calm. My sentiments are that of Yulan, and I am unable to take this anymore. This guy isn't even grateful. Lin Fan let out a laugh and said, that's enough. Isn't there a queue outside now? Quickly go and distribute the queue numbers. Now that the customer count has decreased, our remaining customers are happy with that. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask them. Lin Fan's words were heard by the customers outside his shop and they said one after another. Of course we are happy. There is no one to compete with us now, and we can each have a set of the scallion pancakes every day. Life now is good. I really can't describe those guys. I can't even bear to criticize them. We are able to enjoy these scallion pancakes now that they left. That's right. The only scallion pancakes I recognize are Lin Fan's and not those of Grand Ocean Hotel. These people just run to where's good. Lin Fan's remaining customers were happy with the situation, but as they walked past Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel, they saw the crowd and were shocked. The crowd was even greater than that of Lin Fan's original crowd. They were displeased, but they still preferred Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. Lin Fan grew suspicious, thinking how did Chief Zhang do it? This was not scientific and he refused to believe that there was someone that contained more knowledge than even an encyclopedia. The encyclopedia made the delicious pancakes to capture the hearts of people and to fill them with joy and happiness. Now, Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel had so many people wanting to eat their scallion pancakes, which people crave for so badly. What was the point of thinking so much? This was other people's business, and not his problem at all. At the hospital, Director Zhang looked at the test results in his hands and could not contain the rage held in him. This person is inhumane. He racked his brains over the scallion pancakes, but what was surprising was that Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel actually put such things into their scallion pancakes. Papaverine, morphine, codeine, nicotine, thebaine. Director Zhang was enraged. People could die from eating this. If it wasn't for his intuition to take a sample of what Wang Lili vomited out for testing, never would he have thought that there would be someone with such guts. Furthermore, it was a 5-star hotel. This was simply a death wish. At that moment, he finally understood how the scallion pancakes made by Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel were so addictive. People were not about its flavor or taste. They were simply made to be addicted to eating that. Those that Lin Fan had given him for sampling, fortunately, did not have any issue. However, the scallion pancakes that Shanghai Grand Ocean Hotel made are just dangerous drugs. Then, Director Zhang immediately picked up the phone. At Cloud Street, after Lin Fan sold his 10 pieces of scallion pancakes, he calmly took a break. These days are really great, being able to enjoy fresh air every day. This moment, however, did not last long. Fraud Tian, who was standing at the door, suddenly shouted. Oh my, the reporters are here again. Lin Fan was stunned. Will this ever end? At the doorstep, he saw Chief Zhang emerge from the cluster of reporters. What are you here for? Lin Fan did not understand why Chief Zhang came over with the reporters. The bosses of the other shops stood at the door and then gathered. They knew Lin Fan's recent predicament and were very worried. Lin Fan's business hasn't been good and it has impacted him severely. They sincerely hoped that Lin Fan's business would continue to prosper forever since it would also bring them business. Boss Zhang stood in front of his group of satisfied customers, with a face full of satisfaction. Lin Fan, we meet again, Boss Zhang said, extremely satisfied with himself. Lin Fan nodded to acknowledge Boss Zhang but did not understand Boss Zhang's motive for coming here. Could it be that Boss Zhang went there just to mock Lin Fan? This doesn't seem possible, he wasn't that stupid. Boss Zhang laughed, and whispered to Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I accidentally snatched your customers. Lin Fan was speechless.